Chapter 1003. When Yang Chang received the news from the assault regiment, he angrily smashed the cup. They were beaten down again. The first time, more than 100 people died. This time, more than 300 people won't be able to come back. We are the Great Tang's hot weapons army, and they are the native cold weapons army. Who can tell me? How did they end up like this? You know, right? They don't have cannons or radios. They have to expend a lot of effort just to send a message, and they might not even be able to send the message back. I admit that Wang Wan is good at fighting, but she can't be using radios to command, right? Our soldiers rushed up and were beaten down. We should at least know the reason, right? But now, we don't even know the reason. Yang Chang didn't know what to say. His side had fought too badly. Although the deaths of his soldiers were all fake, the judging panel's judgment was based on the situation closest to reality. On his side, other than the hot air balloon troops that were brought down by the enemy at the beginning, his brigade was the first to encounter the enemy. Before understanding the enemy's situation, he had already lost so many people. Once the military selection was over, shouldn't his current position be changed? Milord, you smashed a cup. When the time comes, you will have to compensate. Moreover, the judging panel will give you an evaluation of not being calm. You must consider this carefully. The messenger kindly reminded him that the military selection was held especially for Wang Wan, but at the same time, it was a test for the generals of the court. It tested their performance during command, their ability to judge the situation on the battlefield, their ability to coordinate, and their ability to deduce battle tactics. All of these were included in this test. Compensate, compensate. Who can tell me what's going on? I'll compensate him with the money for 100 cups. If I fail this military selection and get demoted, how will I face my wife and children when I get home? Will I tell them that their man and father aren't good at anything normally, but once they encounter a real situation, they will be exposed? Then I might as well just die. This was the first thing that came to Yang Chang's mind. A few days ago, he heard that the emperor went to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's room. He was very happy and felt that his side's weapons were more advanced. At the same time, no one really died. He even treated the soldiers as data. Now, he finally realized that it was not like that. If he did not command well, his position would be changed after the martial arts examination. He believed that if any of the generals on the sand table retreated at the last minute, the emperor would kill them before the martial arts examination was over. Because if you could shrink back on the sand table, there was no need to mention the real world. The moment you chose to shrink back, you would be committing a capital crime, even if it wasn't a real battlefield. Yang Chang was angry for a while, but he finally calmed down. This was because the referees had already warned him twice. If he could not continue to command, he could choose to hand over his power. Even if in theory, generals could be so agitated on the battlefield, the emperor could not stand it. Li Longji was also not happy. This battle was fought by them. They had guns and cannons, but in the end, they were obstructed at every step. Look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. While waiting for news from the army, they could still deal with the business at home. They could still send messages to Xiao Bei and the others every day and chat with them. However, the results were as good as they should have been. What if they were also equipped with radio stations? He reckoned that they would send out orders one after another, and they would have started a fierce offensive long ago. A brigade was blocked in the Fuyang area by a regiment with slightly more people. Just wait for a while and they will figure out where your main force is. A regiment cannot take down the high ground occupied by a battalion. At the beginning, you should be more careful and send people to the back of the mountain. So what if the distance is longer? Do you have to take the high ground today? Li Longji looked at the situation in the Fuyang area on the sand table and criticized unhappily. Empress Wang was also looking at it. When she heard the emperor say this, she said, "Your Majesty, you can't say that. You are looking at the sand table. How can Yang Chang's brigade and Kong Lu's regiment know what is going on? You have to consider that the side representing Tang is made up of current generals. They have advanced weapons, smooth communication, and elite soldiers. But you have to think about it. Who are their opponents? They are not indigenous generals. The generals they are fighting are all commanders specially trained by the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, Shi Chun, Shi Zhenxiang, who is guarding the mountain, has been learning from Cuckoo for at least 8 years. He was even sent to Tubo to personally command the battlefield. Wu Huifei was also angry just now. The Tang army was too cowardly. Now that she heard Empress Wang's words, she understood. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Sister Empress is right. The opponents the Tang generals are facing are not ordinary people. It is inconceivable that Wang Wan's team could not achieve such a result. What are they learning?" This was the way the great Tang army used their weapons. Their understanding of these weapons far surpassed the great Tang generals. Just look at how Shi Chun dug the trenches and how he calculated the advantages and disadvantages of the enemy's weapons in the trenches. Also, why was Wang Yi able to bring down the hot air balloons? That's because he is in charge of the aerial troops in Cuckoo's house when they are practicing on the sand table. How can he not understand? Hearing the words of the two, Li Longji blinked and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's like that. The opponents the Tang army is facing are not the natives but the most elite commanders of our great Tang. Rather than saying that they are fighting the natives, it would be more accurate to say that the two commanders of our great Tang are using different weapons to practice. However, when our great Tang generals command the army, they are always thinking of fighting the natives. Thus, when that regiment charged, they acted as though there was nothing wrong with it and continued to charge up the mountain. After saying this, Li Longji sighed. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. He could only wait for the generals to come to their senses and figure out what kind of opponent they were facing. Those who were unable to react in time would wait for the martial selection to end before readjusting their positions. After all, they were no longer suited to continue being generals. Otherwise, they would cause the deaths of the outstanding soldiers of the great Tang. Let's see how the 1st Brigade of the Vanguard will fight. I reckon that after a while, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to figure out where Zhang Shougui's main vanguard force is. Li Longji sat back down, picked up his teacup, and slowly sipped his tea. Still guarding the mountain, Shi Chun listened to the reports from the scouts he had sent out. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Light the smoke signals and tell the main force that the enemy we are facing is not the main force of the vanguard." The smoke signals quickly began to rise from the mountain. Following a certain pattern, they began to rise into the air one after another. When they reached a certain distance, small groups of scouts scattered in various places would light the smoke signals in accordance with the situation in front of them. Along the way, the speed was not slow at all. Furthermore, the smoke was rising from all over the place, making it impossible for the enemy to determine who the smoke was for, nor what the message was for. The only thing they knew was that wherever the smoke was, there would definitely be people from the other side. As for how many people there were, they did not know. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still waiting for news from the front, especially from Fuyang. The true first battle would begin here. If they could not understand the situation of the enemy and complete the mission of containing them, then the situation would become very grim. Reporting. News from Fuyang. Fuyang is not part of the main vanguard force. Based on the number of people, it should be a brigade. Under the expectations of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the messenger finally entered the room and said the words that the two of them wanted to hear the most. Not the main force. Based on Zhang Shougui's calculations, his main force should be on the other side and not behind Fuyang. What is he planning to do? Zhang Xiaobao felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As long as they found the main force of the enemy vanguard, everything would be easy to deal with. Whether it was finding an opportunity to annihilate them or avoiding them, anything was fine. What else could it be? He wants to occupy Mount Huangshan. He likes to take risks and is an opportunist. If he really does occupy Mount Huangshan, then when we make a move, we will have to worry about him behind us. He might even be planning to lure our main force to Mount Huangshan. When the time comes, he will let me see the power of the artillery network formed by the mountainous terrain. Humph. Wang Wan's eyes were fixed on the model of Mount Huangshan. Give the order. Our main force is to march toward Mount Huangshan. Xiao Bao, your logistics team is to follow them. Why are the logistics team moving so quickly? Pass down my order. The logistics team is to fight on their own and raise the flag of our regular army. The logistics team southeast of Mount Huangshan is to be careful of the main force of the enemy vanguard. If they discover them, they are to delay them as much as possible. The other logistics team near Fuyang is to cooperate with our logistics team and eliminate the 1st Brigade as much as possible. Also, let them know that our main force is nearby. Zhang Xiaobao directly moved the logistics team to the front as the main force. In truth, his goal was very simple. He wanted to use this batch of people to exchange for the enemy's ammunition consumption. In this way, Wang Wan's main force was preserved. Other than the sniper battalion that was probably gone, the rest were still there, waiting for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Pass down my order to the main force of the vanguard. Our 1st Brigade is temporarily unable to take Fuyang and is currently surrounding it. We suspect that the enemy's main force is hiding nearby. The enemy is defending with all their might. Facing our artillery fire, they are not retreating a single step. Young Chang drank 2 large bowls of cold water. His stomach was cold, so he used a wet towel to wipe his face. After feeling much more awake, he sent a message to the vanguard. Following which, he looked at the sand table and squinted his eyes. He said to the messenger, "Pass down my order." Our artillery unit continued to bombard the enemy at Highland 535. When the messenger went to pass down the order, Yang Chang said angrily, "I don't believe that your trench can withstand 1 attack and can withstand 2 or 3 more. If I don't shoot you down, you will always be like a nail nailed to this place. How can my 1st Brigade not be able to advance? Also, tell Kong Lu to continue to attack. Even if there is only 1 person left, he must occupy Highland 535. When Kong Lu received the order, he gritted his teeth and scolded, "Motherfucker, there are still 2 groups in front of me whose fate is unknown. If you continue to bombard them, what are they going to do? Men, organize the troops for me. Follow the cannon fire and charge." Reporting, the enemy is continuing to bombard us with artillery fire. Behind them, the attacking troops are once again in a strong offensive formation. When the enemy was firing, Shi Chun received the news. Shi Chun panted heavily and nodded slowly. "They are playing hard with me. Fine, I will give you a battalion. When the time comes, I will die for my country. Do you really think I am a native? Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of meat from you. Pass down my order. Give up the 1st and 2nd lines of defense. Soldiers, retreat to the back of the 4th line of defense and build fortifications there. As for the 3rd line of defense, hand over the spears and bows to the soldiers at the 4th line of defense. The 3rd line of defense is not to engage in long-range attacks. Lie down and wait for the enemy to come up. When the enemy arrives, we will fight them head-on." Shi Chun clearly knew that this was a sand table, but he still stared until his eyes turned red. This was a habit. During normal training, they had to be completely focused. Otherwise, Wang Wan would be very disappointed. The result of disappointing Wang Wan was that Zhang Xiaobao would be angry. The result was needless to say, he would be kicked out of the group. "Sir, Are you okay? It is just a sand table. Don't be like this. I will get you a doctor. The messenger was frightened by Shi Chun's focus and asked softly. Shi Chun waved his hand. It's fine. What can happen to me? I'm an elite among commanders. My mission is to command people to kill others, or let my people die. If I'm the only one left, I won't be captured alive. I know this is a sand table. When I was fighting in Tibet, I also looked at sand tables and maps when I commanded. However, every command I gave decided the happiness of many people. I did not rush to the front lines. Of course, if there is a need, I will rush to the front lines. Therefore, in my eyes, the sand table is the truest reflection of life. The messenger saluted. Sir Shi, you are a good general. There is no good or bad in a general. There is only victory and defeat. Pass down my order again. Light the smoke signal. Tell the 2nd Battalion to ignore my 1st Battalion and follow the plan. Wei Wei shook her head and gave another order. Yes, pass down the order. Light the smoke signal. The messenger also started to join in and treated himself as a real messenger. The cannonballs of the artillery battalion once again rained down on Shi Chun's position. The messengers came to report the casualties on their side from time to time. These were the rough estimates given by the adjudicators. Shi Chun listened quietly, but his expression did not change. It was as if the people who died were not his soldiers. This was because he knew that if his emotions fluctuated too much, more of his brothers would die. Therefore, he endured and tried his best not to think about who had died. Kong Lu ordered the troops to charge forward and follow the artillery fire. This time, they did not encounter any counterattacks. However, when the troops in front of them reached the first trench, they sent back a piece of news that he did not want to believe. Reporting, the soldiers of the 1st Squad and 2nd Squad of our 1st Battalion have been discovered. The trench they are in is higher than the height of the human body. When our artillery fell, they were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with approximately 2 squads of the enemy. The 2 small groups of the enemy were completely annihilated. Our 2 large groups of more than 300 people have survived. Most of the survivors are injured. Some were cut by the enemy's swords and some were hit by our artillery fire. The messenger reported to Kong Lu. Understood. Continue to attack. This time, Kong Lu did not smash anything. He waited for the messenger to pass down the order. However, he did not know why, but tears suddenly gushed out of his eyes. Like a wronged child, he muttered to himself, why are the shots so accurate this time? They died under their own artillery shells. 2 small groups for 2 large groups of mine. On the real battlefield, how can the rest of my attacking troops fight? How much of our morale will be affected? I admit that the Tang soldiers can fight to the death and not retreat, but they can't die like this. The model changes and data summarization in the center of the sand table were not affected by the emotions of the 2 generals. They were still going on. After surviving this round of artillery fire, when the enemy came to the trench of the 3rd line of defense, the soldiers of Shi Chun's 3rd line of defense who were still alive picked up machetes and wooden spears. They jumped out and followed the enemies who already had bayonets on their spears, starting a desperate hand-to-hand battle. At such a close distance, cold weapons finally played their role. The soldiers of the 4th line of defense who were still alive did not stop shooting arrows and throwing spears. The arrows and spears drew an arc, flying over the heads of their own people and landing on the soldiers behind the enemy. The troops of the 1st and 2nd line of defense move forward through the trench and retake the 1st and 2nd line of defense. Set up camp on the spot. Reserve troops, get ready. Shi Chun listened to the messenger run over from time to time to report the death count of his side. His expression was still calm, giving people the feeling that he was neither happy nor worried. Thus, in the center of the sand table, the referee continued to carry out the plan according to the rules they had previously agreed upon. Moreover, the model on the sand table was constantly moving. Although it could not be said to be too specific, the general idea could be seen. The soldiers of the first and second trenches who had retreated from the front and moved forward again would fight with the soldiers of the first and second trenches who had jumped down to advance through the trenches. Only when Shi Chun also threw in the reserve troops did they manage to push back a regiment of the enemy. This battle began late at night. The referee decided that it was late, and the great Tang side withdrew. Shi Chun also began to count the number of soldiers. A battalion of nearly 800 people had fought all day, but only 300 or so were left. Including those who were injured and did not leave the battlefield, there were only around 300 people left. I admit that the artillery of my great Tang is truly formidable, but I have to say that you used the wrong weapon. It's a pity to give you such advanced weapons. After knowing the number of people left, Shi Chun closed his eyes in a daze for a while. When he opened them again, his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the room and looked at the room where the great Tang general was. Kong Lu and Shi Chun felt different. The death count was out. The referee said that their regiment of more than 1,500 people had less than 600 people left after the battle, and the position was still in the hands of the enemy. Why? Who do you blame? I said that I wouldn't charge, but the people behind told me to charge. I charged, and it ended up like this. At this time, Shi Chun had already walked to the room where Yang Chang was. He was in the same army, so he could come and take a look because there was a meeting to be held. Yang Chang's face was gloomy. He did not expect the battle to be so bitter, but he knew that the referee's judgment was close to the truth. Perhaps if it had been a real battle, his side would have suffered even greater losses. At this time, he finally said the most correct words. Because we were all wrong. Our opponents weren't the motherfucking natives at all. We were facing military officers that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's families had been training in batches for more than 10 years. Even the ones who had studied for the least amount of time were still many years older than us. Every time a new weapon is made, they are the first to use it and then gradually spread it to the entire army. If it is a very powerful weapon, only a small number of elite troops can use it, and the inspection is very strict. Our opponents are them. They have studied the advantages and disadvantages of the various arms the most. Brothers, this is a real battle. They are not playing with us. If we can't win this time, let's go home and farm together. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, seeing that we are colleagues, I think they can ask the Sea Gnome Temple to give us some good seeds. I believe the output will be very high. Now, there are only two choices. One is to be more serious and not have the mentality of a game. They have never thought of this. Look at the people guarding the mountain. How often do they transfer and allocate troops? Look at us. We don't have the quick change of command on the battlefield. If you still think this is a sand table simulation, when my brigade is gone, let's get together and think about where to farm. We can resign ourselves. We don't have to wait for His Majesty to personally say so. When the generals heard Yang Chang's words, they all lowered their heads. They had to admit that they had thought too simply of this martial arts examination. They had thought that it was just a game for Wang Wan, but now they realized that it was also a test for themselves. Fight the natives, fight the natives. Bullshit natives. How could the natives play tactics to such an extent? Where were the natives from? It looked like they had been more careful. They were not afraid of losing, but they were afraid of losing without knowing why. That way, His Majesty would be very angry. Logically speaking, Li Longji should be sleepy at this time, but he was still very energetic. He looked at the sand table, nodding and shaking his head. He said, "It's 4-1, and the battle is still going on. Tonight, many people will not be able to sleep. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are indeed powerful. Wu Huifei was not sleepy. She hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao would lose. Although their status would not be affected by winning or losing, and she also admitted that she could not win against them, she still hoped that they would lose. In the end, any of the generals that they casually sent out to command the battle could make absolutely brilliant tactical cooperation. Their main forces had not even moved yet, and the general in charge of the main forces was someone who had studied for more than 10 years. Therefore, she said with jealousy, if all the generals of the Tang Empire were replaced by the generals of Cuckoo and Xiao Bao, they would definitely be more powerful than they are now. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are indeed powerful, but what is truly powerful is not the ability that they have shown, but the talent that they have cultivated from a long time ago. Sister, don't you think so? Wu Huifei asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang glanced at Wu Huifei unhappily. She was not stupid, how could she not understand the meaning of the words, but she still nodded. Yes, my adopted daughter Cuckoo is powerful, but they have never actively used this ability to attack the people of the Tang Empire, unless others want to make trouble for them. Every time they make trouble for them, they will first retreat, but some people think that they are afraid and want a yard when given an inch. The result is needless to say. My daughter Li Jun is also by their side, and now she is running around with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, this crazy girl, always does things that people can't imagine. I'm really afraid that she will teach my daughter Panner to be like her. How much will I have to worry about her in the future? What do you think Xiao Bei has been doing all day? She only knows how to play tricks. A child, like an adult, knows how to scheme. It's not good. Wu Huifei listened to Empress Wang's words and became even more jealous of Wang Wan. How could Empress Wang speak like this in the past? What did she mean that Xiao Bei was not good? Was she bluffing? It was true that Xiao Bei could cause trouble, but he knew when to be obedient and when to be cute. Wasn't she saying that she played tricks like a child? If Cuckoo had not taken you away and protected you, would you still be sitting on the Empress's seat now? Li Longji also heard that his two women were scheming against each other again. Why bother? After thinking about it, he decided to smooth things over. Speaking of Xiao Bei, I still don't know about their tax exemption. Seeing that it's late, I don't know if they are asleep. Send a message. This time, use my intelligence network to ask them. Li Longji was not just saying this casually. He found someone, said a few words, and the message was sent out. Xiao Bei was about to go crazy from playing. How could she think about sleeping? The last time she came, there was a flood, so she took a group of children to Old Willow Village to seek refuge. Now that the children had gone back, those who were supposed to go to school went to school, and those who were supposed to be naughty were naughty. Xiao Bei did not have to be as busy as last time. The market, which should have been closed, continued because of their arrival. During the day, there was a group of people, and at night, when they heard the news, they quickly gathered some goods and sent them to another group of people outside the village. The methane pool had just started to be dug, and the efficiency was already very high. During the day, they started to work at night. However, there was no methane to light the fire, so the people in the market made their own torches to illuminate the market. Xiao Bei liked bustling places the most. When she saw that there was a night market at night, she ate too much at noon and did not eat dinner. She followed a group of village children to class for 2 hours, and then began to play after school. When it was dark, she took a group of people to the market. This time, the market was not like the one during the day, where there were all kinds of people. Instead, it was specially checked, and the people selling things were very cheap. They were so cheap that they were lower than the cost of production. They were not doing it to make money, but to see Xiao Bei and the others. Many people believe that if you had a kind heart, then you would be lucky when you saw Xiao Bei and the others. If you had a guilty conscience, the moment you saw Xiao Bei and the others was the moment of bad luck. It was just like the bridge that led to the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. If you wanted to swear, you had to stand on the railing above. If you were sincere, you would be very stable unless there was a strong wind. But if you were not, you would fall. It was very accurate and had never been wrong. It was said that there was once a person who swore while riding on the railing. His hands were tightly grasping the railing, thinking that he would not fall. In the end, after he said the oath, he fainted because it was false. If it were not for the people in charge of rescuing him in the river, he would have drowned. The people who came to set up the stall at night had this thought. They did not think that they were bad people. Therefore, even if they were strictly checked, they stood there very obediently and waited. If anyone dared to say something like, "Why don't you believe me?" they probably did not need to do anything. Someone else would take them away first. You're afraid of being checked. What are you thinking? Therefore, when Xiao Bei strolled around the night market, there were obviously not as many guards around him as during the day. After the inspection, the knife sellers were not allowed, the ironware sellers were not allowed, and the candy sellers were searched first. Then, they carefully looked at the candy and asked him to eat it first. Then, they found a doctor to examine it. It was so strict, but everyone felt that it was right. Those were Xiao Bei and the others. They absolutely could not allow anything to happen to them. How much is this? Xiao Bei led a group of children to a girl's stall selling jewelry and asked. No, it's free. The girl shrank her neck in fear, but she wanted to see Xiao Bei, so she raised her head, giving people an awkward feeling. Why is it free? Do you do charity too? Xiao Bei asked in surprise. What charity? Have you seen people give out jewelry for charity? Ah, when you see people so poor that they can't afford jewelry, you give them a set. Little Yuan said from the side. Little Yuan, you're going against me today, right? Sister, why don't your jewelry cost money? Xiao Bei pouted at Little Yuan and turned back to ask the girl selling jewelry with a smile. The girl hesitated for a while before saying in a low voice, I want you to prove to me that our family didn't take other people's gold. No matter how much they took, other than the normal consumption, we didn't steal their gold. That's why I'm here. I dare to face you directly. I'm an honest person. My family did not do anything wrong. When they sent the gold to make jewelry, they insisted that my family stole it. Then, they spread the news everywhere in the village. Xiao Bei was taken aback. Ah. Steal gold. Your family makes jewelry. Your skills are not bad. Look at this swallow. The golden thread is very thin, but it's very uniform. Is it gold, Little Yuan? How would I know? Whether it's gold or not needs to be tested. Can you tell? And there's even a question of purity. Even if you throw it into water to calculate how much water comes out, it won't work. Unless it's a big piece of jewelry. It's so small, how can you tell? Little Yuan held the swallow hairpin and gestured at Xiao Bei's head as she said. Someone, who knows about gold. Come here and let me see. Xiao Bei turned around and asked the person following him. Someone really came out. It was an old man who was also from the inner courtyard. Everyone in the family specialized in making jewelry for the master. He took the hairpin, weighed it on the back of his hand, and shook his head. It's not pure. It's a little too light. How do you know? Xiao Bei asked curiously. Having dealt with gold for a lifetime, I naturally know. I touch it every day, hit it every day, and measure it every day. The old man's answer was very straightforward. Xiao Bei understood. This was his experience. He asked the girl selling jewelry, is it like this? The girl nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is only 70% gold. The rest is copper. This one is normally sold for 700 copper coins, but you can take it directly. As long as you help me prove it, all the things in my stall are yours. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and pulled little Yuan and a few others together to whisper again. After a while, he returned and said to the girl, "All right, I'll take all the jewelry you want." "All right, I'll take all the jewelry you're displaying now. I'll ask about you and see if I can help you prove it. Of course, if you're lying, I'll know. I'm very good." "Really? Thank you, thank you. Take them all. Add them together. Add them together and it's more than 50 strings of coins. I know because I'm very smart." Xiao Bei helped her name the price of a pile of jewelry. The girl was dumbfounded and asked in disbelief, "How do you know?" "I'm the most powerful Xiao Bei in the world. No one can lie in front of me, so I naturally know." Xiao Bei puffed out his chest and looked as though he was really very powerful. In fact, she only knew about it after asking the old man who made jewelry for her family. He could immediately estimate the price after touching it and looking at the workmanship. Without this ability, he wouldn't be able to do business in the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard. The girl smiled. "It's like this. My family has been making jewelry for others for generations. Later, it was passed down to my father's generation. My father's craftsmanship isn't comparable to my grandfather's, but he is very serious about it. One day, someone came over and took a small piece of gold. After we weighed it, we began to make jewelry for them. It was a pair of bracelets. They didn't want any patterns on them. They just wanted us to leave our family's mark on them. After they took it back, they came back after a short while. They said that the weight was wrong and that there was less gold. However, it's impossible for my family to steal their gold, right? I don't know about that. Didn't they say that there's a natural loss when it melts? Did they count this in?" Xiao Bei didn't give her proof and instead asked a question. "Forget it. They said that it would be missing 0.2 to 0.5 grams. Their bracelets were 30 grams, and they even wanted my family's mark on them. They didn't see any scratches from a knife. However, they took it back and got us to weigh it. When we weighed it, we realized that 3 grams were missing. How is that possible? My family has been doing this for generations. It's impossible for us to consume so much gold. However, the mark was still there. They wanted to file a lawsuit and wanted us to compensate. They even said that they wouldn't let my family continue doing this business." Boo-hoo. As the girl spoke, she started crying. It was heartbreaking to hear. Xiao Bei was also confused. Then why are 3 grams missing? It's fine if it's 1 gram missing, right? But your family's mark is still there. Can't you tell which part of the bracelets was scraped off? Yes, my father admitted that he made the bracelets, but he couldn't explain why. Now, my father is in prison. They said that they won't let my father out if they can't figure it out. We have to compensate them. Actually, it's nothing much. My family has some assets too. My family even sponsored a school. It's just that it's on our side. We don't care about a few grams of gold. But if our reputation is ruined, what will we do in the future? Will our family still be able to survive in the village?" The girl started crying again. Xiao Bei turned solemn as he asked, "What did your family sponsor the school for? How many people did you sponsor?" "My family is in charge of the school for 70 people, including their food, clothing, accommodation, and houses. Xingjing Construction gave us free teaching houses. They are bungalows, 12 of them. There's also a huge yard in front. I also go to school there. The teacher only taught me in the past. Later, he found 2 more students and then separated them. Our family is actually not bad. We have some money, but it wasn't easy for our family to be looked up to. Now that something like this happened, we can't afford to lose face." The girl was crying and talking helplessly. Xiao Bei was in a dilemma. He looked at Xiao Yuan, who was at a loss as well. Xiao Hai stood up at this moment. Logically speaking, since your family wants a reputation and doesn't lack money, you naturally wouldn't care about 3 grams of gold. You just said that after they took the bracelets back, they said that 3 grams were missing, right? They said that it was only a short time and that they didn't find any scratches on the bracelets, right? Yes. The girl pursed her lips and nodded. Then did they weigh the bracelets when they took them back? Xiao Hai asked again. Yes. It was normal when they took the bracelets and weighed them, but there was no contract signed. There was also no evidence. At that time, I told my father to get them to write a written agreement. My father said that there were no bad people, but that was it. We got it. You don't have evidence to prove that you didn't steal their gold, but their gold was indeed missing. Your family also admits that the mark was correct, right? Xiao Hai asked again. The girl kept nodding. Yes, that's right. My family's gold is different from the others. You're a fake. Unless you're very familiar with my family, you can't do it. There's a small part that's missing a little bit. Xiao Hai was also confused. He pulled his sister, Xiao Bei, and the others together to discuss again. This was a very small, but very big problem. It involved not only money, but also reputation. In the end, the discussion was fruitless. This matter was too difficult for the 9 of them. Xiao Bei was both helpless and angry. Is there no way to prove it to both sides? Why don't we capture both sides and torture them? What are you talking about? Go send a message and ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Mother believes that no matter who is the liar, if we hand it over to Xiao Bao will know. At this moment, Zhang Wang clan walked over from behind Xiao Bei and the others and said to Xiao Bei. Yes. I'll look for my brother and sister. We'll know who's the liar soon. Xiao Bei's worship of her brother and sister had reached a blind level. When she asked someone to send the message, Li Longji's message came first. Xiao Bei took a look at it. I'm not free. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm worried. The message was sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at it and did not even let Zhang Xiaobao see it. She said directly, send a message to Xiao Bei. Capture the person who requested to make the jewelry. He's not working in the Ministry of Works, but he knows how to do chemistry. He doesn't want a pattern on the bracelet, and he wants someone to put a mark on it. His motive is not pure. Capture him and send him to the Ministry of Works. He can be considered a talent. If we teach him well, he might be able to make something better. He's capable, but he's not using it in the right way. Xiao Bao, don't you think so? What do you mean it's not? I don't even know what's going on. Zhang Xiaobao snatched the piece of paper and looked at it. He smiled. Send him to the Ministry of Works smelting department. Give me a smelting formula within 3 months, and I'll consider him innocent. Otherwise, if Xiao Bei catches him, he will play with him in prison. Chapter 1004. The news of Xiao Bei's message quickly reached Li Longji's ears. Just as Zhang Xiaobao placed the letter to the side, Li Longji snatched it over and read it from top to bottom. She didn't tell me anything about the tax exemption. She actually cheated others by 3 grams of gold. This merchant's character isn't good. Li Longji was disappointed. He thought that Xiao Bei was replying to his question, but it turned out that she was asking for his help. Shaking his head, he commented. How can she cheat others by taking 3 grams of gold? The person who requested the bracelet to eat the gold and the bracelet with a chemical solution. She can be considered a talent, but she didn't use it in the right place. What's the use of cheating 3 grams of gold? If I were her, I would ask for a job from the Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't think that there was a problem with the merchant who made the bracelet. After all, this was Great Tang, and merchants couldn't do whatever they wanted just because they were rich. Wang Wan thought the same as well. If the merchants of Great Tang were to have a high status, they wouldn't be so obedient. They would provide the funds for the Chaoyang operation, and they would fork out the money to build the roads. They just wanted to gain recognition and use money to exchange for inner pleasures. This could be considered as a form of business. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Wan nodded in agreement. That's right. I hate being cheated, especially by those who play petty tricks. In the future, as Great Tang's economy grows better, there will be all kinds of conflicts and problems. We have to get to the root first. Hearing that, Li Longji thought about it and agreed. If a merchant who made the bracelet stole 3 grams of gold, would he still be able to do business in the future? If he were to be sent to the authorities wouldn't treat him well. In that case, the problem lies with that person. Capture him and punish him severely. Li Longji was about to give the order. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly stopped him. We don't have to punish him severely. We have to capture him, and on the surface, we have to let others know that he has committed a grave crime. However, it would be a pity to send him to the Ministry of Works and lock him up. Xiaobao, we do not agree. We know very well what kind of talent you want. However, if every talented person makes a mistake, the final result will not be severe punishment, but more people will make mistakes. What is this called again? Oh, yes, it's called the cost of crime is too low. Li Longji raised an objection. I know, but what can you do by locking him up and throwing him into prison? Since his craftsmanship is useless, it's better to let him continue with his work, but restrict his personal freedom. Zhang Xiaobao thought about how it was like in prison. At that time, he and Cuckoo were paid to work in prison. You were paid according to how much work you did. Then, you could buy daily necessities in prison. The price is very expensive. If you have more money, you can ask the outside to send it in. Even if you don't work, you can still live a comfortable life in prison. However, if you were not given freedom, it was easy to get into fights and get injured accidentally. The goal is to let you have a way to use your skills. Otherwise, if you were to be locked up in prison, it wouldn't be beneficial to society. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Longji about this matter. After hearing it, Li Longji nodded and said, that's true. Locking a carpenter in prison and making him do manual labor isn't beneficial to our Great Tang. However, we are worried that if they are as comfortable in prison as they are outside, will they continue to commit crimes after they get out? If they are caught, wouldn't it be a good thing for them to not be caught? Yes, there will be a portion of such people. They will be given a lighter sentence the first time they are caught, but the second time they are caught, their sentence will be heavier. Then, they will promote their morals and not the economy. It will make others feel that being in prison is a very shameful thing. They won't say that they have been in prison before and that they are impressive now that they are out. Don't give criminals this kind of soil. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. She was implying that he still had the face to say that. You're the one who's always in prison, and you'll always be able to buy official identification. Zhang Xiaobao retorted with a look that said, what does this have to do with me? It's everyone's responsibility. I'm just a user. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan exchanging glances. He coughed and said, why don't we find a place to test it out first? Maybe in your Sanshui County. My Sanshui County's prison is empty. Who would dare to cause trouble in my Sanshui County? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, Sanshui County won't do. It's too special. Li Longji remembered that Sanshui County was the best county in Great Tang. Not even Lu Zhou could compare to it. The people of Sanshui County were hardworking. Naturally, their income was high as well. Their benefits were good as well. Since the neighbors were proud of being from Sanshui County, they had a good relationship with each other. There would not be any haggling between the buyers and sellers in the market. This was because if the goods sold were not good, the buyers would not have to pick them out. The sellers would deal with them themselves. Everyone in the county worked together to protect the dignity and status of Sanshui County. That's the real paradise. When will my great Tang be like Sanshui County? Li Longji was lost in his thoughts as he muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. That's impossible. The smaller the place, the easier it is to govern. Great Tang, that's a dream. Sanshui County has its fair share of competition, but it's on the surface. No one dares to play tricks behind the scenes because they're afraid of me and Cuckoo. However, it can make the people of Great Tang better off than they are now. Wang Wan said, as long as Great Tang maintains its absolute ruling position, the people will protect this superiority. For example, if a citizen of Great Tang goes to Japan and is slapped in the face, Great Tang's fleet will go there and force Japan to give us a satisfactory explanation and suggestion. Then, this citizen will be willing to protect Great Tang's interests and listen to the guidance of Great Tang's officials. He will do his best because he knows where his dignity comes from. Yes, Cuckoo is right. Zhu Zan appeared at the door and said calmly, in the past, Nunu's status was not very high. Sometimes, I couldn't take care of her and she would be ostracized. Even if I knew, I couldn't get rid of all the people who bullied Nunu. I have my own difficulties. Later on, you guys fought. In the palace, I didn't have to deliberately protect Nunu, and no one dared to do anything to her. Now, her status is even higher. Just because you guys are afraid of bullying her, you guys brought your soldiers over. Zhu Zan had been listening outside for a while. The more he listened, the more emotional he felt. Listening to the words of the emperor and the minister, they were all trying to think of a solution for Great Tang. Princess Jincheng looked at Zhu Zan very gently and leaned her body against him. Her man could say such words, it meant that he wouldn't think of creating a new Tubo royal family. In the future, there wouldn't be a war. The lives of the people would be good, and so would she. At the same time, she also understood why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had such a high status in Great Tang. It wasn't just because one of them could fight and the other could handle economic matters. Also, they could chat with her emperor brother and come up with ideas that would benefit Great Tang. In the past, Tubo didn't have such people. Li Longji saw that many people came in and didn't talk about this matter, then let's change to Wanyan County and try it out. After that, we will promote it. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, the two of you continue to command the battle. I will talk to them about the future development of Tubo. After speaking, Li Longji brought the others out to look for Zhu Zan to talk about Tubo. The main reason was to talk about the problem of the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Under the special geographical environment and climate of Tubo, there were also special medicinal herbs. Zhu Zan, come, sit down and talk. You will be in charge of Tubo. They still lack things, so I will send them over. There's no problem. They are all citizens of Great Tang, and their living conditions are slightly worse compared to Tubo. However, you can't always expect us to send resources for free. We have to produce. For example, the various medicinal herbs at your place. Encourage your people to cultivate them. Also, raise more cows and sheep and sell them back. If you need anything else, you can use money to buy it. It's better than directly managing people, right? Li Longji gestured for Zhu Zan to sit down and said. Zhu Zan really didn't think about this problem. He was only thinking about how to raise chickens. Zhang Xiaobao's initial plan was to raise chickens. But now that there was no war, raising chickens wasn't a disaster. Instead, it was a benefit. Highland barley wasn't as delicious as rice, and it couldn't be compared to wheat flour. Thus, he was trying to develop poultry farming. Now that he heard Li Longji's words, it seemed that he should adjust his thinking. Your Majesty, I am raising chickens now. If I change, what should the people who have chickens do? Zhu Zan asked. If it was in the past, Li Longji really couldn't think of a good idea. But now, he had learned for a long time. Thus, he didn't think much and told Zhu Zan. Those who are already raising chickens can continue to raise them. But don't raise chickens that can lay eggs. Control it. If you let Tubo raise chickens, and they really develop, the people who raise chickens will lose money. If you do this, won't your place be cold? Use snow and ice to make a few more ice houses. Then, use your own government to buy a portion of the chicken at a lower price. Don't let the people who raise chickens lose money. Set the rules and decide which part of the country to raise and which not to raise. If there is a lack of chicken, take out the frozen meat to lower the price. You can still earn a little. Zhu Zan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Li Longji, he was very surprised. Your Majesty, you are too tired. You even have to think about such a small matter. What's there to be tired about? I am idle all day now. Do I need to think about such things? It's so simple. I feel that the most tiring thing is to guess what Xiaobao, Huan, and their younger siblings came up with. That's the hard part. Until now, I still haven't figured out why Xiaobao and the rest can still earn so much even after they're exempted from paying half of the profits. Li Longji said proudly. Zhu Zan nodded. He felt that he was really stupid. He shouldn't have asked such a question. When others felt that they were very idle, there was still a group of people who didn't dare to relax. Night fell. As the 1st Brigade's commander, Yang Chang looked at the 535 Highland model on the sand table and said to his subordinates, "We still have to fight. If we don't take down this Highland, it will be considered a failure. We have to fight, but my 1st Brigade only has 600 people left. We don't know how many people there are on the other side of the mountain. My 600 people have been attacking for a long time." The referee said that the morale of the enemy is low. Kong Lu was worried that his brigade would continue to charge up, so he reminded himself of the difficulty in front of them. Then let the 2nd Brigade go. Yang Chang looked at the 2nd Brigade's commander. This person was called Li Gong. Li Gong nodded firmly. I promise to complete the mission. Even if my brigade has to fight to the last man, I will personally charge up and take down 535 Highland. Okay, pass down my order. The artillery battalion will attack. The 2nd Brigade will follow. Yang Chang had no other choice but to use this tactic. Shi Chun didn't rest at all. He knew that the enemy would definitely take advantage of the night to attack. His battalion didn't plan to return alive. If they could use up all of the enemy's artillery, then the rest of his brigade would have an easier time. When the messenger reported that the enemy's artillery was covering the area, Shi Chun stood in front of the sand table. He didn't give any orders. He just watched. He had given all the orders that he needed. The only thing he could do was to wait for the referee to make the right decision. Li Gong returned to his room. The 2nd Brigade, attack. Full force. Don't wait for the enemy to appear. Advance while firing. Take it down in one go. Report. Our attack force has been blocked. The referee has determined that the death toll is more than 60 people. After Li Gong gave the order, not long after, the messenger ran in to report. Ha! Li Gong was stunned. Our army is under fire. Guns. They are natives. I know the commander isn't, but the rules say so. Why do they have guns? Sir Li, I can't tell you this. You can continue to command, or you can give up command and go to the sand table. The messenger repeated what he always said. I'm not going to look. Attack, attack. I'll know what happened after we take them down, Li Gong said angrily. However, he knew what happened before the battle started. The enemy's first line of defense had retreated when they were about to attack. They took over the trench. Then, the news came back. Report, our army has taken over the enemy's first line of defense. We found that they fixed the barrels in front of their guns. They copied how we fired and loaded the bullets. They didn't aim properly. However, because our army is full force and we have more people, we suffered a lot of losses. The referee has determined that our brigade has lost 170 people. Li Gong nodded. I understand. Their guns are the guns of our first brigade. It's easy to learn how to shoot. The hard part is to aim. That's why they fixed the barrels and didn't aim. In other words, when we attack, if we avoid that line, we won't be hit. It's my order to full force that harmed my brothers. Yes, the messenger replied. He's so capable. He can even take advantage of this loophole. If he didn't lead the natives but his family's protection team, would my brigade have been eaten by him? After Li Gong said that, he suddenly thought of something. Our artillery is useless. We've already fought 3 rounds. Why do they still have fortifications? The messenger ran out and hurried back after a while. Report, it's useful. Every time, our artillery can cause a lot of damage to the enemy's fortifications. However, they haven't stopped building. We've destroyed the ones above, but they still have places to hide below. Why? Don't they fight? Do they specialize in digging holes? Order, continue to attack. Tell the soldiers to avoid the enemy's straight line of attack. I don't care if I jump or crawl forward. Li Gong knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer, so he gave another order. Since they knew how the enemy was attacking, they should hide. If they hid, they wouldn't be afraid of being hit. Report, our vanguard is attacking. We found that the enemy target has been shot several times but hasn't fallen. He's scared and doesn't dare to move forward. The messenger didn't take long before he reported to Li Gong again. I'm convinced. Anything can happen, right? Order the attacking members of our regiment to continue forward. If they stop, shoot them on the spot. Li Gong didn't ask why this time. It was useless to ask. Report, when our army reached the enemy's third line of defense, the enemy counterattacked. Our army shot and hit 5 times. The enemy only has 1 person down. They're already entangled and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The messenger reported. Before Li Gong could react, another messenger ran in. Report, the enemy used their own bodies and ours to block in front of them and counterattacked. Our army has suffered heavy losses. I know. Okay, when the time comes, I must see who the enemy's commander is. They don't even let the dead go. They're really unscrupulous. Send a message to the brigade. I request the artillery battalion to continue attacking. Don't care about our casualties. All of our soldiers are to fight on the spot. No one is allowed to retreat. The artillery battalion's cannons sounded again. The battle continued. They fought until dawn. A day and a half had passed on the sand table. In a while, it would be 2 days. The vanguard of the Great Tang army took down the 535 high ground. In fact, it wasn't that high anymore. It was blown up by the cannons. Commander Yang Chang looked at the results but didn't look happy at all. A total of more than 1,700 people had died. After taking down the high ground, he found that the enemy was only a battalion, a logistics battalion. His artillery battalion had run out of ammunition. General, please. Yang Chang looked at Shi Chun, who was escorted over, and said. Shi Chun hadn't died yet. In theory, he had killed 3 people at the last moment. The enemy was aiming to capture him alive, so they didn't kill him. Hearing the strong emotions in the other's words, Shi Chun Weiwei smiled. If you have something to say it quickly. When the battalion was broken, I took poison. I don't have much time to live. Your military doctor's equipment is not good. Now, ask me something useful. I'll answer you selectively. How long have you been studying? Are you in the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family? Yang Chang asked. You flatter me. The inner court can't be in charge of the logistics battalion. The main force is 100,000 people. The commander is in the inner court. I'm the one who applied to join the inner court. I think after this martial arts examination ends, with my battle results, I can enter. Thank you. Shi Chun was still smiling. Chapter 1005. Hearing Shi Chun's words, the faces of the generals around him darkened. Yang Chang exhaled slowly. Where does your battalion belong to? Where are they? How many are there? Is the main force nearby? I belong to the left vanguard of our main force. They are to the west of us. They have a legion of 30,000 people. The main force you're talking about is Cuckoo's Central Army, right? She's not here. She's in the Yellow Mountain area. Shi Chun's eyes were full of sincerity as he answered without hesitation. Why did you come here? Why did your logistics battalion move forward? Yang Chang asked again. I'm an independent logistics battalion. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. Okay, let's stop here. Theoretically speaking, it's time for me to take the poison. I'm the last one to die. I'm going to the central sand table. After Shi Chun finished speaking, he walked away, leaving behind a group of generals staring at each other. He said he's an independent logistics battalion and belongs to the left vanguard. Their vanguard has 30,000 people. If we continue to move forward, we'll meet them soon. What should we do? Li Ji, whose entire 2nd Regiment had been destroyed, said worriedly. He meant that they only had one brigade, and it was already so difficult to defeat a logistics battalion. How could they fight against the enemy's main force? Why did you believe what he said? Logistics battalion. Do you think his battalion looks like a logistics battalion? The logistics camp had brought bows and arrows, broadswords, and shovels to dig holes to come here first. Where are the provisions? Yang Chang didn't believe him at all. But, the logistics battalion of Izhou had already rushed to the front. Kong Lu, whose troops had also been destroyed, said softly. This is not Izhou, and the soldiers are not the elites of the few forces. We don't have advanced weapons either. Send this news to the vanguard. Tell them to rest here and wait for the vanguard's orders. Yang Chang was in a bad mood. He had thought that they had encountered a powerful general and had a lot of defenders. However, after a fight, the artillery battalion had used up all their cannonballs. I've suffered a huge loss. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have attacked. It turned out that using cannons to bombard a mountain was not very useful in a situation where the enemy had trenches and underground shelters. Guns would not work if they were too close to the enemy. Pistols were still passable, but using a long spear with a reload of bullets would not show any advantage. Even if they were equipped with a bayonet, they would not be able to fight against the enemy's broadswords and spears. At this time, Yang Chang was dejected as he pondered. He concluded that even if he lost, he still had to provide useful information for his troops. At the very least, he had to send back information about the trenches. Shi Chun didn't care what the other party thought. His mission was complete. As he walked towards the center of the sand table, he recalled the battle that had just ended, thinking about what he could have done better. When he entered the center of the sand table, he was greeted by Li Longji's applause. Come, little Shi, come and sit down. You fought well. With a battalion of soldiers, you defended the high ground and calculated every step of the way. You fought until the enemy had 1,700 soldiers and exhausted their ammunition. Tell me, how did you fight? During this period of time, Li Longji did not sleep much. He always closed his eyes for a while, then got up and continued to watch the sand table. When the battle was over, he would wait for Shi Chun to come and look at the sand table. Shi Chun did not dare to be presumptuous. He clearly knew that the emperor had been watching the sand table and should know how to fight, but he still sat on half of the stool and said, the enemy thought that their weapons were more advanced, so they underestimated the enemy. They should not have sent troops to attack bit by bit and played with the tactic of adding fuel to the enemy. Instead, they should have covered the sand table with artillery and directly launched a general attack from all directions. This way, their losses would have been smaller than mine. Moreover, at the beginning, the artillery should not have stopped after a single push. Instead, it should have formed a hindrance for our command and support, so that our troops at the front could not retreat, and our troops at the back could not rush up. Also, we clearly knew that they were fighting with cold weapons, so we should have prepared in advance. Also, when their troops rushed up, there was no command at the back. I reckon that they will learn to be smarter next time. Good, 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 well said. They thought too simply of you. It's Cuckoo's fault. Usually, when she teaches them, she doesn't mention trenches. Instead, it's more about the theory of battle and not much about the actual situation. Li Longji did not care whether what Shi Chun said was true or not, but since the other party had won, it was worthy of praise. Thus, he pushed the blame to Wang Wan. They haven't learned for long and haven't come into contact with the real battle. Young lady, you first talk about the theory, and when they've learned enough, you will have us fight on the sand table. At the same time, you will point out the analysis and judgment of the various situations. Shi Chun spoke up for Wang Wan. In truth, Wang Wan had mentioned trenches and various bunkers, but she did not mention that after the trenches were blown up, they should immediately carry out civil engineering work. Wang Wan felt that the great Tang's army would not encounter too much trouble if they bullied others, so she did not emphasize that the artillery plows would be used once, and they would have to see the situation and judge if they needed to fight again. If they really fought, there were still troops in the air to help, responsible for reconnaissance and throwing down explosives. If they were too detailed, it would easily limit the creativity of the generals, making them lose their own uniqueness. The commander of the vanguard, Zhang Shougue, also received the report. This time, the report was very detailed. After reading the report, Zhang Shougue pondered for a moment before saying, "Send an order to the 1st Brigade. Tell them not to slack off and be prepared to face the enemy's attack at any time. No matter how thick the fog is, the scouts have to explore the entire area as quickly as possible. I don't want to hear another report of them being careless and causing more losses to our army." Soon, Yang Chang received the order from the vanguard. After reading it, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. That Shi Chun intentionally let us capture him so that we can keep thinking about whether there is a left vanguard with 30,000 men, so that we can judge whether he is really from the logistics camp. In truth, he can be from the logistics camp, but he can also not be an independent camp. We only want to take down 535 Highland, but the surrounding area is all mountains. Men, pass on my order." Reporting. Yang Chang reacted and shouted at the messenger. Without waiting for him to give the order, the messenger reported first. "Our Highland 535 Highland has suffered a fierce counterattack from an enemy camp. They are charging at us from the other side of the relatively steep mountain. Our army only has one group resting on the highland. Continue to attack, continue to attack. Aim and fire. Don't be afraid. Their weapons are not good enough. Kong Lu, Li Gui, take the rest of your troops and go up from this side to reinforce 535 Highland. Our 3rd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, Zhang Fan, take your 3rd Regiment and surround them from behind. Don't let a single one escape. After giving the order, Yang Chang sneered, this time, you are the ones attacking the stronghold. Let's see how you will charge up. Do you think you can bring a trench with you? A camp, I'll eat it. Order the scouts to continue expanding the search area. The enemy is not a camp, but a regiment. Find their regiment headquarters. I want revenge. Yang Chang's judgment was very fast this time. He guessed that the enemy could not have too many people. Otherwise, they would not have just watched as a camp was eaten. They were planning to exhaust the enemy's troops and at the same time use a camp to exhaust their own artillery. Reporting, there is thick smoke to the west of our army's provisions unit. It is being blown by the wind and is spreading. The provisions unit is requesting support. The messenger ran over to report again. Yang Chang slapped his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. He had made a mistake. When they encountered the enemy, they did not set up camp first. Instead, they relied on their superior weapons to directly attack the enemy. In the end, the enemy used a camp to delay them while the rest of the troops were looking for opportunities. Send my guards over. No, I will personally lead them. Think of a way to wet their clothes and block the smoke. Shoot at the smoke. Don't care if there are people inside. Yang Chang was worried that if he sent his guards away, the enemy would rush out and attack his main tent. He could only follow. This way, the referees would not judge that he was unable to defend and would be captured alive. The messenger took the model and moved it slowly on the sand table. Yang Chang watched. When they moved to a place with smoke, he would get more specific information. At this time, another messenger ran in. Reporting. When our provisions unit was firing at the west side of the smoke, the enemy probably had a camp of soldiers with wet cloth wrapped around their heads. They rushed up from the ground. When our troops turned around to attack, the enemy did not retreat. I think they have already started a hand-to-hand battle. Ah! Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao. I hate you all. You must have given special treatment to your own troops. Otherwise, how could they be so strong? Yang Chang roared, cursing with all his might. Only now did he understand why the enemy had sent a battalion to counterattack the 535 Highland with no regard for their lives. They wanted to draw away his strength, and even if they had to sacrifice another battalion, they would still be able to take down his army provisions. Looks like the enemy is really a logistics unit. Otherwise, the counterattacking camp would have been wiped out. Similarly, this camp would not be able to return alive. It was not easy to gain the advantage in numbers, but it was all lost again. A brigade deputy general next to him said to Yang Chang. Yang Chang nodded. Indeed. When one's own personal guards are sent out, their firepower will be much higher. Coupled with the troops guarding the provisions, they will be able to take down the attacking camp. As for the other camp attacking the 535 Highland, they will not have a good time either. Daring to fight like this and willing to fight like this, the enemy is definitely not their main force. They want to take down my brigade. But I am puzzled. Why do they cooperate so well? Because they are together almost every day. After many years, who likes to command and how to command, they already know each other. The deputy general guessed. Fight, fight, I also threw caution to the wind. Did they think that my brigade would be finished if they burned the provisions? Yang Chang said unconvinced. The battle continued. This time, Yang Chang's weapon was at a disadvantage. It played its role, and the referee gave him a lot of slant in his judgment. However, the 535 Highland was determined to be taken back by the enemy. This was because the soldiers guarding the Highland were very tired. Although they killed many enemies, the enemy rushed up and cut them down. Furthermore, the survivors jumped into the trenches again and waited for the enemy to rush up from all directions. Then, they jumped out and fought hand to hand. While Yang Chang was commanding his men to attack the camp that had ambushed the provisions troops, he didn't forget to pass down orders to the other troops. Don't rush up and fight with the bayonets. Throw all your throwing weapons into the trenches. I'll let them hide. The battle continued for another day. The camp that Yang Chang was in charge of sniping retreated with less than 200 people, leaving behind more than 500 corpses. The troops on the highland were completely annihilated. Yang Chang only paid the price of less than 300 people. 300 people killed more than 1,200 people, but Yang Chang was not happy at all. The total loss of both sides was about 2,000 against 2,000. However, his side had run out of ammunition, thrown away most of the throwing weapons, burned the provisions, and killed most of the transport animals. This is too unfair. How did the ammunition I carry get blown up? Do they know how to use hand grenades? Yang Chang was the most upset about this. It was impossible for everyone to carry ammunition at all times, especially hand grenades. However, after 6 hours of fighting, it was determined that his ammunition had been completely destroyed and he had exploded. The messenger hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I know what happened. They didn't use the hand grenades to make a sound. They used hammers to smash them. When one of them made a sound, the others all went off. The natives only knew that our weapons were powerful, so they wanted to destroy them." The referee's judgment was reasonable. What's reasonable? I don't believe that the enemy's commander doesn't know what the hand grenades are. Why didn't he let people smash the bullets? I want to see what are the chances of causing an explosion if the bullets make a sound. Yang Chang snorted angrily and said, We've smashed it. The enemy's commander said to smash everything, including our backup guns, the messenger said. Yang Chang was so angry that he laughed. Fine, you guys are ruthless. You clearly know what the hand grenades are, but you still went one round and blew up my ammunition. Even the referees couldn't say anything. Admirable, truly admirable. Everyone fell silent because this was very normal. If they said that they pulled the grenades or snatched the grenades and used them, that would be strange. They were natives, after all, and they were natives who were very good at fighting. They were natives who could fight on par with them and not be at a disadvantage at all. This was an eye-opener. They had never heard of such a thing before. Yang Chang looked at the sand table again. Don't let a single one of them go. Find the enemy's headquarters and capture them alive. I want to see who it is this time. Do I know them? Reporting, we found 3 pillars of smoke rising from Highland 7222 ahead, followed by 2 more. A messenger came in and reported to Yang Chang. Orders, gather the troops and charge down. I don't believe that they still have a battalion guarding up there. We'll retreat after the battle. It's too dangerous here. Yang Chang did a quick calculation and gave the order. Reporting, we found 4 pillars of smoke about 5 kilometers southeast of our army. Reporting, we found 3 pillars of smoke about 5 kilometers west of our army. Reporting. About 15 li or 18 li to the east of our army, there is a very thick pillar of smoke. Reporting. 2 pillars of smoke rose from Highland 7222 again. Before Yang Chang's troops finished gathering, 4 messengers came in one after another and reported to him. Yang Chang was shocked and said in a panic, Quick, quick, gather. Gather as fast as you can. Don't rest. I know what's going on. The smoke from Highland 5355 at the beginning was a message to the surroundings. We've been fighting for 3 days, and they've already surrounded us. Run, no, we can't run. Find me a mountain. The rest of our army will go up and defend. No, don't go up. Find a place with water and order the troops not to fire and waste bullets. Young Chang found a scout and finally found a place that was not too far away and could temporarily not fight with the enemy. There was a water source here. There was a small pool that kept the water flowing out of the spring. However, it was in a depression, and there were mountains on both sides. Orders: 500 people on both sides of the mountain and guard it. As for the rest, 1,000 people will set up a temporary camp. As for the other 1,000 people, those who are injured will recuperate first. Those who are not injured will be responsible for guarding. Young Chang finally gave an order that he thought was smart. He did not rush up the mountain to defend. Li Longji, who was at the center of the sand table, nodded. Not bad. He knows to find a place with water. If he really rushed up the mountain, I'll remove him from his position right now. Empress Wang laughed softly. He must know how Ma Su died. Fuyang is full of small mountains. What's the use of him guarding them? Young Chang still didn't know that his decision had allowed him to avoid a calamity. Standing in front of the sand table, he was constantly wiping his cold sweat. Although he knew that everything was fake, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. It was mainly because of the constant reports from the messengers that made him feel like he was in command on a real battlefield. Send a message to the vanguard. Our army has lost all of its provisions and gunpowder. We are surrounded in the mountains of Fuyang. We don't know how many soldiers the enemy has, nor do we know which division they belong to. Our army can only hold on for 5 days. After 5 days, if there are no reinforcements, our army will break out of the encirclement. If we fail to break out, the vanguard's 1st Brigade will fight to the last man. Brigade Commander Yang Chang will die for the country. Yang Chang's tone was resolute. He understood that even if he was in a real battlefield, if he couldn't break out of the encirclement, or if there were too few people who could break out of the encirclement, he wouldn't have the face to live. After receiving the report, Zhang Shogui frowned. He carefully looked at the sand table and compared it to the map. After standing for a while, he ordered, "Send a reply. The 1st Brigade will rest for half a day and break out immediately. Head north and enter the forest fire area. It has already rained. If we rush in, we might have a chance of survival. If we wait for reinforcements, we will definitely die." Zhang Shogui's order was passed down, but Yang Chang didn't receive it. This was because the scout in charge of hiding and helping to receive and transmit information had been killed. He had been killed by Wang Yi's sniper battalion that had been sacrificed to delay the enemy's advance. He had just led his battalion out of the encirclement in the rain when the messenger told him that they had discovered a few enemies. Since the people on both sides couldn't reveal any information and could only fight to the death, he didn't have anyone interrogate them and directly killed them. Once these people died, the communication between the north and the south was naturally cut off. Wang Yi actually knew what the enemy was doing. It was just a small team of a few people. Other than being a radio station messenger on the battlefield, what else could they do? However, his messenger didn't tell him that they had discovered the radio station. This was a decision made by the referees. Once they said it, he would immediately know what it was. If they brought it to him, he would probably use it. That wouldn't do. Thus, they didn't mention what they had discovered. Wang Yi sat down and looked at the sand table. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he laughed. Let's see what you guys are going to do now. Chapter 1006. No one can accurately predict the outcome of a battle, no matter how great his advantage is or how good his plan is. Wang Yi looked at the sand table and recalled what Wang Wan had said and what Zhang Xiaobao had added. Yes, because we can never calculate everything. Some things are due to environmental factors, while others are due to human factors. Therefore, what we need to do is to think hard and persevere. Even if it's just one soldier, he has the chance to change the fate of the entire battlefield. Therefore, when you're on the battlefield, never give up, even if you're fighting alone. Yes, I can. I'm not fighting alone. I have brothers. Call the team leader of the first team here. Wang Yi waved his fist and ordered the messenger. Soon, 13 people entered the room. They represented the 13 team leaders of the sniper battalion. None of them had died, but their organization was not full. Some soldiers had died. Come here. Just now, we killed a few enemies. A few. I think they're the mobile radio team responsible for the transmission of information. Why are they here? Wang Yi pointed at the sand table and asked the 13 people. Only 2 of the 13 people had the surname Zhang and Wang. Like Wang Yi, they belonged to the inner courtyard of the Zhang and Wang families. They were all quite young. They looked to be in their early 20s. There was a number 4 on the chest area of their clothes, which meant that they were students of the 4th batch of the family military school. Wang Yi's number was 2. I think that they're here, which is the place where the fire didn't burn, because their vanguard divided into 2 groups. One group went to Wukong, and the other group went to Fuyang. They needed to communicate with each other in between. At the same time, they were also responsible for the transmission of information to the troops that came from Hangzhou. A young man with a baby face was the first to speak. Wang Yi nodded approvingly and asked the young man, Xiao Dong, how do you think the vanguard will divide into 2 groups? Where will the main force go? Where will the feint attack and control troops go? Why? The young man who was called Xiao Dong had a serious expression on his face. He furrowed his brows and put his hands together, circling his thumbs around each other. After a long while, he replied, logically speaking, the main force should have taken the Fuyang route. Although there are hills in Fuyang and the road is not easy to walk on, it is much easier than the Wukong route. If they took the Wukong route, they would have passed through the Tianmu mountain. If they continued to head west, besides Mount Huangshan, there was also Mount Jiuhua. The main force will have more supplies and cannons, so it won't be suitable for them to travel too many mountain paths. However, the enemy's vanguard is Zhang Shogui, and his style is to take the enemy by surprise and scheme for his own success. Thus, I believe that the enemy's main force must be on the northern front, while the detour to the south is their main force. Is there anyone who disagrees? Wang Yi asked the other 12 people. The 12 of them shook their heads in unison, and one of them stood out. Even if we guessed wrong, we still have to guess according to this. We don't have much time to hesitate. General Wang, please make a decision. If you want to stand, then stand. If you don't, then be crippled. Wang Yi nodded and said, okay, according to the judgment of the referee group, there are still 541 people in my camp. Each of you will lead 30 people and leave this place. Each of you will fight for yourself. I want you to try your best to find the enemy's radio team and destroy them. None of the 13 people said anything, agreeing with this idea. As for the remaining 151 people, they would naturally be led by Wang Yi. Since there are no objections, when we depart later, you can discuss among yourselves who will follow behind the enemy's main force, who will follow another route, or move in another direction. I want to lead people straight into Hangzhou Harbor. I want you to stay calm no matter what difficulties you encounter. You can't rush into the enemy's gun muzzle when you find yourself surrounded. If there is a way out, take your people and run. Try your best to stay alive. Wang Yi lectured. Because he was a second-year student in the family, his status was higher than the others. The 13 people listened carefully. Xiao Dong stood out again. General Wang, I understand. We are the elites of the family. We will never do anything stupid. We have already completed the mission of delaying the enemy, and we have also forced the enemy to divide their forces. We must think that if we kill one, we will break even. If we kill two, we will make a profit. They are not elites. We have the ability to fight independently. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are in the same camp. They have arranged 14 inner courtyard commanders, including you. They definitely don't want us to die so easily. What we need to do is to fight a classic battle and let everyone know that the inner courtyard of the Sanshui Zhang family and Wang family has their own abilities to be proud. Okay, dismissed. Fight for the dignity and glory of the main family. Wang Yi saluted. Fight for the dignity and glory of the main family. The 13 people returned the salute in unison. Fight for the main family. A messenger also shouted. You are. Wang Yi turned his head and asked. The messenger lifted his outer clothes, revealing the pattern on the chest of his inner clothes. It was a small rice seedling with 2 circles around it. I am from the outer courtyard, 2nd class. I will soon become 1st class. I believe that I will definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard, although I know it will be difficult. The messenger raised his head and puffed out his chest, speaking with a firm tone. I believe you can. Let's work hard together. Fight! Wang Yi encouraged. The 13 of them dispersed. Immediately, another messenger from this room came to the center of the sand table and reported to the referee group that one of the messengers was actually with them. He even repeated the words of Wang Yi and the others without missing a single detail. Li Longji hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. His work and rest schedule were irregular. When he heard the messenger report, he waved his hand and said, I know. You did well. Your Majesty, do you want to change people? Empress Wang asked after the messenger ran back. What people? Many of the messengers are from Xiao Bao's family. For example, the messengers in Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's room can't be found from other rooms. Otherwise, if I go over, I will be really worried about whether or not someone wants to harm me. But did you see which messenger gave the 2 of them additional information? They still care about their reputation. What if they are caught cheating? Those outstanding commanders are loyal to the main family. That's good. How can people who don't love their families be patriotic? If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of the generals objecting, I would have reformulated the rules so that the commanders of the Zhang family and the Wang family can also use guns and radios when they get their hands on them. After all, they know how to use them, and they are very proficient in them. Li Longji expressed his thoughts, which meant that he didn't care at all. He showed absolute trust and generosity. Wu Huifei, who was beside him, opened her mouth but didn't say a word. Empress Wang saw her action and asked, Sister, what do you want to say? I'm afraid that if my words are heard by others, they will misunderstand that I want to frame Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It's better not to say it, Wu Huifei said very softly. It's okay. Sister, just say it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are no longer afraid of being framed. Empress Wang insisted. Li Longji was also very curious and looked at Wu Huifei. Seeing this, Wu Huifei could only nod. Then I will say it. I remember that Lord Zhang said that because there were no soldiers in the capital, he used a method of recruiting soldiers. Then, he used the weak to fight against the strong. That was when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were partly in favor of it, but there were also some who strongly opposed the recruitment of soldiers. Now it seems that it was right. The soldiers will listen to whoever takes out the money to raise the soldiers. Therefore, the Tang Empire now has a compulsory military system. When the soldiers are given benefits, it is not because of their labor, but because of the extra rewards given to the soldiers. In this case, the generals can't directly take out money to give the soldiers and let the soldiers know that they are only fighting for the Tang Empire, right? Hearing Wu Huifei's words, Li Longji understood. What Wu Huifei meant was that since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo knew about this, why didn't they mention the guards raised by the noble families? Should they follow this idea and make the guards of the noble families in the Tang Empire the compulsory military system? Empress Wang was relatively stupid, but she understood after thinking for a while. She said, "That won't do. Sister Huifei, you should know the power of the noble families in the Tang Empire. If His Majesty really wants to do something to them, he may force them to fight a civil war. Will your family support him?" Empress Wang's last sentence was to ask Wu Huifei if her family could guarantee that they would support His Majesty when he took action. If Wu Huifei said yes, she would start with her family. If she said no, what was her intention? Wu Huifei wasn't afraid. She continued, "My family probably can't support it. What I want to say is that many families don't have the same number of guards as the soldiers on their books. They should be investigated thoroughly. Start with my family. If there are any extra guards, they should be fired. I'm not afraid that the noble families in the Tang Empire have private soldiers. No matter how powerful they are, can they beat Xiao Bao's protection team? Now that it is so convenient to send messages, they can't rebel even if they want to. Unless it was Xiao Bao and Wanwan who rebelled, no matter where it was, as soon as there was a sign, it would be extinguished by the two of them. I believe that it would be easy for them to take care of a family. But as we all know, if they had this idea, they would have succeeded long ago. Therefore, what I want to say is that if there are more guards, there will be fewer farmers and workers. It's not good for the development of the Tang Empire." This time, Li Longji and Empress Wang nodded together. Li Longji said, "It's true. Even if the guards are paid and can go out to buy things, when they do nothing at home, it's a waste. It's a waste that belongs to their family. If they go out to do something, it will be helpful to the investment and output of the Tang Empire." Empress Wang said, "Yes, in the past, when the noble families raised soldiers, they would send them to fight when there was a war. But now, the Tang Empire doesn't need to do that. Their guards have no other purpose except to serve as ceremonial guards. It's not like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's guards. The people who want them dead are the rulers of the countries around the Tang Empire. Many people know that as long as the two of them die, the Tang Empire will be in chaos. Because the Tang Empire is developing too fast, so fast that the officials in the court can't understand it, let alone control it. Only Xiao Bao can handle it with ease. Everything is under the control of him and Cuckoo. In that case, I'll go and ask them." Li Longji felt that the problem was not easy to solve. He got up and walked to Wang Wan's room, followed by a group of people. In Wang Wan's command center, Zhang Xiaobao was busy arranging the expansion of the family's business according to the sand table and map. Wang Wan curled up and slept on the bed. She was sleepy. When Li Longji and the others came in, Zhang Xiaobao was still talking to himself. "My family should give up the farming industry in the various regions and give the locals a chance. The logistics of water transportation can't take up too much of a proportion. The best combination is the industry that provides technical guidance and consumes the local resources. In the case of precision processing, we don't need to use the Chongping position. The price of our precision processing industry fluctuates to achieve the goal of suppressing prices and balancing the profits of the people who provide the raw materials. Then, the problem comes. Should I reduce the trade links and reduce the cost, or should I allow the trade industry to flourish, thus increasing the cost and giving some of the trade groups more profits? If I were to reduce costs and reduce the number of links, would there be a situation where the traders would lose their jobs? If I allowed them to exist, would they continue to raise the price with the resource consumers after they gained control of the resources in the resource lands? Would they continue to exploit the local resource producers, thus obtaining more profits in the middle? This matter is troublesome. I can't relax it, nor can I tighten it. Do I have to use the country's protection mechanism? Can't economic matters be economic matters? The hearts of the people in the world. When Li Longji and the others came in, they happened to hear Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Longji was immediately touched. Xiao Bao was such a good person. Look at Xiao Bao. Look at how difficult it was for him to develop his family's business. Not only did he have to consider how much money he could earn, but he also had to consider how much space he could leave for others to earn money. He even had to consider who was being squeezed when others were earning money. Zhu Zan was also moved, because he felt that Zhang Xiaobao didn't kill them all back then. He always left a chance for them to live. Otherwise, who knew what kind of impact Tufan would face? Princess Jincheng whispered, just as the E-hexagram shows, even if you seal the 7 gates, only one gate will survive. Unless you don't know how to retreat and walk into a dead end, the heavens will be clear, and killing will not be satisfying. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Princess Jincheng's movements, he turned his head and looked back. He smiled and said, "Do you all have nothing to do? If there's nothing, I'll look for you. Unless I'm hungry and want you to make something to eat, I'll ask you a question, and you answer it properly." When Li Longji came, he was afraid that he would disturb the two of them arranging the battle. However, one of them was sleeping, and the other was thinking about his family's business. It wasn't that they had nothing to do, so he was relieved. Zhang Xiaobao was very dissatisfied and said, "Be quiet, Cuckoo is asleep. If you have something to say it in the corner. Someone, arrange a place for us." Everyone's footsteps woke Wang Wan up. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Foster mother is here. Have you eaten dinner?" "Oh, His Majesty and concubine Hui are here too. Princess, you all are here too." Empress Wang loved Wang Wan the most. She quickly walked over and covered her with a quilt. "Cuckoo, go to sleep. It's long past dinner time. It's already 4 o'clock in the evening. You haven't eaten, right? What do you want to eat? Mother will get someone to make it for you. It's 10 o'clock. I'm not sleeping." "Xiao Bao, you're not sleeping yet. Did something happen at home again? Let's put it aside first. We'll talk about it after we win this battle. There's no hurry. Foster mother, don't worry about me. I'm going to sleep. I'll just get up and arrange the defense of Mount Huangshan. I'll take a bath and eat something later." Wang Wan turned over and sat up. It was obvious that she was not in the right state. She greeted everyone and went out to take a bath. Zhang Xiaobao also went out. They could take a bath together. Li Longji was very depressed. He muttered, "What am I doing here? Waking them up to take a bath. It seems that I'm really idle. I'm meddling in more and more things." After a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came back. Zhang Xiaobao was holding dry tofu rolls with spring onions and bean rolls with chili sauce. He was eating happily. Wang Wan was holding a big jiamo with minced meat in one hand and a bowl of clear soup in the other. Empress Wang pulled Wang Wan to sit beside her. She watched her adopted daughter eat little by little. She felt more comfortable than eating herself, even though she had her own son and daughter. Li Longji was not so polite. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the last bit of bean rolls and asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's okay. It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. It has its own flavor after being cooked and fried. It doesn't lose its original color even if it's coarse. When you're hungry, you can eat chaff. When you're full, you can eat honey, but it's not sweet. I used to be afraid of starvation. It has nothing to do with money." Zhang Xiaobao took another sip of tea and said, "I don't understand. I have money. I ordered a table of dishes. I spent money. I'm willing to throw them away. Why do you care?" Li Longji was very energetic. Zhang Xiaobao put down the teacup. "I don't care. You can throw them away if you want, but don't talk business with me. Otherwise, I'll be very willing to refuse and attack your business. You're wasting survival resources." If you buy 100 crystal cups and throw them on the ground, few people will say anything about it. If you order a table of dishes and you know you can't finish them, you'd rather throw them away. Naturally, there will be hungry people who will rebel. Do you expect people who don't have food to reason with you? There are different kinds of wastage. The people who really waste food are poor, at least in terms of cultivation realm. The really rich people demand quality of food, not quantity. If you order a table of shark's fins, all kinds of shark's fins, and release them to attract flies, that's because you have the ability. If you order 20,000 pounds of steamed buns and throw them to the ground, the people who rebel because of hunger will want to kill you first. Your Majesty, you came here to talk to me about the problem of food. Then I'll have to tell you why I'm eating dried tofu. It's because this thing has a lot of protein in it. After I eat it. Xiao Bao, I know. What you said is very reasonable. I will never buy 20,000 pounds of steamed buns and throw them to the ground. What I want to ask you is how to get the guards of the various families and rich people to form a labor force in production. Li Longji was really afraid that Xiao Bao would talk to him about food. He knew that the food of the Zhang family and the Wang family was indeed good, but most of it was eaten. They didn't take out millions of strings of cash to buy food and throw it to the ground. Money wasn't used that way. In Xiao Bao's words, it was a lack of responsibility to society and wasting food. It was an inferiority complex that poor people showed when they were moving towards the stage of becoming rich. Xiao Bao said that if you have money, you can buy jade and throw it for fun. Like his sister, you can throw big pearls on the marble floor. They look good when they bounce, and roast duck with agarwood. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't want to talk about food anymore. My family just sent a few abalones. Cuckoo and I bought them when we were young. They've been there for many years. After they're done, they're worth 9 taels a head. They'll definitely weigh more than 1 pound. Li Longji swallowed a few times and glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao. What I'm asking is how to solve the problem of the wasted labor force. Oh, I see. Okay, Your Majesty. To be honest, labor force isn't wasted, and social resources aren't wasted. This is a process of increasing resources and subsidies. You want to suppress this process and then generate more social taxes, right? That's easy. Zhang Xiaobao had already understood what was going on. Li Longji's question was so classic that even Wang Wan, who was eating a jiama, had several ideas to deal with it. Chapter 1007. Li Longji perked up when he heard this. Actually, he knew that the quality of the guards had nothing to do with him. As long as he didn't overstep his boundaries, it wasn't like the guards were spending his money. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well find something to do. No matter who the guards were, they were all laborers. If they stayed in other people's homes, they would be missing out on social activities. Take care of your own home. No matter where they are, the rich and powerful will send people to manage the city and countryside. In short, they will be the city enforcement officers. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger and said. Li Longji thought about it carefully and said, What's the difference between them and the bailiffs? If they really do the work of the bailiffs, the rich and powerful will be willing to send them. It's an opportunity to participate in the work of the bailiffs. It's a symbol of status and identity. How can they be bailiffs? They will gather together and be assigned to different areas. When they see uneven roads, they will help to fix them. When they see muddy rivers, they will clear them. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers. Also, if anyone's fence is falling, they will help to fix it. When they see children and elders falling, they will help them up. Of course, if they see bailiffs arresting people on the streets, they will also stop them. Although it's a small matter, someone has to do it. For example, if it's raining heavily and the rivers are rising, or if there are puddles in the fields, they will organize themselves and help. This way, the imperial court won't have to fork out extra money. Li Longji was very happy when he heard this. He realized that if he followed Xiao Bao's instructions, the atmosphere would be better. The roads would be easier to travel, the transportation would be more convenient, and the flow of goods would be faster. There would be less mud, and the rivers wouldn't be blocked easily. The risk of the dam collapsing would be reduced. If he helped those who were busy with work and didn't have time to fix their houses and fences, it would be safer and would save them a lot of effort. However, Xiao Bao, have you been so busy organizing logistics that you've lost your mind? This is called doing chores, not managing them. The masters of the guards aren't stupid, so why should they work? Not to mention Xiao Bao's reputation, even if I issued an imperial edict, it would be useless. Do you believe me? Li Longji woke up from his dream of Dabing and happily told Xiao Bao that he had been angered. Zhang Xiaobao waited for Li Longji to finish before he explained, "Of course we can't work for free. We can give you some benefits. If you give me money, where can I not find people to work for me?" "Xiao Bao, I've realized that you're not as smart as Xiao Bei. The older you get, the stupider you get. When you're busy with logistics, your brain isn't as good." Li Longji finally found an opportunity to attack Zhang Xiaobao, and he began to mock him. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. He sympathized with Li Longji. Didn't he just lose a few times in the past? Was there a need to think about revenge all the time? Money? No. Who gives them money? Give them a chance. A chance to participate in the local government's plan every year. For example, the big families have a lot of cows. The cows need to eat grass. The government wants to use a lot of land to grow rice this year. In that case, the cost of the large families would naturally increase by a lot. When he was involved, he could bring up that if the cost of raising cattle increased, it would be detrimental to the local economic development and unity. This is because other than renting cows to the local people to farm, I still have cows to sell milk. If my costs increase, should I pass this cost to the people who rent the cows or put it on the sale of milk? Zhang Xiaobao suggested a new idea and even gave a simple example. Li Longji's eyes lit up. He felt that this idea made sense. After thinking for a while, he slapped his thigh. "All right, I think this idea is feasible. The large families pay high taxes, and we should give them some preferential policies. But, will they be able to control the local government's annual plan?" Li Longji also had his own worries. What if the local government started to give preferential policies to the large families because of this? Who would protect the interests of the ordinary people? There was already a problem. The large families and aristocratic families were very aggressive in acquiring land. Li Longji had previously allowed them to do so, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo strongly opposed it. Furthermore, when they were working together, they checked the amount of land each other had. If they had a lot of land, they would not be allowed to work together. This was why they were able to suppress them. This was because the money they earned from owning land was not as much as working with them. According to what Xiao Bao said, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Longji was afraid of, but he wasn't. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. They can only participate in the local government's plans and give their own ideas. They can't help the local government make a decision. The local government will weigh the pros and cons. For example, if the large family with a lot of cows signs a contract with the local government, it means that the local government will give a big discount to the people who rent the cows as long as it doesn't affect their ability to raise cows, or if they don't increase their costs or even reduce their costs. You see, if I'm the county magistrate of a certain county, and I see that the yield of one kind of crop, such as wheat, is getting lower and lower, then I have to change the crop. If the conditions permit, I will change it to a paddy field and plant rice. If you sign a contract with the person who raises cows, I can move out a piece of land that doesn't have a good yield. I can ask the Sea Gnome Temple for good grass seeds and plant them for you. Your costs will be reduced, and the lives of the people in my county will be better. Wang Wan ate the jiamaw and also agreed, Xiao Bao is right. In the future, we should find more people like him to come to the capital and participate in the meetings. We can treat them as representatives of the people, although they don't directly represent the interests of the common people. Xiao Bao is just a bait for the urban management team. The real purpose is that whoever wants to participate in the local government's plans and who wants to obtain more benefits must first pay the price. After the martial arts competition is over, Xiao Bao and I have already discussed and will propose a tax distribution system. The more money you earn, the more tax you have to pay. This money will be used for the welfare of the common people and public welfare. This is not harming them, but protecting them. Otherwise, if the gap between the rich and the poor is too big, the common people will rebel. Not to mention the money, they might not even be able to keep their lives. This proposal is very difficult. Your Majesty, you must support it. Li Longji listened and suddenly shivered. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan was very big. It turned out that the problem he raised was just a part of their plan that could be easily solved. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei also looked at each other. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted to leverage the fundamental interests of a large number of people. The backlash could be imagined. Would the two of them be able to withstand it? Gao Lisher broke out in a cold sweat. He was very clear about how many ministers in history had ended up when they touched the interests of the noble class. His godson and daughter-in-law were challenging the entire class. Li Longji stared blankly at a certain spot. The entire room immediately fell silent. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had indifferent expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them had long thought of a solution. The power of the nobles could never be eliminated. Even if there was a change of dynasty, it was just to get rid of a batch of nobles, keep a portion of them, and raise another batch. After a full 15 minutes, Li Longji finally returned to his previous state. He nodded slowly with a solemn expression and said, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I believe that what you're doing is for the betterment of Tang. After the martial arts competition is over, I'll give you the military authority of the Two Rivers Basin. You can transfer more troops from the Luzhou, Shuzhou, Tubo, and Bohai commanderies to the capital and Luoyang. Li Longji had made his decision. The Two Rivers Basin was naturally the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. He wanted to use Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's hands to make a move on Tang's current aristocratic families. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other in surprise, but they were also touched. Li Longji's action was no different from giving up the country. What was the difference between giving up the military authority of the Two Rivers Basin and letting his private soldiers enter Chang'an and Luoyang? Both of them stood up and bowed deeply to Li Longji. They said at the same time, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Longji sighed happily. It's not easy to get you to give me a sincere bow. Don't thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Keep the military authority for now. When things settle down and nobody dares to make a move on you, I'll take it back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat back down. Zhang Xiaobao returned to his usual playful self. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to hold the military authority. We didn't say that we'll make them pay a lot of taxes in one go. Naturally, they won't be willing to take things for free. We can exchange benefits and make them pay more taxes on their own accord. Oh. No need for you to hold the military authority. Can they take the initiative? Xiao Bao, what are you going to use in exchange? It can't be the advanced technology of the Ministry of Works, right? If that's the case, I'd rather let you hold the military authority. If they hold the technology, can I still control them? If they take the technology and run outside to develop, how should I deal with them? Li Longji spoke the truth. He had always been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the nobles, not the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Over the years, he had already thought it through. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't interested in the imperial authority. They just wanted to build up Great Tang. He didn't know why the two of them, or perhaps the two behind them, thought this way. They seemed to treat everything as a game. They wanted to have a good time, but they definitely weren't willing to be the judge. The reason why he wasn't worried about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan was mainly because they had the technology and capability. Even if they wanted to become the emperor, they could just find a place overseas to develop. However, they chose to remain in Great Tang. As such, they were the most reassuring power. If it were any other clan, they would have long rebelled. Your Majesty, don't worry. Right now, I won't let others have the technology. I'll only be at ease if it's in my hands. Exchanging technology is indeed the best method, even if it's advanced civilian technology. However, I won't give them this either. I'll give them the authority to use the technology in a period of rapid development. I'll use this to exchange for a voluntary increase in the tax rate. Those who aren't willing, I won't force them, but they can forget about getting a chance. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Wang Wan was also full of smiles. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good again. Li Longji was puzzled. What nonsense was this? Xiaobao, be more specific. Give me an example that I can understand immediately. I want to see how many people will fall for it. Empress Wang and the others nodded. They loved to see Zhang Xiaobao use schemes. It was so satisfying. Chapter 1008. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and greeted everyone with a smile. Then, he coughed softly. For example, Your Majesty, you are the head of a rich family. Your family does business, and there are people in your family who are officials in the imperial court. You are prominent in the local area. The tax you usually pay is 15% to 20%. I want to charge you 40% of the tax. Therefore, the imperial court issued an edict saying that the Tang Empire will raise the tax from 20% to 40%. Those who agree will go to the Ministry of Works to receive compensation after signing the contract. Will you go? No. Li Longji shook his head. If you compensate me with a bunch of light bulbs, I definitely won't be able to get back the tax money. Besides, the tax is long-term. The compensation must be one-time. I have to consider for my descendants. I'm not done yet. Your family's annual turnover is 1 million strings of coins. Based on the tax your family paid last year, if your family's turnover exceeds 1 million strings of coins, if you agree to pay 20% more tax, you'll get permanent distribution rights to the 4 train carriages of the Jingluo to Luoyang Railway and the Jingluo 002 train. Wait, Xiao Bao, you're even giving out the distribution rights of the train carriages. There are only 4 trains in operation now. You're giving out 4 carriages of 1 train just for 200,000 strings of coins. Even if you're willing, I'm not. With 4 carriages of goods, you can earn more than 600 strings of coins a day, right? A carriage should be able to carry about 20 meals. 4 carriages is 80 tons. 200 strings of coins is no more than 200,000 copper coins. 1 ton of goods can't earn 1.5 copper coins. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking, Li Longji became anxious. He was only calculating the price difference between the capital and Luoyang. What if he transported more valuable goods? Wang Wan hurriedly persuaded, Your Majesty, what Xiao Bao means is the distribution of carriages. It doesn't mean that you don't have to pay the fare. That is to say, there are 4 carriages under your control every day. But whether you use them for yourself or others, you have to pay the fare. If they only transport grain and pay the fare, they won't be able to earn 200 strings of coins. Of course, it's impossible for them to transport grain, but the price difference between the two places is high. 4 wagons is just an example. In reality, it might be 2 wagons. Xiao Bao, with a turnover of 1 million strings of coins, it's not much to give 2 wagons, right? Yes, it's not much. Because it's a short journey from the capital to Luoyang, it only takes 2 carriages to make a profit of 500 strings of coins a day. I believe that many people will be willing to pay more taxes. Zhang Xiaobao calculated in his mind. Li Longji still shook his head. That's still a lot. You said that it's permanent. If I ask for an extra 200,000 strings of coins, it'll still be 200,000 strings of coins a year. Besides, he arranged a carriage for others, so there are naturally other benefits. Zhang Xiaobao felt extremely helpless. Why was Li Longji's brain not working properly? He turned to look at his godfather and asked, "Foster father, what do you think?" Gao Lisher pondered for a moment and said, "If the carriage is given away, that person's influence will increase, and the benefits it will bring to them will definitely far exceed 200,000 strings of coins. As long as they aren't stupid, they will be willing to take the carriage. There are times when one loses money in business. Presumably, no matter where the price of the goods is, the carriage will be able to generate profits. However, since it's Xiao Bao's idea, I believe that you naturally won't let them off so easily. It's just that I haven't thought of a reason yet." Gao Lisher was very honest and approved of his godson's way of doing things. Doing business that lost money was not his godson's style. "Many thanks, foster father." Zhang Xiaobao thanked Gao Lisher with a smile. Of course, there was no sincerity in it, but Gao Lisher didn't care. He gestured for Zhang Xiaobao to continue. "Your Majesty's thinking is very correct, but there is a prerequisite. That is, the carriage from the capital to Luoyang will only run 4 times a day. If I increase it to 40 times a day, running once every hour or so, giving you the management rights of 4 carriages, you will immediately feel a lot of pressure and the competition will be fierce. In the future, there will be even longer distance railways. Didn't we agree this year that I will be in charge of the money, and you will be in charge of the workers? We will build 30,000 kilometers, and I will use the management rights of these 30,000 kilometers of railway carriages to exchange for the majority of people who are willing to take the initiative to raise the tax rate. As for the minority who don't support it, what can they do when the time comes to enforce it? The later they support it, the fewer benefits they will receive when the time comes. We have to think of a way to spread this news as a rumor." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he gestured and told everyone what he had envisioned. Wang Wan laughed happily at the side and added, "Don't look at how it's powered by the steam engine now. After we increase the number of carriages, we will immediately share the profits of others. The faster the development of technology, the smaller the profits of investments that don't consider the technology in the short term. A year later, they will realize that the profits they take out every year are far less than the figures they once imagined. The extra money will become the tax of our great Tang. When the time comes, there will be more leeway to choose whether to use it for medical treatment or education. We can even subsidize the farmers." Yes, subsidize the farmers. It's not obvious now, but in the future, the land tax will gradually be abolished. This is the law of social development, but in the process of buying and selling food, there is a need to levy taxes. No one can resist this trend, and we can only seek more balance in the rise and fall of the trend. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "In this world, the internal stability of a country will always be based on the proportion of tax and land. With land, the problem of survival will be solved. With tax, the problem of welfare will be solved. As for the carriages, they are all fake. If you have them today, you might lose them tomorrow. If you give away the management rights of all the carriages, I will one day let the Ministry of Works catch up with the development. I will change all the steam engines to diesel engines, and the number of carriages will naturally disappear." "Ah." Li Longji was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. He felt a chill down his spine. He felt that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were good people. If they were talking about land, they usually did not occupy it. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County, Zhuangzi, were still as big after so many years. The land in Tubo that was closest to the pass was also nominally given to the imperial court. They went to Qinghai Lake to occupy it again. There was also the northern part of Hebei province that was nominally also under the imperial court. They had to pay more rent every year. There was also Luzhou. Although the Zhang family and the Wang family were the absolute rulers there, they still did not claim a piece of land for themselves. They only occupied it outside and would return it to the Tang Empire when the Tang Empire's forces passed. They knew the importance of land. Hence, they did not touch it. Wu Huifei felt the same way as well. She said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about what you said today. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a smile. It's fine even if you tell them. They still have to raise their tax rates voluntarily. I have compensations and backup measures. I'm only asking those who earn more to pay more tax. I'm not going to kill them all. As for the land, I'll slowly take it back from them. I can give them other things in exchange. Land is related to the stability of the country. I won't compromise. I'll force them to make a decision willingly. Wang Wan chimed in, my family is the first to be willing to raise the tax rate. Money is only a burden to a certain extent, not a blessing. Moreover, my family doesn't have to pay 40% tax. It's 60% tax, 60%. What kind of compensation do you want? Li Longji was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was shocked by Wang Wan's words. 60% tax. Would there still be profits? Perhaps, the restaurant between the clouds and the water could, but wouldn't the other businesses suffer losses? If they ran out of money, their intelligence network wouldn't be able to support them. If the Zhang clan and Wang clan lost their intelligence network, it wouldn't be a good thing for Great Tang. Thinking of this, Li Longji waved his hands. No, 60% is too much. You have your own matters to attend to. You aren't pure merchants, so you have to ensure that you have sufficient guards. Every year, your family takes out a lot of money to do things in the name of the royal court. We can't bully your family anymore. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng glanced at one another. The two of them tacitly thought of the same thing. Great Tang had to ensure that the interests of the Zhang clan and Wang clan were guaranteed. Under normal circumstances, the two clans were a power that every ruler feared. However, in Great Tang, not only could they not suppress them, they had to support them. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's talents had already determined their positions in Great Tang. Wang Wan's smile remained unchanged. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. This is a matter of 300% of the cost and 500% of the profit. So what if we have to pay 60% tax? If an item that costs 10 copper coins is sold for 40 copper coins, we have to pay a 60% tax of 24 copper coins. I still have a net income of 16 copper coins, and a portion of this 16 copper coins will be used to subsidize other industries. The profits will still be there. What kind of toy can earn so much? Your family's luxury goods. Li Longji thought of glass. Cement used to be a luxury item, but it wasn't now. He just didn't hand over the formula for cement, and he didn't allow others to buy and sell it. However, the price of cement had become very low. Your Majesty, you have forgotten. You promised us that you would let us establish the Great Tang heavy industry. We control the entire industrial system of Great Tang, and the profits will naturally come from the industrial side. Technological products are the most profitable, and luxury goods are just small toys. In the future, I will compensate those who are willing to pay a high tax rate for technological products. I will allow them to earn money, but I won't allow them to touch anything that involves the foundation of Great Tang. This is because money is something that can be lost at a crucial moment in the country. Zhang Xiaobao brought up the words he said on the ship to Jili province. Li Longji suddenly understood. So that's what he was waiting for. Right, it was agreed that the Great Tang heavy industry would be handed over to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Only by letting them manage it would he be at ease. There were too many crucial technologies in it. Gao Lisher interjected, Xiao Bao, in other words, when you make deals with others, you will suppress them every time. When they don't have enough profits, you will compensate them in another way. Yes, it's easy to ruin the business of one family, but I don't dare to ruin the business of all the major families in the Great Tang. But in the early stages, as technology develops and people become smarter, their competitors will gradually increase. Every time I make a change, I will compensate them so that they have a chance to increase their competitive advantage. However, when there are too many choices, there will be a large number of people who will not be able to manage their business as well. The faster society develops, the harder it will be for them to make a choice. Only a small number of people can stand in the noble class. The rest will be buried in the tide. Perhaps it won't take long. 10 years. 20 years. Today, the families that we use to exchange tax rates will drop by 90% or even more. This is because the development and application of various technologies in Great Tang is too fast. This is a development speed that Cuckoo and I expect and push forward. However, to me and Cuckoo, not only do we not find it abnormal, we find it slow. Zhang Xiaobao said another result, which was that those who agreed to pay more taxes would gradually be squeezed out in the process of technological development. So what if they were a millionaire? A person with a net worth of several billion yuan could collapse overnight. There were many cases of giant enterprises collapsing in an instant. Even countries could go bankrupt. What else could not happen? Li Longji and the others finally witnessed the ruthlessness of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They seemed to be willing to sacrifice many things for the stability of Great Tang, including the people abroad and the rich in the country. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. Zhu Zan had a deep impression of this. He had personally experienced it. The civil and the martial were working together to achieve the same goal. Just like the snow on a snowy mountain, under the calm surface, there was a power that could turn the world upside down. Revealing even the slightest loophole and giving others a chance would result in an avalanche. This was how Tubo collapsed. They had sent people to cause trouble once, but they suddenly got in the way of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo leading the development of Great Tang. Thus, the two of them were forcefully removed, regardless of how many people died in the process. Zizan Chide no longer felt resentment. What he felt was more helplessness. Tubo did not have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Tubo did not send people to kill them in advance. No, they had already sent people to scout Sanshui County to find people and things worth killing. In the end, they sank by the small river beside Zhuangzi where the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family lived. That river, that small bridge, and those two Zhuangzi seemed to be filled with mysteries ever since they were born. Other than Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's relatives, the people in the inner court were the ones who understood the situation the most. They could not get any information from them. The only one who could be considered an outsider was Song Jinggong. It was said that he used to be a swindler and was very good at swindling people. He had never failed in his swindling for many years. In the end, when he went to someone else's manor, he failed miserably and even lost his capital. Later on, when people asked him why, he kept it a secret. Every time he got drunk, he would only sigh and not say anything. He was the number one on the list, but he never challenged Zhang Xiaobao, much less left the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Why was he so afraid? As he thought about it, Zizan Chide suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaobao, you said that you feel that your development is too slow. Does that mean that you are not worried about encountering any problems, such as developing too quickly and exceeding your control? Li Longji was also thinking about it. When he heard Zuzan Chai's words, he reacted, that's right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, you don't seem to be afraid at all. What are we afraid of? Where are we going now? It's just that after a period of time, the use of industrial investment in the people's livelihood will cause a portion of the handicraft workers to lose their jobs. It's not a big deal to find a new job for them, right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Wang Wan replied, yes. In theory, it's impossible for people to lose their jobs. The so-called unemployment is not working because they can't find a job with the same income as they want. The contradiction is that how much money you want to earn, what kind of job you can do, and what kind of job you want to do. The faster the development, the more opportunities there are for employment. Careers are always relative. If a country has too many people with careers, it can only mean that there are problems with the country's economic structure and industrial technology. It's definitely the responsibility of the ruler. He or she did not manage to balance the country's income, so he or she has to support the people with careers. What if they don't support them? Li Longji felt very uncomfortable with the responsibility being pushed to him, so he asked in a loud voice. Zhang Xiaobao followed up and said in a loud voice, then they are not loyal to the emperor and are not patriotic. As long as they are given a chance, they are willing to betray the country for more income. Ah! Li Longji was at a loss for words. As the emperor, he still cared about the loyalty of the people. He didn't want to need a lot of guards when he went to a construction site like Beijing one day. He didn't want to treat the people who were supposed to protect him with their lives as enemies just because he felt guilty. He felt that as the emperor, it was too sad to live like that. If that was the case, he wouldn't be as good as Xiao Bei and the others. At least wherever Xiao Bei and the others went, they would be loved and respected by the people as soon as they revealed their identity. Xiao Bao, you keep saying that there are problems. Do you have any ideas to solve the problem of career? Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao angrily after being frightened. What was the use of always finding problems? The main thing was to find a solution. I do. Zhang Xiaobao became serious. Actually, Your Majesty has already done a good job, so there's no need to worry. I'll solve the problem of career. It's not a big problem anyway. I'll use the money you gave me from the bank to set up a long-term training class. Whoever has a career, I'll give them living expenses first before teaching them survival skills. If those who have a career aren't willing to do manual labor, I'll teach them simple mechanical operations. Once they learn how to do it, they'll naturally be needed by other industries. I can teach them simple accounting, and they'll be able to find similar jobs. I can even teach them how to edit words. In the future, Great Tang's industries won't be based on production but entertainment and services. After they learn how to edit words, they can find a small newspaper office to work for. Of course, you'll be the one paying for it. If they can't learn it in the first period, they can continue to learn it in the second period. If they can't learn it all the time, they won't be able to withstand the gazes of others. Our great Tang is a country with dignity and backbone. The same goes for the people. They have their own pride, and if they can't learn it, how can you be so shameless as to refuse to pay for their living expenses? Wang Wan added, Xiao Bao is right. There are many jobs in society that don't require too much skill. I don't require everyone to know how to calculate calculus, probability, and psychology. Ordinary jobs don't require that. What a normal industry actually needs is a skilled worker, especially for private businesses. In that case, the country can help to nurture the workers' proficiency. The country has to pay for this. Right now, it's the money that Your Majesty left with Xiao Bao to support it. It won't be used for the time being, but Xiao Bao already has a plan. As long as they have a career, Xiao Bao will fork out your money. So, you don't have to worry. Xiao Bao and I are more than capable of handling such matters. Then, what if I'm not willing to fork out this money? Perhaps Li Longji felt that he was too afraid and embarrassed, so he asked. Chapter 1009. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan coughed and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaobao also coughed and said, "That's simple. Your Majesty, if you don't want to pay, someone else is willing to." Li Longji didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao would be able to stop him from arguing. He asked in disbelief, "Who's so nice?" "There are merchants. They're willing to pay to set up a relative skills training school. No matter how old you are, you can go and learn," Zhang Xiaobao said. "Oh, there are good merchants too." Li Longji nodded happily. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "They charge money. In the past, the school also charged money. All of the schools set up by merchants also charged money. Then, they said that after graduation, they would recommend you to various places to work. Listen carefully, it's a recommendation. After the recommendation, the other party said that he would be paid 80 copper coins a month. When he heard that it was too little, he thought, I spent more than 200 copper coins a month when I went to school to learn skills. I spent more than 10 copper coins a month studying for a year, and then he was paid 80 copper coins. Why should I study? You didn't go and work. Some went and found out that others were being paid 400 copper coins a month. Then, you asked why, and they said that your demands were too high, so you were fired. They dare. I want their heads. Li Longji was furious. Why wouldn't they dare? They even helped you train them. You have to praise them. You have to think about it this way. Now you don't have to fork out any money. If they train 100 people, and 20 of them end up working for low wages, won't that solve 20% of your employment problem? Zhang Xiaobao smiled and explained to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded in shock. How can they be so shameless? Yes, this is called having a superior obey. Take the money. I have so much money in a year that I can't use it all up. Take it out for me. You have to prepare. Once they have a career, send them to the school for training and give them living expenses. We are not a fatuous ruler. We are not so thick-skinned that we can sleep peacefully knowing that there are people waiting to be fed. We don't want to hear curses behind us. That's it. Your Majesty, don't worry, the money won't be spent in vain. I will make arrangements according to each age group. The older ones will be skilled workers, and the younger ones will continue to work and learn at the same time. And in the future, for those who will do the same kind of mechanical work, I will also let them receive different kinds of training in order to avoid the impact of the workplace they are familiar with closing down, and it will be difficult for them to find another job. As an experienced person, Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with this matter and felt that it was not a big problem. Of course, he did not think that some leaders did not know. They just thought that they would not be able to stay for long and would retire. Therefore, when they were in office, they would only benefit their own family. As for the lives of the people, that was another story. Li Longji had no idea what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. But when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's reply, he was extremely satisfied. Look, our great Tang has Xiaobao and Cuckoo. What do we have to worry about? As long as that country, the people are rich, we believe that there will be a day when great Tang will not fear any place in the world. Li Longji almost said that country in front of so many people. This was a thorn in his heart. Fortunately, Great Tang's situation had been good, and its industrial development was very fast. He hoped that he could catch up to them and compete with them in terms of military strength. Empress Wang also said, Xiao Bao, it's fortunate that you did not play any tricks in Great Tang. Otherwise, with your ability, the people of Great Tang would probably be counting the money for you. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? When Wang Wan heard Empress Wang's voice, Wei Wei smiled and did not say anything. Only she knew how capable Zhang Xiaobao was. Liar, big liar, you actually have the face to sue others. You are finished. Tell me honestly, and I might be lenient with you. In Old Willow Village, Xiao Bei and her group found the person who was still pestering the girl in the village. That person was actually very young, in his 20s. At the entrance of the village, he was telling a group of onlookers how it was not easy for him to earn some gold. He wanted to get a jewelry and marry a wife, but in the end, he was cheated. When Xiao Bei saw him sitting on a tree stump, she rushed up and grabbed his collar with her right hand. What are you doing, little brat? You, don't shoot. When this person heard someone call him a liar, he was frightened. However, when he saw that it was a cute little girl, his face immediately darkened. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the little girl take out something from the right side of her waist. It was golden. That's right, it was something coated with gold. This was because he knew that this little girl would not be able to hold pure gold. He was also very familiar with gold. At a glance, he could tell that it was a handgun with a golden sand surface. A child, gold, and a handgun. When these three things were combined, he wisely raised his hands. He knew that he had provoked someone he should not have. You recognize a handgun. You're quite knowledgeable. Take a guess. Is my gun real or fake? Can it kill people? Did you just call me a little brat? Xiao Bei gestured with the gun. She was currently using a wooden gun, and the outside was indeed covered with gold dust. She put the loaded gun on her left side and held it with her right hand to feel comfortable. That was the last thing she had to protect herself when all the guards were down. Normally, she would not take it out. This brat did not know the situation. When he saw that she was holding a gun, he trembled. He was afraid that the child would impulsively shoot, so his hand was still raised. He looked behind Xiao Bei and found that there were many people, all dressed differently. There were also adults. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He said in a trembling voice, "No, I'm not calling you. I'm talking about myself. You're a cute little girl. Hold the gun tight. Who's your little sister? You liar. You can fool others, but can you fool me? I sent a telegram to my brother, and he told me to come and catch you. I also discussed with them and said that 3 grams of gold is not worth much. Would a businessman who can open a school and provide food and shelter for 70 people for free ruin their reputation for 3 grams of gold? You underestimate the people of the world too much. We calculated that 3 grams of gold is not even enough to pay for a meal for 70 children. Tell me, why did you frame me? Be lenient if you confess, and strict if you resist. Do you know the consequences of the 2 choices?" Xiao Bei felt that she represented all the justice in the world at this moment and questioned the other party. This brat did not know who the other party was. His words were scary, but he thought that the other party was right. 3 grams of gold was not enough to pay for a meal for the children in the school. His voice was still trembling as he asked, What consequences? How about confessing? You finally confessed, right? Confess, yes. Confess, confess. Drag him out and shoot him. Xiao Bei continued to scare him. What about resistance? The brat asked again. Resistance. Resistance will be shot on the spot, ha ha ha. Look at how scared you are. Your face is pale. Weren't you very bold when you framed me? A fake gun can scare you like this, ha ha ha. Xiao Bei loosened her grip on the brat's hand and threw the gun to the ground. She covered her stomach with both hands and squatted on the ground, laughing. The brat's face turned from white to green, and then from green to red. His eyes were about to burst into flames, but he did not dare to do anything to the little girl in front of him. This was because he saw that the fake gun was indeed fake. The muzzle and the grip were embedded with gems. The muzzle was a cat's eye stone, and the grip was a broken jade. The outside was coated with gold, and there was a very comfortable light fragrance. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely the smell of agarwood. This toy gun represented too many things. If he touched the owner of the gun, he would be doomed eternally. Xiao Bei laughed for a long time before he slowly stood up and put the gun away. He tilted his head and asked, "My brother said it was you, so it must be you. Tell me, how did you get the gold down? There's no trace of it." The brat gradually regained his composure and knew that trouble was coming. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I'm not lying. Their family stole 3 grams of my gold. It wasn't easy for me to save up that little bit of gold. They can't do that. I want to see an official. I want justice. You can't just beat me into a confession." "Ha! You know how to beat me into a confession." Xiao Bei saw that the brat was still not admitting to it. She recalled what her brother said in the message and continued, "You didn't scrape it with anything, nor did you burn it with fire. But you concocted a potion and then dipped the unmarked bracelet in it. As a result, you dipped 3 grams of gold in it. Then you got the gold out of the potion. There are at least 2 ways. One is to use the displacement reaction of wet alchemy, such as spicy powder, heat it up, and then separate it. The other is, if you use this method, my brother and sister said that will give you a chance. You'll serve in the Ministry of Defense and learn other techniques there. If you use the first method, you'll be sentenced to death. But you have to think carefully. If you're caught by us, the lightest punishment is exile. We'll send you to a remote place. If you die on the road, it's your bad idea. Tell me, what did you use?" The brat felt that all the pores on his body were open and a chill was coming out. He trembled and asked, "What's the second method?" "We're asking you. You won't tell us, right? You want to get lucky, don't you? You think we're tricking you, right? You don't believe that we can exile you, right? Come on, take him away and send him to the government office in Guo province. We'll sentence him directly." Xiao Bei had been coerced for her own business and was full of anger. She finally found a place to vent her anger, so she kept asking questions. "I said, don't arrest me. I made a generator myself. I found that many interesting things can happen when 2 poles are put in a liquid. I used this to make some gold and put it in a specially prepared potion. Then, I added something to it to make it look like before." The brat was very straightforward this time. He saw the embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on the chest of the person who came over. He was not stupid enough to not recognize what it meant. He immediately guessed who the little girl in front of him was. He admitted that he was too unlucky and did not think too much. He immediately reacted and confessed. He did not think that he could get away with it by chance. That would not work. As soon as he confessed, the surrounding villagers, who had been listening to him talk about how he had suffered and how he had been cheated, were in an uproar. Some even wanted to rush up and beat him. Generally, such people were the ones who had complained about the jewelry seller in the beginning. Now, they felt that what they had said before was wrong. They were sad and blamed themselves, so they planned to beat the brat to vent their anger. "Don't move." The little girl who sold the jewelry stood up and glanced at the surrounding people with a cold face. She said, "It's fine as long as you can prove my family's innocence. The bad guys will naturally be punished by the authorities. My jewelry shop will continue to operate from today onwards. Uncles and aunties, if you have any jewelry that you want to hit, please do me the honor." The villagers were immediately speechless. Hearing these words was even more uncomfortable than being beaten up. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He had met a powerful sister. He reached out and tugged at the girl's clothes. "Sister, how about this? I'll get the Ministry of Works to make something. It's a mechanism. We can put it on the doll and the doll can move. Let's cooperate. Your family happens to have craftsmen who are good at it. I'll leave the business to you. The girl smiled at Xiao Bei and said, Xiao Bei, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, my family would not be able to turn over a new leaf. I'll make it for you for free. As long as my family can make it, it's fine. That won't do. Free things don't last long. Just like the people in your village, I believe some of their children are still studying in your school. You can collect some money in the future, or you can chase all of them back home and not let them study anymore. Xiao Bei gave his idea in a loud voice. His eyes scanned the faces of the surrounding villagers and he realized that no one was blushing. A villager who was close to him lowered his head and said, Uncle was wrong. Uncle will wait for your father to come back and apologize. He then said to Xiao Bei, You're Xiao Bei, right? Xiao Bei turned away and ignored him. Wasn't this nonsense? He had already called him that just now. That person didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and continued, The village is about to start fighting over this matter. The families of all the children who study in her school are all protecting her family. If I can't get her father to forgive me this time, I'll have no descendants. Then why didn't you believe it in the past? Xiao Bei's expression improved when he heard that this person had such a heavy oath. He asked. Because her family is too rich. Among the surrounding villages, only her family is rich. I don't know what I'm thinking, but I just want her family to be unlucky. This person spoke his mind. Xiao Bei was dumbfounded. Ah. She's rich, so you want her to be unlucky. Since my family is rich, do you want me to be unlucky too? No, who dares to think about it? Your family is standing on the clouds. It's too high. You don't even dare to think about it. Her family wasn't so rich in the past. They only had a small shop. Later, her family didn't just make gold and silver items. They also made copper, iron, aluminum, and lead items. They weren't expensive, but they made a lot of them. They became popular in 2 years. It was the same in the past, so why did her family become rich? Although I don't say it, I keep thinking about it in my heart. It's very uncomfortable. The person continued speaking. The surrounding people listened as well. Some nodded, while others sighed. Xiao Bei turned around to look at Xiao Yuan and the rest. Xiao Yuan stood up. Brother and sister have talked about this before. They said that we should wait for a while before the overall conflict will manifest. I didn't expect to see it today. I have to report it to brother and sister so that they can prepare in advance. Alright, report it. Send it now. Why? There's a rich family in the village who can bring you along to earn money. At least your children don't have to spend money to go to their school. You're not like us. We have brothers and sisters at home to teach us. It's really like what brother said. A person's heart can't change completely. Corrupt officials can't be killed. It's really too difficult to maintain the balance of a country's citizens. Xiao Bei recalled what her brother and sister had said. She still remembered that her sister had listened to her brother's words. She could only sigh in response. The telegram was sent out very quickly. Xiao Bei didn't leave. She wanted to figure out how to solve this problem. When they received the telegram, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. The two of them were fine. They already knew where the enemy's vanguard was and were just waiting for them to arrive. Li Longji and the others hadn't left yet. They also knew that there was still a period of time before the main forces of the two sides would meet. So they found a corner in the headquarters where Wang Wan was. They gathered together, drank tea, and chatted softly. Li Longji and the others were shocked by what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just said. They didn't expect that the two of them had actually thought of such a big plan and were implementing it bit by bit. When Xiao Bei's message was sent, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already asleep. Li Longji said to the person who came to wake them up, "Did Xiao Bei send news over?" The person who sent the message nodded. Li Longji said, "There's no need to wake them up. Xiao Bei must have sent me a message. Give it to me." The person who sent the message didn't refuse and directly handed it to Li Longji. In fact, he already knew what the message was and wanted to see how the emperor would solve this problem. Li Longji thought that Xiao Bei had answered his question about why they had to fork out half of the profits even though they were tax-free. In the end, he happily opened the piece of paper with the contents of the telegram and was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at the people on both sides and passed the piece of paper back to them. He said, "Xiao Bei, you're bound to come back with a lot of trouble every time you go out. We haven't even solved the previous issue, and now we're talking about internal conflicts among the people." Empress Wang took the piece of paper and looked at it. She said, "What Xiao Bei said seems to have always happened. It depends on how the local rich families handle their relationships with others. For example, Xiao Bao's family is from Sanshui County. Everyone knows that their family is rich, but no one in the county wishes for their family to encounter any misfortune." Gao Lisher also took the piece of paper and looked at it. He said, "In the past, this problem didn't seem serious because there were very few rich people in a village. Usually, it would be good to meet someone with a little bit of money in a county. However, in the future, many hardworking and smart people will inevitably become wealthier than others. Of course, Xiao Bao will also collect more taxes from the rich, but I'm worried that this kind of thing will become normal and no one will pay attention to it. That will be the main contradiction in a good society like Xiao Bao. It's better to wake Xiao Bao up." As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were woken up. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and gestured to Wang Wan to let her continue sleeping. He got up himself, took the piece of paper, and looked at it. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's easy to solve the problem in only one place. We just need to get the family that sells jewelry to another place, and then get the rich people from that place to come here. It's best if they are also jewelry makers. This way, when the local people see that the rich people are not from their village, they will have less of a comparison with their previous lives. Therefore, it will be easier for them to accept the new people. But in the long run, this won't work, so we can only use one method." "What method?" Li Longji and the others asked almost at the same time. "Publicity." Zhang Xiaobao replied seriously. Chapter 10:10. This time, Li Longji didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to give a more specific explanation. He said clearly, "I will let the Ministry of Rights take care of it. You guys should hurry up and make the film for me. Use it for publicity. It's convenient and direct. Then I'll go back to sleep." Zhang Xiaobao threw down this sentence. Without waiting for Li Longji's permission, he fell back to sleep. Li Longji yawned. He was also sleepy. He took a sip of the tea on the small table and said softly, "Find a place to rest. These past few days have tired me out." Empress Wang also felt tired and got up. Qi De and Zhu Zan were still energetic. Gao Lisher didn't show any signs of fatigue. Only Wu Huifei was reluctant to leave. She turned her head to look at the sleeping Zhang Xiaobao. She really wanted to go over and wake him up so that she could ask him about the doubts in her heart. Yes, it was doubts. Wu Huifei once had a wish to be empress, but it was later ruined by Wang Wan. Not only did she not do anything to Wang Wan after scheming against her several times, she also caused her own side to suffer great losses. If it wasn't for her status, she would probably have been dealt with by the two of them. No one would be willing to cause trouble again and again. It was with this thought that Wu Huifei came to watch the show. In the end, when she came in contact with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she discovered something even more interesting. That was, even if she couldn't be an empress, she could be a powerful economic leader. She also had to be involved in politics. The two aspects of politics and economics actually had such interesting interactions. Moreover, a change in a small aspect could have a huge impact. When one saw through the surface and saw the essence, there was a special sense of achievement. Therefore, Wu Huifei always liked to listen to Zhang Xiaobao give ideas and analyze what he said. Politics and economics are truly mysterious and wonderful. Your Majesty, when you go back, you must find a few books written by Xiao Xiaobao for people who study economics. I want to study them properly. Wu Huifei said to Li Longji as she walked out of the room. Her eyes flickered as if she was yearning for something. Li Longji glanced at Wu Huifei in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That's fine. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao's use of this Tao has already reached perfection. If he uses it for good, the people will be in good health. If he uses it for evil, the people will not be able to make a living. I hope that after you come into contact with them, you won't use harmful means to the people just to earn pocket money for yourself. Learn from Xiao Bao. His family has a lot of money, and he's also willing to invest in public welfare. It's not that he can't earn more money, but he's worried that the impact on the people will be too great, so he's been holding back." Li Longji had money, and he was also willing to spend it on the palace. However, he also knew that Empress Wang and Wu Huifei liked to earn money themselves. Empress Wang's method of earning money was to take the women in the harem to do embroidery in their spare time, and then take it out of the palace for Gao Lisher to auction. She didn't earn a lot, but it definitely wasn't a small amount. The auction price of embroidery in the palace wasn't low, but Empress Wang was more willing to play with the palace maids, such as playing badminton and shuttlecock. Now, she was also infatuated with soccer and wanted to form a women's soccer team. Wu Huifei's power in the palace wasn't as great as Empress Wang's. She cared more about her status, so she rarely got along well with the palace maids. She could only help to organize poetry and other gatherings behind the scenes, and let the merchants advertise for her to earn money. From the looks of it, she wanted to learn more skills. She might even want to invest. Li Longji was afraid that she would earn too much money and disregard whether her actions would cause losses to the people, so he told her in advance. Otherwise, if Xiao Bao found out about the problem, he would take strong measures. Wu Huifei nodded obediently. Your Majesty, rest assured. Your subject wife knows what Xiao Bao is doing. He has always kept his bottom line. He is doing this for Kong Long's remorse. It's good that Kong Long's remorse is known. Don't be like Zhang Shougui. Even though the news was cut off, he still rushed to Mount Huangshan without a care. Cuckoo is currently setting up a trap at Mount Huangshan, and her sniper camp is also following behind them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If they really do as they are doing, we can only hope that the natives they meet in the future won't be smart. Otherwise, how many good men of our great Tang will lose their lives? While they were speaking, Li Longji's group had already returned to the sand table in the center. Sweeping his gaze over the sand table, Li Longji was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Shougui. He had sent out quite a few scouts, and they had covered a considerable distance of 30 li. However, why didn't they clean up the traces left behind by the cannons? How dangerous was it to be targeted by the enemy's sniper team from afar? Once the sniper team received news of their main force, they would immediately use smoke signals to call the police and expose the enemy's position. At that time, it would be useless even if they killed everyone in the sniper camp. Your Majesty, who is the commander of the group following behind Zhang Shougui's group? His goal was very clear. He was not like a normal small team commander who would lose focus and panic when they were fighting alone. From the way they are leading the group, it feels like they know what's going on in the center of the sand table. Their sense of the big picture is too strong. Zuzan Chide also leaned over to take a look, looking at the sand table and the various orders given by the referee. He couldn't help but praise. Li Longji also wanted to know who that unhurried and confident commander who had been tailing Zhang Shogui's army this entire time was. He glanced at the referee. Someone from the referees immediately reported, "Your Majesty, the current commander leading the 30-man group is a fourth-generation cadet from Wang Wan's family. Similarly, there are also the commanders of the 12 other groups in Wang Yi's camp." No wonder. The fourth-generation cadets are all nurtured and competed against one another in the inner court. How could they be easy to avoid elimination? Oh. We understand now. Cuckoo was afraid that the enemy would be too close and wouldn't have time to make arrangements, so she sent out a group of elite commanders to delay the advance of the enemy's vanguard even if it meant sending them to their deaths. But in the end, man proposes but the heavens disposes. That day, when there was no wind, Wang Yi saw the enemy hot air balloon team, so he ignited the entire mountain fire ahead of time and brought down Zhang Shogui's air vanguard. Formidable, Wang Yi. Well done. When Li Longji heard this, he immediately understood the strength of the sniper battalion's commander. The sniper battalion was usually used for sniping and sneak attacks, and was considered a special force. In order to complete the strategic deployment, Cuckoo had reluctantly thrown them out. But elites were elites. If they were given the slightest chance, they would cause endless trouble. Once the enemy's air force was eliminated, Wang Yi would have completed his mission. Without the scouting team, he wouldn't be able to find anyone, so he would naturally hesitate, giving the Central Army more time to prepare. Your Majesty, how should we train them? Back then, this subject rejoiced. At this moment, Zuzan understood how important an outstanding commander was. Wang Yi of the sniper camp had used his actions to show everyone what it meant to disregard the orders of the emperor. In a situation where there was no communication, he could fight on his own and even form a faint pattern of cooperation with his allies. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had led the logistics team to Tibet back then, they probably wouldn't have needed Xiao Bao to follow the economic strategy closely. This kind of commander who was a chess piece but still had the big picture in mind was too rare. Li Longji wasn't sleepy anymore. Thinking about how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were sleeping, he suggested, "Let's go and take a look at Wang Yi and the others." The group of people excitedly strolled to other places. "Everyone, follow me. Wait at a concave area in front of the cliff. Prepare the crossbows and shoot at the enemy's small group at any time." When Li Longji and the others arrived at the door of the person called Little Dong, they first heard the voice coming from inside. Usually, such a small group wouldn't be given a room. However, under special circumstances, if one person was in charge of delivering important information, he could be given a room to talk about how to avoid being chased and tracked. Little Dong was currently in such a situation. Li Longji was at the door, and when he heard this, he chuckled. Empress Wang also covered her mouth and laughed. She knew what the small group Little Dong was talking about was. It was Zhang Shogui's communication team. Each team only had a few people, and they specifically found a place to hide. For example, on a dense tree, in a patch of grass that was at least half a person's height, near a pond, in a concave area on a cliff, or beside a mountain cave. They didn't hide inside because the enemy would usually search inside. And Little Dong didn't say that they would attack the enemy's communication team, but a small group. He was acting as a native. As for why the natives were so smart and familiar with the enemy's formation and hiding spots, it meant that someone had been to Great Tang and had specially learned about it, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. This was what Little Dong had done. He had already removed the 2 communication relay points behind Zhang Shogui's vanguard. He had found one accurately, and this time, he was waiting for the enemy to ambush him. When the messenger saw Li Longji and the others, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded to Wei Wei, indicating that he knew that they were here. You can see very far. Have you discovered the enemy? Little Dong was very engrossed. Even though there was only a sand table in front of him and a few small models on it, he was lying on the back of the chair with his head lowered, afraid that the enemy would discover him. This was a habit. During their training, they would always be pulled into the wilderness and have each of them hold a map. Next to them would be 1 or 2 people with a radio behind them to evaluate the situation. If you were to hold the map and follow the route on it while advancing or dodging, you could easily be seen by the enemy nearby if you stood up. What was the point of playing then? The person with the radio behind them would just tell you that you have been discovered and eliminated. He was completely engrossed in the task, as if he was really dodging the enemy on the battlefield. To him, the sand table was no different from reality. In a real battle, if he had the chance, he had to personally observe the terrain. During the process of giving orders, he had to control the advantage and concealment of the attack spots in units. For example, if he had the time on a small mountain, he would first observe which spots were suitable for an ambush, such as whether there were dense grass or potholes, whether there were large trees nearby, how tall the trees were, and whether he could arrange snipers there. Then, when he returned to the command center, he would complete the map and arrange for people to go there. If a battle really broke out, he would immediately be able to determine which position had been lost and who was next to that position. This was what Wang Wan required of a commander. Even if you were only leading a small squad of 5 and I gave you a squad machine gun, after you had observed the terrain, even if your eyes suddenly went blind, you had to provide the necessary firepower at the crucial moment. After learning this, you could then continue to command more people until you learned strategic arrangements and deployment. Little Dong had been promoted step by step like this. He was already qualified to command a battalion, but because there were too many talents in the Inner Courtyard Military Academy, he could only command a small squad in this military test. Right now, because of Wang Yi, Little Dong could only command a small squad. Otherwise, in the Middle Army, he could command a large squad. The Middle Army Sniper Battalion was the best, and his second-year student was the battalion commander. It was a fact that this battalion was elite. Everyone, hide well. I'll ask again. Have you discovered any members of the enemy squad? Little Dong asked again. His hands formed a circle in front of his eyes, representing the binoculars. The messenger took a pair of binoculars to Little Dong and said, "For now, we haven't found any traces of the enemy. We're still observing. Captain, do you want to hide a little?" The messenger was very dedicated at this time. On one hand, he was responsible for sending messages to and from the central sand table, but on the other hand, he had to play the role of the scout for Little Dong's squad. Li Longji was excited. This Little Dong was really too fun to play with. He snatched the binoculars of others and even insisted that they were things that could see very far. Yes, in theory, the radio natives shouldn't know how to use it, but if they snatched the binoculars, they could use them. With this thought in mind, Li Longji whispered to Empress Wang, "Zhang Shougue is in trouble this time." Based on Little Dong's command, the referee panel will judge that Little Dong led his team to easily break through the scouting net set up by Zhang Shougui's scouts. Then, with the binoculars in hand, the referee panel will have to show him the situation of Zhang Shougui's army within the range of the binoculars. At the crucial moment, he will think of a way to send the news to Cuckoo. What do you think Cuckoo will think? I think Cuckoo will be very sad. She knows that when she sees this news, a group of soldiers will be sacrificed. Just like what Cuckoo said to Xiao Bao when the Bureau of Military Personnel went over during the imperial examinations, a shooting star will shine. Empress Wang suddenly felt that soldiers were so respectable, that war was so heartless, that soldiers were so insignificant, yet they were like shooting stars that illuminated the night sky. Wu Huifei looked at Little Dong lying on the ground, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. Even though she knew that everything was fake, she was attracted by the devotion and perseverance of the commanders of the inner court Zhang Shougue and Wang family. She whispered to Li Longji, Our great Tang needs to prepare more air forces and artillery shells. We can't let the good men of our great Tang die so easily. Just as Cuckoo said, for the sake of a single soldier's safety, we would rather throw down tens of thousands of artillery shells. Money can be earned back, steel can be mined and refined, and shrapnel can be picked up from the battlefield. Explosives don't matter, but when one of the men of our great Tang dies, this subject wife's heart will ache with it. In the past, whether it was Wu Huifei, Empress Wang, Li Longji, or even Zhu Zan, his wife, and Gao Lishir, none of them had ever been so close to a battle that wasn't actually a battle. They had seen many dead people, but this was the first time they had felt the spirit of the great Tang army assaulting them in the face on such a heroic sand table. This was because the commanders of the Wang Wan family were too engrossed in the battle, making it impossible to tell that it was fake. If I had known this would happen, I would have just surrendered in the past. There would have been no need for Cuckoo and Xiao Bao to bring people to kill each other, Zhu Zan lamented. Zhu Zan said with emotion. He felt that only the great Tang was worthy of having such a commander and army. As for whether he would have surrendered before the Tufan army lost their resistance, that was another story. Anyway, it was impossible for him to go back. He was not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Reporting to the captain, we have discovered the enemy. There are a total of 5 of them, and they are heading towards the ambush location of our team. The messenger was very professional. He listened to the emperor and the others, but he didn't get distracted. The moment the sand table in the center gave a judgment, he immediately reported to Xiaodong. Lower your head and don't observe. Don't think about killing people. Think about the rake in front of you. We are just doing what we do during normal training. Pay attention to your breathing and relax. Lil Dong's order to the messenger was actually to give his team of 30 people. However, it was impossible to assign 30 people to each one of them. He was the smallest combat unit at the moment, so he could only let the referees decide through the order. The reason why he gave this order was because Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had said that although many people had always denied the sixth sense, it would always be there at crucial moments. Anyone who had survived the battlefield understood the importance of a sixth sense. In the moment of life and death, one would find that time passed very slowly. One could even have a process of judgment, but because one's physical condition did not meet the requirements, one could not avoid it. Because in their era, the surveillance system was already very well developed. People discovered a problem. When a person fell from a building, no matter what their initial speed was, the normal 9.8 meters per second would cause their speed to reach nearly 20 meters per second after 2 seconds. However, the surveillance system had recorded many such situations. Some of the falling people's pupils would become lax, and some of them would suddenly shrink and reach out. In other words, when the falling people were so fast, they would feel that time was passing very slowly. They could see the protrusions around them and wanted to reach out to grab them. At close range, moving at a speed of more than 20 meters per second was impossible for normal people to distinguish, but sometimes, humans could do it. This was the sixth sense's time domain. Of course, some people also had this feeling when they were sleeping. It could be that time passed very quickly, or very slowly, or it could be when they were doing something. Most of the cases happened to animals. It could be explained by the vibrations underground that affected the magnetic field. Then, the animals reacted first, while the humans deteriorated. This was also the case on the battlefield, especially for snipers. They could even feel the instant when the other party aimed and pulled the trigger, and then make a judgment. The purpose of Little Dong's order was to prevent the enemy from sensing their hostility when they approached, so that they could take precautions in advance. At this moment, the messenger played the role of a soldier. Understood. The enemy is within 10 meters of us, the messenger reported to Lil Dong after he ran back. Kill. Lil Dong jumped up from the back of the chair and shouted. Annihilate all the enemies. The messenger hastily hugged Lil Dong, who had thrown himself into the battle, and said to him. Oh, what's my team's losses? No losses. Oh, collect the enemy's thing that can see very far. I have to think of a way to send it to Miss Cuckoo and young Master Xiao Bao. This thing is very useful. It's 5 times. Ah, it feels like it's 5 times closer. No, it's 1/5 of the same thing. Lil Dong was very happy. He chuckled and turned his head. Suddenly, he saw a few people standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Your Majesty, Empress, Concubine Hui, Princess, Lord Gao, Lord Cheetah, why are you all here? Li Longji was stunned. You know us. When I went out to pick up Lord Cheetah a while ago, I was with the guards. Why are you all here? I wonder how young Master and Miss are doing. Lil Dong naturally spoke to Li Longji and the others. They're asleep, Li Longji replied. Oh. Lil Dong heard too much from these 2 words. The enemy's vanguard was still some distance away from the main force of the army, and Miss had already made arrangements. By the time they woke up, the battle between the 2 armies would probably begin. Then, shouldn't he speed up? Li Longji instantly understood that he had leaked the news. Can you not be so smart? Zhang Shougue, look at what kind of people your opponents are. How could Zhang Shougue hear Li Longji's thoughts? He was still estimating the distance when he said to the messenger, inform the Central Army that my vanguard will arrive at Mount Huangshan in 3 days. Chapter 10-11. When Zhang Shougue said that they would arrive in 3 days, he didn't mean that all of the remaining 15,000 soldiers of the vanguard would be there. The supply troops couldn't travel that quickly. Instead, he was referring to another brigade that had been mentioned as the vanguard. Just like Yang Chang's brigade, they had 5,000 soldiers. They would first arrive at Mount Huangshan and set up defensive fortifications there. After passing down the order, Zhang Shougue began to wait for the reply from the Central Army so that they could work together. This wait lasted for 15 minutes. An hour had passed on the sand table, exactly 4 quarters. Zhang Shougue paced back and forth around the sand table. Sensing the passage of time, he suddenly stopped and asked, You still haven't received any news? Reporting, we haven't received a reply from the Central Army, the messenger replied. What happened to the vanguard brigade that was surrounded in Fuyang? Zhang Shougue began to worry. He felt like something was wrong. Reporting, we haven't received a reply from our vanguard brigade in Fuyang, the messenger said something that Zhang Shougue didn't want to hear. Zhang Shougue stood there and thought for a while. Then, he ordered, the person in charge of the radio station, send out a reply. This time, it was done very quickly. After the messenger left, he returned and reported, I am a relay station of the radio stations. The most recent reply came from the 4th radio station, which is located 160 li from here. It started from the 5th radio station and was interrupted. Sweat began to seep out of Zhang Shougue's forehead. He definitely didn't think that the people of the 5th radio station had been eaten by wild beasts, nor did he think that the radio station was broken. This was because a 5th radio station was equipped with 2 radios. If one was broken, the other would send a message. The only explanation was that it had been destroyed by the enemy. That's right. They also use the radio station, so they naturally know where the relay station should be, so they found the location and destroyed it. This is too unfair. How could they do this? Zhang Shougue muttered to himself. He finally realized where the problem was. After complaining about the unfairness, he suddenly shivered. Not good. The enemy has troops behind our army. Scouts, investigate. Find the last position of the 5th radio station. Be careful not to be ambushed by the enemy. Zhang Shougue hurriedly ordered. Unable to stand any longer, he walked over to the chair and plopped his butt down. Leaning his head back, he raised his head and sighed. The generals in the room also realized how serious the consequences were. They stood there in a daze, guessing how the enemy had circled around to the back of their troops. Zhang Shougue lay down for a while, then clenched his teeth and sat up. Looking at the others in the room, he said, "Let's begin the meeting. Based on what you've said, Yang Chang's brigade can't be saved. He must have encountered many enemies, at least after being surrounded. What should we do next?" The other generals looked at each other. They also wanted to know what was going on, especially the troops that Yang Chang had encountered. It was just like what he had said when he had last sent back the news. They were even the main forces of the enemy. If it was the former, then where was the enemy's main force? If it was the latter, how could our vanguard lead the enemy's main force to Mount Huangshan? He believed that Wang Wan was not a fool and was not easy to fool. Everyone was silent for a while. Then a general said, "Lord Zhang, I guess that Yang Chang encountered the enemy's main force. If it was the enemy's main force, they wouldn't have sent their main force to first contact Yang Chang's brigade at Fuyang. They wouldn't have allowed Yang Chang to fight so smoothly and successfully switch between offense and defense. They wouldn't have given him the time to do so. But looking at his last call, he should have had the time to complete the defensive steps. What kind of smooth? We killed more than 2,000 of the enemy's people, and more than 2,000 of our own people died. We ran out of cannonballs, and we also ran out of provisions. That's how it went smoothly. Our army is already fighting so smoothly, so it's better to surrender early. Wasting time in the hibiscus garden is not as comfortable as returning home. We'll also delay the people coming to play." Zhang Shougue was disgusted by the behavior of not admitting defeat even though they had clearly lost. What he wanted was not to find countless excuses, but to muster up the courage to take responsibility. Because this kind of excuse was useless to the emperor. The emperor was not stupid. Why would he go to the grave and burn newspapers? Who was he trying to fool? Thus, his words were very impolite, causing the general who had spoken earlier to lower his head. Another person stood up. "Lord Zhang, I estimate that Yang Chang encountered the enemy's main force. Perhaps the enemy's main force has already arrived at Shanin County. Coincidentally, when our air force was destroyed by the enemy, they circled around from the south. And Fuyang is their main force, preparing to send supplies to the front line at Shanin at any time. In the end, they encountered Yang Chang's brigade. That regiment sent out the news, and the enemy mobilized their forces and surrounded Yang Chang." "That's right." Another person agreed. "The most important thing right now is how to send the news back to the Central Army. The Central Army has probably already landed and is advancing toward Guizhou. A portion of them might have already reached Hangzhou. If the Central Army thinks that our vanguard has already explored the path ahead and is not on guard, it will be very easy for the enemy to catch us off guard. Pass down the order. Send out our reserve signal soldiers to move out and move toward Hangzhou. Every platoon will be assigned a scout team of 10 people to ensure their safety. In addition, don't hide like before. Contact the Central Army at all costs." Zhang Shougue felt that this was indeed the case, so he immediately passed down the order. Returning to his senses, he said to the people in the room, "Everyone, take a guess. How many people are in the team behind our army? Which part of the enemy do they belong to? How much of an obstacle will they pose to our army?" After these 3 questions were asked, the crowd fell silent once more. Who knew who had killed the relay personnel, how many there were, and which part of the enemy they belonged to? In theory, there shouldn't be such a group of people. Of course, the generals were well aware that their own theories were one thing and their own practical theories were another. In theory, anything could happen. An excellent commander could come up with inconceivable tactics. So now that the referees had determined that the enemy was behind their army, the enemy would definitely have a way to get there. Reporting, our vanguard brigade has arrived. They are asking why our central army sent out the relay station reply order and whether our army has encountered any problems. At this moment, a messenger entered and reported to the crowd. Tell Cui Shi that behind our army, an unknown number of enemy troops have appeared. At least 4 of our relay stations have been destroyed. Starting from Station 5, we have lost contact. Tell him to be careful and expand the scouting range. After Zhang Shougue finished replying to the messenger, he harumphed and said, I estimate that behind our army, there is at least 1 enemy battalion missing. Their commander is definitely not easy to deal with. Our central army must slow down and send at least 3 battalions to carpet search the rear. The prerequisite for our supply troops is to not give the enemy a chance. Supply troops. Supply troops. Will tracks. Oh. This general understands. They must have followed the will tracks of the supply troops to be able to follow so far behind us, exceeding the range of our scouts by 30 li. Zhang Shougue's analysis caused the eyes of the other generals to light up. One of them said, Lord Zhang, since that's the case, why don't we send out a few battalions to search the rear? Our central army will station here and order the supply troops to continue forward, leaving behind will tracks. We can create a pocket and wait for the enemy battalion to come in and then surround and annihilate them. Zhang Shougue nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's follow this plan. Compared to Zhang Shougue, the besieged Yang Chang was even more uncomfortable. It was not only the pressure from the sand table that made him uncomfortable, but also the fact that he could not rest in peace. Because, surrender. You've already been surrounded. If you continue to stubbornly resist, only death will await you. Surrender. You've already, commander of the enemy, do you dare to come out and fight? Don't be a coward. Aren't you very formidable? Don't you have guns? Come out and fight. Commander of the enemy. Kill, attack, kill, kill. The messenger was constantly shouting in Yang Chang's ear. His voice was not too loud, as if it was loud enough to disturb others, but it was still loud enough for Yang Chang and the people in the room to hear it clearly. Yang Chang had not rested for 14 hours now. He felt that the enemy was very shameless. They had already surrounded him, and if they wanted to fight, they would fight, but it was the enemy commander who ordered his subordinates to take turns shouting. They clearly knew that no one on either side would surrender, but they were still shouting such useless words. Their goal was to disrupt the morale of their own side and prevent their soldiers from resting. This won't do. They're probably covering their ears and sleeping. We don't dare to sleep. If we sleep, they'll attack us from behind. We want morale, but we don't have morale. If we sleep, we won't be able to personally command them. How can they do this? Kong Lu looked at the soldier who was stubbornly speaking and felt extremely indignant. The soldier also had a helpless expression. After shouting for a while, he would have to rest and be replaced by another soldier. He was also annoyed, but he had no choice but to do as the referee said. Li Gui squinted his eyes and tilted his head, his eyes soulless as he stared at the sand table. He also said, they're playing for real with us. They're willing to do anything. Why don't we counterattack? The officers of the army who surround us are now sleeping with their ears plugged. They're playing a scheme with us, but they don't care. If they drag us down until we're out of energy, they'll have other soldiers charging up from behind. Since we can't rest well, we can't let them have a peaceful life. Let's organize our men and harass them a few times. I hate them. Yang Chang looked at his 2 commanders and shook his head. If they shout again, we'll charge. They'll be prepared immediately. Should we shoot or not? If we use up the last of our bullets, can our bayonets win against the machetes and spears? How about this, we'll take turns to rest. If they're willing to stall for time, we'll wear them down. At the very least, we'll be able to hold them back, even if they outnumber us by more than 10 times. Young Chang's words received the approval of the others. They gathered together and assigned who would sleep first. Just as they were done, a messenger came in. Reporting, the enemy has released smoke from the wind in the west. The smoke is floating towards us. What? That's too much. The referees won't judge that their actions are valid and want to smoke us in our houses, right? That'll kill people. I don't believe that the fire they lit earlier will also cause the people they command to burn in the forest fire. Young Chang was shocked. His ears could not calm down. Did they want to light the smoke? No, Sir Yang, don't be nervous. We don't mean that. Even if you're willing to let people light the smoke, the referees won't do it. We're just informing you of the situation. Your lookout found out that the smoke is floating over from the wind. You can do as you see fit. The messenger smiled and explained to Yang Chang. Yang Chang was stunned. He slapped his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. My head hurts from their noise. They're used to using smoke. Then, their troops will attack in the smoke. Quick, get people to prepare wet cloths to cover our mouths and prepare for the enemy's attack at any time. After the messenger left, Yang Chang could not sleep again. The main reason was that he did not dare to sleep. He was afraid that the enemy would use the smoke as a cover to organize a large-scale attack. Kong Lu got up and wet a towel by the side of the basin. He wiped his face and said with a sigh, "They're also ruthless to their own people. Even if they use wet cloths to cover their mouths and noses in advance, they'll still feel uncomfortable in the smoke. If it's a little longer, they'll faint. They have no choice but to use smoke to attack. Once the smoke is released, both sides' vision will be affected. By releasing smoke, they'll make the battle environment of both sides the same. In this way, our advantage will be gone. In fact, we'll even be at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat." Yang Chang was very impressed with the enemy's commanders. They were actually able to think of such a method. As long as the terrain was suitable and the wind was suitable, they could use it. Once they used it, they would not be able to aim and could only shoot blindly into the smoke. If the enemy crawled forward, not only would it reduce the damage to their bodies from the smoke, they could also avoid the bullets. When the distance was close, it would become a hand-to-hand combat. How did they end up like this? It was too inconceivable. If they all did this, the advantage of firearms would be gone. Unless they had enough artillery shells, they could use them to block the enemy's charge. Thinking of this, Yang Chang became even more worried. He said to the others, "The enemy's strategy is very powerful. We have to think of a way to pass this information to our vanguard or middle troops. Tell them to be careful of the enemy's smoke hand-to-hand combat. When they're in formation, don't be too concentrated. It's best to split up a few parts. This way, when the enemy uses smoke to cover their attacks, they can have room to retreat. Otherwise, in a fight, it's easy to not only not gain an advantage, but also suffer a lot of losses." Everyone nodded. They admitted that Yang Chang's words made sense. In a situation where they were prepared in advance, it was very easy to break through the smoke attack. They were just afraid that their vanguard and middle troops would not think of this problem. In a crucial battle, they would be hit by an asymmetrical strategy and suffer heavy losses. How can we pass this information out? I think our transit troops have been dealt with by the enemy, Kong Lu asked worriedly. Since you asked, then this mission will be handed over to you. We'll cover you. You take people and rush in the direction of the first fire. With the rest of our people and ammunition, it's still very easy to break through, especially in that direction. As long as you go, all of our sacrifices will be worth it. Yang Chang looked at Kong Lu and said solemnly. Kong Lu took a deep breath. Really fight? Then you guys. It's our turn to be heroes. Is she the only one in the limelight as Wang Wan's military academy commander? Li Shi said loudly from the side. Chapter 10-12. While countless people were scheming against each other in the hibiscus garden, Xiao Bei and his group became leisurely. First, they signed a contract with the jewelry makers and sellers, and asked them to make all kinds of handicrafts. Then, they got the girl's father out. The county magistrate of the Yamen was newly appointed, and his surname was also Yen. He personally sent the girl to Old Willow Village. On the way, he kept apologizing to the girl's father, hoping that he could put in a good word for him. Brother Xinqing, no one did anything to you when you were in the servant's room, right? Sitting in the carriage, County Magistrate Yen whispered to Qin Xianqing, who had not uttered a single word since they had left the carriage. Qin Xian glanced at him and still did not say anything. He was angry. Before you figured out the situation, you asked me to explain when I was being sued. How could I explain it? Then, you put me in the servant's room. His daughter was better than his son. His son could only be anxious and wanted to spend money to bribe people. But he did not think about it. Who in Hongnong County would dare to accept money? The more he wanted to bribe people, the more suspicious he would be. His daughter was good. She went directly to Xiao Bei. She was very smart. Otherwise, how could she be so clear about right and wrong? Brother Xinqing, yes, I didn't make a good decision this time. But I didn't put you in prison, right? I just put you in prison. The case hasn't been decided yet, so I don't dare to make a decision. How can you blame me for everything? Your son was so busy, but he still gave me money. Who wouldn't think about it first? If they had a clear conscience, why would they give me money? I didn't take it, right? You have to admit it, right? County Magistrate Yen continued. He felt that he was wronged. He had just been in office for a few months, and he was already involved in this kind of thing. Who could he reason with? Why did he let Xiao Bei and the rest meet him? There was no place to cry. Did he get caught? Innocent +5. Oh my God, damn liar. He tricked me. Qin Xian still did not say anything. He looked outside through the car window. No one knew what he was thinking. County Magistrate Yen took a deep breath and said as if he had accepted his fate, okay, you can complain to Xiao Bei. I don't need you to say good words for me. At most, I will be exiled. I, Yen Fei, have been in Hongnong for 4 months and 6 days. What I have done is worthy of the heavens above, the earth below, and my conscience. Qin turned his head to look at County Magistrate Yen, who was Yen Fei, and finally spoke. What do you want me to say in front of Xiao Bei? Praise you. Praising you is harming you. You locked me up, and as soon as I came out, I immediately praised you from head to toe. Do you think that Xiao Bei and the others are idiots? Do they believe me as soon as I praise you? Ha! Yen Fei was stunned. He blinked and nodded. Oh, right. I caught you and brought you to Old Willow Village. You praised me. That's not normal, right? People will think that I'm threatening you. Based on that, you have to tell me the truth. What about me? I have to tell them the truth too. Yes, to tell them the truth, Xiao Bei and the others are not stupid children. They will reason with me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just don't know how the gold disappeared. I put you in jail first. According to the procedures, I have to report to the government. Then what am I afraid of? But I'm afraid that the 9 of them have different identities. If I'm really caught, the economic construction projects that I thought of for Hongnong 4 months ago will not be carried out. What a pity. Yen Fei's voice became softer and softer. He seemed to be very disappointed. He thought about a lot of things. His appearance when he was studying, the situation when he took the imperial exam, the joy of passing the exam, the years when he worked in the Ministry of Revenue as a knife and brush, the accident when he had the opportunity to come to Hongnong as a county magistrate, the unfulfilled dream in the county, and the result after meeting Xiao Bei and the others. Yan Fei thought about all these. After thinking about it, he became relaxed again. After hearing Yan Fei, Qin also thought about it. Seeing that Yan Fei did not speak and was leaning there with a calm expression, he felt that Yan Fei was not bad. He said, "Lord Yan, I just feel suffocated. I don't hate you. I feel that the opportunity has come for the matter you mentioned a while ago." "What matter?" Yan Fei almost did not know how to think. "You forgot. You found a rich businessman in the county and said that in the capital, you saw a rich family buying a wind turbine generator to light up the house. There was also that washing machine that looked very good. There was also a small thing by the river that was thrown into the water to spin and generate electricity. Then you asked us to pay for a bunch of generators and throw them into the river to generate electricity to light up the key places in Hongnong County at night, especially near Xiao Bei's amusement park to set up a night market. When the time comes, people like us who pay for electricity do not have to spend money temporarily. You even said that we need electricity. There's a wire called electricity or something that can be used as a stove. The rich families in the capital use that thing to roast sausages and ham. You asked us to think of ways to think of a few more things that can make a lot of money and sell to people who come to play." Qin helped Yan Fei recall. At the mention of this, Yan Fei temporarily put down the anxiety in his heart and nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's called resistance wire. You can also use it when you process jewelry, but it's not easy to apply for it, especially small generators. There are very few of them. The people who use them in the capital need to be monitored. I've already sent a letter to the provincial government, but they haven't replied. It's probably very difficult. They need a lot of generators to support the light. The provincial government needs to check first and then report it to the capital. I don't know what the capital will decide." Yan Fei shook his head helplessly. It was not like applying for seeds for farming. In terms of technology, the Tang Empire was very strict and did not give foreign forces any chance. Do you still need to wait for the provincial government? When Xiao Bei and the others come, you can tell them that their amusement park doesn't need electricity. You can ask them to make more electricity, won't there be, even if we have to pay for it. I'll find a few people who agree with this matter and speak up for you. Don't think that Xiao Bei and the others are still children. Behind them are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. What do you think, Lord Yan?" Qin gave an idea. "That's right. Xiao Bei and the others are here. Why would I care about the provincial government? They are their hurdles. Do I have to go through them first?" Yan Fei clapped happily. Just as he said half a sentence, he remembered that he did not know whether this trip was a blessing or a curse. He became depressed again. Qin also reacted. Yan Fei might not be able to continue staying in Hongnong. He smacked his lips and continued to give ideas. "You see Xiao Bei and the others and immediately tell them your plan. Let them listen to you. When the time comes and there are some problems, it won't be a big crime, right? Xiao Bei and the others don't like to beat people to death with a stick. In the past, there was an official who could make steam engines. They investigated him, but the result was nothing. He was even transferred away. They care more about whether the official did things for personal gain. Fine, I'll give it a try. I'll go all out." Yan Fei encouraged himself. When the lanterns were lit, the usually active and extroverted Xiao Bei insisted on organizing a bonfire party today. She moved her mouth and the others began to get busy. They prepared the firewood for the fire. They did not allow her to touch it for fear of smashing it. They also did not allow her to clean up the poultry, pigs, and sheep for fear of being cut by a knife. She could only tell stories to the children in the village who were also there to join in the fun. Xiao Bei was holding a megaphone in his hand. He spoke vividly, beaming with exultation, and gesticulating to the surrounding children. This was also a kind of talent. If Xiao Hai were to do this job, he would not be able to do it even if he tired himself to death. If it were an ordinary child, it would be considered good if they could stand in front of a group of people and not fall to the ground nervously. But for Xiao Bei, this was not a problem. With the megaphone in her hand, she could easily control the 360-degree audience. Her gaze swept over and did not neglect anyone. Today, I'm telling the story of the animal kingdom. It said that there was a dragon who was the king, but he always liked to sleep. There was also a big tiger. When he roared, the whole mountain would tremble, so he was the prime minister. Today, he wanted to eat an egg. Everyone has eaten an egg before, right? Xiao Bei turned around naturally. She turned 180 degrees and turned back. She asked and turned 200 degrees in another direction. This way, she scanned the audience. Yes, children like to listen to stories the most. Their voices shouted out one after another. You've all eaten it. The tiger had also eaten it and felt that the taste was not bad. He wanted to savor it, but he could not directly ask the chicken for an egg. The chicken was also his people, so he looked for the fox and asked for an idea. He said that he wanted to eat an egg and fry it. As for the fox, he had wanted to eat it for a long time but never had the chance. When he heard the tiger's words, he secretly swallowed his saliva and promised the tiger that he would complete the task. He was smart and knew that he could not look for the chicken. Who did he look for? He found a domestic duck and said to it, "The Prime Minister has been dreaming of eating ducks recently. He said that ducks can cure diseases." When I heard that, I advised the Prime Minister not to eat ducks, right? The duck was so scared that it was paralyzed. It nodded vigorously and said yes. So the fox said, "Then make an egg and give it to the Prime Minister. Some eggs can't be hatched, right? Look, which one can't be hatched? Take 2 and I'll give them to the Prime Minister." When Xiao Bei said this, he was already standing in front of a child, as if the other party was a duck. The child was scared and said, "Didn't you say that you want to eat eggs? Why did you look for me?" "Yes, you said that you want to eat eggs, but the duck doesn't know." He thought about it, and in order to live, he reluctantly agreed. Just as he was thinking about which 2 eggs to give to the fox spoke again. "Don't you always ask the chicken to help you when you hatch eggs? Remember not to take the goose egg. The goose egg is big and different from yours. It's too obvious." The duck nodded again and walked to the chicken coop. As he walked, he realized that he couldn't take the goose egg, but he could take the chicken egg. So he stole 2 eggs and gave them to the fox. The fox ate one and gave the tiger the other. Later, the chicken found out and found the eggshell in front of the fox's house. It sadly went to find the dragon. The dragon was very angry and asked the tiger to deal with it strictly. The tiger was even angrier. The fox actually ate one himself, so he asked the fox. The fox said, "I tested the poison for you first, so you should do this." The tiger was very happy when he heard this, so he asked someone to catch the duck. In front of the chicken, the duck was punished for not being responsible for helping the chicken keep the eggs. The duck was sentenced to pay the chicken 2 eggs and clean the chicken coop for a month. Then, the fox supervised the duck. If the duck wanted to pay, so be it. Anyway, the chicken didn't eat the duck. It was better than eating the duck himself, so the duck confessed. The dragon went back to sleep and passed the country to his son in his dream. He was worried that something would happen to the animal kingdom one day, so he considered letting his son become a human and go to a human country to live. Anyway, he could just take food from his own country. If the animal kingdom disappeared one day, his son could still live well. Since then, the chicken lost eggs at least once a month. Every time the duck was punished. Every time the fox ate an egg, there would be a meeting to blame. Every time the tiger ate a fried egg, he would think that the country was so harmonious. Whether it was the supervision department, the executive department, or the production department, all kinds of functions were available. The research department found that if the chicken ate some eggshell, it was very good for the eggs it laid. So, as a welfare for the chicken, it let the chicken experience the warmth of the country. Do you think this country is good? Xiao Bei finished the story and asked the children around him. It's not good. The children were not stupid. They knew who was at a disadvantage. Lu Feifei said loudly, the dragon shouldn't be a king. He sits in that position and doesn't do anything serious. My Tang Empire is better. My Tang Empire has a good emperor, brother Xiao Bao, sister Cuckoo, and sister Xiao Bei. Who dares to harm the chicken, sister Xiao Bei will teach him a lesson. Then it's my Tang Empire. Xiao Bei nodded. Her eyes were fixed on Yan Fei, who had been listening to her story for a while. She said, who harmed the chicken? I think someone will come and tell me clearly, right? Yan Fei was listening to Xiao Bei's story and found it very ironic. He was thinking about praising Xiao Bei, but he didn't expect that Xiao Bei would directly point the finger at him. When they were in the car, the method that he discussed with Qin Axan was suddenly useless. I'm innocent. Since I took office, I haven't done anything wrong. When I arrested Qin Axan, I'm still reporting to the state government. He hasn't been convicted. When Yan Fei was in the car, he was thinking of going all out. But now he found that he couldn't. Xiao Bei waved her hand and didn't let Yan Fei continue to explain. She said, I asked you who harmed the chicken. What do you mean by you are innocent? I didn't do it. Yan Fei was about to cry. I'm asking you who it is. Xiao Bei emphasized. Ah. Who is it? It's the dragon. No, I don't know about the dragon. Is it the tiger? The tiger only wanted to eat once. And the tiger eats meat. Is it the fox? The fox is following orders. Is it the duck? The duck was also forced. Is it the chicken? The chicken is the victim. Who is it? Yan Fei was confused by Xiao Bei. You're so stupid. This animal kingdom shouldn't be so harmonious. How can animals of different species live in harmony? But animals of the same species shouldn't exist in the animal kingdom. Every person in a position should guard their position well. You've done a good job. At least for more than 4 months, you haven't done anything wrong. Just as you said just now. Also, make your water and electricity plan more detailed. Let me remind you, you can produce bigger generators. I was just joking with you. Why are you so nervous? Remember, never be like the animals in the animal kingdom. Otherwise, you will realize that dragons don't have sleeping suns. Tigers don't have that much power. Whoever harmed the chicken, I can catch him in an instant. Xiao Bei said to Yan Fei with a smile. Yes, yes. No one dares to harm the chicken. Then, what do I do now? Yan Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He finally felt that Xiao Bei was different from other children. Now, wash your hands and prepare for the bonfire party. I'll roast that harmed chicken for you. Let's go, it's time to eat. Xiao Bei said to Yan Fei. She called the children and ran to the washing area. A group of children cheered and ran behind. Lord Yan, wipe yourself. Qin came over and handed Yan Fei a towel. Thank you. I won't see Xiao Bei in the future. No matter what, I won't meet her face to face. Yan Fei took the towel and wiped his sweat. Yan Fei said that he wouldn't meet Xiao Bei, but Xiao Bei didn't intend to let him hide. The bonfire party started. Xiao Bei dragged Xiao Yuan and Lu Fei Fei. She held a wine glass with juice in her hand and wandered around the bonfire. When she saw someone idle, she would go over and say a few words. After a while, she turned to Yan Fei. Yan Fei was still chatting with Qin Qin, talking about how to fill in the details of the application. He also praised other people's children as a sign of goodwill. As expected, he was holding a chicken in his hand. He didn't dare to touch other food. Xiao Bei said to let him eat chicken. Naturally, he had to understand Xiao Bei's meaning when he ate the chicken. Brother Xinqing, do you think Xiao Bei let me eat chicken as a warning, or is there any other hint? Yan Fei smelled the aroma of the roasted lamb and turned to Qin Qin, who was eating the leg of lamb. I guess she asked you to control the other people in the county yamen. Xiao Bei doesn't want to hear about the chicken being eaten. It's not that she doesn't want to know about the chicken being eaten. It's just that she doesn't want to see the situation of the chicken being eaten. Qin Qin saw that his daughter and Xiao Bei were very harmonious together. The last bit of anger in his heart dissipated because he knew that with Xiao Bei's approval, the other villagers in the village would not be jealous of his wealth in the future. The patrol team of 9 was the purest group in the Tang Empire. Their attitude towards a certain person determined the perception of the people in the Tang Empire. Therefore, Qin Qin also seemed to be more friendly to Yan Fei. Yan Fei felt that it made sense. It should be so. I have to watch the people below carefully. Don't cause me trouble. The amusement park is built in the county. How can Xiao Bei not pay attention to it? If anyone in the yamen wants to die, I'll let him die first. I don't think anything can be hidden from Xiao Bei. Did you hear just now? Xiao Bei said that I did a good job for more than 4 months and asked me to apply for a bigger generator. This means that she has already understood and didn't hold me responsible. I escaped a disaster. That's right. The intelligence network of the Zhang family and Wang family, is it just for show? You want to eat a piece of mutton? Qin Qin saw that Yan Fei was still competing with the chicken. He cut a piece of mutton and passed it to him. I don't dare. Xiao Bei asked me to eat the chicken that was killed. If I eat something else, if she sees it, I'll be even more guilty. I haven't had enough of being a county magistrate. I won't eat. Yan Fei's eyes swept over the newly delivered food. Dried tofu rolled with bamboo shoots, cucumbers, coriander, roasted until golden brown. There was a layer of garlic sauce on top. He thought about how refreshing it would be in his mouth, but he still didn't dare to move. Lord Yan, if you want to be an official like this, you should leave the position of county magistrate as soon as possible. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded behind Yan Fei. Yan Fei was so scared that he trembled. The chicken in his hand almost fell to the ground. He quickly turned around. As he was about to get up, he said, "This official is guilty. Sit down. If you stand up, I have to look up to speak. It's tiring to my neck. You're too rigid. As a governor, you have to be flexible. But you have to set your heart first. If I were you, I would pack a few more chickens and let people keep them. When you return to the yamen tomorrow, you can take them away. Just say that you don't dare to enjoy the delicious food alone. Let the people in the yamen know not to harm the chickens. This way, you can eat more food. You can also return to the yamen and have a good relationship with the people below. You have to be flexible. If not, my brother will speed up the development of the Tang Empire. You won't be able to keep up. You're still in a daze. Put down the chicken and go find your favorite food to eat. You're so stupid. If you continue to be so stupid, I won't talk to you anymore. Is it easy for you to see me once? You still don't know how to grasp the opportunity and let me come find you personally. Xiao Bei stretched out her empty hand and pressed on Yan Fei's shoulder, not letting him get up. She unhappily said a bunch of things. She then muttered to Xiao Yuan, "My family's inner cord is like him. I've long been angered to death. How do I put it? It's like smelling something and knowing something. I'm about to be angered to death by you." Smelling means listening. Xiao Yuan was also unhappy. "I know. Stand aside and don't block me. Lord Yan, do you understand?" Xiao Bei rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuan and then smiled at Yan Fei. Yan Fei did not dare to get up. He could only turn his head and agree. I understand. Bring a few chickens back. I'll eat something else." "It seems that you still don't understand. I'm talking about chickens." "Forget it, I'll continue to spin. You eat your food." Xiao Bei turned and was about to leave in disappointment. Qin Axian nudged Yan Fei hard. Yan Fei suddenly reacted and hurriedly shouted to Xiao Bei, I understand. I have to be flexible." "Patrol Inspector Zhang, what instructions do you have?" "That's more like it. Find a bowl and drink. Let's discuss while drinking. Lord Yan, I'll introduce you to a 7th rank official. Secondary 7th rank official. My sister Fei Fei is her." Xiao Bei turned back and pulled Lu Fei Fei to introduce her to Yan Fei. Yan Fei did not stand up at this time. Instead, he sat on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Fei Fei. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a child. "Don't move around. Sit properly. My sister Fei Fei is Station Supervisor Lu. She's under the jurisdiction of the capital's agriculture temple. She's in charge of everything related to willow trees. It's not because her surname is Lu that she's called Station Supervisor Lu. Her surname is also Station Supervisor Lu. She's in charge of willow trees. Of course, if you don't call her in detail and just call her by her position, then she's a station supervisor. Her surname is Lu, so she's called Station Supervisor Lu. If her surname is Yang, she's called Station Supervisor Yang. Sister Fei Fei, this is our county's Yan Fei, Lord Yan. Let's get to know each other." Xiao Bei introduced Lu Fei Fei as if she was saying a tongue twister. Lu Fei Fei hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, County Magistrate Yan." Yan Fei reflexively saluted. "Greetings, Station Supervisor Lu." After returning the salute, Yan Fei did not care about honorifics anymore. He directly asked Xiao Bei, she's still a child. How did she become a 7th rank official? She's also a station supervisor with real power. I asked for it. I asked Uncle Emperor for it. Sister Fei Fei has her own ideas. I thought it was good, but I was worried that the county would not support it. So I asked for an official position for Sister Fei Fei. Can't I? Xiao Bei had a natural look on his face. Yes. Yan Fei said with certainty. It's too good. Although he said that, Yan Fei had mixed feelings in his heart. He had worked so hard to learn, but now he was only a 6th rank official. She was just a child, but because Xiao Bei wanted it, she became a 7th rank official. Yan Fei wanted to scold the heavens for being unfair, but he did not have the courage to do so. This was because he knew how he became the county magistrate of Hongnong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had checked the official's register, and then conducted an interview. You said that the heavens were unfair. His position was confirmed by Zhang Xiaobao. You still remember what he said at that time, it's a pity that this person is a knife and pen in the Ministry of Revenue. Give him a chance to go to Hongnong. He really thought that it was not good. He should resign now. If he thought it was good, how could Lu Feifei's official position not be approved by Zhang Xiaobao? Didn't he care about his sister? Approved meant approved. Was it fair or unfair? Lu Feifei and Yan Fei knew each other now. The main reason was that Yan Fei had to remember Lu Feifei. He knew that in his territory, there was an official who could not be touched. She was not under his control. In the future, if there was an emergency, he might have to ask Lu Feifei for help. It should be easy to get more seeds. She was directly under the Sinong temple and had a lot of power. Xiao Bei asked someone to bring wine to Yan Fei. It's late. You can't go back. Drink. Yan Fei relaxed and drank the wine. Fortunately, it was rice wine. If it was white wine, he would have fallen. Let's talk about business. Lord Yan, I asked Uncle Emperor for the tax exemption policy of the amusement park. In the future, the amusement park will not pay tax. Xiao Bei said to Yan Fei. The first thing that Yan Fei thought of was that the amusement park should be deducted from the revenue of Hongnong County. He said, well, you have already taken out a lot of money. It should be exempted. Truth. Don't think that we are taking advantage of Hongnong. I will not pay tax. I will take out half of the net profit and invest it in Hongnong's children. When this money is spent, no matter what you buy, there will be tax. I will buy it locally and your county will make up for it. Xiao Bei added. He even told them about the situation that would occur when the currency was circulated. Yan Fei was stunned. There was such a good thing. Half of the profit was definitely not small. It was more advantageous than directly collecting tax. The tax collected directly had to be paid to the capital and deposited in the bank first. In this way, it would drive the consumption of local goods. The tax would also be generated, but it would drive the local development more. What did Xiao Bei want? More tax than profit. Then you can still make money. Of course, we can make more. We came up with the idea together. If we don't make money, we will just pay. Not only will we make money, but we will also make more money than before. In addition to our benefits, you will also benefit from this place. Xiao Bei had a look of, I am helping you. In that case, this official thanks you. Can you tell me in detail how you can make more money and how I can benefit from it? I will cooperate. Yan Fei did not think of the problem and asked curiously. Xiao Bei smiled proudly. It's simple. I can let a lot of people who sell things join my amusement park. They will be exempted from tax with me. Don't you think there are benefits? No. Yan Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. I think the county is losing a lot. You misunderstood. I haven't finished yet. Xiao Yuan, tell Lord Yan about our plan. Xiao Bei pretended to be profound and moved aside, pulling Xiao Yuan to the front. Chapter 10:13. It's me again. I used to be a very introverted person. Little Bei, you can't do this. Your actions have already affected my personality. Do you understand? Little Yuan didn't like to show his face. It wasn't just him. The others weren't interested either. Only Little Bei stood in front, forming a team of 1 spokesperson and 8 think tanks. What they liked to do the most was to listen to their brother and sister's lectures, then follow them and continue to listen to their discussions. At first, it was because of attachment. Then, they thought it was normal. Later, they finally understood that the things their brother and sister talked about were not things that ordinary people could understand. It was a kind of profoundness that ordinary people could not fathom. Now, it was peaceful again. What they said was national policy. I gave you a chance to perform, but you didn't know how to grasp it. Tell me, why are we doing this? Little Bei said with a smile. Little Yuan agreed helplessly. Okay, I owed you in my previous life. Lord Yan, where were we? I said that you want to get a lot of people to your amusement park so that they will be exempt from taxes. Yan Fei was like a resentful woman. If you really do that, will I, Hong Nong, still have any taxes? I finally know what you are planning. You know. Impressive. Lord Yen, tell me. If you say it well, you can enter the government and become a high-ranking official. Little Bei joined in on the fun. Yan Fei didn't dare to glare, but he still felt wronged. He said, you want to charge them a joining fee and then let them not pay taxes. That way, you will definitely make money. Just now, you were saying that it was harmful. You did it first. I object, even if I am no longer an official. At this moment, Yan Fei mustered up his courage. For Hong Nong's revenue, for his own ideals, even if he had to file a lawsuit in front of Zhang Xiaobao, he was fearless. Little Bei was about to speak again, but was stopped by Little Yuan. Little Yuan stared at Yan Fei for a full 10 seconds and nodded gently. To be honest, from your attitude, you are a good official. But from your intelligence, you are still lacking. Think carefully about what you don't know and listen patiently. No one forced you to do it. Your reaction was too intense. No wonder you locked Qin Xian up. You didn't consider the problem comprehensively. Yan Fei opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. He looked at Xiao Yuan and waited for him to continue. Xiao Yuan, however, took a vegetable roll made of dried tofu and bit off one. He slowly savored it until he finished it. Only then did he say, Sir Yan, do you know how much a vegetable roll with 3 dried tofu costs? Probably, estimate. Hong Nong can produce this product by itself. The cost of materials, transportation, production, and processing costs are included. During the process, labor costs are also accounted for, including additional added value. I can tell you how much this thing costs at Hong Nong's barbecue stall. 1 copper coin for 2 skewers. If you sell 6 skewers, you can make a profit of 1 copper coin. That's a 33% profit after deducting taxes. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Don't take the price of the big restaurants into account. Those are 2 different things. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and stated the price of the food he ate. Yes, yes. Is it related to what you're talking about? Yan Fei panicked. They were talking about the specific data, but he did not answer. If it was a small matter, it was careless. If it was a big matter, it was a dereliction of duty. Xiao Yuan ate another one. Of course. When you're free, go to the market, especially the big markets. Ask each item. When the 9 of us are free, what we're most willing to do is to go to the market, bargain, and buy it. It's not that we lack things. We also eat the barbecue and soup pancakes sold outside. If we can't finish them, or if they don't taste good, we'll take them back and let people throw them to feed the pigs. It's not that we can't find anything to eat. In our house, there are restaurants everywhere. How can we not eat good things? We just want to understand the people's livelihood. Now, I'll tell you how the profits of dried tofu rolls affect the people. When Yan Fei heard that he was going to talk about something important, he sat up straight. Very naturally, he took out a small book and a fountain pen, intending to record it. Xiao Yuan was shocked. Wow, you're quite prepared. A fountain pen. Your sister gave it to me before I took office. She said, I'm giving you a pen. I hope you remember it. Incorruptibility covers the sky, benevolence paints the earth. Where are the people, where are their hearts? The temptations of the mortal world cannot be stirred up. Yan Fei gently stroked the fountain pen. After saying this, he whispered to Xiao Yuan, your brother also said that when I'm the county magistrate, I have to be clean. If the yamen and my family lack daily necessities, the local business will give them to me. Don't worry about others taking it by force. When I'm done, give me a large sum of money when I leave office. The better the people in the county, the higher the degree of education, and the more prosperous the economy, the more money I'll get. Oh, I understand. So you're not greedy. Xiao Yuan approved of his brother's method. Sanshui County had always been like this. When an official was in office, they focused on doing things. Daily necessities would be provided. When they were done and were about to leave, they would receive a gift from a local fund specially used to reward officials. Yes, I don't dare to cross the line drawn by your brother and sister. I'm an official they chose. If there's a problem, they won't be able to let it go. They'll punish me to death. Yan Fei's answer was very simple. Okay, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about dry tofu rolls. Xiao Yuan brought the topic back. Yan Fei picked up the pen with a proper attitude. I've already talked about the composition of the cost just now. In the process of making bean rolls, materials and logistics are very important. Of course, the process is also one aspect. As for the improvement of the process, let's not talk about it for now. Let's just talk about materials and logistics. As Xiao Yuan spoke, his speed was not fast. After finishing a sentence, he deliberately paused and did not make a sound. Yan Fei scribbled on the notebook. After he finished writing, he stopped to think. After thinking about it, he nodded. Suddenly, he reacted and said, Xiao Yuan, are you waiting for me? Waiting. My brother and sister will always stop when they tell us stories and give us time to think. I'm used to it. Xiao Yuan did not think that he was doing very well. Everything he did was imitating his brother and sister. Next, let's talk about the materials. The main component of bean rolls is dry tofu. The things inside the rolls can be changed. If the outside is changed, it won't be a bean roll anymore. When small workshops are making, everyone is fighting for themselves. A lot of wastage is caused, which causes the cost to rise and the quality to be inconsistent. After a set of processes, a lot of manpower is wasted. Do you admit it? Yes. Yan Fei wrote again. After he finished, he replied. Dry tofu is made from soybeans. If it's bought in small batches, the price is high. If it's bought in large batches, it's cheaper. When it's made in batches, the fixed loss is reduced. The things produced have to be transported away, which involves logistics. You might say that if it's all made in your own small workshop, there's no need for logistics. Or if the transportation distance is very close, the logistics distance is so short that it doesn't matter. Xiao Yuan said as he recalled. The idea was not thought of by him alone. It was the wisdom of 9 people. When the 9 people discussed, they argued and supplemented. When they encountered a difficult problem, they stopped and thought about what their brother and sister would do when they encountered such a problem. Only then did they come to a final conclusion. Yan Fei also knew this point. After all, the 9 children usually followed powerful people. The children of butchers naturally knew how to cut meat. The children of officials also understood problems differently from ordinary people. There was no need to doubt the Zhang family and the Wang family. The 9 children, other than learning from their brother and sister, were influenced greatly even if they were usually with the maids in the inner courtyard. This is the importance of the environment. Yan Fei thought in his heart and said, that's right. Every village has a tofu workshop. Why transport it from the county? This has to calculate the cost of the two and the cost of logistics. For example, the tofu workshop in the county is big enough. It's so big that the price of buying soybeans in batches is 4/5 of the price of an ordinary family's unit, saving 20% of the cost. By concentrating on the work, the fixed consumption is saved by 10%. The overall saving is 30%. Using a few carts, one village after another, but according to the regional distribution, the cost of delivering is 10% of the cost of making the tofu products. If the small workshop's profit can't reach 20%, why not let the county deliver it? For example, the usual cost can be reduced by 5%. Why tire yourself? The time saved can be used to sleep more so that the body won't be so tired. Communicate more with the children so that the children won't feel left out. Let the children teach more words and learn from the children's textbooks to improve their own skills. Isn't that right? When Xiao Yuan gave an example, he listed out the general data comparison and waited for Yan Fei to think again. Yan Fei quickly noted it down. This time, he didn't have much time to think about it. He said, however, it looks like a total of 5% of the cost savings. In fact, according to what you said, that's a 25% increase in profit after the small workshop doesn't produce by itself. And there's more free time. No matter how the time saved is used, it's far more cost-effective than wasting it on the production process. At the same time, it also increases employment opportunities, such as logistics and carriage drivers, or the number of people who need to work in the large workshops. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Bei, let me ask you. Do you usually learn this? You're still children. Yan Fei was indeed shocked. What little Yuan said was something that children should come into contact with. He could keep up with the train of thought because he had the convenience of being an official in the capital and had learned it before. Today, he realized that what he learned, the children also learned. It was really hard on a group of children. Xiao Yuan smiled. We usually learn by ourselves. Each of us has different classes. Brother said that when we were young, he was tired. When we grow up, he won't be tired. In the future, he won't have to worry about the family not being able to handle urgent matters when he and his sister are too busy. That's right, that's right. Xiao Bei chimed in from the side. What we're talking about now, there's no need to deliberately learn it. Anyone in the family will have a different view of it. After listening to it every day and watching it every day, of course they'll remember it. All right. When I was young, I didn't have brothers and sisters like you, and I didn't have an inner court team that could take over government and military affairs at any time. But I have a question. Yan Fei envied Xiao Bei and the rest. This was the advantage of a family. Children from ordinary families also had talents, but the effort they put in far exceeded that of children from aristocratic families. How could a child from a butcher's family be compared to Xiao Bei and the rest at the age of 20? How much of a genius did one have to be? Fortunately, there was the support of Operation Chaoyang. Otherwise, it would be a fool's dream to catch up. Sighing to himself, Yan Fei asked again, I agree. If we do as you say, the cost of the small workshop will be reduced, the profits will be increased, and the labor intensity will be reduced. However, what if the large workshop in the county uses this to control the entire county's bean products industry? That's a problem with the perfection of the business laws and the functions of the government. You can't use the possible disadvantages to deny the benefits of the current actions. If it's easy to choke when drinking water, then you won't drink water. If you're thirsty, you naturally need to drink water. As for choking, then solve the choking problem. This isn't called treating a headache or treating a foot when it hurts. This is called the division of functions. Ants have a division of labor, not to mention humans. How can there be a perfect thing in the world? If that's the case, then my brothers and sisters won't have to suffer. Xiao Yuan also had his own views on this. Yan Fei was used to discussing political and economic issues with children. All right, I agree. To build a large bean products processing workshop in the county, I have to first calculate the profit ratio of the small handicraft workshop and the price ratio when buying the finished products from the large workshop. I already know that bean rolls have a lot to do with the people's livelihood. I also understand the principle of drawing inferences from one example. Tell me about the issue of tax exemption. To be honest, you're not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Although you're so smart that I'm scared, you're far worse than your brothers and sisters. At the same age, they're 100 times better than you. If you can't persuade me, I'll never agree. I'm an official of the imperial court, not the inner courtyard of your Zhang family and Wang family. My first consideration will always be the people under my rule. Listening to Yan Fei's words, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei were not angry at all. They admitted that their brothers and sisters were powerful. Until now, they had not found a problem that their brothers and sisters couldn't solve. Xiao Yuan, continue. Xiao Bei threw a sentence to Xiao Yuan and pulled Lu Feifei to explain the things that Lu Feifei didn't understand in the conversation between Xiao Yuan and Yan Fei. Lu Feifei was very modest. For the first time, she knew how big the gap between her and a real official was. She thought that an official had nothing to do and had free time all day. She didn't expect that an official had a universe in his heart. Of course, this referred to a capable official. Xiao Yuan said, "We want to build a big industrial group park near the amusement park. Then we'll buy things from them and sell them in the amusement park, tax-free." Lord Yen, you may want to say that it will have an impact on the financial income of Hong Nong. Indeed, it will, but it will definitely not be a negative impact. You also said that we're smart. How can we do stupid things? Who will join us tax-free? It's true that life in the county is not easy. For example, people who are hardworking and not smart. What they need is not how many good opportunities you create for them, but a leader who can actually lead them to work. Oh. You want them to be tax-free. What's the purpose? Yan Fei knew that there was a group of people who didn't have a high income. The purpose is to let them make money. We not only exempt them from taxes, but also all their management fees. In this way, their income will increase, their life will be better, and there will be less trouble in the county. You're still thinking about how we can make money, right? It's simple. They are exempt from taxes and all other fees. The cost of things they buy is also low. There is a big workshop nearby. You have to limit the big workshop to sell goods to the outside. If the quantity does not reach a certain scale, it can't be cheap. In this way, those who come to Hong Nong for fun, those who wait for the bus to transfer, and those who seek low-price special products will concentrate on the places we provide in the tax-free area, where things are cheap. Then we increase the number of manpower transportation, increase the number of local customers, increase the income of the accommodation shops, and also increase the number of goods sold by merchants who are not in the tax-free area but sell goods that are not available in the tax-free area. Xiao Yuan gestured with his hands and said generously. Then how do you increase your income? You use your own money to subsidize again. Yan Fei listened and kept nodding. He had turned 2 pages of the book. If he didn't know that the 9 children would not take the idea of their brother and sister as their own, he would think that it was the strategy of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It played a very big role in promoting the development of the place. The 9 children were still like before, willing to contribute to the development of the place, and not just thinking about money. Xiao Yuan really didn't know that Yan Fei had such a high evaluation of him. He glanced at Xiao Bei, and seeing Xiao Bei nod, he said, "Lord Yan, don't spread it. Just keep it to yourself." Of course, of course. Oh, I definitely won't spread it. I'll rot it in my stomach. Yan Fei was most curious about this. Thank you. It's like this. We don't charge more from others. We are an amusement park. Every ride is charged because it requires motivation. We will have ideas on the rides. For example, you are a businessman coming over, or you are waiting for a train. Your train will only arrive tomorrow. Do you want to find a place nearby to rest? Yes, I have to find one. That's easy. No matter where you find it, that place will give you a ticket. Take this ticket and come to the amusement park. You can play one or a few rides for free. Take this ticket and you can go to the shopping area. Buy anything. You can get a 20% discount within a certain amount. Take this ticket and you can get a souvenir from the stalls selling souvenirs in the amusement park. Then you have to pay for the items in the amusement park. The number of times you have played it on the ticket indicates the unit price and how much money you need to spend. After you calculate, you will realize that the unit price of the rides you play is actually half the cost of the accommodation. If you include the free boxed lunch provided in the amusement park upstream, you will get an even bigger advantage. Then will you come to the amusement park? Will you go shopping? After you come, if you find out. I got it. Yan Fei stood up in surprise and carefully looked at Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. He kept looking at them. After looking at them a few times, he finally exhaled. He said, "You are earning this money." People's consumption is the psychological law of equalization in the process of accidentally obtaining money. That is to say, if you pick up 100 copper coins, many people will be willing to find a place to spend this 100 copper coins. Only a small number of people will want to keep it. In other words, if you give him a ticket worth 50 copper coins, he will be willing to spend another 50 copper coins to play the free rides. Even if it reaches a ratio of 10%, your income will increase a lot. Then, you are exempt from taxes. You can even use the same method on the local stalls that are exempt from taxes and have all the fees removed. Similarly, if you meet people who are just here to play and buy cheap tickets, you can give them some of the restaurants, inns, and coupons in the market. In this way, you are exempt from taxes. You don't have to calculate the tax ratio in the process of dividing the profits with other merchants, but your income will increase a lot. Because you also don't have to pay taxes on this part, the cost is very low. On the other hand, if you are not exempt from taxes, the inns and restaurants will promote you and give you free tickets. Your tax cost will be very high, and there will be an additional cost of double taxation in the process of exchanging customers. Amazing, I am convinced. No wonder you have to give half of the net profits to the children. You are earning too much. As expected of Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister. After being praised by Yan Fei, Xiao Yuan was too embarrassed to say anything. He lowered his head and nudged Xiao Bei with his foot. Xiao Bei also became bashful and said in a similarly embarrassed manner, "Actually, it's true that we're spending money to invest in Tang Dynasty's children, and it's also true that it's free of charge. But, in any case, that's how it is. You shouldn't blame us, right? There is no rule that says that we can't make money from it if it is free. What we are earning is not the children's money. Can you understand?" "What do you mean I understand?" Are you saying that when you give half of the net profits to the children, you are still profiting from it?" As Yan Fei spoke, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Chapter 10:14. You're really a family. I won't ask how you earned the money. I believe what you said must be true. I want to know who came up with this idea. For the first time, Yan Fei looked at Xiao Bei and the other 9 people seriously. In the past, Yan Fei was afraid of their status and brothers and sisters. But now, he was treating the other party like an adult, because the other party had the qualifications. Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Even if you ask, we won't tell you. We thought about this idea for many days before we came up with it and perfected it. Sister told brother to open a few more candy houses, but we don't want to continue to rely on brother and sister. We want to plan it ourselves. From then on, when we have time, we get together and think hard about how to get other matching things for the candy house. Just the candy house is fine. But that's not in line with the style of our Zhang family and Wang family." Uncle Emperor praised brother, saying that he doesn't come up with a plan easily, but if he does, he will definitely be successful. We can't ruin brother's reputation, right? As Xiao Bei spoke, Yan Fei kept nodding. Looking at Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's serious and persistent appearance, he wished he could carry the two children over and kiss them on the left and right. They were really cute and sensible. They also knew how to do things in their family. It was very difficult to achieve such a level. Well, you continue to eat. Remember what we just discussed. When you go back, you have to implement it. After the tax exemption, you will find that the county's financial income is higher than before. At the same time, the people's trust in the government office is higher. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find someone else. There are still a few places I haven't visited. You eat mutton, don't eat chicken. Choose some things and pack them up. Tomorrow, you can bring them back to the government office as a gift. Xiao Bei finished speaking to Yan Fei and waved his hand. He pulled Lu Feifei and Xiao Yuan and ran to another place. Yan Fei was stunned and did not move for a long time. He was also frightened. Qin Axian, who recovered faster, reminded him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Brother Xinqing, the days in the county will get better and better in the future. You have to help me. Yan Fei said to Qin Axian. Qin Axian agreed and said, indeed, Xiao Bei's amusement park will be built in Hongnong. Also, with their business in Old Willow Village, as well as their cooperation with my family, they will value Hongnong a lot. With them valuing Hongnong, it won't be hard to live a bad life. Lord Yen, you have to stick to your bottom line. When you're done and ready to leave your post, they'll give you more compensation than you can get on your own. Of course. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Come, drink. As Yan Fei spoke, he picked up the bowl and finished it in one gulp. He was in an exceptionally good mood today. Not only had he not been punished, he had a development goal. Qin Axian followed suit and emptied the mutton leg as well. He took a bite and slowly refused. His eyes stared blankly at the flickering flames. Just like Qin Axian, there were others who were also lost in thought. However, they weren't looking at the flame but at the sand table. Reporting, our brigade has suffered heavy losses. We couldn't stop the enemy's crazy breakthrough. During the hand-to-hand battle, our brigade's 2nd Regiment was completely wiped out. We lost our line of defense. The messenger's voice rang out. Only then did Tan Hu come back to his senses. He ordered the 2nd line of defense, no, the 3rd line of defense. Strengthen the defense. No matter the cost, push the enemy back. Send our brigade's personal guards to the 3rd line of defense. Waiting for the messenger to leave, Tan Hu's gaze became straight again. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but also speaking to the others in the room. Why did they suddenly become so strong? The hand-to-hand battle should have been our army's problem, but they fell in batches. What did they do? The other generals were also looking at the sand table. They were also puzzled. One of them asked, could it be that they used new weapons? After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to answer. He denied it himself, impossible. This point is not within the scope of the military selection. We can only fight and wait for the support of the nearby logistical forces. No matter what, we have to keep this brigade. Otherwise, once they break through, they will get more supplies. With artillery, they will be a greater threat to our main forces. I request permission to take the remaining brigade members and personally stop them. Reporting, our 2nd line of defense has been broken through by the enemy. The enemy is continuing to advance and will soon come into contact with the 3rd line of defense. The 3rd line of defense's long-range troops are attacking. Another messenger came in and reported to Tan Hu. The expressions of Tan Hu and the others became more and more serious. Order the soldiers at the 1st line of defense to report quickly. Why did the enemy's attacks become so fierce? Wrong. Order the soldiers at the 2nd line of defense to report that the 1st line of defense has been completely wiped out. Tan, who was stunned by the enemy's breakthrough. For a moment, he forgot about the tragedy at the first line of defense and that his brigade was down by a regiment. Reporting, the second line of defense has sent people to check on the survivors. Reporting, our third line of defense has been broken through. Our allies from the surrounding areas are chasing after them. Reporting, our pursuers have encountered stubborn resistance from the enemy. A small portion of the enemy has left the battlefield and is continuing the pursuit. The messenger reported again and again. Every time, Tan Hu's breathing quickened. The generals in the room also frowned. After a while, Tan Hu said, "We underestimated the enemy this time. It's not that the enemy isn't strong enough. They just thought that they were strong at the beginning, so they were tricked. Now, they've set their mentality and are treating us as strong enemies, but we're still immersed in our previous victory. I reckon that 2 of our brigade's regiments have been wiped out, and the rest won't be able to stop the enemy. After all, our opponents are generals who have studied under the little lady for a while. Although they haven't studied for as long as us, some of the generals are from the families of generals." The person who spoke earlier spoke again. "Yes, the Great Tang. It's the Great Tang after all. The advanced weapons of the Great Tang aren't just for show. If they really adjust, they'll really make us feel the pressure. Don't think about it. Try your best to chase after them and gather the remaining people. My logistics brigade still has to continue fighting. It'll be difficult for me to enter the inner yard this time." "That's good. It shows that the Great Tang's overall strength is high. If they really can't break through, I'll be sad." Tan Hu also adjusted his mentality. He hadn't entered the inner yard yet. Most of the logistics brigade was like this. The commanders of the inner yard were the main force, and the logistics brigade was an opportunity for selection. While Tan Hu felt sorry for himself, he felt happy for the Great Tang. It was very contradictory. However, he didn't know that he really couldn't enter the inner yard. Because of his words, Li Longji personally interceded for him and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to let him enter the inner yard. Li Longji had been looking at the sand table. The battle was intense, and another attack and defense battle appeared before his eyes. When he heard the messenger repeat what Tan Hu said in the room, he smiled proudly. He said to Empress Wang beside him, "The people of the Great Tang always think of the Great Tang." Even though this person called Tan Hu clearly knows that he has no hope of entering the inner yard, he still feels proud of the Great Tang. "I have to talk to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to let this person in. How loyal must he be to say such words? Your Majesty is right. With them around, the Great Tang has no worries. Look at that Yang Chang. He'll probably be here soon. His last 3,000 or so people will be finished. Less than 300 people will be able to escape, and they still have to pass through the mountain fire. If they're not careful, they'll encounter a situation where the ashes come back, and they'll lose more people. Yang Chang is really wronged. If he had fought like this from the start and showed his determination to cut off all means of retreat, would he have lost a brigade? This can be considered as him being loyal to the country." Empress Wang evaluated as she looked at the sand table. At the same time, she recalled the battle just now. The sand table showed that the battle just now had started before dawn. Yang Chang gathered all his forces and attacked toward the north, not caring about how many people would die. Yang Chang, who was in the room, seemed to be immersed in the battle. He kept roaring, "Attack, attack! Raise your bayonets and fight the last battle for the Great Tang." Then, he ordered that all the rifle bullets were to be given to the final breakout team led by Kong Lu. Because it was common, it could be used on the few submachine guns and machine guns in the brigade. The people in charge of the front line only raised their bayonets and used their lives to pave a path. When the enemy was stubborn, as long as they found that most of the people charging at the front were dead, regardless of whether there were still people alive, the second row of soldiers behind would throw a few grenades and blasting canisters forward, blowing up their own people as well. That was why the breakout speed was so fast. They didn't give the enemy any chance to resist. They exchanged lives for lives, only chasing after time. Li Ji also brought people to fight with the enemy and was in charge of blocking the enemy's pursuit. In the end, Yang Chang killed them all. He personally rushed up to fight with the enemy and then shouted as he threw a grenade at me. He was the first to die. Kong Lu brought his 500 men to break out of the encirclement. There were 200 spearmen, and the rest were pistols, submachine guns, and machine guns. The bullets from the submachine guns and machine guns poured out like rain. Then, the spearmen were in charge of hand-to-hand combat. At this time, the advantage was finally revealed. Whether it was swords or spears, they all fell when facing the spearmen. Charge! Our brothers used their lives to pave the path for us. Charge out! Those who run out of bullets, stay behind. I will burn incense and kowtow to you during festivals. You are the soul of the great Tang army. Because the messenger's report was very close to the truth, Kong Lu was particularly engrossed in it. For a moment, he forgot that it was fake. He really thought that so many of his brothers had died. He took out a gun from the holster on his waist and waved it around as he shouted with all his might. He shouted until his voice was hoarse and his face was covered in tears. Everyone in the surrounding houses could hear him clearly. He still hadn't recovered from this state. Report, our army has broken through the layers of the enemy's blockade and successfully entered the burning area. There are 79 people left. The messenger reported again, shouting the same way. Got it. Those who are injured, stay behind. The rest, continue forward. Don't stop. If I die, every soldier who rushes out alive, send a message to our vanguard. Run, run. Our great Tang will avenge us. Our great Tang still has Cuckoo. Cuckoo will. Ha. Ah. That's right, this is the sand table. Martial selection, Cuckoo is our opponent. No one died, right? Yang Chang and Li Ji are still alive. Ah, my throat hurts. Go and get me some medicine. This is bad. Others will laugh at me. Why didn't you remind me? Who designed the sand table model? I hate them. I wanted to eat spicy hot pot for dinner. Now, I can continue to drink clear soup. Li Ji came back to his senses as he spoke. He raised his hand to wipe his tears and blew his nose. He spoke with grievance. The messenger also felt wronged. When you pulled out the pistol, I already said it. You didn't listen. Who is to blame? I didn't say it was your fault. Go and get the medicine. Kong Lu waved his hand embarrassedly at the messenger and chased him out. He looked at the sand table again. As he looked, he smiled. So, it's safe for me to bring my men. The speed of chasing and running is not much different. If we split up a little, it will be enough for them to get busy. Come, pass down my order. The rest of you, form groups of 2 and look for the main vanguard. Return to the team. Kong Lu gave another order. He then pinched the skin on his throat and stretched it. He grimaced. It hurts so much. It's burning. Ah, it's all gone. A brigade of 5,000 people, and only these few are left. I wonder how low my rank will fall. Maybe I'll be chased back home to be a farmer. Then I'll go to school to be a teacher for the children. I'll teach them how to read and write. I'll also teach them military affairs. I'll tell the children that when they grow up to be generals, they should never underestimate any native. When Kong Lu's voice stopped, Yang Chang and Li Ji also arrived at the center of the sand table. Although they could leave directly, they didn't want to. Yang Chang was the first to die. He went to the door of Li Ji's room and waited for him to come out. He knew that Li Ji couldn't have survived. Li Ji also saw the brigade commander. He was originally very focused, but when he saw Yang Chang, he couldn't help but laugh. He gave another order. He clapped his hands and looked at the messenger. The messenger immediately told him that he had died. He then walked out of the door and followed Yang Chang to the center. Do you think the emperor is asleep? I think Shi Chunjing is secretly laughing. We finally came to accompany him. This battle was a mess. I don't know if he will lose his position. You, the brigade commander, and I, the regiment commander, are both not qualified. Li Ji, who gave up the idea of fighting, was much more relaxed. As for the future, he didn't care about it. He smiled and said to Yang Chang. Yang Chang smacked his lips and patted his forehead with his hand. He said, Wang Wan's people are really powerful. I can't help but admire them. My brigade is probably completely wiped out. I just don't know if Kong Lu ran out with his people. Let's go, we'll see them when we get to the center of the sand table. If he ran out, our responsibility will be less. If he waited for us there, I think the emperor will treat us to an unforgettable meal. It's almost time for dinner. Actually, I want to eat seafood. I also want to eat the seafood of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. But if I lose my position, I won't be able to find a place to eat for free once a month. When I see the emperor later, I'll ask for seafood. The kind that is dry and made. Li Ji laughed at himself and walked into the center with Yang Chang. He looked up. Sure enough, the emperor was also waiting for dinner and hadn't rested yet. Li Longji's seat was very high. He had deliberately made it so that it would look good. The chair was the one that was moved from Xingqing Palace yesterday. It was the one that he always sat on. It was very big. Usually, when Xiao Bei and the others ate or chatted with him at Xingqing Palace, they would always squeeze together with him. Li Longji hadn't seen Xiao Bei and the other 9 children for a few days. He missed them, so he asked someone to bring chairs. At the same time, he decided that if Xiao Bei and the others found out that the Yamen officials in Jiangzhou were biased, they would be severely punished. Without a group of children, the entire Xingqing Palace became cold and cheerless. It was not fun at all. Otherwise, why would they want to stay in the hibiscus garden? It was still a little cold in early spring. It was not as comfortable as the palace. Li Longji was thinking about how Xiao Bei and the other children looked when they were playing happily. He happened to see Yang Chang and Li Ji come in. He looked down at them and asked flatly, You two have worked hard. Yang Chang and Li Ji didn't dare to answer. They stood obediently at the door like children who had made a mistake. They lowered their heads. What did you do earlier? Didn't the assault team organize very well? The moment you were surrounded, you directly led the team to the north. How could the crippled regiment in the north stop you? Other than the regiment headquarters and a few personal guards, they didn't have anyone else. They insisted on setting up camp and being surrounded, didn't they? The other side's logistics team almost wiped out all of you. Even I feel embarrassed for you. Li Longji continued to scold the two of them. Yang Chang and Li Ji kept their heads down, but they were cursing in their hearts. Who knew what the situation was at that time? We didn't see the sand table in the center, and the hot air balloon team fell first. Who dared to say that he could tell? As if he could guess what the two were thinking, Li Longji said, Don't find excuses for yourself. Back then, under what circumstances did Cuckoo and Xiao Bao enter Tubo? How did Cuckoo fight? She dared to run in circles on the mountain with an enemy force that was several times her size. She ran and fought while organizing her team. Why else do you think I value her so much? There were many people who could win a battle, but how many people could achieve the same effect as Cuckoo in the past? Steady, steady, you just want to be steady because your weapons are more advanced and your communication speed is faster. If it was Cuckoo leading the great Tang army and using advanced weapons to attack you natives, you would have been finished long ago. Cuckoo can beat you until you cry, do you believe it? Yang Chang and Li Ji were very unwilling to admit it, but they had no choice. This was because many of the tactics they learned were taught by Wang Wan. For example, this breakout was a choice in the most helpless situation that Wang Wan had said at that time. It was the last method to protect an important person or pass on important information. Gathering all the superior firepower, ignoring the casualties on their side, and staining the road forward with blood, the prerequisite was that all the soldiers had to be loyal enough. Now that they didn't see Kong Lu, they probably succeeded. It was really useful. All the handguns and repeating rifles were gathered together, and the sudden attack was too fast. It was really easy to destroy. Speak. If you don't speak, I will really revoke your positions. Seeing that this is the last time you made a choice, I will spare you this time. At that time, someone even told me that I could find an opportunity to capture both the Zhang family and the Wang family. Do you see the situation today? Capture. What is the equipment of the seedling protection team? Each person is equipped with 2 handguns, 1 submachine gun, and 8 grenades. If not, how can I rest assured when I send Xiao Bei and the rest out? Today, Li Longji listened to the referee's evaluation of various data, and he truly felt the strength of the elite firearms unit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Chang and Li Ji finally spoke, and said the same 4 words in unison. Thank you to everyone for your support and votes. Someone even gave me 10,000 renminbi as a tip for a monthly vote. I will try my best to write and try my best to write. I'll say it again. Don't give me money like that. In the past, there were people who gave me money like that. They gave 10,000, 10,000, 50,000, 50,000, and even 1,888,000 was not a small amount. 588 was even more. But you can't do this. I am not worthy of it. I am already satisfied to be able to subscribe and read it. If you praise me in the book review, I will be happy for the whole day. Thank you, brothers and sisters. But when it's time to save, I will save. Since you gave me money, I will not return it. When I spend money, I will also be happy. Sometimes, I feel conflicted. I want to get more royalties, but I don't want others to pay too much. I admit that I am a hypocrite. Those who have a recommendation vote, don't forget to vote for me. Praise me again. Thank you. I will bow to everyone. Yes, bow. You want me to beg? Brothers and sisters, you know that I will not do that. I am a stubborn author. I always feel that writers should at least have some strength of character. Bow, bow. Chapter 10-15. Go. Li Longji waved his sleeves. He knew that Yang Chang and Li Gui didn't want to stay in front of him any longer. As expected, Yang Chang and Li Gui hurriedly ran to the sand table and took a closer look. So the main force is in Huangshan. They arrived early. It's over. Zhang Shougui still foolishly came forward. He shouldn't have sent out all the hot air balloons back then. Yang Chang looked at the sand table and understood everything. Wang Wan's main force wasn't in Yuezhou as he had expected. Instead, they had run to Huangshan to look at the model on the sand table. They were in the midst of civil engineering. Li Gui paid attention to a very small model. Kong Lu has run out. Hurry up. Tell the vanguard that the enemy's smoke is asymmetrical. What unit is this? Central Sniper Battalion. How did they get there? No wonder the radio station couldn't send any news. They were all shot down. It's the unit that shot down your hot air balloons. The 1st Battalion has more than 700 people. From top to bottom, there are 14 commanders. They are all from the inner yard. The earliest commander is Wang Yi, a second-year student. The rest are fourth-year students. Every fourth-year student can lead a battalion. This unit is only in charge of a small unit. There is a detailed summary of the battle on the table. Go take a look. Shi Chun's voice came from beside Li Gui. Li Gui had a deep impression of Shi Chun. He was captured alive, mocked his own people, and gave out a lot of information that was both true and false. Hearing his words, Li Gui said with an ugly expression, "Then I have to congratulate you for entering the inner yard. Why didn't the sniper battalion burn you to death? Is it because they are from the inner yard? Invulnerable to fire and water. Thank you. Congratulations to you too. While you were covering the rear, your commands were pretty good. They were much stronger than you when it came to attacking. Just look at the information and you'll know what the sniper camp has done. You'll also be able to understand how elite their personnel are. I admire Wang Yi. As expected of a second-year student. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do as well as him. I would probably have died long ago, not to mention being able to lead troops." After splitting up, they continued to pose a great threat to the enemy's army. Shi Chun didn't care about the other party's unfriendly tone. He smiled and pointed to a paper beside him, indicating that it was the file of the sniper battalion. Li Ji clearly knew that the other party was not wrong, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was obvious that the other party was stepping on him to get to the top. The benefits of the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family were extraordinarily good, and he could learn even more skills. Just by going out and carrying all kinds of thoughtful supplies in their bags, countless people who also had families were envious of them, not to mention the care their families received. Li Gong snorted angrily and looked at the paper. It was very thick, about 30 sheets. Sweeping his gaze elsewhere, he noticed that there were countless sheets of paper in the central area. There was also a group of people calculating, a group of people discussing, a group of people comparing the rules, a group of people walking in and out, and a group of people writing with their heads lowered. What are these? Li Ji asked Shi Chun instead of taking the information from the sniper camp. It is a record of the changes in the battlefield. This is the first and largest sand table simulation of the Great Tang, and it is also the most time-consuming one. Every detail of the battlefield must be recorded, including the marching route and the commander's judgment. When the time comes, it will be easy to review and use as teaching material. At the same time, it will also test the commanding ability of the commanders. Our Great Tang will need to make adjustments internally. For example, you are not suitable for fighting in a siege. You are suitable for covering the rear and defending. It is a waste of talent to assign you to the offensive formation, and it is also a mistake on the part of the decision-maker. Let me evaluate you. Your performance is very good in the later stages. When you were commanding the rear, you were able to accurately command every single troop. When our Great Tang really goes to war, you and I will be in charge of defense because I can't attack. At that time, we will fight side by side for the protection of our hearts and for the dignity of the Great Tang. As Shi Chun spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Li Ji hesitated for a moment before stretching out his right hand to shake Shi Chun's. All right, you will be in charge of the calculations, and I will be in charge of the preparation. Everything, for the dignity of the Great Tang. After the martial arts examination, you have to treat me to a drink. Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable. I will also give you a gift to congratulate you on entering the inner courtyard. Your family must have spent a lot of money on this martial arts examination, right? Li Ji made his choice in a very short period of time. He was magnanimous mainly because he heard Shi Chun's words and felt that if he continued to fuss over such trivial matters, he would be too petty. The interests of the Great Tang were above all else. The smile on Shi Chun's face became even brighter. Of course. Please, let's go to the Savant's Pavilion. Xiao Bei promised me before that once I entered the inner courtyard, she would let me eat the good things she left behind. It's a pity that she wasn't around when I was fighting. Xiao Bei knows you too? Li Ji asked enviously. Xiao Bei knows many people. When they have nothing to do, they will often wander around the inner and outer courtyards. When they see people who are idle, they will go over to talk to them. We like them very much, and we try our best to tell them what we know. The goal is to nurture them to be more powerful. We are very afraid that the masters we follow in the future will be stupid and will cause our own deaths. I look forward to them growing up and protecting them. When speaking of Xiao Bei and the others, a gratified and caring expression appeared on Shi Chun's face. Then, he said, my family spent a lot of money this time. Wait for me, I will ask. Shi Chun threw down these words and ran out to find someone to ask. Li Ji's gaze followed Shi Chun's back as he said to Yang Chang, perhaps one doesn't have to become an official to bring glory to one's ancestors. It is enough to be part of the inner courtyards of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. I have always felt that the inner courtyards of the Zhang clan and Wang clan are another set of personnel that can replace the civil and military officials of the Great Tang at any time. They can go out and establish a new country at any time, but they still stay in the Great Tang. What is their purpose? Sho. Yang Chang immediately became nervous. He placed his index finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. Don't shush, it's not like you are peeing on a child. We will tell you why. Li Longji's voice suddenly sounded behind Li Ji, giving Li Ji a fright. The reason why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's inner courtyards are nurtured this way is so that they can be prepared to kill at any time. If a problem appears in the military and political system of a certain province, they can go over and kill them all. Then, they can immediately replace them with the inner courtyards to ensure that the local government operates normally. If any regional governor thinks that without him, there will be a gap in the military and administration of our Great Tang, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will let him know that it doesn't matter whether he is there or not. No matter how capable the local officials are or how much power they have, they must always remember that they are not allowed to challenge the royal court. We will pass down the order in the capital that they are not allowed to play any tricks and use the stability of a region to threaten us. Otherwise, we will send Xiao Bei and the others out first. If the local officials dare to resist, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will bring people over to kill them. After killing 1,000 people from the military and political system, we will send another 1,000 people over. Li Longji spoke in a dictatorial manner. He wasn't afraid that his words would spread out and cause the local officials to be displeased. Yang Chang and Li Gong swallowed their saliva and nodded their heads. Li Gong was the first to reply, yes, yes, Your Majesty. Your will is our code of conduct. Wherever your sword points to, we will fight to the death. We definitely won't dare to go against the orders of the royal court. Yang Chang added, yes, we understand. The royal court isn't afraid of us becoming arrogant. As generals, we also don't dare to raise bandits. We will always remember that there are people who can replace us at any time. Li Longji, who had achieved his goal, nodded his head to Wei Wei. We have always believed in you. Actually, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao's inner courtyards aren't used to replace the officials of Great Tang. Instead, when they are expanding their territory, they won't lack administrative and military personnel. I know how much money you have spent. Shi Chun ran over, Your Majesty, you are here too. I have always been here. How much money did your family spend? Li Longji glared at Shi Chun. His meaning was, I was far away just now. Can you pretend you didn't see me? Yes, I have always been here. I was careless. According to Your Majesty's estimation, based on a month's time, we have spent a total of 600,000 strings of cash. If we can't finish it in a month, we will have to invest more. Shi Chun drew a 6 with his hand. So much. Li Longji didn't expect the military examination to cost 600,000 strings of cash. When he said that the royal court would pay for it, it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who took the initiative to bear the cost. 600,000 strings of cash was indeed a lot. Although it didn't matter to the Zhang family and Wang family, it was calculated based on their wealth. In reality, 600,000 strings of cash could do a lot of things. A dough of millet was only worth 9 copper coins in the capital. If one were to look at it from a higher perspective, it would be 10 copper coins for a dough. 600,000 strings of cash was equivalent to 60 million dough. Li Longji also understood that money couldn't always be calculated as grain. There were also luxury goods and other daily necessities. There were many people with hundreds of thousands of strings of cash, but no one dared to use all of it to buy grain. Otherwise, Xiao Bao would immediately deal with them. He would never allow anyone to hoard such a large amount of daily necessities. Li Ji and Li Ji were also shocked by this number. The two of them didn't understand how the money was spent, but they didn't doubt Shi Chun's words. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't get any benefits from the royal court even if they spent 6 million strings of cash, let alone 600,000 strings of cash. There was no need to lie. No one would reimburse them. Shi Chun also knew what they were thinking. He explained, one is the cost of building the house, and the other is the cost of making the sand table and small models. There are also subsidies for the relevant personnel. We can't let people work for free. Little young master and little lady's purpose for the military examination wasn't just to become the martial champion, but more so to collect information. That's why the scale was so big. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to use the central sand table and countless small sand tables to carry out the military examination. They just needed to use the elimination system and fight in pairs. The final winner would have to play a small sand table simulation with Little Lady. However, Little Young Master and Little Lady wanted a comprehensive analysis. The most important thing was the ability of the large army to cooperate in battle. Shi Chun's words made Li Longji and the other two nod. It was indeed so. They all understood. Normally, the martial champion would definitely be Wang Wan. However, Wang Wan had deliberately increased the difficulty. Her goal wasn't for the title of martial champion, but for the overall military command of the Great Tang. Shi Chun continued, there's also the cost of the hibiscus garden. The hibiscus garden is open for a large portion of the time. It's open for free. Now, the entire hibiscus garden is under martial law and no one is allowed to enter. The commoners naturally have fewer places to go. Therefore, Little Young Master and Little Lady took out money to subsidize the zoo, skating rink, and other places. The commoners can go there to play. Those who want to hold a poetry banquet in the hibiscus garden will also pay to send them elsewhere. Li Longji and the other two understood that this was how money was spent. Li Gui couldn't figure it out. If the hibiscus garden is occupied, then so be it. What else do the commoners dare to say? They don't dare. Shi Chun replied, just because they don't dare, it doesn't mean that they don't want to. It's easy to shut people's mouths, but hard to win their hearts. Little Young Master said that if he wanted to occupy other people's places, not to mention the hibiscus garden, who would dare to disobey him? However, they shouldn't do that. Only those who don't have enough power and status will think of showing off in front of others. When one's status reaches a certain level, they won't use their power to oppress others. For example, Your Majesty. The entire Great Tang belongs to Your Majesty, but Your Majesty still has a standard when doing things. What you should think of is not how much sacrifice the commoners should make, but how you should consider the commoners' interests. With this, Yang Chang and Li Gui could no longer raise any other opinions. Li Longji nodded repeatedly. That's right. In the past, when I went out, part of the money was paid by the imperial court, and the other part was paid by the local government. It was a waste of money and people. Now, I prefer to go out and not use the imperial court's money or the local government's hospitality. I have money, so I can buy it with money. However, I don't use my money. It's all paid by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They will arrange it. When I went to Jili province, I found that the lower the rank, the more arrogant they are. A provincial governor's son actually bullied people there. He bullied Xiao Bei and my Jun, and Pan, How arrogant is he? Ah. Yang Chang and Li Gui were also stunned. Their status was not high enough, so they didn't go to Jili province. They didn't know what happened there, and only heard the emperor mention it now. Who is so daring? Bullied Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei didn't beat him. As a general, Li Gui's first thought was to use force to solve the problem. Beat what? Xiao Bei kept giving in. He even discussed building a snowman with that kid. In the end, there was no other way, so he caught that kid's father. If Xiao Bei didn't insist on handling it impartially, I would have cut off his head. Just tell me, how ambitious is this person? He actually dared to cause trouble in Jili province. He doesn't know how to use his power when he has reached a certain level. People who have reached a certain level of status are all easygoing. They think about others and show off because they feel inferior. Li Longji was still angry when he mentioned this. Li Gui and Yang Chang nodded in agreement. Your Majesty is reasonable. People always say that the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. In fact, it's because the county magistrate doesn't want to argue with ordinary people. Only the current one is worried that others don't value him and feel inferior. Therefore, he always looks for opportunities to prove his status. Therefore, the military selection has been going on for a month. The young master and young lady spent 600,000 strings of cash. The information collected from the various commanders is very precious. In the future, I will take it out and explain it in class. The young lady said that the analysis isn't about who is right or wrong. During war, everyone is scheming against each other. What we need to analyze is a pattern. When the generals go to war in the future, they will have a few comparisons under different circumstances. Then, they can choose. This way, they can save time and energy. Shi Chun took over the conversation. When he talked about the young master and young lady, his face was full of admiration. Look, this is how we do it. Divide it into 3 sides. No matter which side it is, it will look like the front. After making it, we have to color it. It was already noon in Old Willow Village. The market outside was still lively. However, Xiao Bei didn't want to cross the bridge and went out for a stroll. It was not fun to be surrounded by a group of people. They hid in the village and waited for the boat. When the boat sent by the family arrived, they could take the boat along the canal and then change to the Yangtze River to Jiangzhou. There were still 2 days of free time. Originally, there were boats on the Yellow River that could directly enter Hongnong to carry people. However, due to the decision of Xiao Bei and the others, they changed. They changed to a fleet with more boats that had just been sent out from the capital. Xiao Bei and the others planned to transport a batch of dolls to Jiangzhou, as well as the local specialties of Hongnong and the specialties of the places along the Yellow River to the east. When the fleet arrived, they would buy and load the goods. When they stopped in Jiangzhou, they would sell the goods. Not only would they be able to earn back the cost of the journey, but they would also have some savings. Normally, they would be able to earn a lot more. However, there were many people in the fleet. There were more than 1,500 people, so the cost had to be included. The 9 children had already discussed it. After dealing with the matters in Jiangzhou, they would transport a batch of goods back and sell them in the capital. This way, they wouldn't need to pay extra for their family, and their pocket money would also increase. The dolls to be sold were all prepared. Now, Xiao Bei had a new request. He asked people to make the dolls according to 3 sides. Each side would be the front, and it would be a very, very big doll. It would be more than 10 feet tall and 3 meters tall. Xiao Zhu was in charge of the design, and Xiao Hai was in charge of the calculations. The people of Old Willow Village helped to make the dolls. They didn't care why Xiao Bei wanted to make such dolls, nor did they remind him that they didn't look good. Anyway, if Xiao Bei asked them to do it, they would do it. Not to mention making dolls, even if they were asked to use thin willow branches and weave patterns to make a 2-story building, they wouldn't hesitate at all. This was because everyone liked Xiao Bei and the others. When the 9 children stood together, they didn't need to mention how powerful they were or how much money they had. Just by relying on their cute looks and sensible characters, they made people have an idea that they couldn't refuse their request. Lu Feifei, who had become an official, was very busy last night. She went to worship the ancestors. Old Willow walked at the front, and she followed closely behind. She even wrote an oration, burned incense, and kowtowed. From then on, her family's branch was listed as the main branch in the clan. She was busy until the wee hours of the morning before she went to sleep. Just as she woke up and washed up, she saw the strange big doll as soon as she went out. She approached Xiao Bei and asked, "Xiao Bei, it doesn't look good. It's the front on all 3 sides. What does it look like from the side? There's a big horn that's facing people. It's not for people to play with. Put it at the intersection, the triangular intersection. I'll make an advertisement. Look at the map, I'll find it for you." Xiao Bei ran out and came back with a roll. He unfolded it and showed it to Lu Feifei. It was the military map of Jiangzhou. The scale of the map and the actual area was not big, but it could be seen clearly. On a road in Jiangzhou, there was a triangular intersection. Lu Feifei looked and pondered. Then she said, "Should we put a doll with 4 sides at the intersection of Hongnong? It happens to be at the amusement park and the south platform that connects to the train. We should also make a big doll. It'd be best if it could help promote Old Willow Village. Yes, it has to be placed. It has to be woven beautifully so that people can feel how exquisite Old Willow Village's craftsmanship is." Xiao Bei had a look of, "I have such a plan." Lu Feifei looked at the map and then looked at the big doll that was still in the process of being made. She suggested, "Why don't a few people from our village go with you? When you arrive in Jiangzhou, you can find willow twigs and weave them. You don't have to occupy the space of a big doll on the way, so you can put more goods. Sister Feifei, we don't need that little space. I just want to take the big doll there. As soon as we arrive, we'll put the doll at the intersection and tell the officials of Jiangzhou that we're here. That's how it should be," Xiao Bei said firmly. Chapter 10:16. When the fleet arrived, Xiao Bei's dolls were finally finished by the craftsmen of Old Willow Village. They were transported along the Hongnong River to the Yellow River. Xiao Bei's team of 9 once again treated the villagers to a big meal of pure seafood. Then they bid farewell. The villagers once again sent them off with tears in their eyes, all the way to the shore of the Honglu River. The farewell team grew bigger and bigger. Xiao Bei's team put away the flags that represented their identity, but the people of Hongnong County helped them raise the rice seedlings flag. They knew who had paid for the reconstruction of Hongnong County and the compensation. The patrol team of 9 was in the limelight for a while. When the boat entered the Yellow River, there were people on the shore sending them off. Some were drivers, some were on horseback, and some were on donkeys. When Xiao Bei's boat entered the Yellow River and met up with the waiting fleet, those who could not keep up with the speed stopped and waved from afar. "Xiao Yuan, tell me, why is every departure so sad?" Xiao Bei wiped his tears and asked Xiao Yuan, who had been standing at the stern of the boat with him. "Because the time spent together is too short and too careless, only the moment of separation will you feel that happiness is far away. It is a kind of habit and also a kind of feeling, so you have to cherish what you have by your side. Don't neglect the things around you because you are always dependent on each other." Xiao Yuan also wiped his tears. He also could not bear to leave the people of Hongnong County. Xiao Yuan, you are so nice. I know. I have to cherish Ahua, even if it is a cat. I will go and feed it fish. You just stand there, aw. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan gratefully and ran to the cabin. There should be a stray cat that he had picked up on the way there. Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Bei's running figure and was stunned for a while. Ah, Hua. That shriveled up cat. That's not what I meant. Your comprehension is too poor. Is the cat more important than me? Well, there's actually another explanation for sadness. That is, when you give, you don't get anything in return, not even a little bit. Of course, when you give, you're happy. Then, Ahua, you give. I'll drink cat soup tonight, and I believe you're happy too. Xiao Yuan left the bow in a huff. He was ready to ask brother Xiao Hai about the formula of killing a cat, or find his sister Xiao Zhu to draw a big dog or something to scare Ahua into jumping into the Yellow River. At that time, he would definitely stop Xiao Bei and tell her that the moment of life was the moment of glory. Let's see who would dare to go down and save her. Xiao Bei ran to the cabin and searched for Ahua, but he couldn't find her. He asked a lot of people, and finally confirmed that Ahua didn't come on board. He muttered angrily, I won't have a cat anymore. My brother was right. Cats are not as good as dogs. Dogs know how to be loyal to their owners, but cats are different. It's just like the Japanese. No matter how good you are to them, it's useless. No wonder the Japanese can't beat the great Tang. It's like a cat can't beat a dog. They have no class and don't recognize their own status. Ha! Where did little Yuan go? Little Yuan is still the best, always protecting me. Ah! Uncle Emperor is also protecting me. He seems to have asked me why I have to pay half of the profits tax-free. I haven't answered yet. Uncle Emperor can't wait too long, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei shouted, Someone, send a report to the capital and find Uncle Emperor. Tell him about the tax exemption. Don't forget to tell Uncle Emperor that I'll bring him delicious food when I come back. Don't be angry. Li Longji truly was worried, not because of Xiao Bei and the others, but because of Zhang Shougui. On the sand table, Zhang Shougui's 15,000 vanguard had stopped at the crucial moment and was slowly inching toward Mount Huangshan. Their goal was to eliminate the battalion that was following behind them. But even now, they had still not discovered the enemy. At the same time, Cuckoo had gathered 60,000 soldiers and was preparing for a major battle on Mount Huangshan. Everything that needed to be arranged was more or less done. All that was left was the final detail and the speed of the enemy's main force. Li Longji was worried about Zhang Shougui. They were about to break into the inescapable net and wait to eliminate the battalion behind them. There was no battalion behind them, only a small squad of 30 people. They had already eaten up several information relay squads and fled. For the last day, Li Longji had been watching Little Dong's squad. Because they were advancing, it was impossible to gather information. The sand table had been removed, so Little Dong could only follow the map. When the messenger reported to Little Dong that the enemy had left clear carriage tracks, Little Dong knew that he could not be discovered, because it was impossible for carriage tracks to be clear. They still had to walk. As the army advanced, the supply team could not move alone. But when the messenger reported the conclusion of the referees, Little Dong knew that they were baiting him. Little Dong felt that his opponent was teasing him. Did they not know his position in the inner courtyard? He was not in charge of attacking, nor was he in charge of covering the rear. Of course, he was also not a tracking commander. He was a commander who had scanned the terrain and arranged his men. He was a suppressive commander who could fire with his eyes closed. One of his specialties was concealment and his ability to judge the situation. Even if he saw the enemy pass by his range of attack, he was not allowed to fire without orders or if the battle was not in a stalemate. Firing would only expose him. His role was to be used at the crucial moment. For example, when the enemy was about to take the high ground, he would spit out a tongue of fire from an unexpected place, causing the enemy to nurse a grievance on the spot. In their panic, they would not dare to rashly advance, giving their own troops time to reinforce their defenses. If he wanted to conceal himself, he naturally had to understand the tracks and the mentality of the people. The enemy had left too many flaws. Did they think that he was a fool? Divide into 5 people and advance as a suicide squad. Travel in a straight line for an hour. If they do not return after an hour, we will judge them to be dead. When Little Dong was faced with the situation of the tracks, he cautiously chose to send people to their deaths. When he gave the order to the messenger, his face was as cold as ice. Adhering to Wang Wan's fighting style, he gave the order with a heart of steel. The messenger replied quickly. After an hour, no one returned. Little Dong was clear about everything. The 5 people were killed without even having the time to light a fire or send a message. This meant that the enemy had sent out their elites. Little Dong glanced at the map and began to calculate. Where was the main force? Lady Cuckoo's fighting style was that she had no style and was too casual. But Little Young Master had his own style. Little Young Master was unpredictable in terms of economy. When it came to organizing logistics, he always had his own style. That was strict. He could allow his troops to receive supplies very comfortably. Where is Little Young Master's logistics? To whom did they supply? Why didn't they appear here? We were the ones who lit the fire. No logistics appeared in the north of the fire. We didn't even find a trace. In other words, the main force was not in the north. But if the main force was not there, there must be scouts flying in the sky. Now, there was not even an eagle. Little Young Master had taught him how to not give the enemy any hints and opportunities to discover. One is to retreat, one is a pocket, and the other is to hide and cross. Little Young Master Cuckoo's army can't cross and hide. There are too many people. Retreat? We have already scattered the enemy's forces. Why should we retreat? The enemy's information relay was responsible for the communication between the north and south of the fire area. It was accidentally destroyed by our battalion. Will Little Young Master let go of this opportunity? Little Dong looked at the map and analyzed. He wanted to know where the main force was and then send a message. He also knew that this was a habit he had developed over the years. Little Young Master always emphasized that information was information. Whoever had the information would have the initiative. I'll bet that Little Young Master has arranged the army at the front line of Mount Huangshan. Leave 20 people and spread out. Light the smoke for me. The smoke must be thick. The remaining 5 people protect me. Go north for 50 li and advance in an arc. Little Dong gave the order and moved forward with the other 5 people. In the end, the referees determined that the soldiers who lit the smoke were all dead. Little Dong was determined to be protected and saved energy for him. For example, he was carried on his back. When they were about to reach Mount Huangshan, the other 5 people were too tired to keep up. Then he threw everything away and ran. Because the messenger told him that there was a familiar geometric code on the trees nearby. It was not only one, but it kept appearing. This code was not something the students of the 5th period could learn. They were stuck in the 4th period. For the first time, Little Dong felt that knowledge was so important. The main force was right in front of him. The geometric code was definitely drawn by the scouts. It was the family's geometric code. Hence, Lil Dong ran with all his might until someone stopped him. Lil Dong, who was in the room, was already covered in mud. He was so engrossed in hiding that he would flip over and rub his face in the mud. Captain Zhang, you've been received by our army. Please enter the main tent, the messenger said as he patted the mud off Little Dong. Where are they? Little Dong was still thinking about his sacrificed brother. They're in another room. Little young lady, come here. Do you think it's appropriate? The messenger said. Right, I should change rooms. Sorry, I forgot. According to the rules, this is how it should be. So, the main force of our army is really here. Ha, Zhang Shougue, you're dead. Little Dong laughed heartily. The main force and Zhang Shougue's vanguard were about to meet. Little Dong had not slept for the past 2 days. He was constantly giving orders. After washing his face with cold water, he entered Wang Wan's room with a big meat bun in his mouth. Comprehend the Tao. Little Dong wanted to say, I'm here to report. Okay, you eat first. Don't choke. It won't take long. Someone, bring me a bowl of soup. There's still some marinated beef, right? Give it to Little Dong. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Little Dong, he was very happy. He was too far away to see the smoke, but when he saw Little Dong, he knew that there were still people alive in the sniper camp. Little Dong could not wait. He picked up the teacup in front of Wang Wan and gulped down the tea. He wiped his mouth and said, Little young master, little young lady, I finally see you. When I came out, the 14 commanders of the sniper camp were all there. There were still more than 500 people. We haven't given up. There are still so many people. When Wang Wan heard this, her eyes lit up. She asked, did they all come with you? Did they all die? No, they didn't die. It's just that some of my team members died. There are still 5 people left. We're walking slowly behind. We're divided into 14 teams. Wang Yi led the team to Hangzhou Harbor. The others scattered and moved freely. I chose the north side of the forest fire district. We killed a lot of small groups of the enemy, about 5 to 10 people. We picked up a lot of things that they used to see very far. I found that the main force of the enemy's vanguard was approaching Mount Huangshan. They were not moving fast. I guess they were waiting for me to fall into the trap. I took a big detour and ran over here. Little Dong blinked and said that he had killed a small group of the enemy's vanguard. He also gave more than a dozen telescope models to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took the telescope solemnly and said, send someone to pick up the 5 brothers immediately. I asked the referees to decide that the reconnaissance field of our key points has increased. The referees decide that there are 15 locations to use telescopes. You can assign and transfer them at any time. Inform us in advance. The messenger ran out and ran back, pointing to the 15 telescope models. Wang Wan said to Little Dong, you go to wash up first and then have a rest. You don't need to worry about this place for now. After you've had a good rest, wait for my next order. Yes, I'll eat as I wash up. They'll probably arrive in another 2 days. Little Dong gave a military salute, left behind these words, and ran out to rest. Wang Wan played with the telescope model as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, I'm thinking that the first to arrive is the vanguard of the enemy's vanguard. According to the news from the Fuyang Beacon Post, the enemy should be surrounded by at least a brigade. My great Tang's vanguard is normally equipped with 20,000 people. The ones coming from the north should be 15,000 at most. Eat them up. Your logistical forces will be sacrificed and engaged in a stalemate with the vanguard of the enemy's vanguard. Do your best to kill as many of the enemy's forces as possible. Yes, my logistical forces are prepared to be sacrificed to draw away the enemy's main artillery so that you can determine Zhang Shougue's disposition of firepower. For the sake of the entire people, someone has to die first. Zhang Xiaobao understood what Wang Wan meant. Throwing out a group of people for Zhang Shougue to fight would also allow Zhang Shougue to make a mistake in his judgment of the soldier's strength. Okay. Go to your command center and keep in touch. I'll give you the telescope and 3 of them. Remember, you have to stay alive. You'll be more useful alive than dead. Wang Wan took out 3 models and handed them to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, I promise that I'll stay alive and chat with you. I won't accompany anyone else to the central sandbox to play, Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Who else can you play with? We came to see little Dong. You fought well, but we also have to tell you something else. We already know why Xiaobei and the others felt that it was a good deal to spend half of their profits on their children even after they were exempted from taxes. Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Li Longji's voice rang out, and his figure appeared at the door. Your Majesty, the battle is about to start, yet you're still in the mood to wander around. Little Dong has gone to rest. Once he's rested, I'll have him come to see you. Did Xiaobei send you a message? Zhang Xiaobao was waiting at the door. He had to return to the logistical headquarters to give orders, so he waited for Li Longji to move aside. Li Longji was taken aback. How did you know that Xiaobei sent us a message? Oh. Did you think that I wouldn't be able to think of a solution if they didn't send me a message? Don't push me. It's not a big deal. Let me tell you, the idea that Xiaobei and the others came up with is very good. I'll study it with you. I have an idea, do you understand? I estimate that it will take another 2 days, and we have 12 hours here. How can I not be anxious? Good, everything is good. Of course, it's good. Your idea is to implement it in all parts of Great Tang. One of the benefits is to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor. Another benefit is to increase the demand for goods to be produced and sold, thus increasing the labor force. Another benefit is that the poor will increase their consumption or deposit their money in the banks. Increasing consumption will increase the local revenue, and I will have more money to operate the banks. At the same time, it will increase consumption. Will it be better if I lower the interest rate? There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to think too much about it. He began to list out a bunch of ideas. Furthermore, he hadn't perfected them yet. Otherwise, there would be more benefits, and there would be more areas where he could guide the implementation process. Li Longji widened his eyes and listened to Zhang Xiaobao with his mouth slightly agape. When Zhang Xiaobao was done, he nodded repeatedly. Xiaobao, you mean Xiaobao. Did you tell Xiaobei and the others to do this? Otherwise, why are you so clear about it? There are still many things that I haven't thought of. It's a small matter. Xiaobei and the others don't need me to personally plan for them. Isn't it normal for me to know about it? Isn't this what you want me to do? If I don't know about it, I'll be derelict in my duties. I'm about to fail in my duties, so I have to go and command the logistics. Your Majesty, you should think about it first. We can discuss it later. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he tried to squeeze his way out. Li Longji wasn't able to block him, and he was squeezed out. Li Longji immediately chased after Zhang Xiaobao. It's not too late. Xiaobao, do you think it's time to promote this to Great Tang? What you should do the most is to grasp the discipline of the officials. Only when you grasp it well can you promote it. Otherwise, if the local officials decide that the rich people are poor, and in the process of tax exemption, how much can the rich merchant sell? Zhang Xiaobao's footsteps were quick. By the time he finished speaking, he had already entered his command center. Rearrange the sand table and map. Organize the data of my logistics team. Report to the Central Army that my logistics commander is in position. Gather the commanders of the barracks and above for a meeting. Zhang Xiaobao picked up his baton and gave the order to the orderly. Li Longji also entered and discussed, Xiaobao, let's talk about the economy. Why don't we reveal some information about the central sand table to you so that you can relax and make up for the time you wasted? My dear Your Majesty, please don't harm me. Alright, I'll answer you first. When the time comes, you can return to the central sand table. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to push Li Longji into Zhang Shougui's room and have him torture him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao had agreed, Li Longji found a chair and sat down. Alright, you can speak. I'll immediately return to the central sand table to cheer you on. Tax exemption and management fee exemption naturally have to be based on the county as the smallest unit. Have the county magistrates of each county report the data. Those whose income is lower than a certain amount, tell them to give them subsidies. Those whose income is higher than a certain amount, give them rewards. If they report to the capital, there will be a problem of falsification. They can push the middle-income people as high and low as possible so that they can obtain more subsidies and rewards. But our goal is to find people with low incomes. No matter how they falsify the data, the county magistrates will definitely classify those with low incomes as poor. Then, send people to investigate, especially those with low incomes. This way, we can avoid situations where those with low incomes are not reported and those with high incomes are reported as having low incomes. Under those circumstances, it will be much more difficult to investigate than if we use this method. The people investigating won't be familiar with the area, so their workload will be much greater. Zhang Xiaobao was quite skilled at scheming. Li Longji nodded. I understand. You're just tricking the local officials, right? When the time comes, we'll give them a piece of paper with the word fortune printed on it. Who dares to say that our rewards aren't good? Yes or no? Yes, then Your Majesty, you should go and cheer me on. Zhang Xiaobao drove him out. Chapter 10:17. Good, I'll cheer for you. Slow down a bit. Wait for Xiaobei and the others to come back. I still have something I need their help with, so it might take a few more days. Li Longji was very satisfied with the things he wanted to know. As he walked out, he suddenly stopped at the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Mount Huangshan is a large area. There are low and high, big and small. There are many mountains. It must feel good to jump down from them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Please leave quickly and don't reveal the secret. I understand. They don't have hot air balloons, but they still have hang gliders. I have a way to deal with them. Zhang Xiaobao personally pushed Li Longji out. As Li Longji walked, he turned his head and said, There are still parachutes. Even if I tire them to death, they won't be able to use parachutes as hang gliders. Oh, I forgot. I should have found Cuckoo and told her that parachutes can also be powered. They just need to bring a box of batteries. Zhang Xiaobao pushed Li Longji far away. When he returned to the room, he suddenly thought of this problem. Powered parachutes were very useful in light winds. They didn't need to fly for a few hours. After flying for 10 minutes, they would be able to drop a group of combat personnel behind the enemy. With the combination of the wind direction and terrain, they would be able to execute an unimaginable tactic. Not to mention the enemy who had never seen a paraglider before, even if he and Cuckoo were to suddenly see a group of paragliders flying in the sky, they would still tremble. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said to the group of battalion-level commanders and above, You guys discuss first. I'll go to Cuckoo's room. Leaving the group of people behind, Zhang Xiaobao ran to Wang Wan's room. He waited at the door for 10 minutes before he was allowed to enter. When Zhang Xiaobao came back just now, because the emperor was there and they were discussing the political and economic affairs of the country, the referees didn't judge the ratio between the sand table time and the actual time. Therefore, no one stopped Zhang Xiaobao from waiting outside the door, which was a small advantage for Zhang Xiaobao. The real situation was that Zhang Xiaobao used his time to give Li Longji advice. The two sides were even. Even if other generals saw it, they wouldn't be dissatisfied. Zhang Shougue had seen it. Seeing the emperor chase after Zhang Xiaobao and force him to answer his questions, not only was Zhang Shougue not angry, he even chuckled and said to the generals in the room, actually, we've always had the advantage. We're generals, so we're only in charge of fighting wars. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have to take care of their own businesses, as well as answer His Majesty's questions at any time. Do you see that? Don't know too much. The more complicated things you know, the more tired you will be. You have to take care of your family, your younger siblings, and the country's affairs. Why bother? The other generals said nothing. They could tell that Zhang Shougue was clearly jealous. His Majesty can ask you for advice because you are capable. The more you meddle, the more capable you are. They want His Majesty to ask about economic matters. However, if His Majesty really asks, how should they answer? Seeing that no one agreed with him, Zhang Shougue's face darkened as he ordered, don't look at each other. When fighting, my vanguard has to fight for a stable territory for the central army. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the others were thinking. As soon as he entered Wang Wan's room, he said, Cuckoo, I suddenly thought of something. Shouldn't we have the Ministry of Works immediately research the automatic paraglider so that we can experiment with it and use it when we go to fight Duoshe? Wang Wan had just finished setting up a hidden force. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she paused for a moment before asking, Xiaobao, can't we make a simple airplane in a year? We already have diesel engines, and the place we're going to fight is already cold. Can the soldiers withstand the cold if they fly there? Paragliders can't carry heavy objects, so they're inferior to airplanes. I'm not asking for airplanes to exceed the speed of sound. As long as it can fly faster than hot air balloons, it's fine. The earliest airplanes have 2 layers of 4 wings. In theory, it's fine as long as it has 2 engines. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I don't understand. I've never collected such things before. I only like to buy yachts, and I don't like to buy second-hand goods. If we can't research it, we have to achieve our strategic goals at the crucial moment. Let the Ministry of Works make a paraglider first. This can increase the data collection and organization of the technology. In the future, we might be able to use it for other purposes. Once we understand the propulsion system, we can put it on a large hot air balloon. It can be used for rescue missions or sightseeing. Then let's do it. Wang Wan pulled a piece of paper over and started to design the paraglider with Zhang Xiaobao. Although it looked simple, it wasn't easy at all when it came to designing it. Wang Wan always regretted that she didn't learn more about the subject back then. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was recalling how he learned when he was playing. After he became rich, he learned how to parachute, fly an airplane, drive a yacht, dive, and so on. He was also good at golf and surfing. Anyway, he had to master all the recreational things. He was good at deceiving people. In Wang Wan's house, in addition to Princess Jincheng, there was also Li Longji, who came to talk to Empress Wang about how to reduce the tax and management fees. Li Longji knew that the fight would definitely not start within 3 hours, so he didn't go to the central sand table. Instead, he returned to Wang Wan's house. It was mainly because of Empress Wang. She liked her goddaughter very much. Princess Jincheng was also very grateful to Wang Wan, so she always liked to stay in Wang Wan's house. Even if she didn't talk or disturb Wang Wan, she was happy to see Wang Wan. At this moment, they once again understood the difficulties of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had to consider everything. Although they solved the problems very quickly, there were always problems that kept appearing. Wait a minute. I'll find something and come back to draw. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed the problem of the materials, they threw down the pen and hurried out. After a while, they ran back. When they were about to enter the door, they were stopped by the messenger. Young master, according to the rules, you have to wait for a moment. The messenger was from the Zhang family and the Wang family. He blocked the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's face showed a very helpless expression. He patted his head and stood at the door. Wang Wan also sat there helplessly. Wu Huifei was unhappy. She didn't have the slightest dislike for Xiaobao and Cuckoo now. She had long stopped thinking about the past. When she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was stopped and they were not allowed to communicate, she stared at the messenger and said, "You met masters like Xiaobao and Cuckoo. If it were me, I would skin you alive." I. The messenger felt wronged. He had to act according to the orders of the referee group. That was the master's request. Otherwise, it would be disobeying orders. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Your Highness, it has nothing to do with him. If it were other messengers, they would do the same. It won't delay anything. Cuckoo and I can think more. Zhang Xiaobao spoke for his people and said to the messenger, "You look familiar. I remember. You are the grandson of Cripple Zhang, right? The old man used to make a bird cage for me. I like the cage he made. It can be flipped back and forth. It's a pity that I haven't been back for a long time. I thought it would be simple during the new year, but they said that I'm old and it's not good to mess around. So I stayed in Zhuangzi. When you contact your family, send a message to Cuckoo and me." The messenger immediately burst into tears. "Yes, young master. They said that my grandfather was lame and that his journey was slow. I even quarreled with them. It's not like we're walking to the capital city. We're in a wheelchair. Young master, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I'll go in and report it to my wife." "Alright, why are you crying? It's not a big deal. Just wait," Zhang Xiaobao said to the messenger. He didn't want to see his family members cry. At this time, Li Longji said, "Tell the referee group that Xiaobao and Cuckoo can go anywhere they want without restrictions. The time they save is not enough for other things. If any of the generals have different opinions, tell me." The messenger wiped his tears and ran to the center of the sand table to inform the referee group. The referee group gathered together and discussed for a while before coming to a conclusion. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be busy with other things while participating in the military selections. The time spent would be much longer than the time spent on judging the distance. It wasn't that the Tang Empire couldn't do without the military selections, but it couldn't do without the two of them to command other things. Compared to the people's livelihood, the military selections weren't worth mentioning. Thus, they agreed to this preferential treatment and sent people to each room to inform the generals. None of the generals objected. It had nothing to do with who had given the order. They were well aware that the two of them couldn't stay idle and spent less time on the battlefield than the rest of them. If they objected and something urgent happened in the Great Tang and they were too slow to deal with it, who could bear the responsibility? After receiving the feedback, Li Longji said happily, "The generals of the Tang Empire are still reasonable. If something happens and they need to use my money and Zhang Xiaobao's logistic system, Xiaobao will have to deal with it. We can't just ignore it because the military selections are ongoing." Coincidentally, just as Li Longji finished speaking, someone who had nothing to do with the military selections rushed in. He was a member of the intelligence network of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. When he saw him, he glanced around and whispered a few words into Zhang Xiaobao's ear. His expression was very grave. Zhang Xiaobao had already entered the room and was discussing the materials for the umbrella with Wang Wan. When he heard what the person said, he frowned. Wang Wan also heard it and her expression turned grave. "Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaobao's voice wasn't soft as he asked. "Yes. The snow is heavy, and all the roads leading to Tubo are blocked. All the supplies are blocked. Our special team in Fengzhou is still in the spiritual state, which is closer to Tubo. I've sent an order for deer and dogs troops to reinforce them. However, although the distance is relatively short, it is actually very far. It will take at least 20 days to reach the destination. I'm not sure if the animals can withstand the forceful march. The eagle is very fast and will reach the destination in 2 days. After resting for half a day, it will be responsible for transporting the supplies. However, the weight it can carry is limited. Little young master, what do you think? The person explained the situation in a loud voice. He understood what the little young master meant. He wasn't afraid of being heard and wasn't guarded against others. Ancestor Cheetah couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and asked, "You said that it's snowing over there." "Very heavy. Even the roads are blocked." Princess Jincheng also stood up and looked at the person. "Yes, it's snowing. We just received news that our people are trying to open up the roads and transport the supplies to LaSaw City. The breeding industry in LaSaw City has suffered heavy losses." The person answered honestly. "Xiao Bao, I just had a good year this year. I can't bear such a big loss again. You have to think of a way." Princess Jincheng was anxious. She ran over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't directly reply to Princess Jincheng. Instead, he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan sighed and said, "I agree. If there are any changes in Tufan, I will make sure that they don't leave anything behind." When everyone was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who came to pass the news, "Send a report. Order my family's forces in Tufan to take out all the military reserves and provide emergency support to LaSaw City. My family's ski business in Izhou, mobilize all the forces. Don't let out the sled dogs that are usually used for rescue. Order all the merchants in Pingzhou who have business cooperation with my family. Tell them to bring out the emergency military supplies that we have prepared for Tufan when we sign the contract. Send them to the border and wait for them to receive it." "Done." "Understood." The person who came hurriedly ran out. Zuzan Chai's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. At this moment, he realized that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had been keeping a backup plan. This wasn't for disaster relief, but to attack him at any time. No wonder they didn't care about his attitude. It turned out that everything was because of this. He didn't even know how many people they had arranged for Tufan. Princess Jincheng didn't think too much about it. When she heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were willing to take out things to help, her eyes turned red. She pulled Wang Wan's hand and said, "Cuckoo, big sister thanks you. Our people will also know the benefits of Tang Empire. When we go back, we will tell them how much Tang Empire has sacrificed for them. In the future, if you want to obtain anything from us, just let us know first. Even if we don't use it ourselves, we will send it to you first. We will raise more cows and sheep, dry the milk, and send it to the children of Tang Empire." Wang Wan forced out a polite smile. She was unable to smile sincerely. Although Tufan was on their guard, she and Xiao Bao had already treated them as Tang Empire's people. Who would be willing to see people from their own country die? Nodding her head, Wang Wan looked at Li Longji. "Your Majesty, where is your team?" Li Longji didn't hesitate, "Pass down my orders. Guangzhou and Guangping, send the 2,000 hot air balloons that were sent there after the new year. Unload the war weapons and bring along the logistical supplies. Determine the direction of the wind and think of a way to fly there as fast as possible. Treat it as a real war. Do your best and minimize the losses of the Tufan people to the minimum. Remember to bring along frostbite medicine and salt." After giving out his orders, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "I can't keep any secrets. How did you guys find out about it?" "Same here. Your Majesty, you should be clearer about the influence my family has over there." Zhang Xiaobao didn't stand on ceremony. Everyone was thinking of ways to hide things from each other. He wasn't angry because it wasn't important whether they hid things from each other or not. It wasn't because he wanted to deal with the other party and hide things from them. It was a kind of competition in the dark. They wanted to see who had better arrangements and whose intelligence network was more complete. On the other hand, Zhu Zan was dumbfounded. So that's the case. For a moment, his emotions were complicated. Princess Jincheng saw through his thoughts and said, "Husband, look. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and my brother have even mobilized their military forces in order to save our country. Perhaps, if something were to happen in other parts of Great Tang, they might not be able to mobilize their military forces over there. The hot air balloons can't be flown casually. If they encounter a snowstorm or strong wind, they will still be in danger. My brother has asked his men to exchange lives for lives. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family's wealth will probably be damaged as well." After hearing Princess Jincheng's words, Zhu Zan came to a realization. It wasn't wrong for the other party to be wary of him. Perhaps, there were such hidden forces in various parts of Great Tang. It was just that it wasn't time to use them yet. After pondering over Wang Wan's words, he hurriedly assured Li Longji and Wang Wan, "Tufan doesn't have an army. They only have a small group of security personnel, and their numbers don't exceed 10,000. If anyone dares to make use of this opportunity to harm Great Tang, I will kill him first. His entire family will be killed, and not even a blade of grass will be spared. I don't expect my men to be able to send the news over. Their speed is too slow. By the time they arrive, the snow would have already stopped. Xiao Bao, give me an idea. What should we do after the disaster? I won't be returning either. I will stay here to hide from the snow first." Zhu Zan said what he should say, especially the last sentence. The reason why he was staying here was to express that he was in Great Tang. If something were to happen to Tufan, you guys will deal with him. Zhang Xiaobao temporarily put down the matter of his logistics team and started to think about how to make arrangements for Tufan after the disaster. He knew that he didn't need to make any arrangements. The resources and personnel had already been sent over. When the time came, he just needed to spread the news and the local people would be grateful. Then, he would casually send some things over to comfort them. The real pain and loss would be borne by the people of Tufan themselves. The tolerance of the people was still very strong. No matter if it was the loss of their wealth or the loss of their loved ones, after putting up a front in the imperial court, the people would lick their own wounds. However, this wasn't Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. He, Zhang Xiaobao, could kill people without batting an eyelid. He could bring disaster to an entire country. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to ignore it and let the people of his country suffer. Wasn't it just manpower and resources? It couldn't be more precious than the lives of the people of his country. If he didn't have the ability, he would just sigh. If he had the ability to help but didn't do so because he was afraid that it would cost too much, what right did he have to sit on the throne of the country's ruling class? Wang Wan was also considering this problem. How should she make arrangements to ensure the interests of the people of Tufan as much as possible? Even the dog she raised at home knew to build a nest for her when the weather was cold, let alone humans. Wu Huifei didn't have as many thoughts as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan because there were always people dying in the past. A natural disaster wasn't something that humans could resist. The only thing they could do was to send things over and reduce the taxes. Therefore, she continued Zhu Zan's words and said, "If someone really causes trouble, we must kill. Kill his entire family. Otherwise, it won't be enough to deter them. Don't just kill. Cuckoo will naturally be responsible for killing people. She has a lot of troops there. First, consider how to compensate for the loss of the people. Don't find excuses for yourself just because of a natural disaster." Li Longji was afraid that Zhu Zan would think too much, so he stopped Wu Huifei from speaking. Speaking of natural disasters, he thought of the matter between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zan. No matter what the natural disaster is, people have to save themselves first. Try your best to spread the news to the local people. Tell them that the imperial court has already sent out rescue teams and resources. Tell them not to worry about losses and think of a way to survive. If there are any losses in wealth, I will compensate them. I have nothing, so there will be heavenly punishment. Li Longji clearly knew that the snow had nothing to do with him, but he still took responsibility for it. The people there believed in such things. Then, he said, if the news can be spread, tell the local officials. Don't find excuses for yourself. I don't believe them. I know how Zhang Zhong risked his life in Luzhou. I also know how Zhang Zhong dealt with the flood in Shu province. I want results, not explanations. Li Longji was sad. He had changed a lot because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was no longer the high and mighty emperor who did not know the people's lives. Now, he was an emperor who traveled or observed the situation of the construction site. He had a deep understanding of the lives of the people. His heart ached for every citizen of Tang. This was because he realized that the real people of Tang treated him well and were willing to protect him. This was especially true when they were outside. The people consciously observed the people around them, afraid that someone would do something to hurt the emperor. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Disaster relief is not difficult. It's just a rescue. I believe the person in charge will know how to do it. The difficult part is the post-disaster reconstruction work. The most direct way is to give money. The amount of money that the people there have lost will be compensated. This amount of money is not much. Whether it's your Majesty's money in the bank or my family's money, it can be easily sent. When the local people receive the money, they will regain their confidence and continue to do what they originally wanted to do. Then give the money, Xiaobao. Use my money. I can't spend it all." This time, Li Longji did not ask Zhang Xiaobao for money. It's necessary to give money, but it depends on how you give it. I'll make preparations. I'll get some seeds for the local people to plant. There's also the road construction. When the Ministry of Works was researching technology, they produced a lot of asphalt. We'll try our best to pave the road. Your Majesty, you'll pay for this. Cuckoo and I will pay for the other part. We'll get the medical academy to provide us with the demand for medicinal herbs. Our family will build a series of medicinal herb plantation bases over there, especially the special medicinal herbs. We can't just wait for them to be produced naturally. We have to do it ourselves, Zhang Xiaobao said as he tapped his leg with his hand. When Li Longji heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. Xiaobao did not acknowledge the might of a natural disaster. He wanted to make a set of actions during a natural disaster. Not only did he have to minimize the damage caused by the natural disaster, but he also had to use the natural disaster as an opportunity to integrate the various industries in Tubo. That's right. This is the character of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They'll never bow to any difficulties. They'll become stronger when they encounter a strong opponent. Whether it's a man-made difficulty or a heaven-sent disaster, they'll go ahead with it. Take Lu Zhou for example. What about the hurricane? If the hurricane didn't come, I wouldn't have developed so quickly. What can I do if I'm comfortable? I'll use this opportunity to build a bridge. There's also Fengzhou. When it was snowing, the transportation ability wasn't that strong. But when it was snowing, the transportation ability on the snowy ground had to be higher than when it was not snowing. Strong. This is true strength. They're so strong that they're arrogant. It's no wonder that the people of Great Tang encountered trouble. When they heard that the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family had come, they immediately became confident and quickly organized themselves to face them bravely. Wu Huifei thought so and couldn't help but say it softly so that Princess Jincheng could hear it. Sister Wu is right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo represent invincibility, strength, courage, loyalty, and justice. I just don't know what Xiao Bao will do this time. In the past, Tibet suffered from disasters, but I'm used to it. Who lives and who dies is up to fate. At that time, I didn't think about anything else. But after knowing about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's abilities, I started to think. Why didn't I know how to fight back in the past? So what if it's a natural disaster? Princess Jincheng said after thinking. She finally realized something. Her great Tang was strong. Cannons rumbled, seeds were produced, Xiao Bao could control the economy, and Cuckoo could teach military affairs. If it was any other country, this might be the main reason why that country was strong. But in Great Tang, this was definitely not the case. Great Tang was strong because of the spirit and backbone that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had brought up. It was just like the good horses of Tubo. Horses were horses, but some horses and wolves would be afraid. When 5 or 6 wolves met a horse that dared to resist, they would usually want to eat the horse, and they would have to pay the price with their lives. At most, a horse could kill more than 3 wolves. When the horse fell, the wolf couldn't be happy. Therefore, strength and weakness weren't so obvious. What was obvious was the will of the ruler and whether the group below supported him or not. The current Xinhua and Japan were very sad. The people of these two places were very supportive of the ruler, but the ruler was weak. He thought about this and that. In the end, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo only used a little force to deter them, and they became like this. It was just because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's will. If you dare to refuse, I will teach you a lesson. Even if I have to pay a greater price when I teach you a lesson, I still want to tell you this. This was like 2 children fighting. One child was always afraid that his family wouldn't have a good time after he hit the other child, so he would always tolerate it. The other child didn't think about it. After all, if he hit you, you would soften. Then, the child who was always bullied would always be bullied. He had too many worries. He didn't even know that his family didn't want him to be bullied. But some children would go all out. In the end, the other party was afraid and didn't dare to bully them anymore. This was what Xiao Bao had told her the last time she returned to Great Tang. Peace had always been supported by the will to fight to the death. If you didn't have this thought, you could only be bullied. If a child was bullied, it could be said that it didn't matter. But if a country was bullied like this, it was too sad. Could it be that the ruler would only be satisfied when the people became as weak as the ruler? Thinking of this, Princess Jincheng said loudly, "The power of Great Tang lies in the ruler's love for the people, and also in the ruler's never yielding." Her voice was very loud, giving Li Longji a fright. But after hearing Princess Jincheng's words, he understood why the current Great Tang was different from before. It was because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't allow Great Tang to cower in the face of external matters. It was also because the people of Great Tang felt that they were living a good life and were willing to work for Great Tang. Or it could be said that for their own glory and their current lives, they were willing to pay the price with their lives. Just like the 100 people outside, every single one of them was willing to give their all for Great Tang. All of this came from the will of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was no wonder she couldn't treat them like how she treated others. Even if they didn't kneel or kowtow to her, she wouldn't do anything to them. Other than their abilities, there were also other aspects of them. A person couldn't be without spirit or strength, and this was even more so for a country. We have decided. We will pause the military examination and leave 1 or 2 days for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to think about things. Don't disturb them. Tufan is suffering from a disaster. The various generals can gather together to eat and drink, but they are not allowed to discuss or hint at anything related to the military examination. Otherwise, we will not let them off easily. Tell them that if anyone feels that they can't continue without leaking information to each other, they can withdraw themselves. Don't wait for we to personally make trouble for them. Li Longji watched as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered together once more, muttering to each other. From time to time, they would shake their heads and come up with new ideas. Suddenly, he felt his heart ache. Thus, he gave the order to pause the military examination, afraid that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would collapse from exhaustion. What was the military examination? Just based on the current situation, which of the other generals of Great Tang wouldn't be convinced? The death toll was almost 1-to-1, and they were using the support of others. If they immediately judged Wang Wan as the Zhuangyuan, who would object? Furthermore, pausing the military examination wasn't the end. Everyone should take a break. They had been standing in front of the sand table for days and were tired. Once Li Longji gave the order, Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to give up on the military examination, but they couldn't leave Tufan in the lurch. 2 days was enough. Xiao Bao, let's put the matter of the kinetic umbrella aside first. Let's see how Tufan will decide. I know that you don't want to give money directly to the people. Instead, you want to invest in support and let the people of Tufan earn back the money they lost through other methods. At the same time, you have to promote the development of the region. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about. It was easy to give money, and it wouldn't cost much. However, Tufan wasn't like Hong Nong. They were two different things. I'm thinking about the climate there. I still have to communicate with the medical college, the Ministry of Works, and the Western Agriculture Temple. If we have to do it, we have to do it well. The crisis is also a turning point. Let's send the survival resources over as soon as possible. After that, we can consider other things. You are right. We should make the airplanes, even if they aren't very useful. If we have large transport airplanes now, we won't have to worry. We can send out 1,000 airplanes, and it will be enough for the local people. Zhang Xiaobao also felt pained about the logistics. The roads had been blocked by heavy snow, and it wasn't something that could be solved with simple transportation. This incident happened too suddenly. Who would have thought that it would suddenly snow in Tufan during spring? It would be good if there were satellites. He believed that with the power of his family, they would be able to react quickly when they discovered that there might be a problem in Tufan. Even if it was just 3 days, they would be able to send the resources over in advance. Wife, there aren't any decent roads in Tufan. I intend to make an asphalt road, which is better than a cement road. It might be able to withstand the changes in temperature to a greater extent. First, let the people in Tufan survive. After that, let them help to build the roads and give them wages. Don't worry if the ground freezes. We can continue to invest money and sprinkle salt. I don't care about the environmental pollution. Let's melt the snow first. Even if we have to invest tens of millions of strings of cash, we still have to carry it out. Send a message to the merchants who have businesses in Tufan or those who intend to do business there in the future. Ask them if they are willing to invest in the infrastructure. When Zhang Xiaobao thought about Tufan, his head started to hurt. It was easy to cause trouble, but difficult to build. Wang Wan also didn't care about how much money she had to spend. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she pondered for a moment and walked over to Li Longji. Li Longji also discussed with Gao Lishe and the rest about how the imperial court should act to help Tufan. The ones who were most worried were Chai Zuzan and Princess Jincheng. After all, Tufan was their territory. Chai Zuzan scratched his head with all his might. He accidentally scratched his head, but he didn't feel any pain. Your Majesty, I have discussed with Xiao Bao. We request for a certain amount of tax compensation. Wang Wan said to Li Longji. Compensation. Tell me what you want. My Tang dynasty doesn't lack any tax. Tufan can be exempted for 5 years. If your family is willing to fork out a lot of money, you can also be exempted. Li Longji discussed with the others to mobilize the army. The army at the border would be sent out, and the army at the back would move to the border to fill in the gaps. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he thought that they were going to reduce the taxes for Tufan. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family were willing to fork out money to give benefits to Tufan. Wang Wan knew that Li Longji had misunderstood and explained, "Your Majesty, we are not going to reduce the taxes for Tufan. My family should be able to get a tax reduction. Otherwise, other merchants wouldn't be able to get a tax reduction. Xiao Bao and I don't care about money. I request that the merchants be given a tax reduction based on the amount of money invested." Li Longji was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wang Wan and Chai Zhu Zan before asking Wang Wan, "Tufan is unavoidable?" Chai Zhu Zan was also confused. Tufan was suffering from a disaster. Why shouldn't they be exempted from taxes? The citizens couldn't pay and were forced to rebel. Wang Wan didn't need Xiao Bao to remind her. She knew what Xiao Bao was planning. She said, "Tufan's taxes are unavoidable because after the disaster, the citizens of Tufan will have more income this year. Xiao Bao has decided to invite the merchants from Tang dynasty who are willing to help to build the infrastructure for Tufan. First, the roads will be opened, and in the future, the logistics will be more convenient. The cost of materials and wages will require a lot of investment. In a short period of time, we won't be able to recover the cost. That's why I requested for a tax reduction based on the amount of money invested. The construction of a country is the process of integrating resources. The revenue of the country depends on the purchasing power and logistics. Of course, technology is also involved. We don't care about the latter. It won't have a direct impact on the current situation, so there's no need to consider it." Li Longji understood. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to use another method to make up for the loss of the citizens of Tufan. He nodded his head. Before he could say anything, Wu Huifei, who was planning to study hard, spoke first. "I know your motive. Cuckoo, you and Xiao Bao are indeed more capable than ordinary people. Thank you, but we still can't send the resources to Tufan in a few hours. We have already tried our best. This is the helplessness of technology not being able to keep up." Wang Wan wasn't happy at all because of Wu Huifei's praise. This was because if it was her and Xiao Bao's time, Xiao Bao wasn't a swindler and had so much money. Coupled with her family's power, if a disaster happened in Tufan, they could work together and send survival resources, medicine, and special rescue personnel accurately to the location within a few hours. Wu Huifei didn't know what Wang Wan was thinking. She continued, "Your Majesty, you are indeed capable. Your Majesty, I thought that doing this wouldn't harm the citizens of Tufan. Although we didn't directly give them money, we gave them a chance to earn money. If there wasn't a disaster and we didn't provide the materials and money to build the infrastructure, they would still be farming or growing their own things. No matter which one it is, they would need to contribute labor. There are also some handicraftsmen who help to build things. It's similar to their original job. We just want them to temporarily change to a job that earns more money. The food and medicine sent there will be free. Then, they will earn the money that they should have and the infrastructure will be built. The merchants will pay the money and receive the compensation from taxes. It's nothing more than a loss to the imperial court. Am I right?" After Wu Huifei finished speaking, she wiped her sweat. It was very tiring to analyze these things. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh, but he immediately stopped himself. The place where Chai Zhu praised was still suffering from a disaster. He couldn't show a happy expression, and he shouldn't be happy. Li Longji pulled a long face and said to Wu Huifei, "You're still far from it. Do you think that you can learn it immediately? How can the imperial court suffer a loss? You've consolidated the people's hearts and obtained a smooth road. Otherwise, wouldn't the imperial court pay for the repairs? You've paid a period of tax income, and at the same time, you've also increased the amount of tax income in a short period of time. All kinds of resources need to be transported, and there needs to be a process of buying them. The imperial court will still collect the taxes in the middle. However, in my opinion, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are definitely not so short-sighted. What they want is a direct road from Pingzhou to Lesau City, right? As Li Longji spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao had also been paying attention to this side, and he nodded in agreement. Let me think about it again. How much profit can an asphalt road bring? Xiaobao, do you have any supplementary plans? For example, seeds that are suitable for the local climate, breeds for animal husbandry, and specialties for the handicraft industry, such as woolen blankets? Li Longji was much smarter than before. Although he was always in a position of failure, his spirit of learning did not decrease at all. Today, he was able to follow Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. Zhang Xiaobao continued to nod. Yes, without a road, it will affect the shelf life of the goods, and it will also affect the return of profits. I want to let Tufan have a better road than before. It will increase the frequency of the production and sales cycle of the goods, and it will make up for the loss of the imperial court's taxes. Moreover, it will also increase the long-term financial income. See, I didn't say anything wrong this time, right? Xiao Bao, I know that the idea you came up with this time will not be so simple. Let me guess, what other plans do you have? The other plans are for Cuckoo. The two of you are going to hunt for more food. After the military selection, you have 1 year to prepare. You want to let Tufan build the road for 1 year and directly build the supply route, right? Li Longji was used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of coming up with ideas. It was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. If he really wanted to take action to solve the disaster, how could he be Zhang Xiaobao? Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wei Wei and immediately became serious. He cupped his hands at Li Longji. Yes, I have this plan. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 10:18. Zhu Zhizan listened to the two of them. He was confused for a while, then he thought it through. When he heard Li Longji's words, he thought about it and felt that it was quite simple. It was true. However, as he listened, Zhu Zhizan was shocked again. He finally realized that Li Longji didn't stop the military selection because he was happy. He knew about Xiao Bao's plan. He wanted to give Xiao Bao enough time to think and not let Xiao Bao worry about other things. From the looks of it, he had succeeded. His Tubo had suffered a calamity this time, and so many things were implicated. Even the future income of the imperial court, the business of the merchants, the production of goods in Tubo, the transportation of goods, and even the compensation for the loss of the people were all included. What's more, the logistic supplies for the war against Polyphaga a year later were used in the post-disaster reconstruction. Were they still human? How long did it take? If Xiao Bao could consider it, Li Longji could also analyze it. Princess Jincheng didn't think too much. When she heard that it could bring benefits to Tubo, she was happy. With this, her position in Tubo would be more stable in the future. In the past, it was because of the military strength of the Tang Empire. After the disaster relief and reconstruction, she won more people's hearts. She thanked them. Thank you, Imperial Brother and Xiao Bao. Without your help, my husband and I wouldn't have received any news until now. Even in Lesau City, we could only be anxious. Xiao Bao, it's no wonder you have such a good wife like Huan Huan. You're really capable. Huan Huan is really blessed to be with you. Can you start the military selection again? It won't take too much time. I am the one who is happy to have Cuckoo by my side. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at him. He then said, not yet. There are many things that have not been arranged. We have to stop the military selection. Right now, we are talking about the problem of rebuilding and compensating the Tubo people. There is one more important thing. The disaster has not passed yet, so we have to focus on this matter. Let Shui Yun lead the group of eagles in the capital. Wang Wan agreed, yes, it can't move water clouds without a command. An eagle usually only listens to the command of the person who raised it, and it's impossible to let an eagle fly with a person. Otherwise, how are we going to transport goods if we just send people away? Shui Yun can still lead the other eagles. Get Shui Yun to help and fly a few more times. We must prepare fresh meat in Pengzhou. Don't tire the eagles to death. The others sighed one after another. Shui Yun was going to be used at a critical moment. It was really important to have a general who could fly. On the sand table, if Cuckoo didn't remove Shui Yun's ability, the battle would be much smoother than it is now. With Shui Yun leading the group of eagles, there is no space for other people in the sky. Hot air balloons and gliders, no one can get control of the air. Your Majesty, this concubine suggests that we give Shui Yun's children the titles of officials as well. If the children of other people can become officials, why can't Shui Yun's children? There is also Hong Wan. Their children should have learned to fly already. They are much later than the other eagles. Empress Wang liked Shui Yun the most. In her heart, she had always treated Shui Yun as a real general. When she heard Cuckoo mention Shui Yun, she helped to get officials. A smile appeared on Li Longji's face again. He nodded and said, "That's right. Give it to the officials. Anyone who makes contributions to the Tang Empire should be praised, even if they are beasts. Shui Yun's children, I believe they can learn some skills from Shui Yun in the future. A year later, they can accompany Xiao Bao and Cuckoo on an expedition. I am starting to worry about the people of Duo. A group of eagles that look like humans in the sky, together with hot air balloons, gliders, and the umbrellas that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mentioned just now, but the planes that haven't been made yet. On the ground, under the clouds, and in the sky, everything is occupied by the Tang Empire. Fight fiercely for me. After you fight, plunder their things, and then. Li Longji stopped here and looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. Well done, Xiaobao, I was almost fooled by you. Have you used up all your tricks? I didn't finish. Foster father, did I mention this again? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be confused and asked Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir shook his head. Your Majesty, Xiaobao didn't mention it. You two are family. He didn't say it directly, but this is what he meant. Do you understand what I mean? Li Longji said to Gao Lishir. I understand. Your Majesty, please continue. This subject is all ears. What else could Gao Lishir say? He could only admit it. Li Longji harumphed. Xiao Bao's idea is to send the things he plundered to Great Tang through this route, right? Seeing that Xiao Bao was being bullied, Wang Wan added, that's right. Your Majesty is truly wise. In truth, Xiao Bao, and I didn't expect your Majesty to be so formidable. Then. Your Majesty, you're truly formidable. I'll go discuss other matters with Xiao Bao. Disaster relief is of the utmost importance. After saying those words, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao out of the room. It was unknown where the two of them went to discuss the matter. Li Longji was stunned. He lowered his head and pondered, that's not right. Did you see it earlier? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo discussed for almost half an hour. They must have rejected many of our plans before finally agreeing to the current one. Could it be that the two of them only thought of this much? Do you really think that they could come up with something that even I can think of? Do you believe me? I think so, Gao Lishir agreed. I think that your ability to flatter people is much worse. Think of something for me. Men, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back. Who knows what they're doing in a secluded place? Is it more important to discuss matters or their matters? Li Longji glared at Gao Lisher. His next words left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Was this something that the emperor should say? What are you looking at? What's wrong with me saying that about them? Why aren't you calling them back? I'm so close to them. If I were to say something about Xiao Bao, Cuckoo would be unwilling to come back. Call them back and tell them to rest for 2 days. What's the rush? Li Longji added. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned. Each of them was holding a fruit pancake. The deep-fried dough sticks were fried so well that crunching sounds could be heard when they bit into them. The two of them were also holding paper bags in their hands. Li Longji swallowed his saliva and said, Cuckoo didn't let me say anything about your husband. Did you drag him outside to enjoy life? Did you put hot sauce in the pancakes? Yes, I did. I wasn't unwilling. I went to make pancakes for your majesty. One for each of us. Try it. With Xiaobao's skills, I had someone prepare the ingredients long ago, but I didn't have time. If your majesty hadn't stopped the military exercise, I reckon that by the time you wanted to eat it, the mixture would have been bubbling. Wang Wan handed out the bags to each of them one by one. When everyone heard that the pancakes were made by Xiao Bao, they eagerly took a bite. Before they even tasted the flavor, they praised it first. Even if the ingredients were the same as those outside, the method and the control of the fire were the same, they would still feel that it was good. It was just a psychological effect. Li Longji first said to Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng, eat. The rescue didn't stop because of you eating. Since something has happened, there's no difference whether you are anxious or not. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are probably thinking of a solution when they are eating. Don't worry. If the two of them can't solve it, it's useless for you to worry. After saying that, Li Longji took a big bite and said, okay, I haven't eaten Xiao Bao's dishes for a few days. It's not easy to eat a fruit pancake today. Why don't we stop every few days and rest for a day so that Xiao Bao can cook for us? It's a little sour. It's hot sauce, right? Okay. It's because the noodles have been cooked for too long. Zhang Xiaobao said frankly. Oh, it's delicious after cooking for a long time. It turns out that cooking for a long time can improve the taste. Xiaobao, your cooking is amazing. It's only a little sour after cooking for a long time. Li Longji didn't mind and continued to praise. The taste was indeed good. Wang Wan continued, Xiaobao added more sweet sauce, eggs, and coriander to suppress the sour taste. Cooking is the same as national affairs. It has to be considered thoroughly. Once you give an order, you change it again and again. The people can't stand the constant changes. Hence, even though we've come up with a plan for the reconstruction today, Xiaobao and I still have to discuss it later. Otherwise, you're being irresponsible. If you're not responsible for the people, how can they trust you? A qualified leader can't always squander trust. You can only think of ways to strengthen it. Otherwise, you will develop a habit of not caring and think that the people can accept it. You will squander your trust. When you need the people to support you, you will realize that you will only get voices of opposition. Wang Wan's words made Li Longji and the others stop eating the fruit pancakes. Li Longji put the fruit pancakes on the small table and instructed the people beside him, go and tell the imperial chefs that everyone is eating fruit pancakes today. Make more of them. After they are done, send them to the entrance of the hibiscus garden and give them to the passers-by. Tell them that the opening of the hibiscus garden will be delayed because of the snow disaster in Tubo. I have temporarily requisitioned Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to deal with this matter. The military election will be temporarily suspended. The time will be counted together. Let them go to the zoo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't have to fork out money. There is also an ice rink. After the military election, I will build a bigger amusement park in Beijing. There will be no entrance fee, and the entertainment inside will be free for a month. There is no need to wait for it to be completed. Start building now. Gather those craftsmen who can't find work and start working. Give them a salary. You must explain clearly to the people who are waiting to come in to play. Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and revealed gratified smiles at the same time. They felt that if the emperor was like this in an imperial country, why would there be a need for a democratic election system? When Zhu Zan saw this, he whispered to Princess Jincheng, "When we go back, we will also learn from His Majesty's method." I think I understand. Sometimes when you sincerely do things for the people and make a mistake, the people don't want to beat you to death with a stick. What they want is your attitude, your sincere and undisguised explanation. You will be able to obtain the forgiveness, understanding, and support of the people. The people are very clear that if you put them in the position of an official, they will not be able to do it. They will have to learn for a long time. When you are in this position, think about the people. If you really do something wrong, you can frankly tell the people and be willing to change. The people will give you a chance. But even if you lie and deceive the people are not stupid. They are clear in their hearts. Just like what Cuckoo said, when you squander the last bit of credibility, you are finished. A rebellion will happen sooner or later. Princess Jincheng nodded. Our Tang dynasty has Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I am really relieved. Husband, eat. Don't worry about the things on our side. They have done very well. Only they have such a reaction speed. I now know why they earn so little. Compared to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they have much less ability. When they have something, they don't immediately use it to make money. They store it in various places. If they don't store it and use it directly, the Tang dynasty's financial income will be far less than their family's wealth. They are another Chongpingcang. Oh, it should be said that their mobility is far beyond Chongpingcang. Tang dynasty's merchants are afraid of Xiaobao, and it is reasonable to be afraid. But Li Longji heard it. He took a bite of the crepe and slowly swallowed it. He said to the two of them, "What are you whispering about?" Tang dynasty's merchants are naturally afraid of Xiaobao. I always use Xiaobao's name to scare them. For example, a few days before the new year, when I showed Xiaobao's name, the prices immediately fell. Also, this time, we need the Tang dynasty's merchants to fork out money to repair the roads. I estimate that it will cost at least 100 million strings of coins. Is it easy to repair the roads in Tubo? If it is, the railways will be built first. It was unknown whether Li Longji was proud of himself or deliberately flattering Zhang Xiaobao. In any case, when he spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, causing Zhang Xiaobao to feel uncomfortable eating. But Li Longji knew that the roads were too difficult to repair. Even if the cement was made, it still couldn't solve the problem. Most of the cement was used for construction, and it was done by Xinjiang Construction Group. Needless to say, the quality of the cement was like steel. Xiaobao had said before that they cannot use basic necessities to make money. Using such things to make money was the best way to make money. But it was out of the scope. Every extra coin earned would cause more harm to the people. That was why Xinjiang Construction Group couldn't do that. The real time to make money was when the basic necessities were done. When someone wants to build a garden or a pavilion, the price would not be the same. It would only be slightly higher than the cost. Who asked you to be rich? For example, if the people look for Xinjiang Construction Group and say that their house is broken and they want to build a new house with 3 rooms, Xinjiang Construction Group would charge them a very low processing fee. The cost of the materials and labor required to build a house with 3 rooms would be 2 strings of coins. If you look for Xinjiang Construction Group and say that you want to build a courtyard with 4 rooms, and you want to build a 3-story high courtyard with a pond in the middle, Xinjiang Construction Group wouldn't charge you 3,000 strings of coins. But building a road was the real deal. No matter who paid for it, Xinjiang Construction Group wouldn't earn much. Fortunately, they now had a new material. That asphalt seemed to be a good choice for building roads. But the expenses couldn't be low. 100 million strings of coins should be enough, right? Zhang Xiaobao expressionlessly continued eating, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Li Longji spoke again. Speaking of getting the merchants to fork out the money, Xiaobao really has to do it. If we propose to the merchants of Great Tang to build roads and give them tax exemptions, there will be many merchants who deliberately come to cheat us of the tax exemption. Those who are willing to invest wholeheartedly are few and far between. We will keep a list of merchants and assign them one by one. There will definitely be merchants who will find all sorts of excuses to shirk responsibility. However, if we were to change to Xiaobao and ask for the merchants to fork out the money, there are countless merchants in Great Tang who are willing to invest without asking for direct returns. If Xiaobao were to appoint a list of merchants, none of the merchants would dare to deceive him. In Great Tang, we can't even compare to Xiaobao. Let's eat. Once we are full, we won't think about it anymore. Water, water, quickly bring water to Xiaobao. Your Majesty, can you not say such things when we are eating? Look at how Xiaobao choked. Wang Wan took the water and fed it to Zhang Xiaobao while speaking to Li Longji in dissatisfaction. Li Longji lowered his head and ate, pretending that he didn't hear anything. After 2 mouthfuls, he said, "It's just a joke." Xiaobao, tell us, what are the benefits of building a road through Tufan? There is no conflict of interest in this aspect, so you don't have to hide it. At most, we will give you a copper coin as the fee for asking. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the food with great difficulty. Hearing Li Longji's words, he stopped eating and sat up straight. All right, but don't spread it. If someone spreads it, the plan will be stopped. I won't waste my energy to set up another trap. Everyone was silent. No one said anything, meaning that they wouldn't spread the news. Then let me tell you. Actually, the matter of building a road is bound to happen. It's just a matter of time. Tufan is suffering from a snowstorm and transportation is inconvenient, so I brought it up. There are many benefits to building a road. Your Majesty has mentioned them before, and they are all correct. However, that is not my final request. Otherwise, it would be too simple. Building a road is not worth it. There is no other purpose. A road is a road. What I need is an asymmetrical income to recruit workers. Once the road is built, we will continue to build it. Then, there will be a problem. There won't be enough workers in charge of transporting goods, especially when we are plundering. Then what should we do? Our Great Tang has citizens who can go to Tufan and occupy Qinghai Lake. However, our Great Tang has the ability to digest our own labor force. What I want to do is, at this point, Zhang Xiaobao stopped and didn't continue speaking. He wanted to give everyone time to consider. Everyone slowly ate the fruit pancakes while thinking about Zhang Xiaobao's words. It wasn't until they finished eating the fruit pancakes and drank some tea that Gao Lisher thought of it first. Xiaobao, you want to build a road between Tufan and Qinghai Lake. In the process of transporting the goods, you want to attract labor teams that aren't made up of the Great Tang citizens. As for other countries, their currency can't directly buy things from our Great Tang. When you bring the goods over, they will finish their work and earn money from our Great Tang. Thus, they will be able to buy good things. They will buy them back and use them themselves or sell them. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Since they can't buy things from the Great Tang with their own currency, the value of the Great Tang's goods will increase over there. When they are flocking to our great Tang's goods, you will think of a way to link their country's currency with our great Tang's currency. Thus, Xiao Bao doesn't have to endure the countless ways to earn money in his heart that can't be used on the citizens of the great Tang. He can use them to his heart's content in other countries, right? Li Longji continued Gao Lisher's words and asked. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't finished eating yet. He was taking a bite when no one was talking to him. Wang Wan said for him, yes, when the time comes, you will see the real Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao has been enduring for a long time. For an ideal, for a promise to me, he has been suppressing his abilities. Chapter 1019. I've already seen what Xiaobao did to Xinluo. I reckon that Japan won't be able to withstand it for too long. This is the power of the economy. Wu Huifei became more and more fascinated by this. This is the strength of the entire Great Tang. Without the support of the military, if I play tricks, they'll just attack me. With the support of martial arts, I can use trade to deal with people. Not even a few smart people in the other countries can stop me. Because their rulers are afraid of losing their power and status, they can only let others cut off their flesh piece by piece, sacrificing the interests of the people to slow down their own downfall. It is like drinking poison to quench thirst. After Zhang Xiaobao said this, he pulled Wang Wan up and found a relatively quiet corner to continue discussing disaster relief. The messengers from the family came and went, passing orders to the places around Tufan where the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had business dealings. The great Tang generals were also resting. They gathered together to chat, but no one brought up the matter of the military examination, much less hinting at it. They couldn't afford to lose face. Therefore, they talked about how many chili peppers they could plant this spring, how many new wineries they should open when there was enough food, how many shooting ranges they should build in the northern and western suburbs of the capital, how many shooting ranges they should take time to compete with, and so on. Over at Tubo, the weather is constantly changing. Who knows when it will snow heavily? Otherwise, why would they always invade the border? Pei Guangting drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and felt comfortable. He narrowed his eyes and said. Zhang Shougue raised his bowl and took a sip, then let out a long sigh. There's also the area around Feng province. It's raining everywhere else, but there's still ice there. In a single year, there might be dozens or even hundreds of hailstorms. It's just like how when there's too much rain in the south, it's like a flood. Why not? Look at Fengzhou. In the past 2 years, there have been reports of problems with the grass used to feed cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock. Every year, Sanshui County sends large amounts of flowers and plants to the capital, and it's always early winter. Why aren't there flowers and plants afraid of frost? Secretary Yuan Qianyao's voice sounded. He was in charge of the 6 ministries and was seen as a civil servant by the generals. Recently, he had been extremely busy. At the beginning of spring, the local taxes were directly returned to the capital. Soon, he had to follow the documents submitted by the local government and verify them before transferring the money to the local government. There was also the distribution of seeds from the Sinangsi to local areas for trial planting, as well as the proposals submitted by local officials with ideas, changes in the local development model, and so on. As the head of the secretariat, Yuan Qianyao was too busy. He found Zhang Zhong, Wang Bei, Jiang Tsin, 1 minister of works, 1 minister of revenue, and 1 minister of agriculture. As for the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court, there was no need for them at the moment. Just as he was in the middle of the discussion with the 3 of them, the intelligence agency of the Imperial Court sent over news that the snow in Tubo had caused all the roads to be sealed. There was no need to mention how depressed Yuan Qianyao was. He had finally managed to get Wang Bei and Zhang Zhong to sit together and discuss matters. In the end, they were interrupted. If Wang Bei's temper flared up again, the meeting would not be able to continue. Therefore, Yuan Qianyao had no choice but to rush to the hibiscus garden to discuss the matter of disaster relief. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng returned to their parents' home. Something had happened in Tubo, so they had to pretend to be anxious. Wang Bei thought that he could use the Ministry of Revenue, so he also came over. Zhang Zhong missed his son and also came over. Seeing that the three of them had gone, Jiang Zhen naturally followed. The moment he walked in, he met a group of generals. Hearing Zhang Shougui's words, Yuan Qianyao, who prided himself on being a scholar, immediately refuted. Without waiting for Zhang Shougui to say anything, Wang Bei helped him and said, Sanshui County is different from other places. They have a perfect disaster prevention system. When the frost descends, they will light a fire in advance. The Yamen of Sanshui County will organize the manpower and fork out the money. The money they fork out is specially for disaster relief. The people there are very obedient. If they want to fork out the money, they will do it according to their actual situation. 1 copper coin for you, 5 copper coins for them. Some will fork out more, some will fork out less. They will only use it to prevent disasters. If it was the people of other places, if someone is willing to fork out the money, they will be worried that the Yamen will embezzle the money. Isn't that right, Lord Zhang? Who isn't afraid of your family there? This time, Zhang Zhong did not deny it. He nodded his head lightly and said, That's right. Sanshui County is my home. How can I allow problems to happen there? When the officials of Sanshui County do things, they have to think about the attitude of my family. They have to think about whether the people approve of them. They have to think about whether they are worthy of their official robes. Lord Zhang is right. For example, in my hometown, I will send seeds to them. It doesn't matter if they say that I am abusing my power for personal gain or that I don't forget my hometown. I will still do it. If the local officials don't do their jobs well, I will also take care of them. Jiang Zhen was biased towards Zhang Zhong and agreed with him. Wang Bei did not say anything. They were saying that he was not capable enough and did not take care of his family well. Zhang Shougui was unhappy with Yuan Qianyao's words just a moment ago. Now, he smiled at Zhang Zhong and said, I didn't finish my words just now. A natural disaster cannot be stopped by humans. It also depends on who it is. If it was Lord Zhang, he might not be able to stop the natural disaster, but he can try his best to protect the people. Lord Zhang, has the Ministry of Works produced anything new recently? The other generals also smiled kindly at Zhang Zhong. They placed Zhang Zhong on the side of military officials and not civil officials. This was all due to the functions of the Ministry of Works and Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. The generals did not treat Zhang Xiaobao as a civil official. Although he was in charge of the economy, he was very aggressive towards external affairs. When the Ministry of Works produced something new, they would definitely consider military applications first. In addition, Wang Wan was in charge of the teaching of the military academy. Thus, they had to show the appropriate closeness. Wang Bei's face became gloomy. His kindness was not rewarded. Zhang Zhong did not care about what Wang Bei was thinking. He thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Recently, they have been researching a weapon that can be used to fight hailstorms. Hailstorms. When Zhang Zhong said this, even Wang Bei forgot to be angry. When attacking a city, cannons were used. When attacking people, guns were used. How were they going to fight hailstorms? The generals looked at each other. Yu Wenrong, who was in charge of logistics, asked uncertainly, Lord Zhang, are hailstorms ice that fall from the sky? That's right, Zhang Zhong said with certainty. Zhao Hanzhang smiled. Lord Zhang, don't joke around. If hailstorms fall from the sky, don't tell me you're going to make 10,000 machine guns and arrange them into a machine gun formation with different heights and shoot at the sky non-stop. If that's the case, it's better to let the hailstorms fall. If you give me 10,000 machine guns, I'll go to other countries and snatch back things that are worth a few hundred times more than the money lost to hailstorms. The other generals also laughed, thinking that Zhang Zhong was joking with them. Zhang Zhong wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. He could only say, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo came up with the idea to use cannons to shoot at the clouds in the sky. The thing inside that is about to turn into ice will turn into rain in advance. Rain is better than hailstorms. Oh. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that. More or less. There's an 80% chance that we can shoot it down. Pei Guangting immediately agreed. The other generals nodded. Ha, Zhang Zhong, you're not as good as your son and daughter-in-law. No one believes your words. You're not capable enough. Wang Bei laughed and mocked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong curled his lips in disdain. You also know that they're my son and daughter-in-law. I really don't have any other abilities. I can give birth. My biological children are Xiao Bao, Xiao Hai, and Xiao Bei. Humph. Wang Bei's face darkened again, but no one cared about him. He could not control the generals. Jiang Xin was with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Yuan Qianyao was the head of the secretariat and the prime minister. Zhang Zhong was more understanding of Wang Bei, so he gave him some face sometimes. Wang Bei was sulking, but no one cared about him. Wang Zhongxi, who was still young, went up to Zhang Zhong and asked, Lord Zhang, what did the cannons shoot out? Can it turn the clouds into rain? I'm not sure either. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know. Anyway, it's not gunpowder. The cannons are not made of iron or copper. They said that if the technology reaches a certain level, it can make the sky rain even if there are no clouds. It can make the sky clear even if there are dark clouds. The relevant people in the Ministry of Works are thinking of making it rain first to stop the hailstones. We can talk about other things later. When the technology reaches a certain level, there's nothing that can't be reversed. Zhang Zhong said it very boldly. They could not do it now, but they had to think about it. Wang Zhongxi showed a yearning expression. He was not thinking about the good weather in Tang. That was something that Yuan Qianyao and Jiang Xin should be looking forward to. Wang Zhongxi was thinking that if there was a sudden downpour on the enemy's march during a war, the enemy would be exhausted to death before they could reach their destination. Yuan Qianyao was thinking about which place was short of water. Whoosh! After a day of rain, where would there be more rain? Whoosh! The weather cleared up, and the grain production increased. If they wanted to eat rice, they could eat rice. If they wanted to eat steamed buns, they could eat steamed buns. They could eat the mandarin duck soup every meal. There were prawns, crabs, mutton, beef, and so on. No, I shouldn't think this way. I'm too unambitious. Let the people eat. I don't have to be so fixated on food. Zhang Zhong, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo asked the Ministry of Works to make it, right? Yuan Qianyao thought about the happy days in the future. He realized that if he wanted the people to eat like this, as the Prime Minister, he couldn't dream about eating. Yes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's request must be made within half a year. Then, they will measure the propelling data of the gunpowder fired into the sky and calculate the limit of the parabola. They also made a request. The cannons can be bigger in the early stages and smaller in the later stages. The firing speed must be fast, and the gun barrel must be able to withstand the temperature and friction. No matter if it is air-cooled or water-cooled, the cannons must be able to withstand 2 minutes of continuous firing. In order to achieve the effect of a machine gun, they named it autocannon. It will be useful after more than a year. If they can't figure it out, it might cause the Tang Empire to lose many outstanding men. Zhang Zhong knew that those who could be selected for the martial arts competition were loyal. Therefore, he explained it to Yuan Qianyao in detail. As Wang Ke listened, his eyes widened. When Zhang Zhong finished, he leaned over and whispered, "Zhang Zhong, do your son and daughter-in-law want to make it into anti-air weapons? I know that there are many man-eating eagles. They are worried about losing their air superiority. With the autocannon, they can cooperate with the victory of the Tang Empire and destroy all of the enemy's victory. If the hot air balloon can take off, a portion of the autocannon with relatively smaller power can even directly attack the enemy in the air." At this moment, Wang Ke, who was also a high-ranking official and knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to use military force against Doshi, temporarily put aside his feelings towards Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Ke to analyze the situation. Chapter 10:20. Maybe so. Zhang Zhong didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were planning. He casually responded to Wang Ke and looked around for his son. It had been a long time since they last saw each other. Strangely enough, both the young and the old were not around, and the old one was always looking for a group of idle old men and old women in the capital to find a place to play chess, drink tea, or play gateball. It was right beside the canal in the capital. There was a greenhouse in the winter and a pavilion in the summer. When it was slightly cold in the spring and autumn, they had to use a cloth curtain to cover half of the area. They didn't dare to say it and had to arrange for people to protect them. They also had to provide them with various entertainment tools and food expenses. The old men and women who came along to play were all very happy. The group grew bigger and bigger. Some of the wealthier families wanted to fork out some money, but the 4 elders in his family wouldn't let them. The things that they took out were all good things. After all, they had good grandchildren. When he returned home, other than his in-laws, he was the only one left. There were many people in the inner courtyard, but he always felt lonely. His son and daughter-in-law were nearby, and he didn't have the chance to see them. Since he was resting today, he came over to take a look. Zhang Zhong was looking for his son, and Yuan Qianyao was also looking for the emperor. Tufan was affected by the disaster. Even if he had to do something, he had to show some concern. Otherwise, Ancestor Qi De and Princess Jinchang would be very unhappy. "Old master, the young master and young lady are waiting for you inside. His Majesty is also there. Are you going over now? Or have you eaten?" Before Zhang Zhong could ask, someone immediately ran over to speak. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied. This was the inner courtyard of his family. Look, he had just arrived and they had already finished notifying him. He patted the shoulder of the person who reported, "Take a look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first. Eat with them. Old master, please come this way." The person in the inner courtyard led the way. Zhang Zhong greeted the military generals, and the few of them walked in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished making arrangements for the disaster relief. Just relying on their own family's power over there was a lot of effort and not worth it. Therefore, they asked the nearby merchants to join in and give them benefits when they were done. The 2 of them turned around and designed the power parachute again. It was a little different from the usual parachutes. The structure and material of the parachute were different. It needed to be able to support itself during normal times so that it could fly easily. As soon as his father came out, Zhang Xiaobao already knew. He immediately sent someone to wait for him. By the time Zhang Zhong entered the house, Zhang Xiaobao had already spread out the pancakes on the pancake rack. 4 important officials came over and spread out the pancakes for 4 people. Wang Bei also brought a portion for himself. Political differences could not be brought to the scene, as it would appear too stingy. Wang Wan did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's explanation at all. "You are not stingy. You stopped their supply. Oh, it was your younger brother and sister who stopped it, but you still supported them. You even schemed against them." In the end, a group of people who were against the family paying for the imperial court to do things had no choice but to pay for a business under the Ministry of Works to shut their mouths. Fragrant. The things made by the young master of the Zhang family are fragrant. As soon as they entered, Jiang Tsin took a sniff. When she saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao who was busy, she praised. Wang Wan quickly took a pancake and placed it in front of Jiang Tsin. Xiaobao only has this much ability. Official Jiang, try it. Then, she gave pancakes to Wang Bei and Yuan Qianyao. Finally, she gave pancakes to Zhang Zhong. Although he was the last to make pancakes for his father, Zhang Xiaobao was the most attentive. The pancakes were round, and the thickness was even. He beat 2 eggs and placed them symmetrically with the center of the circle as the center. There was no need for a spatula. He used a brush dipped in oil to brush the area where there were no eggs. When the pancakes were medium rare, 2 spatulas moved together. The 2 eggs seemed to be tightly glued to the pancakes. He flipped them over steadily and used his fastest speed to brush the sauce to this side. Then, he placed a youtiao. With a slight shake of his hand, chopped green onions and coriander were scattered. He rolled the pancakes left and right. Then, he placed a radish stick from Hebei into it. He wrapped it in oil paper and personally delivered it to his father. The 2 medium-rare fried eggs were exposed outside. They were trembling without breaking or spilling. Father, try it. I put more chili sauce on it. I know you like spicy food. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Yuan Qianyao and the other 2 looked at the pancakes in their hands and then looked at Zhang Zhong's pancakes. They had to admit that their son was indeed their son. It could be seen from the way he ate it. Why did he spread the eggs evenly on the pancakes? Good craftsmanship. Ever since Sanshui County's pancakes were first made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Bei, I have tried many places. However, I have never seen the way to hang the fried eggs on the pancakes. Just based on this craftsmanship, it is not expensive to buy it at 10 times the price of others. Jiang Tsin did not dare to eat this flavor with Zhang Zhong. He took a bite and praised before swallowing it. Zhang Zhong's eyes narrowed. He was already satisfied without eating. He took a bite of the egg. It was medium rare. His son knew that he liked to eat medium-rare fried eggs. After being praised by others, Zhang Zhong was too embarrassed to continue. He had to be humble and act as if he was teaching his son. Xiao Bao, you should put more effort into the affairs of Tang dynasty in the future. You actually learn such fancy and impractical things. It is not beneficial to your work. Yes, father. You are right. I will learn more useful skills in the future. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if he had done something wrong. Alright, Zhang Zhong, don't teach your son in front of me. Which of Xiaobao's dishes have you not eaten? Is the Ministry of Works not busy today? Li Longji could not stand it anymore. He felt that Zhang Zhong was a hypocrite. If Xiaobao did not do his job properly, would he be willing to do it? Zhang Zhong used his fastest speed to finish the egg. He stopped temporarily and replied, the Ministry of Works has already formed a system of management. It is not too busy. Sir Yuan is looking for me to discuss the construction matter submitted by the local government. At this point, Zhang Zhong did not say anything. He looked at Yuan Qianyao and his hands did not stop moving. He had to eat quickly. The taste would be bad if it turned cold. Yuan Qianyao was just about to take a bite of the pancake when he saw the emperor looking over. He stopped helplessly, that's right. A portion of the local officials have become smarter. They raised different requests according to the development of their respective areas. They also send over plans and supplementary explanations, requesting for the local government to increase the amount of funds allocated. This involves the infrastructure that the Ministry of Works is in charge of, the seed varieties of the Agriculture Temple, and the finances of the Ministry of Revenue. I can only find 3 managers to discuss this together. While we were discussing, we suddenly received news that something big has happened in Tubo. The snow is thick and the roads are blocked. There are many houses and tents that have been crushed. There are also commoners buried in the snow and many livestock have died. There is a problem with the food supply. I am anxious and came to find your majesty to ask how to deal with this. If there is no other way, we must urgently activate the Chongping warehouse in the northern area of Jianan Road. We cannot let the commoners there be alone without help. Yuan Qianyao's eyes looked back and forth between Li Longji, Zhu Zan, and Princess Jincheng to see their reactions. He also wanted to see from the emperor's face if he was sincere in saving them. Li Longji revealed a gratified expression. However, Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng did not look anxious at all. This made Yuan Qianyao very puzzled. You guys are not anxious when there is a disaster? Zhu Zan knew what Yuan Qianyao meant and was unhappy. It was all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as His Majesty. Otherwise, how many people would have died if the officials came to save them? Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said to Yuan Qianyao, we already know about this matter. Xiaobao has already made arrangements 2 hours ago. There is no need to activate the Chongping warehouse. I have also sent people there to help at all costs. Ah. Oh. Yuan Qianyao suddenly understood. The information was already in his hands. How could Zhang Xiaobao not know about it? It's over, I said the wrong thing. I should have been more proactive. Then. I will go back and continue working. Yuan Qianyao wanted to leave. No need. It is the same everywhere. Just do it here. I will also listen. Li Longji asked him to stay and said, eat first. It will not taste good when it is cold. Yes. Yuan Qianyao replied and sat on the chair that someone brought over. He lowered his head and ate. He was really hungry. Even if he was not hungry, he still wanted to eat Zhang Xiaobao's food. It tasted good, but it was not easy to eat Zhang Xiaobao's food. His status was there. Zhang Zhong sat beside his son. Zhang Xiaobao quickly placed the jar of chili sauce over and let his father brush it with every bite. Zhang Zhong was not like other people who ate Zhang Xiaobao's food. He felt that it was right for his son to cook for his father. It was very convenient. He would let Zhang Xiaobao brush some chili sauce and let Wang Wan stuff some chopped green onions and coriander into his father's mouth. Father, what are most of the plans that were sent up? Zhang Xiaobao served his father and asked about the situation of the local officials. Zhang Zhong was eating when he heard his son's question. He stopped and said, some say they want to build roads, some say they want to build bridges, and some even want to set up a large trade market specifically for the wholesale of handicrafts. There are also railways. Various places are busy building them. In places where the railways do not directly pass through, the officials are anxious and want the imperial court to give them money. There are also railway tracks. They are willing to provide their own labor. There are also railroad ties. Some of the plans are not bad. They are detailed and in line with the local development. Some are just joining in the fun. If you want money, why are you building roads and relay stations beside the Yangtze River? If you have the money, you can build the docks. There is also Pingli Lake. I don't know what the local officials want to do. They want the imperial court to give them money to transport sand and rocks in the middle of the lake and build an island with manpower. They want to build a commodity distribution center on the island. The merchants who come and go will travel by ship. They say that it will show the noble status of the merchants. They can also earn more money during the transportation of the ships. They want the imperial court to give them 4 million strings of cash. It will be completed within 2 years. By then, they can generate 1 million strings of cash annually. At this point, Zhang Zhong gestured for his son to brush the chili sauce. He took a big bite and chewed. He continued, if they tell others about this plan, others might agree. But if I, your father, saw it and agreed, would be a fool. What does my son do? Someone is actually playing tricks on me. I will directly tell you on Qianyao that I do not agree. Yes, yes, father. Eat slowly. I will heat it up for you when it gets cold. You cannot agree. Why build an island in the lake? For 1,000,000 strings of cash to build an island. If you throw in 4,000,000 strings of cash, you won't even see a reef, let alone an island. The water in the lake goes in and out continuously. If a ship of rocks falls, they will be immediately moved to another place. If they really build an island in the middle, the lake will be ruined. Pingli Lake, right? That is Poyang Lake, Jiangzhou. The place where Xiaobei and the others are going. Recently, there have been many incidents there. Is it because the Tang Empire is developing too fast that some officials who think they are capable are unwilling to be left out? Do they want to show their abilities? Wang Wan pointed to the sand table and said. Zhang Xiaobao finally reacted. Why did it sound familiar? It turned out that it was Jiangnan Circuit's Jiangzhou. It was located in the west of Jiangnan. It was the place where the military election was happening. Zhang Xiaobao frowned slightly. He took half of the pancake that his father had eaten, opened it, and put it on the griddle. He added a circle of flour, put in a few slices of ham, swirled the chili sauce, wrapped it up, and gave it to his father. Then, he poured wine and said, "Are they crazy? Do they think that we can't deal with them because they are far away from the capital? For money, they will use all kinds of methods. Did we Li? His Majesty never emphasize economic development as the center? No, we focus on industrial science and technology research, the agriculture temple as the foundation, loyalty to the emperor, patriotism, and morality as the guiding principles. Then, we will speed up the people's living standards, unblock the logistics, promote financial income, and improve the commodity trade." Wang Wan answered. At the same time, she filled Zhang Zhong's glass with the wine that he had just drunk. You didn't say that regardless of whether it is the black or white path, it is a good path to get money, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Don't keep mentioning this. There is no right or wrong in doing things. There is only the strength of execution and the strictness of supervision. Are you saying that there is a big problem in the west of Jiangnan? Someone has started the Great Leap Forward. And it is a great leap forward without any scientific theory to support it. Wang Wan looked at the sand table and began to worry. The foundation could not keep up. If they wanted to speed up on their own, it could easily cause a situation where they could not cope with it in all aspects. Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't let Xiaobei and the others go directly. I am afraid that we don't have enough people. Let them go to Shuzhou and wait. We will mobilize the guards there. I am worried that the people there will take the risk when they know that they have committed a capital offense. Shuzhou is still the place where we call the shots. My family's forces around the area, send people to gather in Shuzhou and form a defense team of at least 5,000 people for me. On the Yangtze River front, my family's shipping forces will conduct an internal investigation. After the investigation, keep a close eye on all the docks and ships on both sides of the Yangtze River in the west of Jiangnan. From Jili Prefecture, send the soldiers from Qianzhong Road there on fast boats. They are locals and are familiar with the local environment and climate. They are even more familiar with naval warfare. Protect Xiaobei and the others well. I let Xiaobei and the others go there to play, not to take risks. What is going on there? Investigate. Mobilize all our local intelligence systems. Okay, arrange it immediately. I hope it is not a foreign force causing trouble. We don't have to deal with them in the plan. If other countries are really involved, we can't go there. We can only let other generals go. We have to speed up the progress of the military election. It is not enough to just defend. We have to eat the enemy's vanguard. Wang Wan found the people in the family and arranged things. Zhang Zhong was no longer in the mood to eat. He drank 2 more cups in a row. He held the pancake pan with a slightly smoky face and asked worriedly, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, are you afraid that Xiao Bei and the others are in danger? Can't you not go? Father, we can't not go. If it is really like what Cuckoo and I think, if we don't go, they will be more arrogant. They will think that both the Zhang family and the Wang family are afraid of them. They may even encourage some people to rebel. I am not afraid of a rebellion. I am afraid that they will attack the surrounding areas in the early stages of the rebellion. Many people will die, and it will have a great impact on the local production and construction. We have to go. If we go, we have to show our toughest side. This is the worst case scenario. Perhaps what Cuckoo and I are worried about won't happen. Zhang Xiaobao comforted his father. He got up and cut a few more slices of ham. Then, he put it on the pancake pan to make teppanyaki. He pressed the garlic and sprinkled the vinegar. The aroma immediately wafted up. Father, try this. It is authentic and good ham. Zhang Xiaobao diverted his father's attention so that he would not worry. Zhang Zhong drank another glass of wine and sighed. Okay, let's eat. Let Xiao Bei and the others send a message back every half a day. If they think that someone will cause harm to them, arrest them first. Let the arrested person explain. If they can't explain clearly, bring them back. This ham tastes really good. It's just that it is not easy to make. It takes too long to make. Ordinary people can't eat it. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, don't worry. They won't rebel. When the people's lives are better, who will rebel? Zhang Zhong, in turn, comforted his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time. She refilled her father-in-law's glass. In order to change the topic, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we should make some ham sausages? That depends on what's inside. If there's only normal seasoning and the outside of the sausage, then the inside is filled with ham and a small amount of starch. Add more salt, and it's fine to make it. If there's all kinds of glue, it's fine to not make it. I hate to eat some ham sausages the most. They don't even have the sausage skin, so they use other things to replace it. According to the amount of sausages, we have to weigh them and calculate the cost. It's not even as expensive as normal meat. Is that for people to eat? I don't even eat dogs of good breeds. It's fried or roasted. It's disgusting to smell. For people like me who don't have a good appetite, I vomit every time I eat it. Zhang Xiaobao began to feel uncomfortable as he spoke. The taste in his memory was unforgettable. Wang Wan nodded. I don't eat it either. Let's make it according to the instant noodles in our inner courtyard. Use enough ingredients. Whoever dares to cheat will be dealt with first and be charged with endangering public safety. Is that okay? How can there be such a crime now? It's better to say that it's premeditated murder. Zhang Xiaobao laughed. Zhang Zhong didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. The only thing he understood was the sausage. He took a sip of wine and said, that's because the two of you didn't exist. When I was young, my family was poor. Unlike your mother, they weren't ordinary. When I was young, my family bought some meat back. If the price was cheap, they would buy pig intestines. At that time, we didn't come up with so many ways to make sausage like you. Most people didn't eat it because it was too smelly. No matter how you washed it, it would still smell. Our family had to eat it. We were poor, so we saved all our money. When I grew up, I went to Beijing and met your mother. Your mother brought things to our house. That's how we pooled our money together and made Zhuangzi. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of your mother? Your mother's talent is not inferior to your father's. She comes from a good family. I'm satisfied that she can live with your father, not to mention that there's still the two of you. Zhang Zhong began to teach his son and daughter-in-law a lesson about remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but tremble. Although they had never heard their father talk about it before, the two of them had experienced many things. Wang Wan understood very well. She always listened and understood Zhang Xiaobao even more. In the past, no matter how bitter her father-in-law and her family were, could it be more bitter than Xiaobao? However, Xiaobao never changed his love for his children until the last moment of his life. Therefore, Wang Wan really wanted to tell her father-in-law about Xiaobao's past. It was a magnificent scene that couldn't be described as the ups and downs of a sea of people. However, she couldn't say it out loud. She could only patiently listen with Xiaobao. Zhang Zhong wasn't clear about his son and daughter-in-law's past. He only knew that the two children were little immortals who were bestowed by the heavens to their two families. Counting up from the family tree, there were 8 generations. They had to do countless good deeds. Therefore, he was still immersed in his memories. At that time. To be honest, Xiaobao, don't be unhappy. You're capable and the food you make is delicious. However, the best food I've ever eaten wasn't made by you. When I was 7 years old, my mother made me a rice sausage during the New Year. She washed the intestines clean and filled it with rice and rice soup. There were also pieces of oil, which was the leftovers after refining the lard. She added some salt. After it was done, it was usually steamed. However, my father said that it wasn't easy for a child to eat it once. He used wood shavings to smoke it until the intestine was cooked. Even now, I still remember the taste. It was so fragrant. I asked my mother to cut it into thin slices. 1 slice could be eaten for half a day. After taking a bite, I kept chewing it in my mouth. Therefore, you've also realized that I made this kind of food for you every year. No matter how much seasoning Xiaobao made, I didn't use it. When I first found out that the food you made was delicious, I was worried that you wouldn't want to eat the intestines I made. Later on, when I saw that you enjoyed it so much, I was still very puzzled. When you were a year older, through my observation of the food you eat, I learned that sometimes you have high requirements for the food you eat. Sometimes, you want the best. Sometimes, you have very low requirements. You too can eat a complete bowl of corn and a little salted vegetables. Pour the wine. Zhang Zhong drank the wine as he spoke. He pushed the cup forward. Wang Wan immediately filled it up. She also poured a cup for Zhang Xiaobao and gave him a look. Zhang Xiaobao understood that Wang Wan wanted him to drink with his father. Even if he drank too much, he wanted his father to relax. As for his father's words, he would pick the good ones to remember and forget the bad ones. Since they were drinking wine, he didn't stop them. He raised his cup and said, "Father, Cuckoo and I have already enjoyed wealth. You see what Cuckoo and I make. No matter what ingredients we bring, we know the best way to cook them. But we also know the meaning of life. Just like the rice intestines you mentioned just now, it's delicious because it was made by my grandmother. It contains more than just taste. In this world, no matter how good the chef's skills are, even I can't make the taste of breast milk. Cuckoo and I don't care about suffering. At least it's better than starving." When you mentioned it today, I suddenly had an idea. Shouldn't we make something that makes people reminisce? It doesn't need to taste good, it just needs to be done with the heart. In some people's eyes, the most vulgar things are the real elegance. I always feel that the pronunciation of the local accent is more intimate than the pronunciation of the Chinese character in Chinese. Although Cuckoo and I know many languages, we usually speak the dialect of Sanchuay County. Good boy, good boy. Good son, do it. That's right, do it. Father supports you. Go and do it. Make the simplest things and then sell them. Sell them. Don't sell them at an expensive price. Our family doesn't lack money. Hee hee, Xiao Bao, why are you so awesome? You know how to make money for the family since you were young. And Cuckoo, father's good daughter-in-law. She's just like your mother. She's even better than your mother. Your mother is indeed from a big family. Cuckoo, father, does it look so noble? And you, when you smile, you're different from other children. Other children smile foolishly, but you're that kind of, what was it again? Zhang Zhong drank a little too much, so the smile on his face was also more. Smile. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Yes, smile. Cheers. Cuckoo, pour the wine. Zhang Zhong ordered Wang Wan without holding back. Others might be afraid of Demoness Cuckoo, but he wasn't. In his eyes, Wang Wan was still that little brat. Wang Wan liked this the most. She immediately filled the wine and glared at Jiang Tsin, who came over, and asked, Lord Jiang, is there something you need? Jiang Tsin also drank a lot of wine, and it was white wine. He drank it with Ancestor Qi De. He promised Ancestor Qi De that the Sidong Temple would cultivate new good seeds for Tubo, such as corn. Then, he drank it. After drinking 2 bowls, he was confused and ran over to get some scallions to dip in sauce. After drinking white wine, there was no taste in his mouth. If he wanted something stimulating, cucumber and liangpi would do. However, Wang Wan wasn't happy. Her husband and father-in-law were drinking, why did an outsider come over? Jiang Tsin wasn't drunk and knew what was going on. He picked up the wine cup in front of Zhang Zhong and drank it in one gulp. I want some sauce and scallions. Do you have cucumber? Son, cucumber, sauce and scallions are here. Zhang Zhong was drunk, but he wasn't drunk. Seeing that there were no cucumbers on the small table, he said to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan ordered the people beside her, men, go and serve them. Prepare the dishes and the hangover soup. Jiang Tsin went back happily. Before he left, he said to Zhang Zhong, Lord Zhang, you are blessed. Look at your daughter-in-law, she didn't take care of Xiao Bao. Of course, let's drink another cup. Zhang Zhong pulled Jiang Tsin to drink another cup. He had been drinking wine the whole time. Jiang Tsin mixed it with white wine first. After drinking a cup of wine, his body swayed and he left with a smile. Son, why don't you drink with Lord Jiang? It's okay, I know he can drink more than me. You see, he is drunk now. If he drinks more, he will still be drunk. Unlike me, your father, I will be drunk in a while. When the time comes, you and Cuckoo will serve me. Zhang Zhong knew his own alcohol tolerance, so he spoke first. Zhang Xiaobao had a high alcohol tolerance. Not to mention a few cups of wine, even a few cups of white wine would be fine. After hearing his father's words, he nodded vigorously. Father, you don't have to worry about drinking too much. You drink. Mother is not here, and Grandpa and Grandma are out playing. No one will say anything about you. Let's drink. Okay, let's drink. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Zhong rarely drank outside. Even if he drank, he did not drink much. Recently, he had not been able to see his family. Now that he finally saw his son and daughter-in-law, the pressure in his heart was reduced a lot. Moreover, because he was beside his son, he did not care. If he drank too much, his son and daughter-in-law would take care of him. He picked up the wine and drank. After drinking, he asked his son, where were we just now? We were talking about the rice sausage you ate when you were young. Zhang Xiaobao still had to remind him. Yes, rice sausages. It's good stuff. You have to sell it. As a brand, I understand now. Some rich people don't care about how good the food is, but how comfortable it is to eat. Even if you give them some cucumber strips or garlic, they will be willing to spend money if they are happy eating it. I have observed a lot of people who suddenly become rich. They are afraid that others will look down on them and say that they have no money. Therefore, when they order outside, they will order the most expensive dishes. In the end, even if they are cheated, they will not dare to say anything. They are afraid of losing face. After all, they are treating others to a meal. How can they lose face? Tell me, son. Something like this happened in Savant's restaurant. The price was clearly written on the menu, and they came to eat. You said that you should just order according to the menu. No, the full range sold on the menu is 12 abalone. It means 12 abalone. The price is not cheap. 1 abalone costs 10 strings of cash. In the end, the person who was treated by him casually asked about the price. Zhang Zhong was a little sleepy. He forced himself to stay awake and said. Zhang Xiaobao could not tell if his father could fall asleep at any time. He asked the servants to prepare first. If his father drank too much later, he would have to be carried out. He would also have to be fed soup to protect his stomach. Then, he asked, Father, what did he say? What else could it be? That person said that he heard that there are bigger abalones. In the end, this person wants to save face and insisted on getting 6 abalones from Savant's restaurant. That is Savant's restaurant. Even if you want 1 abalone, as long as you pre-order in advance and can afford it, you will be able to find it. In the end, when the dishes were served and he paid, he was stunned. The dishes on the table cost more than 1,000 strings of cash. The things he asked for are expensive. At Savant's restaurant, you can spend 10,000 strings of cash and still get something of value. Sigh. Zhang Zhong paused when he said this. Before Zhang Xiaobao could continue, he continued, For our family's business, it is natural for us to earn a lot of money. We use enough ingredients and have a good reputation. However, there are some places that do not use good ingredients and still cost a lot of money. Especially tourist attractions, right? Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what his father wanted to say. Yes, that's right. What do you think we should do? After Zhang Zhong said this, he leaned on the table and fell asleep. He did not vomit or make a fuss. Zhang Xiaobao drank the wine in his cup and looked at Wang Wan in shock. Wang Wan was also stunned. She asked, Something happened so soon. How long has the tourism industry started? Where is it? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be in Beijing. I have been watching. Xiao Bei and the others are also in Beijing. Who dares to play this game in Beijing? Zhang Xiaobao was also confused. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaobao filled the wine and brought it to Jiang Xian. He interrupted the conversation between Jiang Xin and Princess Jincheng and asked, Lord Jiang, I'd like to ask you something. Do you know which part of the Great Tang is the worst place to travel? Is it the place where people get cheated? Jiang Xin was still bragging about the seeds of the Sinangxi and was very unhappy to be interrupted. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao. He became sober again. He rubbed his face vigorously with his hands and said, Yes, there really is. The people sent by the Sea Agriculture Temple to that place replied to me. They said that Jiangzhou was originally very close to Suzhou, and there was also an iron chain bridge that you guys built there. Then they collected money. There were all kinds of ways to collect money. Crossing the bridge required money. Getting off the bridge required people to pull the cart. If you did not take the cart, you were not allowed to take that road. The other roads were very difficult to travel. If you took the cart, it would be expensive. Your family also wants to open a tourism place there. No, your family has a place in Suzhou. If your family opens a business there, it will be difficult for others to do it. Jiang Xin was confused. After talking to Zhang Xiaobao, he raised his cup to Zuzan, Qi De. Just now we were talking about the planting of corn, right? Now let's talk about potatoes. Potatoes are delicious. You can fry them or stew them. Even if you roast them, there is another benefit. Listen to me. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer in the mood to see how drunk Zuzan and Jiang Xin were. He glanced at Li Longji, who was sitting next to him. Li Longji didn't seem to care who drank too much. His expression was indifferent and he occasionally added a few words. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao looking over, he asked, Xiaobao, have you found the problem? Yes, I want to know who is behind Jiangzhou. It gives me the feeling that everything is for money. This won't do. The local government seems to have been kidnapped by a force. You have to send an order to Xiaobei and the others. That is to capture and kill people at will. Because there is someone there who is embezzling the revenue of Tang dynasty through various means. It is just that the means are very subtle. Even I didn't discover it directly. If we don't control it, it will cause a lot of harm. This person is definitely not ordinary. He is much stronger than the people from Tibet and Japan. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if this fee was high or that place was expensive. What he cared about was why so many things pointed to one place in the end. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's solemn words, Li Longji also became serious. He asked, why, Xiaobao, are you worried that you can't deal with it? What do I have to worry about? It is easy to deal with the people behind this. I am afraid that by the time I make a move, they will have caused too much harm to that place. Even if I catch them all, it won't be able to make up for the loss of the people. Do I have to ask the imperial court to pay for it? Zhang Xiaobao was very angry. The problem he encountered was not big nor small. If he took care of it, it would affect his energy. If he didn't, the other party would slowly form a force. From the current situation, the other party already had a certain foundation. It was just that he didn't know what level it had reached. If he didn't take action now, when the other party continued to grow, it would be painful for him to take action. Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious. He thought for a while and said, I will listen to you this time. Pass down my order. Tang Dynasty's 9-man patrol team will investigate the situation in Jiangzhou. If there is a need, they will have full authority to deal with it. Kill first and report later. Do not investigate. After the order was passed down, Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He greeted the others and returned to the place just now. Looking at his father who was sleeping, he instructed the people around him, bring a cushion over and put my father on it. Carry him to a quiet place. Don't wake him up. Xiaobao, who do you think it is? Which faction is it? The local officials give me the feeling that they are very obedient. Wang Wan waited for Zhang Zhong to be carried away and asked. I hope it is not a religious faction. That is the hardest to get rid of. Humans are always easily deceived. Zhang Xiaobao said worriedly. Chapter 10:21. At noon the next day, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had finished most of their work, had lunch. They walked along the riverside for an hour, then took a bath for another hour. They found a house with good soundproofing, performed the rites, and fell into a deep sleep. At around 8:00 in the morning, they woke up, washed up, and had lunch. At 9:00, everyone was in position and the military exercise began again. Zhang Xiaobao returned to his command center and recalled the arrangement before resting. He passed down orders. 4th Division, 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, pick up the pace and head east. Start the construction work at 225 Highland. Build 2 layers of hidden fortifications. After that, 3rd Battalion will attract the enemy's firepower. 4th Battalion will rest. When the first layer of fortifications is destroyed, continue the construction work. The messenger ran out to pass down the order. Zhang Xiaobao played with the binoculars in his hands. He looked up at the ceiling and continued to give orders. 3rd Division, 1 Brigade, 1 Regiment, make a large number of scarecrows. Everyone take 1 scarecrow and cooperate with 225 Highland. Go to the left side of the Highland and set up an ambush. Every 15 minutes, a team from each battalion will spread out and arrange the situation. Move in a small area. The rest of the team will move the scarecrows around them to create the illusion that they are alive. 3rd Division, 1 Brigade, 3 Regiments, go to the side of the 1st Division, 313 Highland. Start the construction work and make a layer of cover. Make scarecrows with the same number of scarecrows. Leave 1 battalion to shake the scarecrows. The other 2 battalions hide on both sides of the hill. Prepare oil and other materials to start the fire and attack according to the direction of the wind. 1st Division, 3rd Brigade, 4th Brigade, take out your multi-layered bamboo armor and stand guard at Highland 737, which is 20 li from the first peak of Mount Huangshan. If the enemy forces attack, look down from the high ground and charge with 1 battalion. 2nd Division, 2nd Brigade, and 1st Regiment, cooperate with the 3rd Brigade and 4th Brigade of the 1st Division to set up fortifications on the 737 Highland. Make rolling logs and chisel boulders. 2nd Division, 2nd Brigade, and 2nd Regiment, hide at the back of the hill and choose the time to attack. The 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division will be the reserve brigade. The 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade will be the attacking unit. The 3rd Regiment of the 4th Division will be the attacking unit. With a distance of 300 meters, the whole unit will charge forward quickly without any regard for casualties. Lure the enemy to attack and expose the position of the troops. Give 1 to each brigade of the 2nd Division, 1 to each brigade of the 1st Division, 1 to each brigade of the 1st Division, 1 to each brigade of the 2nd Division, and 1 to each regiment of the 2nd Division. Each combat unit will act according to the situation. The objective is to kill the enemy's effective forces, deplete the enemy's firepower reserves, and make it look like the main force is here. A series of orders were passed down, and Zhang Xiaobao was left with only a single large group of soldiers, which had been reinforced to 1,000. Wang Wan, who was in the other room, had nothing else to do. She had already made the necessary arrangements. Now, she had to wait for the situation of the logistics team before she could make the next arrangements. Little girl, how much will we have to pay in order to kill 20,000 of the enemy's vanguard? The commander in Wang Wan's room looked at the sand table. He seemed a little nervous, or rather excited. He was finally going to fight for real. What's the rush? It's not 20,000, it's 15,000. The other 5,000 were taken out by the logistics team that was moving freely. With the main force and the sacrifices of so many logistics teams, how could we not take out 15,000? What I want isn't to eat up all of Zhang Shogui's soldiers, but to force him into the mountains of Huangshan. I'll leave him with around 1,800 people to defend the high ground and report to the enemy's central army that our main force is in the Huangshan region. I'll give them a grinding battle. The commanders of our army on the other side of the forest fire area will definitely understand my intentions and constantly harass the enemy's central army. When the time comes, I'll have Huzi lead 20,000 of you through the forest fire area to the port of Hangzhou. We'll constantly throw in small groups of soldiers to prevent the enemy from comfortably entering the port to resupply. Let's see how they'll defeat me. After transporting soldiers for such a long distance, the vanguard didn't first defend the shore, but instead wanted to launch a surprise attack on me. Do they really think I'm made of clay? Wang Wan coldly laughed. At this moment, Zhang Shogui was truly regretting his decision. He especially admired the general who had set up the forest fire. The setting of the forest fire had been too crucial. The setting of the forest fire had turned what should have been a tactical action into a strategic containment. My vanguard's 1st Brigade probably won't survive. Did Wang Wan really run over there? My division's arrangement in the Huangshan region should be effective. Have we still not gotten in touch with the Central Army? Zhang Shougue was still insisting on the military decision to go to the Huangshan region. The remaining 15,000 vanguard soldiers were to defend the Huangshan region, where they could attack or retreat. After muttering to himself, he asked the messenger about the radio station team he had sent. Reporting, because the distance is too far, communications have not yet been restored. We also did not discover the enemy's 1st battalion tailing us. We only killed 22 people. The messenger reported. Order Zhao Hanzhang to pick up the pace. I don't believe that the enemy won't put up any defenses here. Have Zhao Hanzhang force his way through and quickly find out what the enemy's unit at the foot of the Huangshan region is. If the enemy is defending, let them attack the same way they did during the sword meet at Mount Hua. I don't want to have a small group of enemy troops constantly eyeing me. Zhang Shougue gave another order, and his request was very specific. Zhao Hanzhang, who was leading the 5,000 vanguard troops as the vanguard commander, looked at the sand table upon receiving the order. Our army will form 3 horizontal lines. Each line will be 1 li apart. Advance quickly. Wind direction. Wind direction, due west. Level 4 to 5. The messenger reported the wind direction. Good wind. Find a high ground suitable for taking off. My vanguard's 30 gliders will send out 15 to scout the ground. Zhao Hanzhang was just about to say send out all of them when he suddenly remembered the hot air balloon team. They had taken off together and died tragically. Before they could even see the enemy, they had been blown down. According to Zhao Hanzhang's request, the referees found a place suitable for taking off. 15 small models of gliders were set up. Half a day later, Zhao Hanzhang received news that the enemy troops had hidden themselves and occupied high ground. They had even thrown down a few grenades, killing more than 10 people. Report the enemy's depth and number of people. Zhao Hanzhang asked the messenger about the gliders controlled by 15 people. It was impossible for him to arrange for 15 people to actually take off, so he had to rely on the referees. Report, the enemy's number is unknown. Rough estimate is around 50,000. If our army takes a detour to Mount Huangshan, we can avoid the enemy's troops on the high ground. If our army wants to take the shortest distance, we will face them head-on and form a siege. The messenger reported. How many? Zhao Hanzhang was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. There are 50,000 enemy troops at the foot of Mount Huangshan. Main force, send a telegram to the main camp. We've discovered the enemy's main force. 2 high ground, 1 small hill, 1 plain, and 1 depression are at the center of the 3 points. The enemy's 50,000 troops are defending. 50,000. Unless Wang Wan is an idiot, she wouldn't send 50,000 troops to 3 points. And that 1 high ground isn't a high ground. That hill is more than 100 meters high. She might have thousands or even tens of thousands of people there. Isn't she afraid that I'll flatten that hill? Even if Zhang Shougue was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Wang Wan would send 50,000 troops to 2 high ground and 1 depression. If Wang Wan really made such arrangements, then with her level, she wasn't suited to teach others military lessons. Even if the commanders in her family studied for another 80 years, they still wouldn't be able to reach their current level. Report back. Ask General Zhao if he would arrange such a defense when he clearly knows that the enemy has scouting methods. From now on, General Zhao's troops will act as they see fit. My troops will slowly approach. Zhang Shougue was very dissatisfied with Zhao Hanzhang's action of sending a message without using his brain. Zhao Hanzhong received the order. After thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. The main force was there. Even if Wang Wan wasn't there, the 50,000 main force was definitely from the first batch of academy students. How could the first batch of people that Wang Wan brought out be so few? How could she expose her military strength so clearly? Fuck, it's fake, it's all fake. Let's not care about the other two highlands for now. Go and destroy that small hill for me. Scouts, rush up there. Use 20 gliders and fly up there for me to see. My second brigade, occupy that small hill for me first. Zhao Hanzhong cursed and gave the order. 20 gliders took off. A regiment of 1,500 people, pushing a few cannons, moved towards the small hill. The scouts also followed. Not long after, the aerial scouts returned with news that they had discovered the numbers of 2 battalions. The estimated number of people was 1,000. They also determined that some of them were fake. 2 battalions, 1,000 people? That's the configuration of a regular army. It's not Zhang Xiaobao's logistics troops. He always likes to have 700 people in a battalion. Could it really be a regular army? There are even fake people? Scouts, rush up. Gliders, continue to investigate. Zhao Hanzhong judged based on the numbers and numbers. He felt that he understood Zhang Xiaobao better and was willing to create an independent battalion. For example, the 8 battalions of Fan Metro Cavalry that he had given to Wang Wan actually had 1,000 people in each battalion. Report, our scouts have heard gunshots. No one has returned after half an hour. The messenger ran in and reported loudly. At the same time, he put a few models that represented smoke on the sand table. General Zhao, our 20 gliders have disappeared. Smoke billowed on both sides of the high ground. They are being carried by the wind and are floating towards our army. Oh my god, they are playing this again. Is it because if my aerial troops fly a little lower, they will use smoke? According to this, my 20 gliders are gone. Zhao Hanzhong was very depressed. He thought that the other party's method was too despicable. Of course, he didn't know that even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's aerial troops wanted to fight, the ground troops would still use smoke. Even if the smoke couldn't make the aircraft come down, it would make the aircraft unable to aim and guide. The ground troops would use smoke and all kinds of burning debris to make the aircraft attack the personnel. They could only use their eyes to estimate the approximate position of the enemy and then manually lock on. If there was a country that didn't have such technology or even surface-to-air missiles, then they could only wait to be beaten. When a group of tanks moved, when the aircraft looked down from the sky, it was a sea of smoke. The radar's heat reaction light spots were everywhere. Since it was useful at that time, how could Wang Wan not use it now? Even if the aircraft flew high and couldn't be smoked, the aircraft wouldn't be able to see the situation below clearly. Orders, the artillery troops will cover. 2nd Regiment will charge. I'm really convinced. After fighting for so long, it has become like this again. Zhao Hanzhong felt very sullen. Before coming, he had thought of countless battle tactics and strategies. In his mind, he could simulate how the other party would suffer and how great the losses would be. In the end, when they really met, what air and ground cooperation, what special forces attack, what mobile firepower net coverage, and so on, they couldn't be used. The other party dug a trench, released smoke, guarded the small hill, and the teams on both sides of the hill cooperated with each other. The only thing he could do was to advance with artillery fire, and the attacking team followed. 1st Regiment, attacked the team on the left of the hill. 3rd Regiment, attacked the team on the right. Don't get close. Be careful of the smoke. Zhao Hanzhong was qualified to be able to guess the other party's shameless methods. When the glider was smoked down, he considered whether the other party would use smoke to cover and fight hand to hand. Your Majesty, we should strengthen security measures. On the ground, using smoke to deal with air troops is too useful. Even if Shueyun is sent here, she won't be able to make any useful judgments when she sees the smoke below. We can't let anyone spread this. Otherwise, when Cuckoo leads the army to war in the future, how many good men will the Tang Empire lose? Which child isn't born to their parents? Empress Wang saw the situation of the battle on the sand table in the center and immediately realized the effect of smoke. Whether there was no wind or no wind, the attacking side couldn't expect the air troops to have much of an advantage unless they flew very high from the beginning. Although they could avoid the attack, they couldn't complete the reconnaissance mission. Li Longji's reaction wasn't as intense as Empress Wang's. He nodded and said, "Attack with smoke and throw spears against the wind. It's been like this since ancient times. Even if the secret isn't leaked, others can figure it out." It's Xiao Hanzhang's own stupidity. If he changed his position and Cuckoo attacked, he wouldn't be so restricted. I don't understand. Why do we have to attack? Can't we just go around it? There aren't many supplies on the hill. Can a hill of more than 100 meters be considered a high ground? What's the point of attacking it? Empress Wang thought about it and retorted, "Your Majesty, that's 3 battalions. If we don't attack, why don't we just go around it and let them attack from behind? If we attack from behind, we have to go down the hill and gather. Otherwise, if we spread out, we'll be attacked one by one. A brigade will leave a regiment in front to interrupt the attack. The other 2 regiments will turn around and attack from behind under the cover of artillery fire." Did you see how Kong Lu charged through the layers of defense? Once we reach the flat ground, cold weapons are like steamed buns, meat buns that are specially used to feed dogs. With a single charge, 3 battalions will be wiped out. When fighting against Cuckoo, we can't fight according to conventional means. Look at Xiao Bao's logisticians. They're built from the ground up. If you don't attack, I'll dig down and endure cannon fire time and time again. If you charge, I'll use the trenches to engage you in close combat. Rather than saying that they're native troops, it's better to say that they're the hot-blooded heroes of Great Tang. They're guarding a place and are willing to fight to the last man. With such an army, I don't want to send them out to invade. No matter how well they fight, there will definitely be casualties. My heart aches for them. Li Longji thought back to a certain day a year later when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gathered their troops and logisticians to go on an expedition to Duo. His mood instantly turned sour. He couldn't bear to send any Great Tang soldiers to their deaths. Zuzan Chide had already experienced Wang Wan's viciousness. Even now, he still had a shadow in his heart. He felt sad for his men who died in the battle for Tubo, but he also felt proud of the soldiers that Wang Wan led. The troops that were initially scattered were reorganized by Wang Wan. After that, they were promised compensation in the name of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, and their fighting strength increased exponentially. Now that he thought about it, he should have just surrendered back then. At that time, fewer Great Tang soldiers would have died. Thus, when he heard Li Longji's words, he also felt sad. He persuaded, "Your Majesty, for the happiness of more people in Great Tang, we must fight. However, logisticians must follow up. For example, artillery fire. This subject admits that it is difficult to fight a civil engineering team. However, Cuckoo said that for the safety of a single Great Tang soldier, she is willing to throw down millions of artillery shells. This subject will issue a military order. If Cuckoo's team attacks, the logisticians will pass through this subject. This subject cannot allow the speed of transportation to double. This subject will carry the artillery shells myself. Otherwise, this subject will send my head to the capital." Everyone was moved by Zuzan Chide's words. Only Wu Huifei had a different opinion. At the side, she said, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Xiao Bao won't let Great Tang soldiers risk their lives. This subject remembers that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo told your majesty that in the past year, they were training their soldiers and using other methods to weaken Duo. Back then, it was your majesty who gave the order to attack Tubo. They were developing well in Shuzhou, but you insisted that they organize the logisticians. In the end, they became the main force. Xiao Bao spent most of his energy on organizing the logisticians. When they reached Tubo, he found the time to scheme against others. However, Xiao Bao won't let you cause trouble now. He must have made preparations. Let's not talk about the past. We don't feel good about it either. Back then, we didn't do anything bad. We just wanted to give credit to Zhang family and Wang family. Who would have thought that when they reached Pingzhou, they would still advance despite knowing what was ahead? You're saying that Xiao Bao wants to make the first move and cooperate with Cuckoo's army so that Great Tang won't have to sacrifice as many soldiers. Every time Li Longji thought about what happened back then, he felt a lingering fear. However, it was also in that battle that Cuckoo showed her talent. Xiao Bao strategized, and Shu Yun roared in the sky. Otherwise, who would have known their true abilities? As they were speaking, Zhang Xiaobao came over and heard the general idea. He said, "A real man doesn't talk about the embarrassment of the past. What we're talking about now is bragging and not mentioning a single word about being beaten and bullied. May I ask, are we allowed to use special weapons?" Chapter 10:22. What weapon? The others asked in unison. Many diseases are contagious, and people die. The process from contagion to death is relatively long. For example, it might take a few months to a year and a half. We natives have specially sampled a group of people like this. We also have some insects with diseases on them. We'll use them on the battlefield. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Li Longji and the others shuddered from time to time. Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Li Longji interrupted him. "Xiaobao, it's too late for you to say this now. You didn't mention it in the beginning. I know your methods, and they're ruthless. However, the purpose of the military examination is to let the generals understand Tang's army. Your infectious diseases and poisonous insects won't be of any help to Tang. Whether our enemies use these methods or not, we need military doctors. The medical academy is also researching ways to cure various diseases. Didn't you say that our medical academy will be able to solve the diseases immediately if you bring them out? If that's the case, they won't be of much help to Tang's army. Tang can't raise a group of sick people to attack other countries." Empress Wang nodded. Wu Huifei's eyes lit up. She liked to play tricks. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor, she interjected. "Little treasure, are you saying that we can let the medical school's people advance with the army and capture other people for research? It's just like the medical team that Lu Zhou sent out to treat the people on the other islands. However, the medical personnel on the island didn't deliberately use poison. During the treatment process, they lacked protective measures. Even if it's a minor illness, they can still perform major surgery." Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a determined gaze. He knew how cruel it was to do it, but he still had to do it. "Is there a specific way to cure the injuries?" Chida asked. He wanted to say that it was against the harmony of heaven, but he changed his words in the end. Zhang Xiaobao understood what he meant. He replied, "Yes, it's against the harmony of heaven, but there's a way. There's not much difference between a doctor and an assassin. For example, Cuckoo and I, we feel that we've earned every extra day we live. We don't care about the heavenly punishment. Using others to study the laws and treatment methods of diseases can be used on the people of the Great Tang. I brought up this matter today so that your majesty and the others can be mentally prepared. Many years later, you might be cursed incessantly. How can we care about what will happen many years later? Many years later, when the common people of the Great Tang learn of what we have done for them, I believe that we will be passed down as a deity who protects their safety and health." And you and Cuckoo, don't keep looking at the sand table. If you don't like it, I'll kick you out. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he didn't even think about it and said indifferently. Zhang Xiaobao retracted his gaze from the sand table. Actually, he couldn't see anything. The sand table was so big, and the model was so small. If he didn't get close, he could only see a pile of things. I didn't. It's just a habit. In truth, it's nothing much. In the future, when the Great Tang develops well, we can just give the countries that were bullied some money, and many people will forget what happened back then. Compared to the Great Tang, they will realize that their lives are too poor. To be able to use the good products of the Great Tang, travel to the Great Tang, or even immigrate to the Great Tang, to them, this is the life of a deity. Give them some benefits and use the economy to plunder them. Let alone those people who have no direct relationship with them, even those related to their ancestors, they will forget. Xiao Bao, don't get agitated. What's wrong with you? That time when you took the imperial examination, you vomited blood because of something. Doctor of medicine, come over here. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao's face was even redder than before. When he heard the content of the conversation, he felt that Xiao Bao was feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing. I can't vomit blood this time. I'll always vomit. Right now, Cuckoo and I are bullying others. Thank the heavens. This is why we have to do more things that go against the heavens. Actually, I just thought of something. Don't touch me, I already said that I'm fine. Zhang Xiaobao had many things that he couldn't tell others. The only person he could confide in was Wang Wan. After comforting himself, he recovered his emotions and shook off the doctor's hand that came over to take his pulse. The doctor was very dedicated. Even if he couldn't take Zhang Xiaobao's pulse, he didn't force him. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao, looking at his complexion and breathing rhythm. He didn't dare to be negligent. If something really happened to Zhang Xiaobao, the emperor wouldn't need to do anything. The emperor would just throw him out on the streets and say that he didn't do his best. In this short period of time, Wang Wan had already heard the news. She hurriedly ran over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, asking, "Who provoked you again?" "No, no one. They said that the military doctors followed the army to fight. In addition to treating their own people, they also used other people to study the virus." As they talked, I became happy and thought of a new weapon. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and pulled Wang Wan to sit on his lap as he explained. Wang Wan didn't break free. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she understood what the other party thought of. She followed up, "You thought of a biological weapon? It's more difficult to collect poisonous gas than oxygen. It's not easy to take protective measures, but we can use incendiary bombs." "Good idea. Let people study it as soon as possible. When we go to war, we can destroy all the trenches and bunkers. If they're really benevolent and righteous, how can they fight a war? You came over just to talk about this. You're so free that you're chatting with people instead of commanding. Let's see what you're going to do if you can't complete your tactical objectives. Let Dr. Ho feel your pulse." Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's hand and handed it to the doctor surnamed Ho. She knew that he had reached the position of doctor. It was impossible not to pay attention to him. When they wanted to establish the Tang Academy of Sciences, they had to get him in. The doctor first felt Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, then his right hand. After feeling it, he said to everyone, "It's nothing." It seems that he was a little tired yesterday or in the last few hours. There's no need to get medicine. When it's time to eat, it's fine to have more meat. The doctor said it calmly. Wang Wan blushed and jumped down from Zhang Xiaobao's lap. She pulled a chair and sat there without saying anything. Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise, "You can even tell? Isn't it too fake?" How is it fake? Look at your pulse. Stop talking. You're amazing. I'll eat crabs for dinner. Zhang Xiaobao didn't let the doctor continue. Crabs won't do. It's cold. Besides, it's spring. Where are you going to find crabs? The crabs that were frozen last autumn don't taste good. If you want to eat seafood, you can eat sea fish or mutton. If there are cows, you can eat beef. Ordinary people can't eat it. You won't be lacking in beef. The doctor still had a serious look on his face as he discussed with Zhang Xiaobao about food and nutrition. Zhu Zan reminded him kindly, Xiaobao, when Madam and I came over, we brought the yaks from our place. They're still alive. Along the way, they lost weight. Many of them died. We sold them to the restaurants that passed by. After we arrived in the capital, we've raised them for a few days. They should be fine. Let me tell you, those yaks. Let's talk about the main thing. I know that your yaks are good. I believe that Xiaobao's body is also very good. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, how do you use the biological weapons and incendiary bombs that you mentioned? Li Longji saw that the topic had changed and quickly corrected it. He was very interested in war weapons. He was always afraid that others would use advanced weapons to attack the Tang Empire. He felt that with every step forward in the research of weapons, the gap between the Tang Empire and the Tang Empire would shrink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to explain the functions and effects of the two weapons. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't as professional as Wang Wan. Wang Wan had a very thorough understanding of the weapons. As she explained the functions, she also explained the tactical coordination around the weapons. Zhang Xiaobao mainly explained the reaction of the human body after being hit by the weapons. For example, the incendiary bombs. They burned for a long time and covered a large area. During the burning process, they produced poisonous gas and caused a lack of oxygen to the shallow underground fortifications. Hearing this, Li Longji and the others broke out in cold sweat. Qi de Zuzan was also glad that his Tufan didn't persist. Xiaobao, according to what you said, there isn't an army in the world that can defeat a team with such weapons. Hurry up and research it. Li Longji wiped his sweat and said excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time and said together, no, there is an army that can contend against them. What army? Li Longji asked in disbelief. Our Tang Empire's army can do it. Perhaps the number of casualties will be several times more, but the enemy will definitely not retreat. Even if someone can blow up the mountain that our Tang Empire occupies and think that it is a land of death, if he dares to attack, he will still have to suffer a fierce counterattack. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said to Li Longji with a smile. Wang Wan replied with an affirmative smile, yes, our Tang Empire's army can do it. Even if we have to sacrifice several times more lives, in the end, what we are fighting for is not only the weapon, but also the soul of an entire nation. On the battlefield, what we display is the soul of an army. When 10 lives are exchanged for one of the enemies, what we are testing is the other party's will. The more advanced the weapon is, the more people cherish their lives. Some people fight for wealth, while others fight for glory. I am most afraid of encountering enemies who fight for survival. Thus, I have always requested that the soldiers of the Tang Empire have 2 things. First, they must learn knowledge so that they can immediately take over the position of the commander after his death. Even if they are alone, they must be clear of the strategy and tactics of the team. Second, they must have family members. It would be best if they have a few brothers with a wife and children. This kind of team is the strongest. In front of them is the enemy, but behind them is their family. So, they must use their lives to exchange for the enemy. Princess Jincheng asked. Yes, use their lives to exchange for the enemy until they tremble. Even if blood flows like a river, they must not retreat. If the soldiers of a country are afraid of death and turn around to flee or surrender when they see the enemy's ferocious attack, then that country deserves to be bullied. Zhang Xiaobao said. He thought of many small countries that were bullied. Basically, when the enemy's attack was a little fierce, they would be scared to death. They would invest tens of thousands of soldiers to defend the place, and hundreds of them would die. In the end, in 2 to 3 days, the place would be taken down by the enemy. If they were afraid of death, who could they blame? Sometimes, Zhang Xiaobao would think, and he had also discussed it with Wang Wan. If it was their national army, how could an army of tens of thousands be taken down in 2 to 3 days? They could just throw an atomic bomb. Otherwise, how big of a price would the enemy have to pay? Zhu Qido was unhappy. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about him. However, his men were not afraid of death. The main thing was that they lacked a good commander. Therefore, he said, Xiaobao, there are times when human strength is not enough, right? Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood. I'm not talking about you. We are fighting because of internal conflicts. We are a family, just like brothers sometimes fight. When Cuckoo and I go to war, you still have to help take care of the logistics. We can rest assured. Li Longji also said, if I'm not talking about you, are we enemies? My sister is married to you. I'm talking about the enemy of the great Tang without a princess. Yes, that's what I meant. I'm just asking. What else could Zhu Qida say? Xiaobao, let's go back. They are still fighting. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was fine and was concerned about the situation of the battle. Let's go back. I wanted to use other methods, but they didn't agree. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and pulled Wang Wan out. Li Longji and the others watched the two of them leave. They gathered together to discuss the matter that the two of them had just mentioned. The battle was still going on. Zhao Hanzhang was facing the same problem as Yang Chang. There were a total of 3 camps on the 100-meter high ground. There was one on the top of the mountain and one at the bottom of the mountain. With only 3 regiments, they were unable to charge over. After the cannon fire, they charged. Surprisingly, the enemy could still counterattack, and it was very fierce. However, Zhao Hanzhang already knew what was going on. There was a problem with the fortifications and the direction of the wind. The wind blew against them. Regardless of whether the enemy was on the mountain or on the plains, they had fortifications. When the cannon fire landed, some of the fortifications were destroyed, while others were still standing. Furthermore, there was another layer of fortifications under the fortifications. The enemy's scarecrows were very effective. When the cannon fire hit them, the scarecrows were set ablaze. When his troops charged, other than the smoke from the cannon fire, there was also smoke from the scarecrows. If they charged too slowly, the effect of the cannon fire would be weakened. Moreover, if they were too far away, the smoke would be very uncomfortable. But if they charged too quickly, they would be in close contact with the enemy. They felt that the most shameless method of the other party was to not run when they countercharged. Instead, they would lie on the ground and quickly crawl and roll horizontally to change positions to advance. This was too demanding of their own marksmanship. There was already smoke, and they still had to hit the ground. The enemy would roll and advance without any pattern. They could only rely on confusion. When they came into contact with the enemy, it would be a bayonet against a broadsword or a spear. This was no joke. Yes, if they crawled forward, they would be less affected by the smoke. The natives are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Zhao Hanzhang scratched his head in front of the sand table. Of course, he was just saying this out of anger. He didn't believe that the natives were so smart. Reporting, our troops attacking the mountain have been shot down again. The enemy used rolling logs. The messenger reported to Zhao Hanzhang. Rolling logs. Are there any nails on the logs? Zhao Hanzhong asked. Reporting, no, there are no nails. However, there are streaks in the middle of the logs. There are things that cause smoke. Wherever the logs roll, there is smoke. The messenger replied. Zhao Hanzhong nodded. Understood. When he looked at the sand table again, he suddenly slapped his head and said to himself, why was I so stupid? So what if I shot down the mountain? I'm not even defending. There are still troops behind me. Can't I just charge over? What can they do to me? Men, pass down my order. Gather 3 regiments of troops and advance with the cannon fire. Charge directly from the north of Highland 113. How can 3 regiments not be able to deal with your battalion? Zhao Hanzhong finally understood and gave the order. Chapter 1023. Once Zhao Hanzhong changed his strategy, the results were immediately apparent. Of the 3 battalions of the 3rd Regiment, 1 battalion was directly facing Zhao Hanzhong's charge, while the other 2 battalions were on the other side of the hill. The battalions on the hill were hit by a wave of cannon fire and were forced to retreat into their fortifications. When they reappeared, Zhao Hanzhong's troops had already left the range of the hill. The other battalion had been waiting to engage in positional warfare. When they saw the enemy retreat, they waited for the next wave of attacks. However, after waiting for a while, they did not see the enemy attack again. Only the rumbling of cannons could be heard. For a moment, they did not know what was going on. This bastard has learned to be smart. Motherfucker, they're all coming for me. I think there are at least 3 regiments. Is there a need to use cannon fire to advance? Order all the troops to hide. After the cannon fire, retreat immediately. We're not going to fight anymore. Go up the hill and meet up with the 1st Battalion. Sun Quan looked at the sand table and cursed as he gave the order. His battalion was facing the charge of Zhao Hanzhong's 3 regiments. When he retreated to the hill and met up with the 1st Battalion, there were only about 160 people left out of the original 500. He also went to the room of the 1st Battalion's commander and stared at him speechlessly. Brother, this battle is not going to be easy. The tiger finally knows how to climb a tree. 3 regiments against 1 battalion, and I've been judged to be injured. Sun Quan said to the commander and regiment commander of the 1st Battalion, Fan Zhu. Fan Zhu nodded. My troops can't do anything. The range of the long-range weapons is not enough when we're on high ground. If I bring people down, we'll be facing a rain of bullets. Then, he relaxed his eyebrows and said, but it's not a big deal. Let's see how many people the 3rd Battalion can come back. Their losses are not as great as yours. If we gather our troops again, we should have at least 600 to 700 people. My losses are not small either. Cannons, after all, they are cannons. They don't have 3 full regiments now. We've lost at least 500 to 600 people. Our losses are slightly higher. Once we reorganize our troops and continue to defend here, there will be more troops behind them. That's the only way. Did you send the news? Sun Quan did not insist on beating the enemy into a pulp. The enemy's guns and cannons were not for decoration. Yes, Fan Zhu replied. The 3 battalions of the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division began to regroup. The 3 leaders did not follow behind Zhao Hanzhong's troops. That would be no different from courting death. They were not worried that the enemy would turn around and attack from the other side of the hill to seize the high ground. At this moment, Zhao Hanzhong was also not very happy. He had made a mistake in commanding the troops in the previous battle. Instead of losing 500 or 600 men, they had lost more than 1,000 men. According to the data given by the referees, 460 people had died in battle, while the rest had died from the smoke and had lost their ability to fight due to the smoke. In total, there were more than 1,000 people. As for those who felt uncomfortable due to the smoke, their accuracy and reaction speed were affected as well. He had also lost hundreds of guns, as well as some ammunition. He wasn't sure if it would affect him in any way. After all, his opponents weren't really natives. After losing 20% of his troops, Zhao Hanzhong felt that the road ahead would not be too smooth. He looked at the sand table and found that there was a depression in front of him. Looking around, there was a high ground with a height of 225 meters. Looking at the other side, there was nothing on the other side. The terrain was flat, so he had sent out scouts to scout ahead. If they were not attacked, then they would just leave from the other side. Obviously, they would not come into contact with the enemy. Scout ahead. The first group will advance slowly. The second group will spread out and guard the surroundings. The third group will rest here. Zhao Hanzhong gave the order and began to wait for feedback. Half an hour later, the scouts had advanced for 15 li. They came back and reported that they were not attacked along the way. All troops, move out. Zhao Hanzhong composed himself and gave the order to advance. The troops did not advance quickly. As for the scouts, they constantly came into contact with the enemy. Some died in battle, while others sent back information. Zhao Hanzhong did not hear any reports of enemy attacks or ambushes for a long time. Instead, he felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong. Is this still Wang Wan's main force? Why didn't they surround me when I came in? Why didn't they stop me? Why didn't they harass me? Have the commanders of the Zhang family and Wang family suddenly become stupid? Can't their scouts keep up? Then they should have heard the sound of cannon fire. I don't believe that they can't analyze it. Zhao Hanzhong mumbled, his heart feeling more and more uneasy. When Zhao Hanzhong passed, the commander of the 3 RD Division's 1st Brigade's 1st Regiment, Lu Dong, was also looking at the sand table. It was not that he did not want to make a move. He wanted to stop the enemy or chase after them, but he could not move. He was guarding the depression and had already arranged everything. If he moved, he would expose himself, and all the original arrangements would be disrupted. For the sake of the enemy's vanguard, such a choice was not worth it. Therefore, he was waiting for the enemy's vanguard to crash into the wall. If the enemy's main force came up, he believed that his allies at the 225 Highland would close the door. His own regiment had 2 plans. One was to cooperate with the 225 Highland and block the enemy's vanguard from retreating. The other was to snipe the enemy's main force. The worst-case scenario would naturally be being attacked from the front and back. Then, he would accept it and try his best to exhaust the enemy's ammunition. The commanders of the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions of the 4th Division at the 225 Highland also knew that the enemy's vanguard had entered, but they did not attack. They seized the time to repair the fortifications. The commander of the 3rd Independent Battalion, Lu Zhu, ordered his men to repair the fortifications. When he found the 4th Independent Battalion's headquarters, he said to his colleague Lu Yun, "One of you go there. You saw it. Do you want to fight?" Lu Yun asked. Lu Zhu waved his hand. "No, I'll wait for him to go there. I'll discuss it with you. The place he went is right under our noses. There's another regiment to cooperate with us. We're an independent battalion." "I know. Our numbers are only slightly less than a regular regiment, and our weapons and equipment are better. But we're a logistics battalion. An independent logistics battalion is well prepared, and that's reflected in transportation and construction." Lu Yun did not understand what he meant. Lu Zhu walked to the sand table and pointed at the path Zhao Hanzhong took. "Look, he went there. Another half a day's journey is the 737 Highland. He can't go around there even if he wants to. He only has 4,000 men. I think he was beaten up by our army in front. If he doesn't attack with 4,000 men and they surround him for 3 days, his supplies won't be able to keep up. If he attacks, his ammunition will probably be used up a lot. If he sets up camp here and doesn't move, he will be facing 2 brigades, 2 regiments, and a reserve brigade, which is more than 4 times his current military strength, almost 5 times. Do you think the people of Highland 737 will let him go? Lu Yun looked at the sand table and understood as he listened. They won't. If the enemy really dares to set up camp, the 737 Highland will organize a night battle with scarecrows and use smoke to cover the attack. They'll use the tactic of injuring 1,000 of the enemy and sacrificing 800 of their own to force the enemy to attack or retreat. They'll also defend and wait for reinforcements. Then while talking, LV Yun considered. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He patted Lu Zhu's shoulder happily and said, "Yes, that's right. We can't let him retreat easily, and we can't let him wait for the reinforcements. Let's go down. We don't have to stay on the mountain anymore." "That's right. We're an independent battalion. The Logistics Independent Battalion has a lot of equipment. Let's quickly fix it and tell the 3rd Division, the 1st Brigade and the 1st Regiment our plan. Let them cooperate. Tell him that he doesn't have to worry about being attacked from 2 sides. We'll block the enemy's retreat. If he dares to rush in, he won't be able to return," Lu Zhu said with a smile. After waiting for the enemy to pass, the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions of the 4th Division rushed down and began to build fortifications on the flat road. Lu Dong, who was guarding the depression, was still giving orders to arrange his own area more carefully when a messenger ran in. Reporting, the 225 Highland, the 4th Division, the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions are here to report. Let us hold our position and leave the enemy's retreat path to them. Good, I told you. We can't let them pass easily. They dare to go around the road. Do they think they're fighting a flat Yuanzhan? Do they think that our hinterland is empty? The main force of 60,000 hasn't moved yet. If we rush in with 4,000 people, we'll tire you to death." Lu Dong laughed and knew what to do. "Order my regiment to continue to fight. Dig fortifications. Give me as many scarecrows as possible. Horizontally, dig trenches as wide as a breadth. Ask for support from our friendly troops. Help us dig trenches. Don't dig too deep, 1 person's height is enough. On the opposite side of the trenches, dig a slanted hole. Hide people inside and wait for the enemy to push the cannon cart over the hole. Rush out and kill them or wait for the enemy to fall into the hole. Insert a scarecrow every 3 meters in the trenches. Only a little bit of the head with a hat is exposed. Stagger the position of the holes. The distance between the trenches is 50 meters. Within 50 meters, place them irregularly." After Lu Dong finished giving orders, his whole body relaxed. He didn't expect to be able to defeat the enemy. As long as he could consume more of the enemy's ammunition, it would be fine. When the guns and cannons ran out of ammunition, it was better to use fire sticks. The fire sticks could be made longer, but the bayonets on the guns were only that long. Moreover, bullets weren't too terrible. The speed was fast, but they had to hit the target. There weren't so many machine guns. If they used rifles, wouldn't I be able to dodge? If I suddenly lay down, roll and get up again, walk around the zigzag route, and lay down again, could it be that they were all sharpshooters? Lu Dong's request was sent out by the scouts. Soon, he received a response. The 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 4th Division, which took the initiative to attack, came. It was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao to quickly charge forward in groups, every 300 meters, to expose the enemy's position. The regiment commander, Su Gu, also wanted to follow the order. But before he could move, the enemy's vanguard came in first. He thought about it. If he still followed the young master's order and rushed in, he would definitely be scolded by the young master. Su-gu could think of the scolding words, "Are you stupid? You just entered when I told you to. Don't you know how to observe the situation? You're the regiment commander, not the group commander. Don't you have a brain? I've arranged everything. Do I still need you? You can just find an obedient dog." So Su-gu made his own judgment. He didn't rush forward. He gathered the troops of a regiment and walked quietly along the edge of the ambush. He collected the things to start the fire. He planned to take advantage of the enemy's vanguard to go to the front and throw the things to the ground before the enemy's middle army came. He planned to let the enemy's middle army make a choice. Either you ignite the things yourself, and then be blocked by the fire and can't come over, leaving your vanguard isolated and helpless. Or you go directly, and I will ignite the fire and burn you all together. Just as they moved to the depression, each soldier carried a large bundle of firewood, wooden sticks, hay, and dried grass. When the time came, they would be able to burn it and it would even emit smoke. Before he could continue to move forward, he received a request from Lu Dong of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division. He considered which side was more important and finally decided to help. "Su-gu. Why are you here?" Lu Dong was surprised to see Su-gu. "Didn't you sacrifice yourself?" "You sacrificed yourself? Did you give me the time to sacrifice myself? You see how fast the enemy's vanguard is. They almost met me. More than 20 of my scouts were killed by their scouts. I avoided them and took a detour. Why are you looking for me? I brought a lot of firewood. I plan to go to the front to cook for the enemy. Do you need it? There are 1,500 bundles, all big bundles. It's enough for a family of 10 to burn the stove for 10 years. Su-gu and the other 3 people stood in Lu Dong's room. In addition to him, there were 3 battalion commanders. He had his own personal guards, and the number of people was not small. As for the commander of the team, he was not assigned to him for the time being. Unless he wanted to play an independent and important tactic, he would not be assigned to his subordinates. The battalion was enough. If he chose to rush in as a unit, then there would naturally be other people from the outer court to cooperate with him and be the commander of the team. Lu Dong, on the other hand, was more concerned about the firewood. He asked, "That much?" "Well, if one person carries a bundle, it will be like a mountain. I don't need it here for the time being, eh? What's wrong?" Su-gu heard Lu Dong's sudden voice ask. "I don't need it. In the front, they caused the enemy's vanguard to lose more than 1,000 people. I think they themselves are not having a good time. I saw that the enemy's vanguard was a brigade, but it only had 4,000 people. Needless to say, those 1,000 people were killed by the enemy's vanguard. Their fortifications should have been badly beaten. You send the firewood to them and let them make big buns. When the time comes to ignite them, they will roll down. It's also a good thing. They must still be resting." Lu Dong thought of the previous regiment and admired it. That regiment had a total of 1,500 people. In the end, they consumed more than 1,000 people in the enemy's vanguard by relying on a hill without any height advantage. This was not a matter of playing with one's life. If you want to play with your life, the enemy will give you a chance. This was a test of command. If the enemy lost more than 1,000 people, the loss would not be small, unless the weapons were changed. Su-gu pondered for a moment and replied, "Okay, then let's go together. Our 2 regiments will send the things to them and then repair the fortifications. If the enemy attacks while we are repairing, we will fight together in the 1133 Highlands. If we finish repairing and still don't attack, I will leave a battalion to them and they will come back and continue to repair here. Then I'll give them a battalion as well. They'll be at the very front. If they can come back and repair this place, you can move your remaining 2 battalions to the front and place them between me and Highland 113 for mobility." Lu Dong also agreed. So the two people slowly walked to the room where Sun Quan and Fan Zhu were. Su Gu's personal guard stayed behind and continued to work. Sun Quan and Fan Zhu still had one more person, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Wang Nan. Wang Nan was also injured by the referee. Wang Nan was very angry. Why did he have to be injured? When he commanded, his energy was affected. He commanded for an hour and then had to rest for an hour. Wasn't this cheating? At the critical moment, he had to rest for an hour, and when he got up, the battle would be over. The three people were together thinking about how to deal with the enemy's main force. When they thought of the overwhelming artillery, the three people felt a headache. If you give me an artillery battalion, I want to see which one of their main forces dares to open fire first. I will destroy the artillery position. Isn't it just bullying us because we don't have artillery? Wang Nan complained, his hand touching his head from time to time. The messenger said that his head was injured by shrapnel, and there was a big cut. He always felt uncomfortable in his head. Okay, we are just fighting cold weapons against hot weapons. If it is hot weapons against hot weapons, will the Imperial Court's generals dare to come and fight with us? Cuckoo directly passed the military selection and became the top scorer. Since we are playing this game, we can't lose face for the main family, right? Sun Quan explained. When he spoke, he faintly revealed a trace of pride, which meant that he had the ability to fight an asymmetrical war with them and force them to not have the slightest advantage. Fan Zhu also said, that's right. If we really used hot weapons against hot weapons, I could have left his entire regiment on the mountain. But since we have chosen this road, we have to go down it. I think that after the battle, we, the people on the periphery, will be allowed to enter the inner courtyard. The main family doesn't only look at combat ability. If your ability is not good, you can be trained. If you really can't, you can also be arranged to do other things. The main family has always emphasized that there is no bad inner courtyard, only unsuitable positions. What the main family really looks at is our spirit and breadth of mind, as well as the choice between life and death and brotherhood. If the main family is satisfied, we can enter the inner courtyard and be like Xiao Bei and the others. We are them. The other two nodded. They thought of the education that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had given Xiao Bei's 9 younger brothers and sisters. Their philosophy was that there were no stupid children, only unsuitable education. If that's the case, we will work harder and work in the inner courtyard in the future. I have to change my surname. Should it be Zhang or Wang? Or continue to be Sun? Sun Quan began to think about what to do with his surname. He felt that he had done well by cooperating with the 2 battalions and defeating more than 500 of the enemy's people while losing more than 800 people. He could enter the inner courtyard. Let's not think about that for now. I am just thinking about how to defend when the enemy's main force comes. If someone can give me some support, I will be satisfied even if it is a large group or a small group. Fan Zhu felt that the manpower was not enough. Although it was said that he could be sacrificed, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. I don't have a large group or a small group. I can give you a battalion and more than 1,500 bundles of firewood. At this time, Su Gu appeared at the door of the 3 people's room and said seriously. Ha, Su Gu, I asked you to rush to the front. Where are you hiding? You have a group. Come in and have a seat. Are you here to visit with a group? Ha ha ha. And Lu Regiment Commander, you are not guarding the low-lying land at the back. You also formed a group to travel. When Fan Zhu saw the 2 people, he was very happy. He didn't believe that the 2 people would come empty-handed, so he quickly moved a chair. Wang Nan and Sun Quan also got up to greet them and hugged Su Gu. The other party came at the right time. They were good brothers. Su Gu and Sun Quan sat down, and Lu Dong took a bowl of water. There was no tea on the battlefield. He took a sip and said, I need people to help me repair the fortifications, so Su-gu came and hid beside me. What kind of person do you think he is? He is too careless. If he came earlier, I would have dared to fight the enemy's vanguard. In the end, when the enemy went over, and he even encountered them, he hid and ran away, and many of his scouts were killed by the enemy. Both of us calculated that the enemy's vanguard was definitely a brigade. There were only about 4,000 people left, and you actually left behind more than 1,000. Your losses were definitely not small. So, I sent you soldiers. Su-gu and I each took out a battalion for you to fight. We will help you repair the fortifications first. Later, we will continue to defend there. When your whole army is dead, we will become the front 1,000. So many. We estimated that it was 500, at most 600. Fan Zhu and I thought that we would suffer a little loss. The loss was 800 against 500. How can it be 1,000? Sun Quan was happy and surprised at the same time. Su-gu said with certainty, it is indeed less than 1,000 people. In addition to the dead scouts, there are some who came back alive. The enemy also did not take advantage of us. The place we passed by is full of weeds. Pistols may not be more effective than throwing knives. We natives also have blow darts. If you shoot, the sound will spread very far. The enemy's scouts nearby will not deal with you. My regiment did not dare to go over, and their main force also did not dare to come over. It was just a battle of scouts. As a result, our scouts reported that the enemy had more than 4,000 people. How could we dare to fight? We ran and encountered Commander Liu. This time, the other 3 people were happy. 800 against 1,000, they made a profit. This was also because the enemy was smart. At the last moment, they did not want to scatter and annihilate them. Instead, they passed through. Otherwise, they could have left behind another 1,000 people. The 5 people chatted for a while, mainly to exchange information and analysis. They began to organize people to build the fortifications. There were more people now. 2 regiments came to help, and the construction progress was very fast. When the construction was almost done, the enemy still did not come. Su-gu and Lu Dong each left a battalion and rushed back with the fastest speed. They still had fortifications to build. On the way back, Su-gu said to Lu Dong, I will not give you my 2 battalions. I will give you my personal guards. Because I had to rush to the front and attract the enemy's firepower, I had a special personal guards. The main force was allocated to me, a total of 300 people. You stay and use them well. They are not worse than a normal logistics battalion. Anyway, I am a person who will be sacrificed, so I will run back and forth in the middle. I estimate that we can't withstand the enemy's main force attack. I will go first. See you later. Well, wait for me. Not to mention the sand table, even if it is real, once I die, the main family will help to raise my children. Let's go. Lu Dong was not pretentious. In the center of the sand table, everyone was looking at the progress of the war. Yang Chang and Li Ji were happy for Zhao Hanzhang's choice. He was finally not like them, who foolishly fought the enemy and immediately changed tactics when they found the situation was not right. At the same time, they were worried for Zhao Hanzhang. His opponent was too difficult to deal with. What was difficult was not only the opponent's combat level, but also the friendship between the opponents. The army, it was the army. How could they easily give it to others? In the Tang army, there had never been such a case where colleagues took the initiative to give the army away without the orders of the higher-ups. Only with soldiers in hand would one have more authority. But looking at the other party, they were not thinking about their own authority, but the interests of the whole. When the first 3 Highlands team was defeated, the people at the back immediately thought that the brothers at the front needed more manpower, so they sent them over. In history, how many generals who fought for themselves did not go to their allies? How many times did they watch the fire burning across the river? How many times did they gloat? How many times did they stand by and do nothing? How many times did they add insult to injury? But the people of the Zhang family and Wang family did not. They took the initiative to send the soldiers and supplies and even helped to repair the fortifications. If Zhao Hanzhang sent a report to Zhang Shogui would definitely misjudge the situation. He thought that there were not many people left in the highlands and that the fortifications were almost destroyed. Then, based on this judgment, what would the consequences be if he directly rushed up? The other side's regiment was already overstaffed. If he dared to attack or charge, he would be a fool in a single confrontation. It's over, it's over, it's over. General Zhang, you must not be careless. You must know that sometimes the information is wrong. Li Ji muttered and began to pray. Yang Cheng also frowned. He was worried for the main force and for Zhao Hanzhang. Li Longji's expression was indifferent. He knew that the generals of the Tang Empire might not be able to do things that would make the army happy. However, there was no need to doubt the Zhang family and Wang family. Their requirement for the inner courtyard was to be united. If Su Gu and Lu Dong did not make such a choice, they would not be able to enter the inner courtyard. Husband, look, aren't they very good? Princess Jincheng said to Zhu Zan. She wanted to praise Su Gu and the others. Zhu Zan took a deep breath and replied, it's not good, it's strong. How can they disregard life and death and make several choices in the secular world? Husband, then do you think Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can win? Princess Jincheng liked to hear people praise Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the most. That will depend on how the generals choose. If I were them, I wouldn't completely rely on the radio station. If this thing isn't used well, many people will die. They have to imagine themselves as the weak and then fight. Otherwise, they will realize that they definitely can't be considered strong. Zhu Zan's eyes were fixed on Zhao Hanzhang and the deployment of Zhang Xiaobao's logistics army. He was worried for Zhao Hanzhang. He estimated that Zhao Hanzhang would not be able to come out. There were too few people, and too much ammunition was consumed in the early stages. If he was really eaten, the blow to the entire army would be too big. Princess Jincheng was still happy. Suddenly, she pointed at the sand table and said, Zhang Shogui's army is about to meet. Chapter 1024. Zhang Shogui truly was approaching Plateau 1313. He had first received a report from Zhao Hanzhang saying that Plateau 1313 had already been broken through and that there weren't many soldiers left. When the main force arrived, they would be able to push through. At the same time, he had also received news that Zhao Hanzhang had discovered people on Plateau 225 from his position and that there was also an ambush in the nearby low-lying areas. In addition, he had engaged in a scout battle with an unknown number, but the enemy had already left. He had also given a guarantee that he would be like a sharp knife, firmly thrust into the enemy's heart so that no matter what the enemy did, it would be impossible for them to succeed. When he first received this news, Zhang Shogui had been happy for a few moments, thinking that victory was at hand. Just as he was planning to quickly advance, he suddenly hesitated. Measure wind direction and speed. Glider team, take off and scout Plateau 1313. Zhang Shogui resisted the urge to give the order to advance, instead having the troops slow down and the scouts move out. The messenger quickly returned. Reporting, the fortifications on Plateau 1313 are in disarray, most of them destroyed. From the air, we can faintly see wounded lying on the ground, groaning. When my scouts flew over, they were not attacked. Over. Zhang Shogui softly cursed at Zhao Hanzhang. So close. Zhao Hanzhang, you tricked me to death. Turning his head to the officers in the room, he asked, did you see anything? My guess is that the other side should have some means to counterattack. Therefore, they first pretended to be weak and waited for our army to rush up and catch us off guard. According to General Zhao's information, the other side should have a battalion or 1.5 battalions of soldiers at the top of the mountain. However, the number of wounded soldiers is less than 100, so the rest are definitely lying in ambush. Our army should be opening up a path with cannons and taking Plateau 1313 in one go. This is called beating them at their own game. A general voiced his analysis and waited for Zhang Shougui's approval. But Zhang Shougui didn't look him in the eye. Beat my ass. Do you think the enemy's commanders are idiots? They just suffered a round of attacks, so how could they not understand the power of cannons? If they dare to set up such a formation, they probably aren't really weak, but they have an even bigger backup plan. If our army is charging straight up and the enemy really does have a backup plan, then tell me, how are we going to calculate our losses? The general who had spoken just now did not say anything, but he was unwilling to accept it. Since they did not know, why did they say that his idea was wrong? Zhang Shougui continued, I was worried that this was a trap. Zhao Hanzhang truly charged too quickly. He didn't clear out the soldiers along the way, so he believed that with his advanced weapons, he wanted to charge straight into the enemy's main force and determine which army they belonged to. If the other party was Wang Wan's main force, would he be able to gain any advantage by rushing over? If it wasn't, I would have risked my life to keep his brigade. That's not good. At this point, Zhang Shougui shivered and said to the messenger, send a report to General Zhao at the vanguard. Order him to quickly retreat and join up with our army. There is no time to be lost. Our army is to set up camp and guard the surroundings. Do not move recklessly. Zhang Shougui's army of more than 10,000 immediately began to set up camp, and various defensive fortifications were set up. The officers carried out Zhang Shougui's orders, and this time, no one objected. This was because they recalled something. Yang Chang's 1st Brigade had charged too quickly in the Fuyang region. They didn't even set up camp before they launched an assault on the enemy. The result was that the enemy had managed to withstand cannon fire after cannon fire, and in the end, they had successfully ambushed and surrounded the enemy. Even now, it was still unknown if anyone from that brigade had survived. My opponent is the outstanding commander of the military academies of the Zhang family and Wang family. Outstanding, very outstanding. Normally, if I can think of something, they can definitely think of it as well. If worst comes to worst, I can just advance step by step. Zhang Shougui had once more emphasized who his opponent was. At this crucial moment, he had actually changed his disposition as a commander, no longer constantly searching for opportunistic opportunities to inflict massive damage on the enemy. He had begun to walk a steady path. Afraid, truly afraid that if he were to advance too rashly, he would be schemed against. When the time came, his soldiers would be gone, and so would his position. The middle army would easily be burdened to death by him. Zhao Hanzhang wasn't slow to receive the telegram. However, the speed at which he was leading his 4,000 men was also extremely fast. By the time they were still 2 hours away from Highland 737, the scouts of both sides had first come into contact with each other. When they received the telegram from the rear, they were just about to heed the order to retreat and kill off the enemy in the depression when a messenger ran in. Reporting, our remaining 10 gliders have been shot down by the enemy using crossbows. One person managed to survive, but he was heavily injured. Reporting back, 2 enemy regiments have appeared behind us and to our left. They are advancing extremely quickly and will soon cut off our path of retreat. Reporting, the enemy has appeared behind us and is advancing extremely quickly. The majority of our scouts have been shot down by the enemy. The returning scouts report that the enemy has already cut off our path of retreat. Please make a decision. 2 messengers came in to report. One was from the glider unit, while the other was from a scout. The scouts were a bit slower than the enemy's advancing speed. Set up camp here. Divide the unit into two. 2,000 people form a defensive circle and form a triangle. Hurry. For a moment, Zhao Hanzhang no longer considered how to attack the enemy's highland. Instead, he switched from offense to defense. He also knew who his opponent was. Since the enemy was able to mobilize 4 regiments, they were at least divisions in size. How could their commanders be lacking? Send a report back. Our army is unable to complete the retreat mission. We are surrounded. Please give your orders. Zhao Hanzhang couldn't think of a better plan. He wanted to say that they would defend and wait for reinforcements, but he was afraid that they would implicate their own troops. He wanted to say that they would break out of the encirclement, but he was also worried that they would disrupt the deployment of their rear. When Zhang Shougue received Zhao Hanzhang's report, he felt like his head was about to explode. He looked at Highland 1103 on the sand table and said, "They want to force me to attack or go around to rescue the vanguard. Tell me again, what should we do?" The officers also realized that something was wrong. Those who had just said that they wanted to take the highland in one go no longer dared to have such thoughts. A forceful attack definitely won't work. Even if we succeed, our ammunition will be greatly depleted. When our army first came ashore, we shouldn't have left the area around Hangzhou. Instead, we should have stabilized the defensive line and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. If our ammunition can't keep up, how can we fight? I'm asking you about the present. Why are you bringing up the past? When I gave the order, none of you objected. Now you want to force me down first. What do we do now? Zhang Shougue slapped the table and reprimanded the officer. The officer was startled. His words just now had been unintentional. After all, he was just analyzing the situation. He began to analyze the cause. Seeing that the general was angry, he quietly said, "Let's go around. I propose that we go around. General Zhao still has 4,000 men. Let's go around a place where the enemy's defenses are lax. In one go, we can coordinate from the inside and outside and rescue General Zhao's men. After that, we'll retreat back to Hangzhou's harbor and resupply with ammunition and provisions. Then we'll make plans. Otherwise, if we run out of ammunition, our army can only fight with bayonets. The enemy still has crossbows. Then do you know how many people the enemy has? Our army has gone around them. By the time we meet up with the vanguard, the enemy has already retreated from the vanguard. Our 14,000 men might have entered an even larger encirclement. Our advantage is our weapons, not our speed. We also need 2 legs to walk, and those few horses are used to pull cannon carriages. Tell me, what should we do if we're surrounded?" Zhang Shougue continued to ask. This time, no one made a sound. Zhang Shougue circled the sand table, muttering, "Our army isn't suited for siege warfare. The best terrain is either high ground for defense or flat plains. But why do we have to be the ones to attack? Oh, I remember now. We're using advanced weapons to lead the great Tang soldiers to attack the natives. Right, we're the aggressor. These natives are too smart to the point where they know themselves and their enemy. If we're there, we'll have to kill at least 60,000 of the natives' main force if we want to win. If they're in hiding, then it's easier to deal with them. We can just send out scouts to find them. But now, we're making it seem like there's a problem. We must have miscalculated somewhere. Think, calm down, and think carefully." While Zhang Shougue circled the sand table, the other generals returned to their own matters. After a full 30 minutes, Zhang Shougue suddenly stopped, clapped his hands together, and laughed. "Ha! I know where the problem lies. Our army should have gathered together and linked up the supply lines. Then, we should have deployed the main force to find the enemy's main force. If we found that they were defending the mountain, we should first surround it. Then, we should wait for the artillery to arrive and bombard them, first cutting off their supply lines and then destroying their fighting strength. If they organize other forces to counterattack, our army can take advantage of the terrain and fight a defensive battle. In this way, we'll turn a battle of command and soldiers into a battle of weapons and supplies. Even if the supplies are the same and we have the advantage in weapons, right, that's what we should do. After thinking things through, Zhang Shogui was elated. He ordered the messenger, send a report to the vanguard. Have them defend for now, build fortifications, conserve ammunition, and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. If the enemy dares to engage in a battle of annihilation, give them a vicious beating. As for supplies, have them think of their own methods. Gather materials from the ground. Feed the horses to the people, and the horses, kill them. As for the wild vegetables, birds, and beasts, tell them to hold on. Tell them that every day they can hold on will increase the pressure on the enemy. Our army will quickly contact the Central Army and have them come as quickly as possible. Right now, we just need to rely on perseverance and fight for time. Go. Once the messenger left, Zhang Shogui said to another, our army will expand the defensive perimeter. Kill the horses and gather all sorts of food in the surrounding areas. We have to be quick. The more we gather, the more confident we'll be. After the messenger left, Zhang Shogui sat down, his eyes on the sand table. His hand lightly tapped against his leg as he began to hum a tune that only he could understand, his head swaying back and forth with Wei Wei. I know. The army in front of me definitely isn't led by Wang Wan. Otherwise, why would she leave behind so many supplies for me? If she was leading this army, she would definitely scorch the earth and clear the fields. She would kill all the beasts in the surroundings, pluck all the fruits from the trees, and burn all the grass in the mountains. She wouldn't even leave behind the bark of the trees. At most, I would be able to dig up some roots that weren't burned to death. After analyzing the situation, Zhang Shogui felt that the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it made sense. He felt both a little regret and a little relief that he had not encountered Wang Wan's army. He said to the messenger, have the transfer team pick up the pace. Find a way to contact the Middle Army and tell them that Wang Wan's main force is not on the Yellow Mountain line. However, there are at least 30,000 enemy soldiers on the Yellow Mountain line. I hope that the Middle Army can pick up the pace and work with my army to wipe out the enemy on the Yellow Mountain. Zhang Shogui's army stabilized. They did not provide reinforcements, nor did they attack, and they certainly did not retreat. They acted as if they were the ones being attacked, and began to fight a defensive battle. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji had just closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that Zhang Shogui's army had stopped and that Zhao Hanzhang's army had been surrounded. After asking the people who were paying attention to the situation, he nodded and said, Zhao Hanzhang's army has already been dealt with. They charged too quickly, so it's too difficult for them to get back to the rear. Unless they also gather all their weapons, then they can escape with a small portion of their army. But if they escape like this, on the actual battlefield, they will definitely be punished and beheaded. So why is Zhang Shogui not daring to advance? It turns out that a powerful opponent can also make a person mature. It actually made a person who likes to attack and launch surprise attacks learn how to defend. Just defend and see how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo respond. Your Majesty, this concubine believes that if Zhang Shogui really does not move, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to quickly eat up his army. Your Majesty, look at the weapons on both sides. Empress Wang could see that Cuckoo had a chance of winning from the situation and happily told Li Longji this. Li Longji said nothing, waiting for Empress Wang to continue. Empress Wang continued, Your Majesty, look. If Zhang Shogui does not move, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will quickly eat up one of Zhao Hanzhang's brigades in front of them. They can surround them and then attack them every night. When the wind blows, they can release smoke upwind to cut off the water source of the river where they set up camp. They can also organize small groups of soldiers and use crossbows to shoot. Should Zhao Hanzhong fight or not? If he fights, he will use up his ammunition, and once he runs out of ammunition, he will die. If he does not fight, he will be ambushed every day. How long can he last? Correct. The Empress understands. Li Longji was in a good mood. He hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao could win so that the generals of the imperial court would calm down. They should not think that they were invincible just because they had a few weapons. Every small mistake would result in the deaths of many great Tang men. Gao Lisher added, while wearing down Zhao Hanzhong's army, Cuckoo will be able to determine Zhang Shougui's situation and send out her main force to circle around from the side and surround Zhang Shougui as well. Encircling but not attacking, only defending. Once they were done with Zhao Hanzhong, they could send over some logistics to harass Zhang Shougui's army, preserving the strength of their main force while using the logistics to wear down the enemy's main force. Now that the enemy's entire population was a soldier, transferring manpower and transporting supplies was no problem. Just like the weapons of the Great Tang's attacking side, according to the rules, every once in a while, a batch of ammunition and cannons can be shipped over. If Zhang Shougui, the vanguard, is eaten up, the Great Tang army will be greatly affected. Gao Lisher was excited. His son and daughter-in-law were formidable, and he also felt proud. But what he hadn't expected was that a single military examination would produce such an effect. At the start of the battle, no one could have imagined that Zhang Shougui would suffer such a huge loss. Of course, the current situation was good. The Great Tang generals would know that their advanced weapons were not as effective as they imagined in the desperate resistance of the enemy. Just as Cuckoo had said, in war, it wasn't just weapons that mattered, but people as well. If the general was incompetent, the army would be exhausted to death. When the enemy gathered the strength of an entire race to stake their lives against you, you had to be extremely careful. See, the current situation was like this. Zhu Zizan was the one who was watching the battle the most seriously. In this military examination, he had seen that sometimes, cannons and guns couldn't directly decide the outcome of a battle. There were many ways to deal with them. If he had dealt with them properly, he might have been able to achieve the results of Wang Wan's side. Of course, the reason why Wang Wan's side was so formidable was not because of the desperation of the natives, but because of the excellence of their commanders. If the commanders of every regiment, every battalion, and even the commanders of every squad could display their own abilities, they would be able to slowly obtain the results they deserved, gathering small victories to create a great victory. On the battlefield, opportunities change too quickly. Don't underestimate the strength of every single soldier, Zhu Zizan concluded. Then, she whispered to Princess Jincheng, Nunu, don't you think I was very embarrassed at that time? When I was on Mount Hua, I saw the power of the cannon and the advantage of the hot air balloon flying in the sky. I was directly scared. But look at Cuckoo. She and Xiao Bao weren't afraid. Their military academy commanders weren't afraid either. In a situation where their weapons were inferior, they thought of all sorts of methods and didn't back down. Husband, there's no need to be so upset. Others were also afraid. The Turks and the tribal leaders of the northern Hebei province were all scared stiff. In the end, our great Tang was able to so easily take back the land. The weapons were man-made under the command of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so they naturally knew the strengths and weaknesses of the weapons. How could they be afraid? Also, before the military examination, how much effort did they spend to gather intelligence on the enemy commanders? They already did everything they could. When they realized that the weapons weren't good, they tried everything. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the generals of our great Tang imperial court for being too arrogant. Princess Jincheng consoled Zhu Zizan. Yes, if you want to blame someone, blame Zhang Shougui. Why did the vanguard charge so quickly? Weren't their supplies limited? If I were him, I would first think of a way to annihilate a portion of the enemy and then steal their weapons. Once I ran out of ammunition, I wouldn't be slaughtered by the enemy. Zhu Zizan slapped his thigh and loudly spoke, placing all the blame on Zhang Shougui. On the side, Li Longji pondered for a moment before speaking up for Zhang Shougui. You can't blame Zhang Shougui entirely. He believed that Huan Huan would set up an array and wait for them, and then he would directly engage in a direct battle. Going to Mount Huangshan was also not wrong. If you want to talk about a mistake, it's that his opponent was Huan Huan, and there's also Xiao Bao. His personality and fighting style have all been figured out. In truth, the battle had already begun a long time ago. It was just that the generals didn't realize it. They even spent other people's money, went to other people's restaurants to eat, and bought other people's things. Your Majesty's words are correct. Xiao Bao likes to first obtain information and then act. Unless there's a special emergency, Xiao Bao is very steady. Even now, Xiao Bao still has his own caravan trade with a small country in the southwest. He even has caravans that travel long distances to Duoshi. In order to get on good terms with the other side, he even sells important strategic resources, such as ironware, tea leaves, salt, and other things, including good medicines to treat diseases. His goal is not to get on good terms with the other side, but to gather information on the other side. For example, Your Majesty, if you look at Xiao Bao's account book, you will realize that if you factor in the cost of transportation and labor, sometimes the things he sells are basically capital. He has to bribe people, he has to bribe them, and he also has to spend money to put on the image of a good person for the local people. Every time a caravan makes a trip, not only does it not earn a single copper coin, it might even end up losing money. Gao Lisha recalled what his godson had said to him and brought it up for everyone to hear. Li Longji nodded again. Xiao Bao does indeed like to collect information, whether it's from other countries or from Great Tang. As long as it's information, even if it's just a little bit that doesn't seem to be a problem, he will get it. Let's see how much information his logistics team can get this time. As he spoke, Li Longji's eyes once again looked at the sand table. Everyone else also looked at the sand table. In Wang Wan's room, Zhang Xiaobao also watched from the side. He did not return to his own place. He had already arranged everything that needed to be arranged. When the battle really started, he would wait for the news from the front line to come back and then analyze it. Then, he would send the order back and let his people do what they needed to do. He estimated that most of his people in the front line would be dead by now. It was his fault for not having a good communication system. Thus, when the battle started, what really mattered was the ability of the commanders of the various basic units on his side. Zhang Xiaobao himself was responsible for the major tactical and strategic arrangements. But because they weren't too far away and the enemy wouldn't be able to intercept all the messengers, Zhang Xiaobao was able to take a little longer to receive the information from the front line. Cuckoo, Highland 113 is still there, but Zhang Shougui has actually stopped there to build fortifications. It seems like he doesn't plan to attack. Shouldn't you move your main force a little? My logistics team has many soldiers, but they can't surround Zhang Shougui. After receiving the latest news, Zhang Xiaobao pointed at an area in front of the sand table where Zhang Shougui's forces were located. Let's wait a little longer. Once we've worn down Zhao Hanzhong enough, we'll have some free hands to deal with Zhang Shougui. This Zhang Shougui can be considered quite formidable. I originally planned to send him into the mountains of Huangshan so that he could spread the information. That way, we could launch a defensive counterattack strategy. Now, he's actually scared and is acting like a coward. This is a rare situation. I'm guessing that he already knows that I'm here. That's why when you're fighting Zhao Hanzhong, make your logistics team fight harder. It's best if Zhao Hanzhong can guess where your logistics team is and you, the commander, are also guarding this place. I'll send half of my main force, 30,000 people, to stealthily move. I'm waiting for the weather. In Huangshan, there's usually a lot of fog, but it's not coming out. Who threw the dice? What a scam. Wang Wan appeared to have nothing to do at the moment. Zhang Xiaobao's team was still fighting, so it was not yet time for her team to go up. Otherwise, if she really did go up, it would be easy for Zhang Shougue to immediately retreat. In any case, the pursuit was not as effective as the initial encirclement. Zhang Shougue's forces still had not lost their fighting strength, and their weapons were basically exhausted. If she gave chase now, the enemy would come out to stop her. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao replied, that's fine. I'll slowly grind him down. There's no rush. In any case, Zhao Hanzhong can't escape. Through his mouth, we can make Zhang Shougue make a mistake in his judgment. This will give Zhang Shougue some confidence so that he won't run too fast. Don't you think he's a fool? He dares to charge all the way at the vanguard. I hope that their middle army can learn from him and speed up their advance. It would be best if they reach the Yellow Mountain region. We'll fight here and eat up his middle army. Then, victory will be in sight. Then I'll go back and wait for a while. If Xiao Bei and the others send a message, you should receive it first. There's no need to rush to send it to me. I'll fight until I find a safe distance and meet up with Zhao Hanzhong. I'll scare him to death. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao ran out to make arrangements. He no longer needed to wait outside the door. This could be considered a privilege, and he could make up for the time he had spent giving Li Longji advice. Xiaobei's group, which his older brother and sister were worried about, had already arrived at Kaifeng. They were buying local goods, and if they were lucky enough, they could sell them in Jiangzhou and make a fortune. If they left Kaifeng, they would continue to travel along the waterway, following the Bian River to the Huai River and then into the canal. This way, they wouldn't have to go too far. The fleet was temporarily docked at Kaifeng's harbor. This place had always been well developed in terms of water transport. Besides Xiaobei's ship, there were also other ships coming and going. Most of them were cargo ships, but there were relatively few passenger ships. There were also small fishing boats moving back and forth on the river, occasionally casting a net. Sometimes, they would stop as a small merchant ship, leaning against the shore where the current was less turbulent and waiting for someone to call them. Kaifeng could be considered a large city. To the west was Luoyang, and a little further down was Chunlu. Besides trade, it was also strategically important, so it naturally had to have a garrison on guard at all times. It wasn't to guard against enemies from other countries, but to guard against rebellions within the Great Tang. Through this place, they would need to know what was going on. Because of his older brother's worries, when Xiao Bei arrived at Kaifeng, the garrison there was very nervous and immediately protected Xiao Bei and the others. There's no need to be like this. Right now, it's Kaifeng. You guys go about your own business. I want to see the fishing boat. It's really fun. It can even stop and entertain the people on the shore. Xiao Bei did not disembark. He stood on the deck of the ship. This place was much larger than other places, so he could make some barbecue or hot soup. Xiao Bei had 11 children, and his mouth had not been idle the entire time. If he were to weigh himself, he would have gained 2 caddies. Kaifeng's garrison used other ships to surround Xiao Bei's flagship. No other ships were allowed to approach. The local commander was surnamed Hu, called Hu Xiao. He was very worried that something might have happened to the Zhang and Wang family's ancestors in his territory. Let alone someone plotting against them, even if they fell ill in the heavy rain 2 days ago, he would not be able to explain it to the world. So, Hu Xiao took a few people and boarded Xiao Bei's ship. They closely followed Xiao Bei's footsteps. Only Xiao Bei liked to run around, so he took Panna with him. General Hu, you don't need to worry. I brought a lot of people. To be honest, when you came up, the people I brought had to be on guard against you. It's not that they don't trust you, but they must treat everyone as a threat. Put them back. Let the people by your side go back, you stay here by yourself. Wow, look at that little boat, that little fishing boat, they actually caught a big shrimp. It's 2 inches long. I want it, quickly go buy it, I'll cook it for Pan. Don't worry, Pan. While Xiao Bei was talking to Hu Xiao, her eyes were always looking at a small fishing boat on the water. That fishing boat was next to a clump of grass on the shore. At the stern of the boat, there was a person fishing for shrimp. Xiao Bei happened to see it. Her eyes were very sharp. Even though it was so far away, 2 boats away, and there was still some distance between them, she could still see the size of the shrimp. As she spoke, she had already arrived at the front of the ship. Hu Xiao was startled by Xiao Bei's actions and quickly took off her outer clothes. Inside, she was wearing a short skirt. She was probably prepared to save someone if they fell into the water. Go, I'll buy that shrimp. No matter how much it costs, it looks good. It's a good shrimp. Xiao Bei even stretched her neck to look. She saw that person put the shrimp he caught into a wooden basin on the boat. She smacked her lips and told someone to go buy it. The news spread to the other boats. Some people changed boats and headed towards the fishing boat. Hu Xiao moved closer to Xiao Bei and looked at the water below the boat from time to time. The boat was so high that just looking at it made him feel dizzy. When the wind blew, his legs and stomach would cramp. He said to Xiao Bei, "Patrol Envoy Zhang, stand next to me. I'll block the wind for you. Don't stand too far away. I'll be able to buy the shrimp soon. Don't worry." Oh. Xiao Bei indifferently stepped back a little, giving Hu Xiao some face. Her eyes were still looking at the person fishing for the shrimp. At the same time, she muttered in confusion, "How much can he catch? Others fish at night, but he fishes during the day. Is the shrimp he sells enough for his living expenses? When I have time, I'll fish too. I'm not as stupid as him. I'll fish at night and see how much I can earn by selling the prawns I catch." "General Hu, stop right there. Don't come near me. I can see that you can't even stand properly. If you accidentally fall, I'll have to save you. For my sake, you have to take care of yourself. I don't want to always jump from such a high place. After that, I have to take a shower and change clothes. It's a waste of my time." Xiao Bei muttered and said a few words to Hu Xiao, who was about to come over. Hu Xiao was stunned and asked uncertainly, "Patrol Envoy Zhang, you know how to swim?" "No, I only know how to walk in the water. It's so tiring to swim. Do you know the only difference between the water and the shore? It seems that you don't know either. That is, when you are walking on the shore, when you are tired, you can rest and stop. When you are tired in the water, you can continue to walk with the water and save your energy." Xiao Bei winked at Hu Xiao and said, "Ah." Hu Chang replied in astonishment. Xiao Yuan, who was nearby, shouted to Hu Xiao, "Don't worry about Xiao Bei. Let me tell you this. Everyone on this boat fell into the water. If only one person can survive, it will definitely be Xiao Bei. You should stay away from Xiao Bei. Otherwise, if you push her down, she'll get angry." Oh. Hu Xiao understood. He thought that he was a good swimmer, but he didn't expect that this little girl was so good. No wonder she wasn't afraid at all when standing at the bow of the boat. Even if she fell, she could still get back up, even if it was from such a high place. While they were talking, the people on the other side had already come into contact with the people on the fishing boat. However, from this side, it seemed that things weren't going well. It seemed that there was some kind of dispute. After waiting for a while, the 2 boats separated. The small boat that went to buy the shrimp turned back. The people on the boat made a helpless gesture and spread their hands, indicating that they didn't buy it. Ah! Not selling. I already said, no matter how much it costs, I bought it. I like that shrimp and want to give it to Pan Air. I'm not afraid of spending more money. People are fishing for shrimp in the middle of the day. If they don't sell it for a good price, how can they eat and wear clothes? Xiao Bei thought that the people she sent over didn't pay enough, so she was a little unhappy. Hu Xiao saw that his opportunity to show off had come. He glared at them and said, "Who is so bold? How dare they not give me face on the river in Kaifeng? I ruined his business. Someone come. Stop it. If you dare to ruin his business, I will arrest you. You are bullying people in front of me. Are you looking down on us?" Xiao Bei was unwilling. If she really let Hu Xiao use force, her reputation would be ruined. People would think that it was the result of her connivance. Only then did Hu Xiao react. Xiao Bei was a person who specialized in investigating officials, so he quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I just asked someone to persuade the person who was fishing for the shrimp and to speak nicely. No need. I will remember this person. Later, I will ask someone to pay attention to him. If anything happens to him, I will look for you first. Don't say one thing in front of me and another behind my back. I have seen this too many times." Humph. Xiao Bei directed all her anger at not being able to buy the shrimp at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao opened her mouth, but held back. She didn't want to explain. She thought that she would have to protect that person in the future. Otherwise, Xiao Bei's people would think that she was looking for trouble. When she looked at Xiao Bei again, Hu Xiao finally understood why the officials were afraid of them. Although she was small, she was very clever. She could guess anything and didn't give people a way out. The small boat that went past also slowly approached. A rope ladder went down. A person came up and said to Xiao Bei, "Little girl, that old man said he's not selling. No matter how much it costs, he's not selling. Oh, he wants to eat it himself. I thought he was a seller. Look at other fishing boats. When they catch a good fish, the people on the shore will just wave and shout for them to buy it. That boat, his family is really smart. They actually set up a stove on the boat and can start cooking immediately. When the people on the shore smell the fragrance, they can come up to the boat and eat fresh food while drinking and enjoying the scenery. It's really beautiful." When Xiao Bei heard that the other party was not selling, she thought that it was for the food. What she wanted was the feeling of fishing, not a source of income. This was what they meant by saying that it was difficult to buy her with money unless she used force and took out money to hire people to rob her. But Xiao Bei couldn't do such a thing. When he heard that it wasn't for sale, he turned his attention to other boats and learned to quickly forget about the shrimp. He wasn't like other children who couldn't get what they wanted if they couldn't get it. Xiao Yuan overheard and asked the person who just passed by, "Did you mention who we are?" "No. You usually don't allow me to mention it, right?" The person replied. "Then you go again. Tell that old man that Xiao Bei wants to eat that prawn. Ask him if he's willing to sell it," Xiao Yuan instructed. The person really went down. The people on the boat watched to see what the outcome would be. This time, it was indeed different. The old man said a few words to the person who went over, then raised his head and looked in their direction. Then, he nodded to the person who went over and said a few more words. The person who went over showed a troubled expression and finally came back empty-handed. "Xiao Yuan, it seems that our reputation is not useful. The old man isn't selling." Xiao Bei was really disappointed this time. She didn't care that she couldn't buy anything with money, but she cared a lot about the power of her reputation. In the past, no matter where she was, even in the palace, once her name was announced, she would be treated differently. When she was outside, it was even more so. If she said that she was Xiaobei, she wouldn't have to pay for anything. She would have to accept anything that she liked. Although the value of the gift was higher than what she had bought, she was in a good mood. Why didn't it work today? Xiaobei was very regretful. Xiao Yuan's expression was not good either. Hu Ming was even angrier. He hated that old man. Xiaobei had already revealed her identity, but he still didn't give her face. Why was it so difficult for such a cute girl to eat your shrimp? The person who went came back and climbed up. Without waiting for others to ask, he quickly said, "That old man said that he could give it to you for free. However, he had conditions. I didn't dare to make the decision, so I left it at that. He said that he could give it to you." That's good. What are the conditions? Xiaobei was happy when she heard that the other party was willing to give it to her. She could eat all of them. He said that he caught quite a few shrimps and gave one away. As for the other shrimps, he asked if I wanted to exchange. I said that I only wanted one, but he said no. He could only give one away, but the condition was that the other shrimps had to be exchanged. The person who came back had a helpless look. It was probably his first time meeting such a person. When he didn't hear the name of Xiaobei and the others, he directly refused. Now that he heard it, he had conditions. Xiaobei was also surprised. Exchange. Exchange. What does he want to exchange for? It can't be gold, right? That would be too tacky. No, he wants to exchange for a poem. A poem for each shrimps. That means that if you eat his shrimps, you have to compose a poem for him. The person explained to Xiaobei with a confused look. Ah. You can play like that. Poem. What's a poem? Little Yuan, it's up to you. I don't have to eat his shrimps. I just feel that he isn't very spirited. We can't let him look down on us, right? When Xiaobei heard that it was a poem, his eyes immediately froze. He could only ask Little Yuan for advice. Little Yuan didn't care, but she wasn't happy. She said, "You can give him the poem, but his price is too high." What kind of shrimps are worth a poem? Is my poem that worthless? Go down and bargain with him. A poem costs 10 shrimps. If you can recite 3 shrimps, it'll be considered a success. Go on. The person went down again. Thankfully, the person running the errands was usually trained. Otherwise, he would have fallen down after a few rounds and had to be rescued. Patrolling Inspector Zhang, I have an idea. What do you think? Hu Qiao felt uncomfortable when he heard that. That old man was a bully. Hence, he said to Xiaobei. What's the idea? Xiaobei turned his head and asked. Isn't it just a poem? We can spend money to buy a poem. With a shout, a poem, regardless of whether it's good or bad, we can buy it for 10 copper coins. This old man just wants to show how different he is. He doesn't need money to appear elegant. Let's not give him the chance and use the poem we bought to deal with him. In that case, on the surface, it looks like he is exchanging the poem, but in fact, won't it still smell like money? Right? We can eat the shrimps and humiliate the old man. What do you think? Hu Qiao said his idea with a look as though he wanted to claim credit. Xiaobei immediately turned his head back and didn't look at Hu Qiao. He acted as though he was very angry. Little Yuan said by the side, then why don't I just let my inner courtyard find a group of people and let each of them sing a poem? I don't need to give the inner courtyard any benefits. Wouldn't it be cheaper if we calculate according to the cost? The old grandpa isn't doing it for the poem, he just wants to play with us. He probably wants to see what we look like. He has never seen us before, but has always heard of us. Now that there's a chance, he wants to meet us. It's not like we can't meet him, right, Xiaobei? At this moment, Little Yuan understood. After some consideration, he felt that his poem wasn't for sale. He felt a lot better. That's right. Wait for him to come over. I'll discuss with him and say if singing a song will work. I reckon it will work. Xiao Bei went along with little Yuan's words and said. Hu Qiao was touched and helpless when he heard that. He sighed and said, Xiao Bei, little Yuan, the both of you are too kind. It's easy for you to be bullied and cheated. That's right, that's right. I'm that kind. Sometimes, I wonder why I'm so kind. Later on, I figured it out. It's because I have a benevolent heart. Xiao Bei puffed out her chest and patted her chest with her small hand. Little Yuan and the inner courtyard members of the nearby Zhang Wang family turned their heads at the same time. They didn't look at Xiao Bei. They knew very well whether she was kind or not. They also felt sorry for Hu Qiao. Little Yuan wanted to tell Hu Qiao that he hadn't seen Xiao Bei when she was ruthless. If she attacked someone, it would mean that he was too kind or a fool if he could see the slightest bit of kindness in her. While they were talking, the old man's boat approached. There was also a person who was in charge of rowing the boat. The old man didn't request for anyone to go down to fetch him. He casually climbed up and was in good health. The moment he appeared, he stopped and sized them up. When he saw Xiao Bei and company, he smiled. You've grown so big. Good, good. How many years has it been? Sigh. Eat some prawns. Chapter 10:25. Xiao Bei and the others came over to see what the old man looked like. They didn't expect him to have such a personality, but when they heard the old man's words, they all looked at each other. Xiao Bei walked forward and pulled on the old man's arm. He asked curiously, Grandpa, do you know us? I don't know you. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. I've seen Xiao Bao once, and I've also seen your sister Cuckoo once, far away. At that time, the two of them were as cute as you. The old man's eyes were red. As he spoke, it seemed like he was reminiscing. Is that so? I look as good as my brother and sister? Xiao Bei heard the praise and twisted his body in embarrassment. Yes, yes, cute. Our family Xiao Bei is the cutest. If anyone says otherwise, this old man will fight them to the death. Do you want to eat shrimp? Come, come, look. I've been fishing for 3 days. I caught them in the cool grass during the day. I've been raising them. Finally, you're here. As the old man spoke, he patted Xiao Bei's head. Then he took the wooden basin that someone brought up and pushed it in front of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei wasn't stupid. When he heard the old man's words, he felt like something was wrong. Just now, he said he wasn't selling, and now he said he wanted to exchange it for a poem. Why did his attitude suddenly change? So he said, Grandpa, should we eat first, or write a poem first? Let's make a deal. I don't know how to write, so Xiao Yuan will write. Xiao Yuan will do it alone, so it'll count as everyone's share. I can only tell you stories and sing songs. Let's agree on how many shrimp for a poem. The old man's eyes narrowed as he smiled. He nodded and said, any amount is fine. Let's eat first and talk while eating. Compose a poem and tell a story. This is His Majesty's Princess, Pan, right? The old man saw Pan again. Pan had been brought up by Xiao Bei and was no longer afraid of strangers. In the past, she always liked to hide behind people and poke her head out to look at people. Now, she stood there openly and looked up curiously at the new old man. Xiao Bei didn't know why, but when he saw this old man, he felt very close. He didn't need anyone to protect or search him, and he knew that this old man had no ill intentions. It was very mysterious. So, he took the initiative to pull on the old man's clothes and lead him to the place where the tableware was placed. The old man followed, and he even had to match Xiao Bei's pace. When they arrived, Xiao Bei introduced them. "Grandpa, this is Jun, Uncle Emperor's son. He's the youngest and was born on the same day as Pan, Jun, come, say hello." Xiao Bei said to Li Jun. Li Jun looked at the old man. Wei Wei bowed and said, "Junior greets the elder." Okay, but you can't do that. This is Lil Wang, Lil Bei, and Lil Hai. Come over here and try the prawns. The old man was holding the basin in his hand, so he couldn't help but bend over and turn to look at Lil Hai. The group of children gathered around the tableware. Hu Xiao looked very nervous. He looked at the prawns in the basin and thought that they were poisonous. He glanced at the old man from time to time and then looked back at the prawns. He deliberately let the old man see his attitude. Seeing the old man pretending not to know, he said, "This official is Hu Xiao, a military officer in Kaifeng. May I ask where you are from?" "Oh, hello, General. This old man should be considered as a citizen of the capital. I didn't stay in the capital before. At that time, the emperor was not the emperor. Now, this old man has no home. Wherever the main family goes, I will follow. Wherever is good, that is where my home is. A few days ago, Kaifeng was my home. Now that I'm on the ship, this ship is my home, okay, Xiao Bei." The old man didn't seem to care about Hu Xiao's identity at all. He was very calm and asked Xiao Bei who was next to him. Xiao Bei nodded. "Okay, our ship is very big. There is a vacant house. Grandpa, if you want to live there, you can live there. But what about your ship? And the person who rowed the ship for you, carry him to the big ship. It takes up too much space. My family has a special boat. It doesn't matter. Let him go back and tell the master that I am accompanying our family's little ancestor, Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai. The master will naturally be relieved when he hears this." The old man waved his hand casually, but his eyes swept over the deck. He seemed to be looking for someone, but he didn't see anyone. He looked a little regretful. When he turned back and saw Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai, he became happy again. Xiao Bei gave a look to the person next to him. That person immediately went to inform the person who rowed the ship for the old man. Of course, they also had to send someone to secretly follow the old man. Otherwise, they would be too unqualified. "Eat." The old man showed a kind smile on his face and pointed to the big prawns in the basin. "They are all alive. It's not easy to fish for prawns. You have to find the right place to fish for prawns. Some prawns don't have any meat in spring. They are all shells. Some have more meat. In fact, my fishing ability is the best. I am not worse than your brother Xiao Bao. Let's go, I will fish for you to eat. As long as there is a river, no matter how clever the fish is, I will catch it for you, okay?" "Okay, Grandpa, you are really amazing. Then do you know where we are going? Will you follow us all the way?" Xiao Bei understood the meaning behind the old man's words. He wanted to follow the ship, and he wanted to fish for him all the way. That was strange. Who was the other party? He didn't feel like he was willing to follow him because of his identity. "I know. You are going to Jiang District, which is Pengxian Lake. There are many fish, prawns, and crabs there. There are also other shellfish in the river, water birds, and so on. When you arrive, there will be some people waiting there. When the time comes, let them come up. With my old arms and legs, it will be easy for me to fall into the lake. Let them protect me. Don't worry. They will be as loyal to you as your family's protection team is." This time, the old man said more. When the 9 children heard this, they understood. The old man's identity was not ordinary, and he seemed to want to protect them. They understood, but at the same time, they were puzzled. They looked at each other and shook their heads. They couldn't guess the old man's identity. Little Hai looked at the old man and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not directly ask about the old man's identity. Since the old man did not say anything, he would just pretend that he did not care. Instead, he was interested in the old man's words. He asked, "Grandpa, can you tell me how you know we're going to Jiang district?" "We didn't tell anyone." This was what Little Hai was worried about. Since the others knew, what was the use of him waiting for them? They had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared, so it would be troublesome to investigate again. The old man smiled mysteriously at Little Hai and said, "Don't worry. We know the way, but the others don't. If you go, the people of Jiang district won't be on guard unless someone leaks the secret." The old man looked at Hu Shao. Hu Shao was depressed. He was still on guard against the old man earlier, but now, he was the one who had to be on guard. He was so angry that he could not help but say, "You old man, if you didn't tell me, how would I know? I only know that Lil Bei and the others are passing by. As for where they are going, I don't know. I thought they were going to Luzhou. Now that you mention it, I know that they are going to Jiang district. Someone there is going to be in trouble. How about this? I won't go down. I'll go with the ship. Give me a place to eat and sleep." The old man smiled and nodded. "I think so. It's said that you, Adjunct Tu, have a good aim. Within 300 meters, you can shoot wherever you point. None of your shots missed. With you around, we'll have more protection. Lil Bei, can you give me some face? You're not considered to be absent. We'll temporarily lend you to us. Grandpa, you're really good. You know that he has a good aim. Come, let's cook the prawns. Light the fire first, boil the water, and put a little salt in the pot. It's not salty. Pan doesn't like it." Lil Bei did not care if there was one more person or one less. After all, the more people there were, the merrier. She did not know that the fleet in Jili province had departed. She was traveling at the fastest speed to the estuary of the Yangtze River along the coast. When she arrived at the Yangtze River, she would be able to reach Jiang district ahead of time. She did not know that her own fleet and trackers were moving toward Jiang district. Shu province's soldiers were gathering at the Iron Chain Bridge. Her explanation was that it was a drill. Ships were joining them from time to time along the way. They were all people from the Zhang family and Wang family. There were also hot air balloons from nearby tourist attractions such as Hangzhou. They said that this was a drill for long-distance tourism. While the others were busy lighting the fire and boiling the water, Lil Bei was talking to the old man. "Grandpa, do you know where my things are? Tell me, do you think it's easy for me to sell a doll? They bullied me. Although they might not know that the doll is mine, it's wrong to bully a doll, right?" "Yes, it's wrong to bully Lil Bei. Even if they don't know about this, they deserve to die if they make our Lil Bei unhappy." The old man agreed with Lil Bei. "Ha! Deserve to die?" Lil Bei was shocked. "It's not that bad. If they are guilty, let's talk about them being guilty. If they are not guilty, why should they take their lives? We have to be reasonable. I just want to go and take a look. I suspect that there's something wrong with the officials there. Before we have evidence, we can't convict them." Yes. Lil Bei is right. We can't arrest them first. If we do, we will convict them immediately. Our Lil Bei is the best. Be reasonable. No other doll can compare to our Lil Bei." The old man continued to agree. It seemed that whatever Lil Bei said was right. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, was at a loss for what to do with the old man. He wondered in his heart, what's wrong with this old man? It's just like my brother and sister. Whenever I say something, my brother and sister always agree. But if I say something wrong, my brother will tell me a story when he agrees. The more I listen, the more I know I was wrong. Could this old man be like my brother and tell interesting stories? While Lil Bei was thinking, the water boiled. Lil Bei stretched out his hands to catch the prawns. He was very nimble. No matter how the prawns jumped, Lil Bei could always catch them and throw them into the pot. You still want to hide? Let's not talk about you being in the pot. I can catch you even if you are in the river. Do you believe me? Lil Bei competed with the prawns as he mumbled. The prawns didn't say a word, but the old man said, I believe you. Our Lil Bei can even catch fish in the yellow river with his bare hands, much less pinch a prawn. That's true. Lil Bei wasn't modest at all. He threw another prawn into the pot. The prawn that entered first rolled a few times and turned from white and translucent to red. It was ready to be eaten. It's ready to be eaten. I'll eat first. Lil Bei scooped up the prawn and wanted to eat it. Hu Xiao hurriedly said, Patroller Zhang, I like to eat prawns too. Can you let me eat first? I've been waiting for a long time. The old man said unhappily, I'll eat first. Just as Lil Bei was about to say something, a voice came from behind. Lil Bei, since it's a gift from your grandpa Wang, you can eat it. Lil Bei paused and turned his head. He shouted in surprise, Mom, why are you here? Didn't you say that the spring winds are too strong? Do you know an old grandpa? Then I'll eat first. The old man stood up and stared unblinkingly at Lil Bei's mother, who was the Jiang Wang clan. The Jiang Wang clan's eyes also reddened. She also stood there and stared at them. After a while, Lil Bei's voice rang out. Mom, this old grandpa used to be our neighbor. We don't have him in the village, right? The Jiang Wang clan finally regained her senses. She quickly walked over to the old man and asked softly, Uncle Sang, why are you here? My dad. Good, good. Everyone in the family is fine. I didn't want to disturb you, but I heard from Master that His Majesty told Master that someone was bullying our Lil Bei. Master panicked and told me to bring the family's guards and rush over to help kill them. I was afraid that you wouldn't see me, so I waited here. If you didn't see me, I would follow behind and catch some prawns to pass the time. Who knew that I was fated with Lil Bei? She saw me and caught some prawns. Chow, look at your complexion. Let me touch you. Good, you're pregnant again. The family is going to be lively. When are you going to go back and take a look? It's been so many years. Woo! As the old man spoke, he reached out and grabbed Wang Qiao's hand. He placed his finger on her wrist and began to cry again. Wang Qiao also cried. She nodded as she cried. Lil Bei was stunned. He thought for a while and finally understood. He asked, Mom, it's your family, right? Isn't that the same family that my family would send a generous gift to every year? No wonder you let me catch prawns. When I see old Grandpa Wang, I feel good. Then why do you call Grandpa Wang Uncle Sang? The old man let go of his hand and patted Lil Bei's head. He said, because Grandpa used to take your mom to catch fish. Then we would find something by the river and fill a basket with fish. Oh. I see. I understand. Then I'll call you Grandpa Prawn in the future. No, it doesn't sound nice. I'll call you Grandpa Fishing. Grandpa Fishing, have you eaten the food I sent you? Lil Bei was very good at talking, but for some reason, he couldn't see anyone from his mother's side. I've eaten it. The food is good, but it's not as good as seeing you. The prawns you cooked for Grandpa are the best. Chow, you haven't told them yet. The old man became happy again when he saw Lil Bei. He asked Wang Chow, at the same time. No. My husband is busy managing the Ministry of Works all day. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are competing in the martial arts examination. I was afraid that he would be distracted, so I didn't let them send it back. It's the same on the boat. Grandpa Wang, has Dad not done anything in Hangzhou? Wang Chow explained and asked again. No, he hasn't. Master is usually fishing. What he likes to hear the most is about Lil Bei and Xiao Bao. If he can't hear them, he will send a message to the capital and ask His Majesty. His Majesty won't pursue the past matters. It's all because of you and the friendship he left behind in the past. Do you want to go and take a look this time? The old man talked about the situation at home and then asked with uncertainty. Wang Chow thought for a while and nodded. Let's go. Let the children see. It's good that I'm staying behind with my sister. She's also here. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Chapter 10:26. After all, Xiao Bei was still a child. When she heard that she could go to a place with many people, she was very happy. But she suddenly remembered that she had never been to her grandfather's house. What if they didn't like her? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei looked up and asked Mr. Wang, Grandpa Fish, do you think we will be bullied in Hangzhou? Who dares to bully our Xiao Bei? Master can't even wait to see you at home. Your eldest uncle is also disappointing. He married 3 wives and gave birth to 5 children, but none of them are capable. It's fine if they're not boys, but they're not as smart as you, not even a little bit. They either throw tantrums or run around all day long. No matter how many times they are beaten, they still don't remember. When there are people around, they bully people when they go out to buy things. When there is no one around, they don't even greet strangers. Unlike our Xiao Bei, who can go out and be an official by herself. Back then, our family sent a few people to Sanshui County. Later, all the servants of that family were driven out of the house. The more the old man looked at Xiao Bei, the more he liked her. Although she was young, she was sensible and had a sweet mouth. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. Her big eyes were like her mother, Xiao, and seemed to be able to speak. Xiao Bei, however, spoke up for her sisters whom she had never met before. It's wrong to hit a child. If you can't do it well, you can teach me, right? Yes, you can teach me. It's wrong to hit a child, especially one like our Xiao Bei. Not to mention hitting her, even a glare is a crime. Go back and tell Master that you are not allowed to hit her in the future. The old man continued to follow Xiao Bei's words. I wasn't beaten out of the house. My brother never hit me, nor did he let others hit me. He said that only incompetent adults hit children. Is it true that no one bullied me? I'm not familiar with this place. Xiao Bei asked again. The old man was not angry. He still had a smile on his face. Xiao Bei is an official, a 3rd-ranked official. It's a big crime to hit an official. Not to mention ordinary people. Has His Majesty ever hit you? If His Majesty even touched you, your brother Xiao Bao would fight His Majesty to the death. No, he won't. Uncle Emperor is the best. When my family sent a chair to Uncle Emperor always asked my family to make it bigger so that I could squeeze in the seat beside him. My brother is also reasonable. Xiao Bei continued to maintain its kind nature. Little Yuan said from the side, that's because we haven't been bullied. Otherwise, brother and sister would have killed them. Look at this time. We came out with more than 1,500 people. Brother is worried that we will be bullied outside, 1,500. That. When the old man heard this, he knew that something was wrong. The information he received was definitely not 1,500 people. Even if there were 15,000 people, it was still more than that. Xiao Bao had put on the posture of an army at the city gate. Something had been happening there recently. The old man didn't say it out loud. Instead, he looked at Wang Qiaoer. He didn't believe that the most beloved princess in his family wouldn't know. Wei Wei of the Jiang Wang clan smiled and said, "I didn't tell Xiao Bei and the others. Since I mentioned it today, there's no harm in telling them. Xiao Bei, your brother and sister have sent out the fleet of Jili State. When the time comes, they will stop in the middle of the lake. If you guys are in any danger, get into position and attack. Your aunt and I have your younger brother or sister, so we won't accompany you to avoid being frightened. You have to be careful. Actually, it's not a big deal. You've been used to running around since you were young. No matter how dangerous it is now, it's not as scary as when we were young. If we can really fight in Jiang province, you guys can also learn from it." Xiao Bei and the 9 children were stunned when they heard that. They thought that the officials of Jiang province would be like mice that saw a cat when they went over to deal with them. They did not expect that their brother and sister would transfer the fleet over. The 9 children knew very well that the Tang dynasty's fleet was actually dominated by their family. The number of ships in their family accounted for more than 80% of the Tang dynasty's fleet. The fleet of Jili State was the most powerful. It was only stronger than Lu Zhou because it had to suppress Axian Luo and Japan. The ships were large, there were many of them, they were fast, had a long range, and the quality of the personnel was high. The overall cooperation was good. When all 60 ships came over, they were like mountains, forming a majestic formation. Xiao Bei swallowed his saliva and looked nervous. He said, Are we going to war? I haven't learned how to command yet. You only know how to scare me with tripping ropes. Do you think our family lacks battle commanders? And, when we were young, did we encounter more powerful enemies? Xiao Yuan asked a key question. Jiang Wang clan glanced at Hu Shao hesitantly. Hu Shao suddenly shuddered. He gritted his teeth and took the initiative to say to Xiao Yuan and the others, "In the past, your family was powerful, but you could only stay in Sanshui County. At that time, the people of Sanshui County did not support you as much as they do now. Besides, Huayuan County had some foundation. There was no other place. At that time, Lu Zhou did not have many people. He wanted to support you, but he did not have the strength. At that time, it was not too difficult for someone to deal with your family. Fortunately, there was the Minister of Revenue and the little prince to protect your family. Your brother and sister were dancing on the tip of a knife. Every time they made a choice, they had to satisfy others. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Then, your brother and sister began to use the power of others to fight against others. Little by little, you achieved your family's current status. There are elite troops in the north, south, east, and west of the Tang dynasty that are loyal to your family. The business in the Two Rivers area, the Great Tang Bank, and the military industry are all in your hands. Otherwise, why are you so carefree? How can you become a third-grade official at such a young age? Is that so? Xiao Hai understood. His logical thinking ability was very strong, and his ability to understand abstract things was not weak. After hearing Hu Zhao's words, he understood why his family had been cultivating all kinds of talents since many years ago. Political, military, economic, public relations, and technical. Everything was to form enough strength to compete with any force. Xiao Bei blinked and said, I was wondering why it was so easy for me to ask Uncle Emperor to become a 7th-grade official with real power. It turns out that it is not only because I am cute. Being cute can only make others like me, not respect me. Just like what Grandpa Fish said, the servant who disrespected my family in the past was driven out with his whole family. Alas, it's so annoying. The brothers and sisters in Old Willow Village are better. Hearing Xiaobei's words, the old man from the Wang family sighed and said, "This is human nature. If your father didn't get the first place in the state's provincial examination, his family wouldn't have sent people. If he didn't get the top scorer, his family wouldn't have paid attention to him. It's true. When you were born, your family was already very rich. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made a lot of arrangements in advance in order to wait for you to be born. The cesarean section in the hospital was actually prepared for you, but it was useless in the end. The two of them led the doctors to secretly dig people's graves and cut people's bodies with knives. It is said that on the day you were born, the whole Luzhou was filled with a tense atmosphere. The people in Luzhou said that at that time, they felt that if anything happened to you, the whole sky would collapse. So, Xiaobei, don't always think that everyone is only interested in you. There is also light in the dark." Xiaobei lowered his head and thought for a moment. When he raised his head again, he had regained his cheerful appearance. He said to the old man, "Grandpa Fish, no wonder Mother is close to you. You are the best servant. Apart from my family and the inner court, no one will say this to me, but Grandpa Fish, you said it. I know, we have our own house, we can walk on the road, we can float on the water. I also have a big pearl that can be used as a ball. If you give me one now, I can't bear to throw it to the ground, but I can throw it to Pan. Mother, when we see Grandpa, don't mention the past. It's all in the past. When you hurt others, unless you are happy, it's better to forget it." Jiang Wang Clan smiled, bent down, and kissed Xiaobei's face hard. She said, "If you are a little smarter, you will catch up to your brother and sister." "Ha! I'm not smart enough." Xiaobei pretended to be dissatisfied. "If you are smart, you won't say everything. You haven't seen what your brother and sister were like when they were young. When someone tried to play tricks in front of them, a smile from them was enough to make them feel ashamed, but the words they said gave them a way out." Jiang Wang Clan's smile became even brighter. "Okay, I understand. I still have to work hard. That's why my family's little bridge isn't easy to cross, right? It was actually used as a tool for swearing. I have to take their money." As Xiaobei spoke, his hands had already peeled off the shell of a prawn. He tiptoed to feed his mother. It didn't matter who ate the first one, it wasn't poisonous. Hu Xiao followed up and said, "Yes, your family's Sanshui County's bridge to Zhuangzi is even scarier than the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness is nothing more than death, but your family's bridge is one step into heaven and one step into hell. Standing here, every step you take is like stepping on the bottom of your heart. Step by step, after a few dozen steps, many people feel like they have walked through the past. The older a person is, the slower they walk, but the younger a child can directly run over. Life is so helpless, who can have a clear conscience? Who can be proud and have regrets?" Hu Xiao said this because he had also walked past that bridge. It was a very ordinary stone bridge without any unnecessary decorations. It was too far away from being gorgeous, and it was also not close to being graceful. But for some reason, when he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his heart tightened. He had seen with his own eyes that someone had fainted on the bridge and was carried away by the doctor who was guarding there for treatment. When he really finished the entire journey and arrived at Zhuangzi, he felt very comfortable standing there. There was no love, no hate, no regrets, because this was life. Since there was no turning back, he would resolutely continue on. It wasn't heaven, nor was it hell. It was the human world. His heart recalled the past. He was guilty. Who hadn't done something wrong? However, the world was so big. How many people could judge him? This was also why Xiaobei's 9-member inspection team was feared by the officials. It was because they were qualified to judge the officials and ask if the officials were guilty. Oh. I understand. In the future, when I catch an official, I'll tell him, if you're not guilty, take 2 steps, right? You're actually quite a good person. You joined the army, right? What's the rank of Kaifeng's army? Xiao Yuan. Xiao Bei liked to hear this kind of words the most. Even if he didn't quite understand sometimes, he could turn back and slowly think about it. If he really couldn't, he could ask his brother and sister. Then, he would have a story to listen to. Kaifeng's army is rank 5, lower rank 5. But the army here has a lot of real power. It's more important than an ordinary province's army. Xiao Yuan also had to help Xiao Bei remember a lot of things. It was like a dictionary. Oh, it could also be called area. Lower rank 5. Rank 5 is a little small. Do you want to be promoted? I can promote you to rank 4 and let you rule the Hunan circuit. No, Hunan circuit is too big. If you really control the military power of the entire Hunan circuit, won't you become a provincial governor? Where does Hunan circuit have a provincial governor? Last time, Uncle Emperor told me to arrange positions for people. Look at the place and position, and don't ask for it blindly. How about this? I'll give you the navy of all the rivers connected to Bianzhou, all the way to the Yellow River or the Yangtze River, okay? You'll be the commander-in-chief of the land and water. You can say rank 4 or rank 3. Do you want it? Xiao Bei was going to give someone else an official position again. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hu Qiao expectantly. Hu Qiao looked excited at first, but then he shook his head and said, "No, I don't know how to fight in water. Although I'm good at swimming, it's not that I'm selfless, but I'm afraid of being killed. I believe that if you want to command the navy, His Majesty will agree. But one day, when you need me to mobilize the navy, I can't command it well. If I shirk the responsibility and say that my subordinates are disobedient and stupid, will you agree?" "No, I'm not stupid. It's your problem if your subordinates are disobedient. If you don't use them well, the first one to deal with will be you. If your subordinates are exiled, you will be beheaded." Xiao Bei gave a definite answer. "That's right. I don't want to die yet." Hu Qiao looked like he was an honest person. Xiao Bei nodded. "Oh. That's right. If I give you the navy now, I'll be harming you. If I don't give it to you, I'll feel that it's a waste of talent. Xiao Yuan, what do you think we should do? I really owe you. You thought about it yourself and then asked me. If he doesn't know, let him learn. After he learns, he will know." Xiao Yuan had just peeled a prawn and took a small bite. He felt that it was bland and was looking for someone to get salt and pepper. Yes, yes, yes. Learn. We can learn. So, Sir Hu, follow the ship and learn from the commander on the ship. Don't think that we're a merchant fleet. Even if the fleet from Jili province attacks us, my current team can still fight to the death with them. Who said that merchant ships can't be armed? Who said that merchant ships have to be slow? Right? Follow and learn along the way. After you learn well, I'll recommend you to my sister's military school. It's okay if you resign from your current position, okay? Xiao Bei stomped the deck and asked for Hu Qiao's opinion. Hu Qiao was trembling all over. He finally understood why he was able to protect Xiao Bei and his team and why so many people were looking at him with jealousy. This was an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. As long as you were capable, or had strong commanding skills, or were serious in your work, even if you couldn't do it, as long as you were honest, you had a high chance of seizing this opportunity. If you missed it, then don't blame the heavens and accuse others. The excited Hu Qiao looked at the Jiang Wang clan. However, the Jiang Wang clan turned her head away. It wasn't that she couldn't make the decision, but that she didn't want to. The old man from the Wang family said to Hu Qiao, "Sir Hu, the person who will give you an official position is our Xiao Bei, not Qiao. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'll learn. I'm still young." Hu Qiao understood. If he looked at the Jiang Wang clan, wouldn't he be implying that Xiao Bei couldn't make the decision? If Xiao Bei got angry and lost the opportunity, the Jiang Wang clan would naturally protect her child. If Xiao Bei got angry, did he expect him to give him an official position? Xiao Bei acted as if he didn't know. "All right then. You'll learn as you go. Start with the basics. The commander of my family's fleet must be familiar with every job. For example, if we're heading east, the wind is westerly. The speed of the sail is very fast, and the ship is at full sail. You're the commander. Through the binoculars, you can clearly see the enemy 2 li ahead. Their position is slightly north. It's a fleet like ours. You just have to shout, drop the sail, turn left, and fire from the right. You're dead meat. Because they're going against the wind, they're also turning left. They're at full sail and half mainsail. We're slightly southwest of them, so they'll come over first. So you have to know what our ship looks like, how fast it turns, and the effective range of the cannon. Do you understand?" Hu Qiao nodded in shock. Didn't Xiao Bei say that he didn't know how to command? Why was he able to casually give examples when he was talking to him? Then, what do I have to learn first? Hu Qiao asked. Washing the board, arranging the cargo boxes, tying knots, and standing against the wind. A voice came from the side. Hu Qiao turned his head and saw a man who was not even 30 years old. He was very tanned and stood upright with a serious face. He was like a nail that was nailed to the spot. The first impression he gave was only one word, steady. Then, it was rigid and mean. "I haven't asked." The fleet's commander-in-chief, which is also the captain of the flagship. "In the future, you will learn from me and do as I say. I want you to remember the joining points of every piece of deck wood and arrange the cargo boxes of all shapes and sizes neatly. When you want it to open, it will open with a pull. When you don't want it to open, the cargo will not move with the ship. When you stand on the deck, the wind will not sway you, and the waves will not hit you. As such, you are qualified to move on to the next lesson." When the person spoke, he was also very serious and unreasonable. "Okay, I'll do it," Hu Qiao said indignantly. He didn't believe that he couldn't do such a small thing well. "Report, good news. Little master, little miss, good news." In the hibiscus garden, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating lunch boxes when a person suddenly ran in and shouted loudly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said to the person, "It seems that you are full. You are very confident. Speak, I will eat after you finish." "Report, I haven't eaten yet. I am hungry. I will eat later. I have good news. The ladies are pregnant again and are preparing to go to Hangzhou to recuperate." Hangzhou Wang family. The person didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's attitude at all and said with a smile. With a clatter, Zhang Xiaobao's chopsticks fell on the small table and stared at the person. Wang Wan also stopped eating and opened her mouth slightly. Because the two of them heard clearly that the ladies were not the same person. "Cuckoo, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Why are you together again?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. "As the saying goes, I can't make a book out of coincidences. The question is, why did we only find out now?" Wang Wan was more concerned about this. "Because, when we go out, we are afraid of our mothers. We are going to have a younger brother or sister again. I guess we will have to start from the beginning again. Do you think it is a good thing, or a good thing?" Zhang Xiaobao thought of the scene of a large group of children running around. "It is a good thing. Xiaobei's agarwood house can be used. Wang Wan gave a definite answer. Chapter 1027. Zhang Xiaobao smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. He liked having more brothers and sisters, the more the merrier. He was just like other families. It wasn't just the aristocratic families who wanted to have more children. As long as they could make ends meet, ordinary families were also willing to have more children. Once they were in their teens, they would be a good source of labor. This was especially so for boys. They could help the family do a lot of chores. By raising more children, they would have someone to take care of them when they were old. Li Longji, who had been paying attention to the Zhang family and Wang family, quickly received the news. He threw away the two memorials regarding the flood control of the Yangtze River and Yellow River. He rushed over to Wang Wan's headquarters and congratulated her. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, congratulations. How many children are there this time? The more, the better. 8 or 10 isn't too much. 5 or 6 isn't too much either. Why don't you say thousands or tens of thousands, like fishes? Why do you have to say pigs? You're congratulating the wrong person. This has nothing to do with us. You should be congratulating my father and father-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao was very dissatisfied with this number. Even though it was theoretically possible to have 8 or 10 children, it was still a multiple birth. Li Longji didn't think much of it. I'm not scolding anyone. I'll talk to your father and father-in-law when I'm free. Xiao Bao, I have an idea. Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. He guessed that Li Longji couldn't come up with a good idea. Wang Wan continued to look at the map. It was a military map of Hangzhou that had been enlarged many times. It wasn't to prepare for the military sand table. It was to set up sufficient defenses around the area to ward off wind, moisture, mosquitoes, enemies, and loneliness. As long as there was a threat that had the slightest negative effect on pregnant women, it would be blocked outside. Li Longji was very depressed. In the entire Great Tang, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to ignore him. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaobao should have replied with a, "What's your idea?" This is what this emperor is thinking. This emperor will ask the two madams to help spread the knowledge of conservation. This emperor will also give a push to encourage the people of the Great Tang to have more children. This emperor has asked around. There are some places that are poor, the entire region is poor. If they give birth to a boy, they will keep it, and if they give birth to a girl, they will throw her away. Sometimes, I wonder how many Xiaobei they have thrown away. Girls are also people. If the Great Tang is really full of men, then wouldn't it be over? Hurry up and perfect your plan to subsidize childbirth, and then immediately spread it throughout the Great Tang. Li Longji suggested such a method. This time, Zhang Xiaobao reacted. He shook his head vigorously. I can't control my mother. You can talk to my mother. She agreed. That's her own business. I can help. However, I have to say in advance that I will be helping you with your matters. Advertising, as well as interacting with the people on the streets to talk about the policy, all of these will cost money. The guards will cost money. Organizing the venue and distributing maternity products to pregnant women will also cost money. This money. Xiao Bao, you're right. I'll have to trouble your family again. This emperor will remember this in my heart and will definitely repay you. When Li Longji heard that it was about money, he immediately followed up on Zhang Xiaobao's words. It was impossible for him to fork out the money. Zhang Xiaobao took a look. Seeing that it was indeed the case, he agreed. All right, my family will fork out the money. I will need to borrow the resources of the local government to help organize the event. I will also need to fork out a portion of the money to send gifts to the pregnant women in the area. As for the advertising fee, it will belong to the local government. You can advertise such a thing. Xiao Bei and the others have already gone to the local government. Is there a need to tell me? Li Longji did not know who would advertise, and he also did not know what gifts would be sent. Xiao Bei and the others have the power to monitor, arrest, and convict people, but they do not have the power to order people around. Naturally, there will be advertisements. Dei Hospital's local medicine is free of charge, but the ribs, fish, vegetables, and diapers for the children have to be bought. The businesses involved can advertise their products' quality and price advantages. The most difficult thing is to change people's views. Otherwise, it will be very harmful to the pregnant women's health. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly remembered this matter. It was very serious. Not to mention now, even when he and Wang Wan were together, there were also some people who kept the tradition. In the end, there were complications such as diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, gynecological diseases, etc. Li Longji realized that he had encountered a problem in this field that he was not clear about. Like a student, he sat up straight and asked, "Indeed, there should be businessmen who advertise. I saw that Xiao Bei and the others used something that looked like underwear. It was made of paper. Even the children can use it." Wang Wan put down the map at this time. Xiao Bei and the others only started using it after they were 2 years old. Paper diapers are not for them to use casually. Also, the purpose of giving it to Xiao Bei and the others was not to let them pee casually. It is to keep them warm, and when the air is humid, bacteria will come into direct contact with their bodies. They only use it once every 2 hours. Can ordinary people afford to use it? We can't give it to them even if we give it to them. Now that there is a lot of cotton, we need to use pure cotton diapers and wash them frequently. This way, the children will not get rashes easily. The most important thing is not this. It is the diet and hygiene during pregnancy and confinement. Now that the medical school's research is out, we can't stick to the previous methods. When Wang Wan talked about this, she seemed very helpless. Li Longji really did not know much about this kind of thing. He was only in charge of making people pregnant, but he was not in charge of taking care of and delivering the child. The only thing he could do was to think of ways to get what the woman he liked to eat when she was pregnant. If she liked to watch a play, he would get someone to act. If she wanted to hear him play the drums, he would play the karma drum. As for the pregnant woman's body, he did not care. Now that he heard what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, it seemed that there was a lot to know about pregnancy. He asked, for example, "Madam, I will talk to His Majesty. You can continue looking at the map." Zhang Xiaobao continued and said to Li Longji, "For example, there is a tradition in many places. It is called a custom. When a woman is pregnant, she has to raise chickens. When she needs them, she will eat eggs and chicken. This is not wrong. It ensures nutrition because cows and sheep are too expensive, not to mention deer. In the past, the cost of raising pigs was not low. They only knew how to feed pigs with grass and food, but they did not know how to rear pigs. In the end, they gave pregnant women and confinement women chicken, eggs, and millet to their heart's content. Then they fell sick. Usually, they can't eat so much. Meat is too big, so they eat it all at once. The thin ones become fat, and the fat ones become fatter. What's wrong with that? Children need to drink milk. Women need to eat more to get milk. Li Longji understood this. Yes, nutrition needs to follow, but who said that nutrition is meat? If you eat well when you are pregnant, the child will grow up, and it will not be troublesome to give birth. Now, there is the technology to perform a cesarean, but who is willing to always perform a cesarean? Look at how the dishes sent to you by Savant's restaurant are usually matched. Isn't it to let you have a balanced diet and live a few more years? Look at how I make meat for Xiao Bei and the rest. It's not that my family can't afford it, but I can't let them eat it. Sometimes, I have to make some wild vegetables for them to dip in sauce. For every type of food, Cuckoo and I have to tell Xiaobei and the rest a story so that they won't be biased. It's the same for pregnant women. Eating too much meat is not good for the body. Zhang Xiaobao gave an example of Xiaobei and the rest, as well as the food that Savant's restaurant matched for Li Longji and the people in the palace. Li Longji suddenly understood and nodded lightly. He said, Xiaobao, you are a good person. No wonder Savant's restaurant sent me all bland food in the few days after the new year. There was even coarsely ground cornbread, and there was no honey in it. The food was delicious, but it made me think that there was a problem with the person in charge of Savant's restaurant. He even got someone to test for poison twice. Usually, when Savant's restaurant sent food, it would all go straight to my mouth. No wonder. Continue. Li Longji told the truth about the poison test. He was very embarrassed. It turned out that there was no problem with the management. They were worried that he would eat too much meat during the new year, which was not good for his body, so they adjusted his diet. If they really continued to send meat dishes, there would be a problem with the management. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know about this. He thought that his godfather was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he didn't let anyone mention it to him. Also, during the month of confinement, the most common time is that you are not allowed to bathe for a month. You are afraid that external evil will enter your body. This is because the medical system in the past was not good, so we could only use a conservative method. However, it is to nourish the bacteria. This matter has a certain reason, but now, we don't need to use this method. Cuckoo, I will talk to Her Majesty outside. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he greeted Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. I'm not a child. What are you afraid of? There is nothing that can't be told to others. Alright, you can't tell everyone everything. If the emperor doesn't keep secrets, he will lose his officials. If the officials don't keep secrets, don't say useless things. If the emperor doesn't keep secrets, he will lose his country. You guys can talk. Don't worry about me. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's recitation of the Analects of Confucius. Xiaobao, are you saying something that goes against ethics and morality? Li Longji looked around. If there was something wrong, it was better to say it outside. No, it's mainly because we are not doctors. It's about a woman's physiological problems. Actually, it's nothing. Let's talk about business. Why can't a woman bathe during confinement? First, it's because the change in temperature can easily affect the body. For example, when you catch a cold, it's cold. Second, when you bathe, even warm water is not as good as the secretion of the woman's body. When a woman gives birth, no matter what she does, she will get injured. There are injuries in the joints and in the uterus. In the past, medical science couldn't catch up, so it was better to let the woman recover on her own. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Back in his time, any man who cared a little about women would be very clear about this. It was not something that belonged to the martial arts world. Good men had to specifically learn how to influence and take care of women during menstruation. But in this era, it's still very shocking to say it so naturally. Li Longji was shocked. It's not because Zhang Xiaobao dared to say such things. It's because, Xiaobao, you want to learn this too. I'm not deliberately learning it. I just want to understand it. I want to continue. But our current medical school's research in this area has always been more advanced than other areas. The main reason is because Xiaobei and the others needed it. I invested a lot of money and it's biased. Medical care for infants and pregnant women is free, right? So don't not bathe for a month. We have thermometers and special sterilizers. What we need to do now is to match the diet. During pregnancy, we can't raise the child too big. It's not easy to give birth. It's fine as long as it's enough. If you raise it to be fat, it might not be healthy. In this way, we can reduce the complications of pregnant women. A healthy child and a healthy mother are the most important. Also, during confinement, don't eat too much millet and eggs just for milk. There's also rice, sorghum, white flour, various vegetables and fish. Take turns to eat. Eat less but eat more. This will speed up the digestion of the stomach and intestines. If there's not enough milk, you can replenish your protein. The most common food is soy products. Of course, eggs are fine too. But you can't eat a pile of eggs every meal. Other than protein, there's also cholesterol. Drink some of Kuenbu's soup. There's also direct sugar intake. Drink more plain water and pure fruit juice. If it's twins and you can't keep up with milk, you can add meat and fish. But you can't focus on everything, especially not eating chicken all the time. This way, there's enough iodine and calcium in the milk, as well as trace elements like iron and zinc. It's helpful for both children and adults. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he let out a long breath. It was too tiring. Pregnancy and childbirth seemed very simple, but it involved too many things. There was no fixed method, and it could only be adjusted at any time. Wang Wan also listened. She smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You know quite a lot, Your Majesty. In fact, the birth of a baby is like fighting a war. There must be intelligence, vanguard, middle troops, and logistics. As for the education that follows, that's another story. Children are not cute toys to look at, nor are they the continuation of one's ideals. They are the most precious existence in the world. The most beautiful luminous pearl will dim in front of the dazzling new life." Li Longji listened quietly and listened very seriously. What he wanted to do most was to grab the two people behind the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families and ask them, "How many things do you know? Why did you choose Xiaobao and Cuckoo? Other than knowledge and talent, could it be that you can also teach human nature?" Of course, he also wanted to capture Xiaobao and Cuckoo and interrogate them. "How did you learn? The knowledge you learned is too diverse and vast. Aren't you tired? You know all the subjects of the imperial examinations, and you're at the top of all of them. Literature, law, politics, calculation, national policy, calligraphy, music, painting, industry, agriculture, military, economy, education, system, human nature, food, medicine, and so on. Are these things that humans can know?" Li Longji thought this, but he didn't ask. Of course, even if he asked, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't tell him. He would say that most of these things were already included in the 12 years of compulsory education. When he and Cuckoo were children, they learned a lot of things. Basically, every day, other than eating and sleeping, their schedule was almost full. Moreover, they didn't start from the first year of the 12 years of compulsory education. Usually, they started from the time they were a fetus, followed by infant education, preschool education, and all kinds of arts. They started learning piano at the age of 4, and by the time they were 8 years old, there were countless people who had reached level 10. After the 12 years of compulsory education, those who really wanted to learn would learn more and more. Cuckoo was already a genius, and with her family's influence, you couldn't imagine how many things she knew. If it were him, he would have to be more humble. He didn't have a systematic education, but his learning ability wasn't bad either. The school he attended was different. This was what it meant that the path was intangible, but different paths led to the same destination. When he thought about how other people's children learned so much, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "At that time, a child like Xiaobei would at least know 4 professional skills, right? It shouldn't be a problem to play the 3 plum blossoms with the flute. Our education still hasn't caught up, and we let them play." "Xiaobao, what are you saying? Are you belittling my children?" Xiao Bei and the others haven't learned anything yet. Yes, if we really compare them to you and Cuckoo, they are still lacking. They can only be said to have learned something and have their own strengths, but they can't compare to the two of you. However, is it possible to find a second pair of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in this world? How many of Xiao Bei's 9 can there be? Perhaps June, and Pan can catch up if they work hard. As for the other children, even if they have Chao Yang, they can't catch up. This is the injustice of the world. You can't put in all your effort to teach every child. You can only do your best for your own siblings. Alright, let's not talk about this. Why didn't anyone teach me this when I was young? Otherwise, how could I tolerate you? Li Longji was very jealous, so he spoke the truth. He understood that his ability wasn't good enough. If he killed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he would face very serious consequences. Not to mention whether or not he could kill the two of them. Even if he did, how would the people behind them react? How would he face a country that could possibly create weapons that could kill an entire capital? There was also the die-hard loyalty of the Zhang family and Wang family around Great Tang, as well as the excitement of the surrounding countries. Great Tang's financial system would instantly collapse. No matter which one it wasn't something that he could bear. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't angry. Any emperor wouldn't like power that they couldn't control, just like the two of them. They also didn't like many people, such as the aristocratic families who monopolized land, or the poor who were lazy. However, they still had to endure. This was selfishness and choice. A completely selfless person was the most terrifying. They had to be eliminated. Without selfishness, there would be no weakness. After Li Longji finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and said helplessly, I knew the two of you would be like this. It's said that the two of you are the reincarnations of immortals. Tell me the truth, is that true? That depends on how you look at it. According to Buddhism, everyone is a Buddha. It's up to you to say that it's the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, according to Taoism, it's extremely mysterious and profound. Your Majesty, let's talk about the welfare of mothers and children. Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer directly. Instead, he beat around the bush. Li Longji recovered from his shock and said, right, welfare is something that should be done. Children are the hope. Use that piece of glass to advertise that the children of Great Tang are stronger than those of other countries from the moment they're in their mother's body. I believe that when they grow up and see the situation of other countries, they'll know how much Great Tang has sacrificed for them. If they don't love Great Tang, they'll be letting down their own conscience. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, that's right. It can also let the people of other countries feel that their country isn't worth protecting. Chapter 1028. One of the things that Li Longji loved the most was to see how the lives of the citizens of other countries were not as good as his own country. He would constantly compare them and feel extremely satisfied and proud. In the past, he had this problem. He would go on a pilgrimage to Mount Tai and make a big fuss about it. He was afraid that no one would know about it. Whenever he went to a place, the local government would spend a lot of money. Whenever he was happy, he would exempt a few years of taxes, reducing the finances of the imperial court. Now, he also liked to travel, but he was not so extravagant. He didn't specially go to a certain place where he didn't need to be received. So he made a curious connection between tourism and the promotion of fertility. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, how's the construction of the Great Tang going? I want to patrol Great Tang. Summer will be here soon, and I'm afraid that there will be a flood at the Yangtze River. I'm going to make preparations in advance. At the same time, I can promote the national policy of promoting fertility. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Zhang Xiaobao would be a fool if he believed his words. If you want to travel, so be it. Who's stopping you? What's the point of finding excuses? Thus, Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the construction of the Great Tang doesn't need to be grand. It's fine as long as it's comfortable. When you're not here, you can use it to play movies and become a place for ordinary people to visit. Don't take the initiative to collect entrance fees. Put a donation box inside, and say that it's used for Great Tang's infrastructure. Rich people will be willing to throw in some money. Then, use that money to pay maintenance fees and give a portion to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao can use it on Great Tang's infrastructure. You can also set up stalls for people to rent and sell local specialties and snacks. You can set a profit ratio. I believe that few people will dare to challenge your authority. Don't rip off the tourists. This is a place where publicity is the most important. You can't put the cart before the horse." After which, Wang Wan looked at the sand table and reminded Zhang Xiaobao, "The wind direction has changed. Change the place to release the smoke." "Oh, okay. Give the order. Extinguish the fire in the northeast and ignite the fire in the west." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sand table. That was right. The messenger had already changed the model to test the wind direction. Li Longji and Wei Wei shook their heads. "I reckon that Zhao Hanzhong will come looking for the two of you later. Look at how you've bullied him. Do you still have the honor of a soldier? You're just like a rascal. Smoke, smoke, smoke. All you know is to smoke. Your Majesty, you can't say that. If I had other means, would I have ordered people to shout, harass, and release smoke? You will know later, whether it is the Navy, the Army, or the Air Force, when attacking the enemy, you must hide yourself. Take the artillery for example. Now that they are firing at our army is able to hold on. If our army also has artillery battalions, would they dare to fire as they please? When his cannonballs fell on our infantry positions, our cannonballs fell on his artillery positions. What's the big deal about smoke? In the future, I will release poisonous gas. If the wind blows, a large number of people will die. Who cares if he is a rascal or not? It's fine as long as fewer people die in our army." Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. He was the kind of person who was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to others. He would only show his kind side to the children of his own country. This was also the point that made Wang Wan feel the most conflicted when she evaluated him. Li Longji's personality was actually quite similar to Zhang Xiaobao's. The only difference was that in the past, he could bear to do anything to anyone, even if they were children of Great Tang. This had something to do with his family upbringing and environment. Now, a lot had changed. The environment had changed, so there was pressure and motivation. Ever since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to interact with him, he felt a special feeling. It was relaxation, affection, and tranquility. When the two of them were a little older, Xiaobei and the other 9 children became lively again. This made Li Longji realize that it was better for him to have a few people around him who didn't treat him like an emperor. Right now, Li Longji was experiencing this kind of interaction. He liked to hear Xiao Bao speak casually. He understood that it wasn't that Xiao Bao didn't know how to speak in a bureaucratic tone like the other ministers. Even Xiao Bao knew how to do it, let alone Xiao Bao. Of course, Xiaobei's bureaucratic tone was very cute. Only those with ulterior motives would be afraid of it. This was because when Xiaobei spoke in a bureaucratic tone, it was when she was about to teach someone a lesson. What she liked to do the most was to tell stories to others. Li Longji's eyes narrowed. He enjoyed chatting with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, even if Xiao Bao was speaking bloody words. Reporting, enemy General Zhao Hanzhong is cursing at the front of the formation. Ask our generals to go out and meet him. The messenger's words interrupted Li Longji's leisurely moment. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the messenger and curled his lips in disdain. I don't want to meet him. What? He wants to fight me one-on-one. Does he want me to use a gun? If he uses a rifle, I'll let him hide as he pleases within 500 meters. If he uses a pistol, he won't even have the chance to fire within 50 meters. I think you'll use a knife and he'll use a gun. The messenger held back his laughter as he spoke. Do you think he can win if I use a knife? Give me 2 throwing knives. Let's see how he'll aim at me. Unless the bullets miss and hit me, he'll continue to give me smoke. How will I have the time to answer him? Zhang Xiaobao was still full of disdain. After the messenger left, Li Longji said, I believe in your ability, Xiaobao. If it's one-on-one, Xiao Hanzhang is far from your match. Just now, when Cuckoo said to ask people to donate money, I feel that I don't need that little bit of money. It's as if I'm poor. Your Majesty, I've told you before that the purpose of donating money is not for that little bit of money, but for the heart. Love is the essence of the people of Tang. If you don't promote it, who will donate money to buy things for their children when they need to carry out operations in the future? However, we have to spend the money donated. Since we don't need donations, we can still do things. Why should we be greedy for that little bit of money? If we're greedy enough, the hearts of the people will turn cold. It's just like Xiaobei's story of the boy who cried wolf. Zhang Xiaobao explained the purpose of asking people to donate money. It wasn't about how much money they could raise, but how high their hearts could soar. Yes, I've mentioned this before. Li Longji recalled. At the same time, he took back what he said about not having much money. After all, Tang's operations in the Chaoyang Empire cost a lot. They were all paid for by merchants from all over the country. According to Xiaobao, merchants had a low status, so they had to do more to gain the recognition of others. Otherwise, if they earned a lot of money but were looked down on by others, it would be too sullen to live. It wasn't even a tenth of the love and respect that a poor scholar received during his lectures. That was to have 1,000,000 strings of coins and be cold and indifferent to others. The most frightening thing wasn't coldness, but indifference. Li Longji had asked Xiaobao how much all the schools in Great Tang spent when added together. In the end, he had obtained a vague figure. Based on the dormitory that the schools built for the students who came from afar and provided 4 to 5 meals a day, and based on the quality of the meals and the standards of the books and uniforms, they spent at least 20 million strings of coins a year. Based on the 12 months of Great Tang's fiscal revenue, this took up about 1/7 of the total. Just thinking about it was enough to scare someone to death. The treatment of the children was simply too good. The main reason was that the status of the merchants wasn't high enough. They needed money, and more importantly, they needed the recognition of the people of Great Tang. Of course, Xiaobao and Cuckoo also played a role in this. Through incessant propaganda and clear attitudes, the merchants knew what to choose. Xiaobao, our Great Tang's merchants really don't have it easy. They were scared by you and spent all their money. Say, don't put the blame on me. I'm not scaring them. It's only 20 million strings of coins. If they don't spend it, I'll do it myself. I don't need to use the imperial court's revenue, nor do I need to use your money. I can support it myself. But if they really force me to spend my own money, my family's annual income won't be 60 or 70 million strings of coins. It might even rise to 100 million strings of coins. Since they aren't willing to take the money, I won't give them a chance to make a lot of money. As long as the Great Tang's imperial court doesn't interfere or suppress me politically, I control the Ministry of Works and the Agriculture Temple, as well as a large number of production, logistics, sales, and trade systems. I won't be able to deal with them. The rich are heartless, and I won't talk about fairness with them. I'll just give them a good ideological lesson. Zhang Xiaobao was still as radical as ever. What he meant was that he didn't care about what others said. He earned the money through hard work. He was smart and willing to do it, so why should he pay for it? Was it wrong to be smart and hardworking? This was because Zhang Xiaobao believed that there was no such thing as truth in this world. You were smart and hardworking because the imperial court provided you with opportunities. They didn't provide you with good seeds, industrial technology for civilian use, or convenient information tools like the telegraph system. If they didn't create stable political, economic, and military conditions for you, how could you earn the money you have now? Our great Tang has always been in a state of war and invasion. If you're smart to a certain extent, you won't be earning money, but thinking of a way to become an emperor. Fairness itself is a scale. How many weights, how strong a lever, and how long a distance do you need to use a small number of merchants to move the majority of ordinary people and maintain that balance? If things go wrong, the scale will break, and the weight will fall and smash your feet. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts, so she added, Xiaobao won't talk about fairness with merchants. This is because Xiaobao has always been suppressing his desires. He doesn't use many methods because he's afraid that it will affect the normal operation of Great Tang's economy and cause losses to the common people. Thus, Xiaobao has always been standing on the high ground and demanding of other merchants. If a merchant says that you don't want to use your abilities, that's your own problem. What right do you have to restrict me? Then, Xiaobao will use some methods on them. Not only will I not restrict you, but I won't restrict myself as well. This is fair, right? I won't ask you to do anything. We'll rely on our own means, and we'll be responsible for our own lives. I believe that the merchant who speaks the opposite in the end will think that it's better to restrict him. He. Li Longji nodded with a smile. That's right, that's right. What merchants are afraid of isn't how high Xiaobao's moral standing is, but the ability of this industry. Sheep don't have the right to talk about fairness with wolves, because wolves will die if they don't eat sheep. Reporting, the enemy's commander, Zhao Hanzhang, is challenging us again. He wants to meet with our commanders. A messenger came in to report. Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily, is he done yet? Cuckoo, give me a pair of binoculars. I'll go and meet him from afar. I'll scare him to death. Yes, meet him. Ha, he's challenging me. If I don't trick him, I'll be letting down his persistence. Zhang Xiaobao, who suddenly thought of something fun, took a pair of binoculars from Wang Wan, walked out, and rushed to Zhao Hanzhang's room. I'll also go and take a look. Li Longji greeted Wang Wan and followed him out. Wang Wan sat there without moving. She couldn't go and meet Zhao Hanzhang, as that would expose her position as the main force. She looked at the door and muttered, Xiaobao is coming up with bad ideas again. Chapter 1029. Challenge. Zhao Hanzhang stood by his sand table and ordered the messenger. General Zhao is in a good mood. It's just that it's a bit cold in the command center. Do you want someone to add a brazier? Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded as he appeared at the door. Zhao Hanzhang turned his head. His eyes were first filled with doubt, then shock and anger. He opened his hands to block Zhang Xiaobao's line of sight. As he blocked, he said, Zhang Xiaobao, you can't do this. You're relying on the privilege His Majesty gave you to come here and spy on me. Can't you afford to lose? As he spoke, Zhao Hanzhang had already reached his hand in front of Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. He looked left and right. When he felt that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't see the sand table, he was temporarily relieved. Zhang Xiaobao, why did you come here instead of commanding your people? I don't like the cold. I'm not used to the hot room. Don't peep in the name of caring for me. General Zhao, it's better to be honest. I was discussing economic and political matters with His Majesty, and you had people call me to meet you again and again. I was busy. When I thought about how it would take too much time for each of us to set up a model of each other and have the messenger pass on our words back and forth, why don't we meet? Let's each use a telescope and shout from a distance. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao said with a look of grievance. Zhao Hanzhong was stunned again. He suddenly jumped back and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. It's you. Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, it's me. I'm Zhangjie Zhuangzi of Sanshui City, the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. You're the one who kept smoking me. You're also the one who made the soldiers sing folk songs day and night. No wonder you could come up with such a sinister move. In other words, the main force of your army is here, right? Zhao Hanzhong loudly questioned Zhang Xiaobao. This was because it was a folk song, and the messenger had sung it to him many times. At first, it was all right, but later on, he felt a headache coming on. It was too torturous, and he had to change it to another song. Staring at the same song, who could stand it? The smile on Zhang Xiaobao's face became even brighter. He cupped his hands and said, thank you for the compliment. As the saying goes, in a battle of life and death, everyone will rely on their own means. All is fair in war. In fact, I haven't done enough. I need to learn more in the future. Stay away from me. Don't get too close. Disgusting. Who wants to talk to a man like you? Someone, pass down my order and report to the Middle Army. The enemy our brigade encountered is Zhang Xiaobao's logistics team. Their main force is at Mount Huangshan. Wait, Zhang Xiaobao, you lied to me. Your main force is definitely not at Mount Huangshan, right? Just as Zhao Hanzhong was about to send the message back, he suddenly hesitated. When he asked Zhang Xiaobao, he stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, as if he wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was lying. However, he didn't know that even if he put a lie detector on Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, it would be useless, let alone look into his eyes. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were still as clear and pure as when he was young. To describe it a little exaggeratedly, it was as deep as the bright night sky. With this kind of gaze, Zhang Xiaobao still smiled and said, if General Zhao is powerful and you found out, half of our main force is actually hiding at Mount Huangshan under the command of Cuckoo. In a few days, they will surround your army. The other half has already ambushed beside Hangzhou. They want to catch your middle army off guard. Zhao Hanzhong's eyes narrowed. He retracted his hands and twisted them together. His two thumbs moved back and forth in circles. It was obvious how conflicted he was. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only ask, then let me ask you. Since you said that the main force is here, why didn't Wang Wan show up? Do you need Cuckoo to show up to fight your brigade of 4,000 people? My logistics army has more than 20,000 people here. Including my personal guards, there are a total of 25,000 people. Originally, I thought that it would be difficult for you to fight properly. Who asked you to rush all the way here? Now that you're here, you still want to call the shots. It's useless even if you put up a front. Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and looked up at the ceiling as he spoke to Zhao Hanzhong. Zhao Hanzhong still didn't believe him. Although he knew that what was false was true and what was true was false, he couldn't tell which of Zhang Xiaobao's words was false and which was true. Zhang Xiaobao, it's too impolite of you to look at the sky when you speak. Let me ask you again. Which of your battalions is following behind my army? Which unit was the one that set the forest on fire? Who was the vanguard of my first brigade on Fuyang Hill? Oh, you're here to ask me for information. Alright, since we're colleagues, there's no harm in telling you. First, let's talk about the one that set the forest on fire. That was done by Cuckoo's Sniper Battalion. It was a high-quality team. A second period inner courtyard student and 13 fourth period inner courtyard students. After they finished setting the forest on fire, they went into hiding and didn't come back. At that time, they were given a death order to achieve their goal. However, they didn't want to die, so they survived. They also split into many small teams and searched for small enemy units in various places. For example, groups of 3 to 5 people, or less than 10 people. When they encountered them, they ate them. They seized a lot of these things that can see very far. You recognize them, right? Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in a hurry at all. He spoke slowly to Zhao Hanzhang and even waved the binoculars in his hand. Zhao Hanzhang's expression was ugly. He waved his hand and said, "Just say that you destroyed my intelligence team. Why are you beating around the bush? You're holding binoculars in your hand. Your family made them first. Don't you recognize them?" In other words, there was only one or a few small teams following behind my army. Where's Fuyang? You're really too much. Just joking and relaxing. That's right, there's a small team behind you. Not just a few people. The leader of the team is called Little Dong. I've already met him and told him about your members and weapons. Fuyang, you can only blame your people for being too careless. When they met the logistics team that I sent out, the result was the same as yours. They foolishly rushed forward to fight a siege and annihilate the enemy. You're a little stronger than them, just a little. You pulled your people back in time to break through, but it's just a little. Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth, but he knew that Zhao Hanzhang didn't dare to treat it as the truth. If it was him, he wouldn't believe it either. Sure enough, Zhao Hanzhang looked at Zhang Xiaobao seriously, as if he wanted to distinguish the truth from the other party's expression. Unfortunately, he found that he couldn't see anything. His only gain was that he saw Li Longji. Li Longji was holding a corn stick in his hand. He was rubbing the kernels and eating them. The kernels were roasted. The kernels were not that tender, so the kernels could be rubbed off. The fragrance also floated into the noses of the people around him. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, is what Zhang Xiaobao said true? Zhao Hanzhang first gave a simple bow and asked casually. You said that the technology is advanced. That's good. Someone just sent me 2 types of roasted corn. One was harvested in advance last autumn and was preserved until now. The other was planted later and then placed in the greenhouse. It's ready to eat now. The one that was preserved last year is slightly dehydrated, but the kernels are still so plump. This year's new corn is too tender. It's fine to boil it, but it's not delicious when roasted. Zhao Hanzhang, do you want to eat one? Li Longji shook the corn stick in his hand twice and asked Zhao Hanzhang. He didn't answer the other party's question just now. Zhao Hanzhang also knew that the emperor wouldn't reveal the secret. When he smelled the fragrance, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When he looked at the roasted corn, he suddenly remembered something. Your Majesty, isn't corn supposed to be kept as seeds? Why did you eat it all? Zhao Hanzhang's family had land. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to bring back seeds from a faraway place, he asked for some seeds. It wasn't easy. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. Now, his family only had a few potatoes and tomatoes. They didn't have any chili peppers and corn. When he saw the emperor eating, he thought that if he didn't eat it and kept it as seeds, would his family get a share? After planting it for a year, there would be more in the second year. Li Longji waved his hand behind him. Someone came over and brought the roasted corn. Zhao Hanzhang, eat an ear of corn. It's not bad to eat a few more. Corn seeds are indeed produced after corn ripens, but not all corn can be turned into seeds. The corn that was left last year and the corn that was eaten this year didn't grow well. If you leave it as seeds, wouldn't you be harming the people? It's like a general. The one who commands the army must be a general, but not any general can command the army. Li Longji's last words were heavy, which made Zhao Hanzhang tremble. He knew that His Majesty was saying that his command was not good, and that he was alone in the enemy's encirclement. He could not be a seed. When he took the roasted corn, he suddenly felt that the corn wasn't that delicious. He didn't even care that it was hot. Zhang Xiaobao came over to help Zhao Hanzhang take the corn. His two hands moved back and forth and blew on the corn. Otherwise, Zhao Hanzhang's hands would be scalded and blistered. Li Longji changed the topic. Of course, corn and people are different. If the seeds can't be used, then it's over. As for people, they can learn more. There's still a chance. When two armies meet, what should they do? The vanguard attacks, the middle army defends, and the logistics camp temporarily. The attack is chaotic, and the defense is counterattacking. Zhao Hanzhang immediately replied. If one army arrives and the enemy camp is waiting to defend, what should they do? Li Longji asked again. When all the scouts are sent out and looking for an advantageous place, they will both be on the defensive and stabilize their foundation. Then, they will plan another direction, Zhao Hanzhang replied. What should they do when they see that the enemy's vanguard is weak? When they find the location of the main force, they will order a small group to test it out. This is to prevent them from being lured into attacking and losing their advantage. Then what did you do when you attacked Highland 113? Li Longji's voice became louder. Zhao Hanzhang's head was almost touching his chest. I thought they had few people and bad weapons, so I wanted to take them down first and finish them off in one go. Who knew that they would be so tenacious and fight to the death without retreating? And they even dug trenches and set up ambushes. Zhao Hanzhang's voice became lower and lower. He knew who his opponent was, but he couldn't help but underestimate them. This was because he had good weapons. Eat it. Let Xiao Bao blow on the corn to cool it down for you. It should taste better for you. After Li Longji finished speaking, he held his unfinished corn and found a place to sit down. He waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Zhao Hanzhang to speak. Only then did Zhao Hanzhang remember that he still wanted to eat the corn. He took the corn from Zhang Xiaobao's hands. Thank you, Jidushi Zhang. Don't mention it. The war isn't over yet. Let's continue. Zhang Xiaobao also asked for a roasted corn. He first ate the 2 rows of corn in the middle quickly with his mouth. Then, he could use his hands to rub them. He rubbed very carefully and evenly. He tried his best to rub out as much of the corn kernels as possible. His hands were covered in black dust. Zhao Hanzhang reacted. They were still fighting. He swallowed the corn kernels in his mouth and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You should hurry up and attack. Otherwise, when the main force of my army arrives, I will attack from both inside and outside. Your 20,000 men won't be able to defend. Are you trying to scare me? Your main vanguard of 10,000 men is currently camping outside. How could they know that our army has more than 20,000 men? Perhaps they think that our main force is here, with 100,000 men. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to attack. I'm going back first. I'll immediately attack you. Just wait." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he took the corn kernels and left. "You're leaving just like that? Aren't the 2 of you going to chat a little longer?" Li Longji also got up and chased after Zhang Xiaobao. However, he did not return to Wang Wan's command center. Instead, he returned to the center of the sand table, because Zhang Xiaobao also did not return. The moment Zhang Xiaobao returned to his command center, he looked at the sand table and smiled. He was relieved. He knew that Zhang Shogui would not be coming to reinforce them. This would give Wang Wan's army some time to prepare. Moreover, he could continue to fight a defensive battle and not focus on attacking Zhao Hanzhang's army. Of course, this was not absolute. There was a probability, and the probability was just slightly higher. However, Zhao Hanzhang's thoughts were heavy. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Zhang Xiaobao. He did not make any subjective judgments. He passed on the exact words he had said to Zhang Xiaobao and let him make his own judgment. When Zhang Shogui received the report, he was also given a fright. He hadn't expected his army to encounter Zhang Xiaobao's logistics force. If he really believed everything, then the Fuyang region was also under Zhang Xiaobao's logistics force. Then where's the main force? Where's the enemy's main force? If they weren't in the Huangshan region and only had Zhang Xiaobao's 20,000 men, our army would naturally be able to wipe them all out. But if that wasn't the case, why would Zhang Xiaobao say that? Is he baiting me into attacking so that I can be eaten by the main force, or is he trying to scare me so that he can use this opportunity to wipe out that brigade? Zhang Shogui began to analyze the information he had received. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic his mind became. He wanted to fight a battle of opportunity, but he was worried that Zhang Xiaobao would plot against him. He wanted to defend, but he was also worried that he would delay the crucial moment of rescue. After less than an hour of consideration, half a day had passed on the battlefield on the sand table. It was time for the night to fall. Seeing a messenger come over and take out a dusk time marker, Zhang Shogui's eyes lit up. He gave the order, report to the front. When night falls, break out of the encirclement and find a suitable direction to escape the enemy's encirclement. The moment Zhao Hanzhong received the order, he immediately understood what Zhang Shogui meant. It was no longer realistic for his brigade to attack the enemy's high ground, but defending it wasn't a problem. However, Zhang Shogui couldn't determine the enemy's situation, so he wanted to use his own troops to test the waters. If they succeeded, it would mean that the enemy only had 20,000 logistic soldiers. If they couldn't break out, his own troops would be crippled. However, Zhang Shogui's troops would be able to make the necessary adjustments, retreat, and defend to avoid even greater losses. Zhao Hanzhong truly didn't want his troops to break out of the encirclement, but for the sake of the great Tang army as a whole, he could only make this sacrifice. Order: cook at midnight and rest at 4. At 4 in the morning, break out of the encirclement. Zhao Hanzhong had no other choice but to give this order. Normally speaking, the path from which they came was the most dangerous, but since he knew this, and he believed that Zhang Xiaobao knew this as well, the defenses of the path from which they came should be relatively weak, while the other paths should be filled with traps. As for whether this was true or not, he would know once he tried. In any case, if they could break out of the encirclement, how many of them would survive would be up to the heavens. Zhang Xiaobao was also looking at the sand table, analyzing what choice Zhao Hanzhong would make and whether Zhang Shogui would make the decision according to his own judgment. At this stage of the battle, it was a true battle of wits and courage, each side trying to guess at the arrangements of the other side's commanders. Order: our army to prepare to face the enemy's breakout at any time. No matter which direction the enemy breaks out in, our army is not allowed to retreat. As for the other armies, if they are close to the breakout point, circle around and continue to set up defenses. If they are far away, quickly pursue from the sides. If the enemy doesn't move, continue to harass them. After passing down the order, Zhang Xiaobao left the room and went straight to Wang Wan's room. Cuckoo, I've forced them to give the order to move as quickly as possible. What do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan carefully listened to Zhang Xiaobao's recount of the situation and sighed. You just had to make the conflict erupt so quickly. Wouldn't it have been better to wait 2 more days? My men are still on the way, so we can only increase our speed. You can also stop defending Highland 737. Right now, have the men of Highland 737 leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. Then, go to the flank of Zhang Shogui's camp and assume a forceful offensive posture. Remember, it has to be the flank, not the back. Intentionally leave a path for him to escape. After Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao finished making arrangements, she ordered her men to increase their speed and surround the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao also had his own reasons. I want to delay for as long as possible, but I still don't know where the enemy's central army is. What if they rush over? If we delay for too long, I'm afraid that Zhang Shougue will react. Wang Wan nodded. She was also worried that the enemy's central army would arrive too quickly. The main problem was that the enemy's central army had hot air balloons. It was clearly impossible to destroy them like last time. The only solution was to send out a flock of eagles to attack the enemy's aerial forces. However, the eagles could not be sent out as they pleased. The enemy's hot air balloons were considered supplies. Even if they were destroyed, they could still be sent back. They had to be used at the most crucial moment. Crucial moment. A battle of life and death. Eagle flock, hot air balloons, Xiao Bao, what do you think is the difference between an eagle flock and a hot air balloon? Wang Wan seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be asking Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said, "You're talking about the difference. That's a lot. Hot air balloons can throw things down from above, and they can also be used for reconnaissance. Moreover, they're equipped with guns that can also be used for aerial attacks. If our eagle flocks rush over, they'll be shot down by their cross protection. Of course, they'll also destroy a portion of their own balloons. If we really have to talk about the greatest difference, it would be that eagles fly faster, while hot air balloons float slower. Moreover, they're greatly affected by the direction of the wind." Wang Wan finally understood. She clapped her hands and happily said, "That's right. Eagles fly fast, so they're not affected by the direction of the wind. To attack Zhang Shougue, mobilize the eagle flock. Xiao Bao, don't let all of your men rush out. Leave a brigade behind for Zhang Shougue. I'll also leave a brigade behind to play with Zhang Shougue. Where should I leave my brigade?" Zhang Xiaobao was unable to keep up with Wang Wan's train of thought. Highland 737. Wang Wan smiled and pointed at the sand table. The sand table had a time of 4 hours, but in reality, it was very fast, only an hour. Once the hour was up, Zhao Hanzhang's 4,000 men began to abandon their heavy belongings and break out of the encirclement. Artillery shells rained down, smashing a path out of Zhang Xiaobao's encirclement. "Reporting, one of our regiments has been annihilated. The enemy's artillery fire is too fierce," the messenger reported to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, indicating that he had heard. "Chase, regardless of the cost, chase. If the enemy leaves people behind to cover the rear, then face the pursuing troops and slow down the pace of the attack." The pursuing troops on both sides split up and surround the enemy's rear guard. At this moment, Zhao Hanzhang was on full alert. Having already fought a siege once, he knew how difficult it was to deal with the enemy. He concentrated his firepower, and in the end, the artillery battalion's cannons were no longer needed. Once they ran out of ammunition, the soldiers could serve as rearguard to stop the enemy. "Charge! Charge! Charge for me!" Zhao Hanzhang's eyes were red. As he listened to the various reports from the messenger and the speed at which his troops were advancing, his heart felt like it was on fire. Of the 4,000 men, 1,500 had been split up to form a defensive line at the rear. The troops at the front responsible for breaking out of the encirclement had killed nearly 2 enemy regiments, but they had also lost around 500 men. The results of the battle were good, but they had used up all their ammunition and a large number of grenades, and they had yet to reach Highland 225. Zhao Hanzhang was very clear that there was still about a regiment of enemy troops on Highland 225, then the depression, and then back to Highland 213. It could be said that they had launched a surprise attack and were on the verge of death. However, in order to complete the mission of the main force, they had to fight even if they had to die. Zhao Hanzhang was feeling a lot of pressure, but Zhang Xiaobao was not relaxed either. His pursuing troops were not too many, and when they encountered the enemy's rearguard, their firepower was still very fierce. The enemy did not conserve their ammunition. Just this one time, out of the 1,500 rearguard troops, he had to bring out at least 6,000 men to surround them. However, the two groups of troops that were advancing quickly took up 8,000 men, and there were still 5,000 men in front. He could only mobilize about 10,000 men. Highland 737, don't hold back. Attack. Send out my personal guards. Regardless of the casualties, break through the encirclement. Tell the main force that the pursuit is difficult. The enemy's defense is tenacious, and their advancing speed is very fast. Zhang Xiaobao was also stubbornly holding on. In any case, whoever could not hold on would not be able to complete their tactical deployment. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's message, she thought for a moment and said, "Tell Xiaobao that there are no reinforcements. Slow down the attack and surround the enemy's rearguard troops. Harass them from all sides and exhaust their ammunition." When Zhang Xiaobao received this message, he sighed and said, "Fine. Slow down the pursuit. If you can't catch up, let go of the enemy's rearguard troops and surround the rearguard troops. Quickly insert into the troops on the left and right. Don't look back." Zhang Xiaobao could not understand why Wang Wan did not send out her main force to help. Her main force had already advanced very far, and some of them had even circled around to the back of Wang Wan's troops. He did not have the time to ask Wang Wan, and he was also afraid of disturbing Wang Wan's battle strategy. He could only choose a method that minimized his losses as much as possible while also eliminating the enemy's rearguard troops. On the other hand, Wang Wan sent someone to explain her battle strategy. Reporting. News from the Central Army. General Wang says that she wants Zhang Shougui's troops to attack Highland 1313 and take it down to join up with Zhao Hanzhang's troops. Got it. My men are definitely going to cripple the logistics team I left here. Cuckoo, when you're commanding, you're really ruthless. Zhang Xiaobao muttered. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Send someone to inform the defenders at Highland 225 and Highland 1313 to prepare to withstand the pincer attack from both sides. The rearguard troops behind them no longer have any artillery support." Zhao Hanzhang was the first to sense the slowing of the pursuit. The scouts reported that the frequency of gunfire had decreased. Zhao Hanzhang was well aware that the enemy could not have wiped out his rearguard troops so quickly, and the rearguard troops would not have run out of ammunition that quickly. This could only mean two things. The first was that the enemy lacked manpower, and the second was that they had run to the front to wait for him. When he thought about the three places he needed to break through, he began to worry once more. Report. Our troops have broken through the encirclement and suffered heavy losses. The enemy's pursuit has slowed. There are 3 enemy positions ahead. Please make a decision. Zhang Shougui was also confused when he received the report. He looked at the sand table and estimated the distance between Zhao Hanzhang's troops and himself. After thinking for a while, he clenched his fists and released them, then clenched them again and again. Report back. Order Zhao Hanzhang's troops to continue breaking through the encirclement. By daybreak, they must pass through Highland 225. My troops will be responsible for taking down Highland 1313 and attacking the last remaining rearguard from the low-lying area. Zhang Shougui was afraid of falling for a trap, so he did not want to save them at the start. However, when he looked at the sand table, he realized that at such a close distance, if he were to just watch as Zhao Hanzhang's troops fell beside Highland 1313 and the enemy still did not have any plans, his mistake would be too great. At the same time, the morale of his troops would be judged to be extremely low. In that case, he could only cooperate and save as many as he could. According to the time on the sand table, when daybreak arrived, Zhao Hanzhang's troops finally arrived at Highland 225. A messenger came in to report that there were enemy tents on the road beside the highland, and in front of them were trenches and roadblocks. Charge! Zhao Hanzhang had no other choice. Report. Our troops have fallen into a deep pit. Report. Our troops have been attacked by the enemy's arrows. Report. Our troops have engaged the enemy in close combat. Report. As the reports came in one after another, Xiao Hanzhang squatted beside the sand table, tears flowing down his cheeks. Zhang Xiaobao also stood in front of the sand table, lightly clapping his hands. His face was solemn as he slowly muttered, "Beautiful, beautifully fought." A force of 1,500 rearguards was surrounded, but they still managed to exhaust 3,000 of my men. They actually knew how to counterattack, and they were even able to link up several lines of defense. Record down the rearguard commander for me. Once this battle is over, I'll personally go and see him. My personal guard was bitten off by his final counterattack. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Tell Cuckoo that I've discovered a talent. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's report, she chuckled and said, "Tell Xiaobao that we'll talk about it later." Right now, his troops are to go to Highland 737 and rest there. The 8,000 troops that are going to pass between the two sides are to assemble and prepare to attack the flanks of Zhang Shougui's camp at any time. Zhang Shougui did not remain idle. Since he had decided to save them, he naturally had to think of a way to open up a path. Under his orders, the cannons plowed through Highland 113 again and again. It felt like all the defensive structures on the highland had been destroyed, but when the troops charged, they were still fiercely counterattacked. The rings of fire made of firewood that were not destroyed by the explosions were set alight by the enemy. From the top of the hill was still under the enemy's control even when the sky was already bright. A messenger inserted a tattered flag into the sand table at Highland 113, replacing the original flag. Reporting. According to the feedback from our attackers, the enemy doesn't have much resistance left. Zhang Shougui bit his lip. You've been saying this since an hour ago. Xiao Hanzhang, you've really screwed me over. Is this the army you destroyed when you broke through? There's at least a regiment defending it. Men, continue the bombardment. In another room. Battalion Commander Wang, you've fallen in battle, the messenger said. One of the three commanders stood up and said to the other two, Sun Quan, Fan Zhu, I'm leaving. I'll be waiting for you at the center of the sand table. I hope that you'll arrive a little later. Sun Quan and Fan Zhu nodded. After Wang Nan left, the two exchanged bitter smiles and shook their heads at the same time. How many can still fight? Sun Quan asked. Less than 100. This is the last defense. Once the enemy shells fall, you and I will probably have to leave. Fan Zhu appeared very calm. He was exhausted today and had to constantly communicate with the messenger. Although there was no sound of cannon fire, the silent battlefield still exhausted him. As expected, it didn't take long for the messenger to report that another wave of enemy shells had fallen. Sun Quan had been struck by shrapnel and had died. Only Fan Zhu was left. He stood up and said, I want to see Zhang Shougui and see what kind of expression he has. Ha! Zhang Shougui was also thinking the same thing. He wanted to see just who was so tenacious. When the messenger placed the enemy flag on the sand table, he said, the charge is the last attack. If they're dead, I want to see them. If they're alive, I want to see their corpses. I want to see them. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a messenger came in and picked up a tattered flag. He inserted it into the sand table and reported, our charge has been defeated. Highland 113 is still in the hands of the enemy. Motherfucker, playing with me. Where did they come from? Zhang Shougui looked at the messenger in disbelief. The messenger shook his head. In Fan Zhu's room, there were two people who were happily chatting. Ha, how was it? Didn't I say there was no one on Highland 113? Do you admit defeat? Commander Lu Dong, what do you think? I admit defeat, I really admit defeat. I'll treat you to 3 meals. Savant's restaurant, but my commander Sue, we only left one battalion in the depression. There's also your personal guard. If the two independent battalions on Highland 225 can't hold, I want to see if those few people can delay them. Lu Dong admitted defeat. He had lost the bet. Fan Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Lu Dong and Su Gu. She asked, "You've left your own position. Aren't you afraid that your position will be taken care of?" Su Gu didn't care at all. "I've already disobeyed an order once, so one more won't make a difference. My position is a depression. I originally wanted to stop them, but after thinking about it, I'll help you defend the high ground. Although the hill is small, it still has a slope, right?" Lu Dong also nodded. "That's right. I've already discussed it with Su Gu. Even if we can't hold Highland 113 in the end, we'll make Zhang Shougui suffer." "Ha, you see that? This time, we'll definitely make him suffer. Look at his last attack. It was so smooth." The referee team even judged that they were charging forward. What was the result? Didn't they still get beaten down by us? Continue firing. And that Zhao Hanzhang, he wants to run. He's facing two independent battalions. I estimate that the fortifications and traps will reach all the way to his home. Now that his cannons are gone, I want to see how many people he can fill in. Pay attention to concealment. Don't let the referee team judge that one of the cannonballs will land on our heads. I don't want to die in such a cowardly manner. Su Gu appeared very happy, but in reality, his heart was beating like a drum. He had already disobeyed an order twice, and he still didn't know what the result would be. Chapter 1030. The ones who were the most indifferent were the three people on Highland 1, 1, and 3. Fan Zhu, Su Gu, and Lu Dong sat in the room, looking at the same sand table. Each of them had an ear of roasted corn in their hands. They rubbed it back and forth to feel the warmth from the corn, but no one ate it. Su Gu said calmly, "Do you think I'm playing the role of, when a general is outside, he can't obey the orders of the emperor? I've decided to throw myself and the troops on Highland 1, 1, 3. Otherwise, I'll lead the troops to their deaths. If they all die, will they not hold me responsible?" "I agree," Fan Zhu said with a smile. I won't express my opinion. I don't plan to go back alive. If I'm on a real battlefield, I'll be a hero, right? I believe that the Zhang family and the Wang family will let me enter the inner courtyard and take good care of my family," Lu Dong said with a trace of sadness. These days, he had been following the logistics team. Sometimes, he returned to reality, and sometimes he threw himself into the sand table. He didn't sleep long each time. The ratio was 4-1. Occasionally, he could sleep for 2 hours, which was considered a blessing. Often, when he received orders, he rubbed his eyes, sat up, and drank 2 mouthfuls of water to make his stomach feel better. Then he began to do things according to the orders. For example, transporting things, repairing the river, and filling the tunnel, all of which were judged and calculated according to the possible situations. In a trance, it seemed that there was a regiment of logistics troops for him to lead, not data. The voice of the messenger was no different from that of his brothers on the battlefield, including the orderlies who took care of his daily life, fetching water for him to wash up, and bringing food to him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hear the sound of the troops and didn't go outside to see the real environment, it was almost no different from a real battlefield. So even if he now realized that it was data in front of him, he still felt sad about the reduced number. The referees were really wicked. Yesterday, they said that their orderlies were killed by the explosion, and now they replaced them with a new one. Report: the enemy has about 2 regiments of people. After the artillery fire, they launched a charge at our highland. Just when the 3 people were quietly enjoying this moment, the messenger came in. Beat them. Beat them as hard as you can. Those who can still breathe, go up and bite them to death. Motherfuckers. Fan Zhu stood up and gave the order to the orderly. Su Gu glanced at Lu Dong and said, "You should be ready to provide support at any time. I will lead people to continue to dig down. This wave has been repelled, but the enemy's artillery will cover us again." It was night time again. The time in reality was night time, and it was also night time on the sand table. According to the calculations, the battle on the sand table had already lasted 6 days and 6 nights. The commanders involved in the battle had not slept. The number of people in Zhao Hanzhang's hands was reduced to 600 by the people chasing after them. To be more precise, there were only 200 people who could continue to fight. The remaining 400 or so people were all wounded. Currently, the leaders and commanders of the wounded were staying in Zhao Hanzhang's house. They requested to stay and buy more time for their brothers who could still fight. Zhao Hanzhang looked at the few people who had been temporarily transferred over to be the team leaders of his team. He wanted to laugh. He laughed at the judgment given by the referees. He also laughed at the serious looks on their faces. He even laughed at himself for not being able to make up his mind to give up on this game. "General, the enemy is about to catch up," a team leader said seriously. "Okay, you guys stay here. I'll take people to meet up with the main force." Zhao Hanzhang waved his hand and said. After waiting for the few people to leave, Zhao Hanzhang said to the messenger, "Report." "Forget it, the machine is broken." "Yes, it's broken. But I don't understand. It's only a few hours. Why can't they rush over? Why do they expect me to rush over? I saw it when I came. In the depression, the enemy has at least a regiment of troops. They're waiting for me." Zhao Hanzhang scolded the reinforcements from his own army. Those 1,000 well-equipped commandos were still not here no matter how long they waited. He was bewildered. What exactly did those 1,000 people encounter? The commander of the 1,000 people was also puzzled. It was very easy for them to pass through the side of Highland 113 without encountering any attacks. However, as they ran, the messenger said that they had encountered a monster ahead. Then, the messenger sent over a model. It was a model of a person wearing a special set of clothes. The messenger said that each piece of bamboo was about an inch thick. This was because they had killed a few of the enemy's people and snatched this. There were a total of 3 layers. In the middle of each layer was cotton and sand. The back of the clothes was empty and tied with a rope. The front was full of bamboo pieces. When weighing it, it weighed about 60 kilograms. It was this thing. When the soldiers in front fired a row of handguns, a few people fell. It was only when the grenades were thrown that the other party fell backward. After the commander saw this, he was very puzzled. "Then let's fight." Once the fight started, it would be troublesome. Unless the bullets hit the enemy's head, if they hit the body, they would not die. There were very few injuries. Once the grenades were thrown, the enemy would fall down. The casualties were still small. Then, they could not let the enemy rush to the front and fight hand to hand. They could only order the troops to move backward slowly. The path that they had just run to was slowly retreated. The commander thought for a while and finally understood the reason. In order to rescue in time, his troops had brought more throwing weapons. They did not bring long guns at all. Precious things like submachine guns were left with the main force. There were only a few of them. Most of them were dual pistols. When the bullets hit that thing, not to mention pistols, even rifles would have to hit an inch to penetrate it. The thick bamboo pieces, sand, and cotton added together actually reduced the power of the bullets to the lowest. When throwing grenades, unless they were thrown out densely or just happened to explode near the enemy's body, the moment the enemy lay down, the shrapnel of the grenade would fly away. This is too shameless. If I didn't see this thing and think about it carefully, I wouldn't know that this thing can be used to block bullets. How can the natives be so smart? The commander scolded, but there was nothing he could do. Other than this road, there was a depression on the side. When they came here, they had not even touched the depression, but some of the troops had already stepped into the trap. It was not easy to get here. The road in front was finally clear. The enemy probably did not have time to set up the trap. If they continued to walk to the depression and avoid the enemy, they would not need the enemy to attack. If they did not die in the depression, they would not be able to get out for a few days. I remember that there is such a method to block bullets. That's right. They are the ones who developed the guns, so they naturally know how to guard against it and minimize the casualties. The commander had not rested for a day and a half, almost 2 days. The troops had also retreated to the side of Highland 113. This was all thanks to the fact that they had enough grenades. If the enemy was too fast, they could organize a dense throwing of grenades. The troops at the front would be able to destroy a batch of them. The ones at the back would also run backwards to avoid the throwing distance. This is a tug of war with me, General Zhao. It is not that our troops are incompetent, but the enemy is too cunning. The commander muttered helplessly. The one who was also depressed was not only the commander of the 1,000 men, but also the commander of the logistics team who was in charge of sniping. The commander's surname was Kai, and his name was Kai Kai. At that time, he was named Kai Kai because it was easy to raise, so he had been called Kai Kai all his life. He was originally following the logistics team of the 1st Division and the 3rd Brigade from the left side, taking a detour and advancing towards the enemy's main force. Other than the 3rd Brigade, there was also the 1st Division's 4th Brigade, and they were all equipped with the same bamboo armor. When they reached the place, they would follow the orders of the brigade commander and attack the enemy's main force crazily from the side to create enough time for their main force to surround them. As the commander of the 3rd Brigade and 3rd Regiment of the 1st Division, Kai Kai felt that he was very close to them, so he was very serious. In the end, the messenger went into the room and covered the sand table in front of him, telling him that the sand table was lost because they were marching too fast. There was only one map, and that he had fallen behind. I am a regiment, and I am following the regiment in front of me. How can I fall behind? And this sand table. Fine, he did not have the time to bring a sand table with him when he was marching, but did the others bring it when they were in a small team? Why didn't they tell him in advance? When he saw the messenger shake his head helplessly, Kai Kai gave up on arguing and said to the messenger, "Fine, I will follow the map now, is that okay?" "Okay, but you are not familiar with the terrain here, so you can't refer to the map. Also, it is night now, do you want to order the troops to light torches?" The messenger nodded and answered, then asked, "Why would I light torches?" "Torches. Right now, even if there is a radio station, I have to maintain electronic silence. Our army is quickly moving in, and you want me to expose our position and battle intent? If I really light the torches, my evaluation team will immediately draw a cross behind my name, and I will never be able to enter the inner courtyard in this life. I have studied for 5 years, do you think it is easy? Tell me the road that our army is on now, it really torments me. Be more serious, don't give me false reports. You all only know how to bully me, you know that I have the worst grasp of the terrain. If I was good, I would have entered the inner courtyard long ago." Just like that, Kai Kai led his regiment and walked step by step. In the end, on the sand table, in the early hours of the next day, he discovered that the enemy's army had appeared about 3 miles away. He did not know who they were, but when he discovered them, they also discovered him. What should he do? Fight. Just like that, under countless coincidences and judgments, Kai Kai's regiment of 1,500 people started a contact battle with the enemy's 1,000 people. He did not remember the terrain well, but there was no problem with commanding. He was smart enough, and as soon as they came into contact, he realized that the enemy's goal was not to specifically target him, but to quickly pass through. Then, according to the battle policy of whatever the enemy wants to do, we will not let them do it, Kai gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He did not chase after the main force, and began to exhaust the enemy. His goal was very clear. He did not care how many people he could eliminate. As long as he could stall the enemy would not be able to achieve the tactical goal. Of course, his regiment would not be able to complete the pre-battle arrangements. Report: the enemy has organized a wave of forward-throwing echelons, and launched a fierce attack on our army. The messenger's voice rang in Kai's ears, who was troubled by the unfamiliar terrain. Retreat, retreat, leave a team of people at the front, exhaust the enemy's weapons, and stop the enemy's advance. Do I need to tell you this? What did little Gongzi Xiaobao say? Kai recognized this messenger. He had just entered the outer courtyard for a year, and he had studied surveying, specifically providing data for long-range weapons. This kid was very smart, and most people would not be able to learn this. The messenger replied very naturally, if the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy retreats, we advance. If the enemy stays, we disturb. If the enemy is tired, we attack. After saying that, he said to Kai in dissatisfaction, if you ask me this again, you'll be breaking the rules. Go and pass down the order, retreat, Kai shouted. The messenger went out, and he looked at the map that did not even indicate the location of his regiment. He said angrily, the referees also know how to bully people. The enemy's attacking force of 1,000 people is very strong. They are equipped with dual handguns and so many throwing weapons. What are they trying to do? This is because they have encountered my regiment. If they had encountered an ordinary regiment of my logistics or main force, then that regiment, no, even a brigade would have been broken through in an instant. Handguns against close-range combat, won't people fall like wheat being cut down? Little Gongzi said that in this world, there is no such thing as diarrhea or dryness for no reason. There has to be some reason. This kind of equipment is not like fighting a siege, where they fight from top to bottom, and they also use bows and spears as long-range weapons. It is also not like defending, where they should use spears and shoot from a distance. When the enemy gets close, there are too many variables. Then, there is only one possibility. They want to pass quickly and launch a surprise attack. If not, then it will become a siege. There is only one goal left, and that is to rescue. Kai finally figured out something, because in this world, there was no such thing as salty and bland for no reason. Reporting, the enemy is continuing to advance. They used handguns to shoot down the team I was blocking. They were very close, and they specifically aimed for the head, even if they were injured. The messenger came back and reported. Kai had basically figured everything out by now. She smiled and said, I know where I am. Where are you? The messenger asked curiously. I am between Highland 1313 and Highland 225. There should be a depression next to me. Send someone to find our garrison in the depression and have them contact me. I want to work with them to stop the enemy here. Zhao Hanzhong, you actually didn't rush out, huh? The messenger was shocked. Although his guess was not completely correct, it was not far off, because there was no one guarding the depression. They had all run to Highland 1313 to withstand the waves of enemy attacks. He then asked, aren't you not familiar with the terrain? But I am familiar with the rest. If I was really that stupid, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to study in the outer courtyard, not to mention that I have studied for 5 years and never been eliminated. Pass down the order to defend. Even if my regiment is annihilated, I won't let them pass so easily. The longer we delay them, the more chances we have to kill Zhao Hanzhong. Do you know how big of a blow it is to the enemy if we can eliminate an entire unit of the enemy and even kill their commander? Kai rolled up her sleeves and said, "Today, I will let the enemies see what I am relying on to stay in the outer courtyard and study for 5 years. That is the art of commanding in battle. Little guys, you want to play a tidal wave attack with me? Even if I make a path for you, do you dare to pass?" The messenger nodded and walked out to pass the order to the referees. As he walked, he wiped his sweat and said, "As expected, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I have to be more serious and not be arrogant. To think that a person with no sense of direction can actually fight to such an effect. I am impressed." Chapter 1031. Zhang Shougue felt a buzz in his head. He raised his hands and pressed them against his temples. He felt that the more he feared something, the more likely it was to happen. Carefully investigate the enemy's forces. Zhang Shougue had a strange feeling. His opponent was not some logistical unit but the enemy's main force. What he felt was a very familiar fighting style. It was the style of strategizing and never giving in to others. "I'm sure that it's definitely not Zhang Xiaobao. He can't possibly use this style. Zhang Xiaobao's style is soft yet tough. First, it's the spring breeze, and then you can feel the biting cold wind. Right now, it's like the waves crashing against the shore, stacking endlessly. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. I felt it when I was in class. This is the style of Wang Wan's Whirlwind Thousand Snow." This is what she meant when she said that the dense clouds piled up, the wind couldn't blow back, and the rain fell like rain. Zhang Shougue instantly recalled a certain lesson, where a certain person had talked about the psychological pressure of attacking and seizing the advantage. That person was Wang Wan. She had used the advantage in numbers to proactively penetrate the enemy, and then formed layers of encirclement to disrupt the enemy's advance. "Someone, go and investigate the enemy's attack." Zhang Shougue was truly afraid now. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao was organizing a logistical attack, he had still underestimated the enemy. He acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's economic leadership, but he was not convinced by Zhang Xiaobao's ability to command, even though Zhang Xiaobao's individual fighting prowess was extraordinary. Report. The enemy has revealed their flags and numbers. Logistical Division 1, 3rd Brigade, and 4th Brigade. Our army is unable to break through, so they are using their battalions to attack. Our guns are unable to penetrate the enemy's human wall. They are throwing grenades at close range. The first wave of enemy troops is lying down, and the second wave is following. This is repeated endlessly. Our army's first line of defense has fallen. The messenger's words were extremely urgent. Reporting, our army's right flank is in an emergency. The enemy is using their bodies to fill the trench. After 3 layers, the trench has been leveled. The enemy has stepped on our friends. Another messenger also came over to report. Zhang Shougue was dumbfounded by these 2 pieces of news. He knew of the trench. Wooden spears had been thrust into the ground, 10 feet deep and 2 feet long. How could they so easily pass through with 3 layers of corpses? You could either carry sand to fill up the path or use dozens of corpses to pave the way. But from the messenger's urgent report, it was obvious that they were not coming here one by one, but as a whole. Deploy the cannons and attack them. Our army is preparing to retreat. Pack up. Quick, tell the generals that we are facing Wang Wan's main forces. Zhang Xiaobao's logistics army is at the front line. They are using their lives to buy time. Retreat quickly. Zhang Shougue finally understood what was going on. It was no wonder the enemy's attacks were so confusing. It was a 2-man army using 2 different styles of fighting. Yes, Zhang Xiaobao liked to be soft first and then fierce later. Wang Wan was definitely using the stacking tactic. She was the main force and she had the advantage in numbers. Even so, she was unwilling to immediately sacrifice herself and had let Zhang Xiaobao take the lead in the attack. Now, Zhang Xiaobao was no longer soft. He was soft because he was waiting for his vanguard, Zhao Hanzhang, to arrive. How could the husband and wife not cooperate? This was not the time to investigate how the enemy had gotten here or why they could not retreat, but how they could escape. Reporting, our army's artillery is currently focused on Plateau 113. The enemy's flag is still fluttering under the artillery fire, the messenger reported. I know you're a member of the Zhang family. You don't have to praise them like this, right? Zhang Shougue said in a fit of pique. As soon as he said this, he regretted it. If these words reached the ears of others, how would they look at him? Could it be that they couldn't even tolerate a messenger? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fighting a war while also handling domestic affairs. Had they ever complained? Without waiting for him to apologize, the messenger changed his tone. Reporting, our army's artillery is currently fiercely attacking Plateau 113. The enemy is already unable to raise their heads. The plateau is about to fall, but the tattered flag is still there. Judging from this, the plateau is still in the hands of the enemy. I was wrong. Don't say any more. It's not even as good as the previous report. At the very least, the previous report said that the enemy was tenacious. Now, aren't you saying that our army is incompetent? Zhang Shougue was even afraid of the messenger. He concluded that this was all because of his anger. Order the artillery to change directions and face our army. Wait a moment. Order the artillery to continue attacking Plateau 113 to create a false impression for the enemy. Our offensive personnel are to circle around and retreat. Attack the enemy's retreat path to the left. Understood. The messenger did not show any other expression. After receiving the order, he hurriedly ran out. At this moment, the situation in every aspect of the battle could be seen. In truth, there was no longer any plateau on Plateau 113. The hill was not large, and after being continuously bombarded, the entire hill had been shaved off by 2 meters. To be more precise, it had now become Plateau 113. Fan Zhu and the others were still holding on. A total of 3 regiments had come in, including Su Gu's personal guards. They had about a battalion's strength, but only 2 battalions were left. However, the fortifications continued to dig down without stopping. This was the most helpless and most shameless method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come up with. Not to mention Wang Wan, who had been trained in military studies. Even Zhang Xiaobao knew how tenacious the People's Liberation Army was. Let alone a small hill that had been blown off by 2 meters, even an entire mountain had been blown off by 3 meters. When the enemy attacked, did they see if anyone had formed a defensive position? When there was a limit to manpower, there was also a limit to ammunition. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, do you think that I'm a small country that will retreat after a few people die? I'll let you pick any high ground, throw down 10,000 earth penetrators, and then organize infantry to attack. See if you can easily charge up. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude the most. Thus, when she trained the people in her family, she taught them to compete in physical strength, will, courage, and life. Fan Zhu and the others thoroughly carried out this teaching. Everything began with suffering. The cannons were still roaring, but Fan Zhu, Lu Dong, and Su Gu felt that the situation was different. Su Gu spoke first. I say, aren't the cannons being too fierce? Zhang Shougue doesn't want to play anymore. The ammunition isn't infinite. If it were you or me, would we do this? Was he trying to make a feint so that he could turn his horse and retreat? Ha! Su Gu's words were a joke to adjust the atmosphere, but Fan Zhu and Lu Dong were stunned. Then, the two of them said at the same time, it's possible. Possible? What do you mean? Su Gu already had an idea in his mind, so he asked for confirmation. Is there even a need to think? Something must have happened to Zhang Shougue. Our troops have already moved. If it's not Xiao Bao, then it's Cuckoo. Otherwise, is Zhang Shougui an idiot? Would he just fire the cannons and not organize a large-scale attack? Fan Zhu asked. Then should we launch a counterattack? That won't do. If we charge down, won't we fall under their artillery? And they still have people pretending to attack. They'll definitely try to intercept us, Su Gu said with a shake of his head. Lu Dong patted Su Gu and said, "Are you an idiot?" 1,000 people went past Highland 113. What's going on? It's been almost 5 days, right? According to the time on the sand table, they should have met up with Zhao Hanzhang and then surrounded us, coordinating with Zhang Shougui's attack from the other side. Why hasn't there been any movement? I know. They've run into trouble. Fuck, then what are we waiting for? Let's retreat and reinforce them. Give Highland 113 to Zhang Shougui. Let's see if he dares to take it. Su Gu finally reacted. The enemy had 1,000 people. Whether or not they had met up with Zhao Hanzhang's troops, they had inevitably run into trouble. Perhaps their own troops were bitterly holding on, while their own side could still scrape together 2 battalions. If they didn't fight now, then when? Thus, the 3 of them reached an agreement. With a clap of their hands, they took the remaining people and fled as fast as they could. Fuck Highland 113. They didn't even want the flag. The 3 of them took their 800-some men down the mountain and then turned around to meet up with their own troops. 3 regiments, including Su Gu's personal guards, had been reduced to 800 people. But even so, the 3 of them did not give up. They continued to actively train according to their own analysis and habits from their previous training. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji was also not resting well. The battle had truly been too intense. All sorts of things could happen at any time, and he couldn't bear to miss out on any of the exciting moments. The others naturally had to accompany him, but when they were alone, they were able to take a nap and were in much better condition than him. Seeing Fan Zhu's group of 3 leading their troops back, Li Longji sighed and said, "This is the outer courtyard of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. Look at the coordination between them. They don't even need to use telegrams to communicate. Just by relying on their usual tacit understanding, they can produce such results. And look at their willpower. They're never afraid of being alone and without help. Look at Kai Kai. Even after breaking apart an entire regiment, she still managed to organize a counterattack. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a force? After the commander gives out his mission, how many people can still judge the situation in an unexpected situation and coordinate with the main force to use the proper tactics? Zhao Hanzhang and Zhang Shougui didn't lose unjustly. Empress Wang was born into a family of generals, and she had been groomed like this since she was young. However, she knew that she had to admit that she had never seen such subordinates before, and they were only in the outer courtyard. She had seen it on the sand table of the inner courtyard. Wang Yi's group, any random small group, was able to deal significant damage to the enemy. When they fought, they gave off a sense of complete unity. Don't just talk about luck and coincidence. If that was really the case, Cuckoo's group was simply too lucky. But every opportunity was grasped by people. Everyone had a chance, so why did they grasp it so well? How many times was it still a coincidence? The more she thought about it, the more excited Empress Wang became. Your Majesty, after the martial examination, let's recruit the people from the Zhang clan and Wang clan who can't enter the inner courtyard. We also want to, but we reckon that they would rather stay in the outer courtyard than enter the court. Let's not talk about others, just Fan Zhu, Su Gu, Lu Dong, Wang Nan, and Sun Quan. Would they agree? Just how far did they push Zhao Hanzhang and Zhang Shougui? In their eyes, Zhao Hanzhang and Zhang Shougui are defeated generals, and they don't want to be in the same team. With just a glance, they can tell that you, the generals of the court, and the main forces of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, are only at this level. Why would they leave the outer courtyard? Li Longji said with jealousy. On the battlefield, the 2 regiments of the 1st Logistics Division's 3rd Brigade and the 3 regiments of the 4th Brigade were still madly attacking Zhang Shogui's flanks without regard for casualties. The bulletproof vests made of bamboo were a little heavy, but the effects were pretty good. If someone in the front was killed, the people at the back would carry the corpse and continue pushing it forward. The enemy would drop to the ground after throwing a grenade, so the losses weren't too great. The people filling the trenches didn't use their own bodies to block the spears. Instead, they put on the bulletproof vests and found a good spot. Then, they carried the wooden poles up and filled the trenches with 3 layers of people. Those who filled the trenches were unlucky enough to be declared dead by the referees. Once the last wave of people had passed, they would have to pull out those who had filled the trenches so that they could still fight. When Zhang Shogui gave the order to retreat, the entire camp immediately fell into chaos. Fighting at night greatly affected one's field of vision, and with the order to retreat, the 2 flanks were pinned down. Of the 8,000-some soldiers, at least 3,000 were used to defend the 2 flanks. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao had 10,000 soldiers. After sending out 1,000 reinforcements and attacking heights 113 and 113, he left behind another 1,000 soldiers. Against Zhang Xiaobao's 5 logistics regiments, nearly 8,000 soldiers, the 3,000 soldiers on the 2 flanks were having a very hard time. Moreover, under the influence of the soldiers who had retreated from heights 113, the 4,000-some soldiers in the center began to move back in batches. The referees immediately judged that their morale had plummeted. The attacking logistics troops didn't light their torches for fear of being used as practice, but when Zhang Shogui's troops retreated, they lit their torches. When their torches were lit, a messenger immediately placed a model of a torch on the sand table in front of the generals. "What's this?" Zhang Shogui asked as he looked at the model. "Reporting. These are the torches in the direction of our retreat and in the distance of our right flank. Based on the number of torches, we estimate that 20,000 enemy soldiers have suddenly appeared." The messenger pointed at the model and replied. "How many?" Zhang Shogui bellowed. In an instant, his heart chilled as he numbly nodded. "I know. This is Wang Wan's main force. Pass on my order. Withdraw the order to retreat. Gather all the troops and advance toward heights 113 and then take heights 225. Quickly." "General, why aren't we retreating? If we continue to charge forward, our army will be surrounded and eaten," a deputy general asked. Zhang Shogui shook his head and sighed. "I also want to run, but Wang Wan won't let me. She's even more familiar than I am with constantly wiping out the enemy while running, so she won't give me a chance. If we run, our morale will plummet, our heavy weapons will be thrown away, and our provisions will also be gone. We will scatter and then be surrounded by her men. Rather than that, I might as well concentrate my forces and fight for a chance of survival." With Zhang Shogui's order, the retreating soldiers turned around, abandoning the 3,000 soldiers on the left and right wings. They arrived at the base of heights 113 and gathered a portion of the soldiers there. With less than 5,000 soldiers, they captured heights 113. "Reporting. We haven't encountered any enemy defending heights 113, the messenger reported. "I already know. I also know that they turned around to work with their own forces to wipe out the 1,000 reinforcements that Zhao Hanzhang and I sent over. Other than the fact that I didn't scheme against Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, do you know where we lost?" Zhang Shogui first nodded to the messenger, then he asked the generals in the room. One of the generals whispered, "Is it because our army is advancing too quickly? Shouldn't we have come to Mount Huangshan? That was my mistake. Is there anything else?" Zhang Shogui asked with a heavier tone. Another general thought for a moment, then said, could it be that by the time we sent our commanders to the regiments, there was already no one available? Someone finally noticed. The several hundred commanders from the Zhang family and the Wang family's inner and outer courtyards formed the most luxurious command formation. Every regiment, every battalion, and even every squad had their own commander, let alone the brigade level. Moreover, because there were so many people, those who normally commanded regiments could only be sent to command battalions. But what about us? How many generals do we have that have properly studied? Our regiments were larger than the brigades, and each regiment was divided into 2 brigades. The number of people in 2 brigades is still less than the number of people in 1 battalion. We have only temporarily transferred the brigade commanders and regimental generals who haven't studied for long. The brigade commanders are directly in charge of the current regiments, while the regimental generals are in charge of brigades. They didn't have enough people, so they pushed them down. We didn't have enough people, so we raised them at the last moment. The brigade commanders who normally commanded 2,000 people were sent to command 500 battalions, while we normally commanded 200 generals were sent to command 1,500 regiments. Our battalion is currently the commander of a squad, and the captain is just someone who has performed well in the army. If not for the advantage in weapons, if the 2 sides met, our troops would have been instantly crushed. At this moment, Zhang Shougue was keenly aware of the weakness of not having enough people. In war, not only did the generals need to make decisions, they also needed the commanders under them to take charge of the situation. The generals thought about Zhang Shougue's words and nodded. This was true. The strength of the generals was only a part of the equation. The rest depended on how the commanders at each level performed. Zhang Shougue clenched his teeth and said, "Don't think about it anymore. Attack. Even if I die, I'll pull a few down with me." Chapter 1032. Zhang Shougue continued to lead his soldiers forward, an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was regret, annoyance, unwillingness, and helplessness. He finally understood why Wang Wan had emphasized that the soldiers should learn. At present, the soldiers of the Great Tang were basically literate, but when it came to calculations, they could only do simple addition and subtraction. When it came to spending money, they could understand how to spend it. But this clearly did not meet Wang Wan's requirements. At the very least, Zhang Shougue was not satisfied that his soldiers only had this little bit of education. From this battle, he could see that the more soldiers that could fight on their own, the greater the number of units at the bottom, the higher the fighting power of the army. Zhang Shougue, who had not encountered any resistance for the time being, looked at the model and thought to himself, just what level do I have to reach to meet Wang Wan's requirements? Li Longji was also asking Zhang Xiaobao. He was in Zhang Xiaobao's room. Zhang Xiaobao had withdrawn back to Highland 737, so he didn't have many soldiers left. In total, he had just over 4,000 soldiers, including his personal guards. But he felt that it was worth it. If he added in the 2 brigades that had attacked, how many soldiers would he have left? 8,000 was already enough. Using around 17,000 soldiers, he had managed to destroy more than 10,000 of the enemy's soldiers. The enemy was the vanguard, so they had a large supply of provisions and ammunition. Moreover, the price his side had to pay was the logistics, not the main force. It wasn't that the logistics weren't formidable, but that the military selection was based on the number of soldiers on each side's main force and the position they occupied. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy, and so was Li Longji. Wang Wan's good performance showed that he had a good eye for people, but he also wanted to know how far Wang Wan wanted the soldiers to learn. Thus, he went to Zhang Xiaobao to ask. "Tell me, what kind of soldiers does Cuckoo want? How long do they need to learn to pass?" "That'll be difficult. It'll take some time, and it'll probably take several decades to realize." Zhang Xiaobao did not give a specific answer, as there were some things that could not be said. He knew what kind of soldiers Wang Wan wanted. It was a real individual combat system, not like the current special forces in front, where a few people were in a group, with a radio, and within the range of the artillery. Instead, with individual mechanical assistance equipment, one person could connect with the satellite in the sky. Under the situation of interference, they could launch a strong electron beam and call for the launch of their own missiles. When they were within the range of their own electron control, they could manually guide the landing point of the missile. There were a lot of things to learn. Other than shooting, there was also the simple maintenance of one's own auxiliary machinery, electronic equipment malfunction detection, data encryption, concealment, and concealment. One also had to strengthen the psychological training. No matter how good the equipment was, there would be times when there would be problems. For example, if an electromagnetic bomb exploded in the sky, all the electronic equipment in the area would be burned out. Then, as a qualified warrior, he had to determine his own position without any assistance and stay there for a long time. At critical moments, everyone was the commander on the battlefield. With the current education system and technology, even if something was suddenly made, how many people would be able to use it? Li Longji didn't understand, so he asked again, why is it difficult? Because what Cuckoo wants is to be able to complete the tactical plan as soon as the map is brought over. When the three of them randomly meet, they can immediately launch a three-point cross attack. When they encounter turbulence, they can make their own swimming tools and give them a glider, and they can immediately find a place to take off. With a hot air balloon, they won't make any mistakes while flying. They can adapt to any terrain, be familiar with all weather conditions, be proficient in at least 4 languages, be able to calculate the basic elements of the ballistic trajectory, use the radio to send out messages, and at the same time, intercept the enemy's information, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao gave some examples. Li Longji and Wei Wei opened their mouths and waited for Zhang Xiaobao to finish. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, are you talking about people? Cuckoo can do it. I'm a little worse than her. After all, there are specializations in each field. If I were to team up with her, the effect would be better. Zhang Xiaobao spoke the truth. If he didn't have this ability, he would have been captured long ago. Li Longji couldn't say anything now. He looked at the sand table and muttered to himself, Zhang Shougui, it's not easy. After scheming and scheming, in the end, he still fell for it because of his personality. If I were him, I would fight it out with all of you. I definitely wouldn't have charged into Mount Huangshan. Not only is that a death trap for him, it's also an ambush for the Central Army. A large amount of supplies have been lost, including what the soldiers carried. The cannons have also been lost. This is all thanks to the fact that we were fighting the natives and determined that they wouldn't be able to use cannons. If only Cuckoo and Xiaobao didn't insist on using cold weapons. Your Majesty, please stop muttering. If we had the same equipment, would we have lost so many people? My logistics association is in charge of logistics, not piling up lives. These cannoneers are for them to use. Not only is it a waste, but it's also useless. Zhang Xiaobao admitted that a good weapon could obtain a certain advantage, but he didn't believe that a good weapon would guarantee victory, unless it was a nuclear weapon. Then, if it were you, how would you fight? Li Longji asked. He knew that Cuckoo still hadn't taught them much about cannons. One reason was that most of the cannons made of good steel were used on the ships. Another reason was that she was worried that if she taught too many cannons, some people would have ill intentions. This was especially the case for the cannons in the capital and the palace. They were monitored layer by layer. The generals and civil officials were all present, and the Zhang family and Wang family had also arranged for people to monitor them. He himself had also sent out eunuchs to monitor them. Those things were truly deadly. Li Longji wanted to ask how the cannoneers were arranged when attacking. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment, then said, cannoneers are used to attack the enemy's command center and the stubborn counterattack. In other words, they are used to attack the enemy's firing points. They are also used to cut off the enemy's defensive line from the front and back. Covering fire is actually used to suppress the enemy, to provide a short gap for the enemy to counterattack. If it were me, after I finished covering fire, I would focus on a certain line and repeatedly attack until all the enemies in that line are wiped out. Then, our army would charge through that line. Once we're there, it's simple. The cannons have to be used flexibly. Don't treat them like a massive object. Xiao Bao, you also understand economics. Didn't you specialize in economics? Li Longji was very curious. Am I stupid? No matter how stupid I am, after spending every day with Cuckoo, I've learned pretty much everything I need to learn. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head away. Oh, right. You can learn from each other. I didn't say that you couldn't pass it on. Li Longji gave his own understanding. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. Turning his head back to the sand table, he said, "Tell the people below not to do too well in their defense. The enemy doesn't have any more cannons. On the 737 high ground, if Zhang Shougue wants to fight, we'll just roll down boulders. When the boulders are gone, we'll roll down logs. When the logs are gone, we'll retreat and give him the high ground." Yes, rolling down boulders and logs. Little young master, where will we retreat to when the time comes? The messenger was also in a very good mood, so he asked another question. Retreat to the side and conserve our energy. If he chases, we'll just run for our lives. You messenger, what are you blindly asking for? Hurry up and go. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. The messenger shook his head and ran off. Li Longji also stood up and patted his butt. We are going back to rest. The moment Li Longji arrived at the entrance of the central sand table, he heard the warm applause. Raising his head, he saw Fan Zhu and the others bowing to express their gratitude. They had risked their lives to come to the central sand table and take a look at it before going back to rest. Zhao Hanzhang lowered his head and found a corner to sit down. He placed his hands between his legs and remained silent. Li Longji patted Fan Zhu and the others on the shoulders and said, "Not bad. This was originally a high ground that could have been handed over at any time, but you actually made it the center of the battle. Continue to work hard." Fan Zhu and the others nodded. They circled around the sand table, greeted the crowd, and then jogged out one by one. It seemed like they were looking for a place to eat and then go to sleep. Li Longji slowly walked over to Zhao Hanzhang's side and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Zhao Hanzhang lowered his head and said nothing. Li Longji wasn't in a rush either. After a while, Zhao Hanzhang raised his head and said, "With advanced weapons, what one should learn is control, not risk it. A lone army penetrating deep into enemy territory is a great taboo for a strategist. One must be extremely cautious." Li Longji replied. The current Great Tang is different from the past. In the past, in order to achieve victory and achieve one's goal, one didn't care about the deaths of a few people. They even had the common people prepare their own weapons and armor. But now, the people of Great Tang are worth money. Cannonballs and bullets are just money. Money can be earned, but where can one find lives? Even though Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were willing to pay any price when they gave their orders, the last thing they wanted was for the people of Great Tang to be sacrificed. Think more about it in the future. Even if you're fighting against the natives, there's no need to be too hasty. If you need ammunition, send it over later. If you need provisions, send it over as well. Remember. Zhao Hanzhang quietly listened. When Li Longji was done, he said, "Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are going to fight against Duoshi. I want to be the vanguard once more. I guarantee that I'll be steady. Let's talk about it later. Let's see if they agree." Li Longji couldn't make a decision, so he patted Zhao Hanzhang's shoulder and said, "Go eat something first and have a good night's sleep. When you wake up, come here and take a look." While others were summarizing their experiences, Zhang Shougue was doing the same. 4 hours later, he led his exhausted 4,500 men to the base of Highland 737. Looking at the model of Highland 737 on the sand table and the flag fluttering in the wind, he asked the messenger, "How many days of food do we have left?" Reporting, "According to the previous ration, we still have 2 days. If we cut it in half, we still have 4 days. Go around it and don't attack. We'll cut food in half. Go 20 li and find a slope to set up camp." Zhang Shougue hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare attack Highland 737. Even though he could tell from the flag that Zhang Xiaobao was on the mountain, there was a high chance that Zhang Xiaobao would be declared dead if he attacked. Reporting, "We've discovered that Zhang Shougue's forces have taken a detour around the base of the mountain. Please make your decision," the messenger reported. They ran. They probably don't have enough provisions, the soldiers are tired, and they don't have any cannons. They want to rest, but how can that be? Pass on my order. 1,000 men go down and chase after them. Don't really catch up. Send another 1,000 men to coordinate with them. If the enemy leaves behind some troops to cover their retreat, then surround them. Small victories can lead to great victories. After giving out his order, Zhang Xiaobao happily smiled and said to the other members of the inner courtyard, "Did you see that? This is the first chapter of the harassment strategy, the initiative to attack. There's also the second chapter, the initiative to attack, and the third chapter." "Little young master, what's the difference between the two?" someone from the inner courtyard asked. "One emphasizes attacking, while the other emphasizes taking the initiative." "I'm just messing with you. What's the point of being so serious? The real strategy is to not let the enemy have an easy time, depending on the situation. When the enemy wants to rest, we have to keep them busy. When the enemy wants to find wild vegetables to eat, we have to let them smell the aroma of meat and smack their lips. When the enemy doesn't have any clothes to wear, we have to change out of them in an hour. In any case, we have to do whatever we can to disgust them," Zhang Xiaobao cheerfully explained. The people from the inner courtyard nodded, believing that the little young master was right. They had to attack both physically and mentally. Even if the enemy managed to escape in the end, they had to leave behind some residual effects. While they were rejoicing, Zhang Shougue was cursing, "Slut, Zhang Xiaobao, you slut, I'm already like this, and you're still like this. Just what do you want to force me into? Leave 500 people to cover the retreat and increase the speed of the march." 15 minutes later, a messenger ran back. Reporting, "We've successfully surrounded the enemy's rearguard. The pursuing troops have not engaged in battle." "Then that's right. Send another 1,000 people to circle around and continue the pursuit. Send 500 people to the troops responsible for surrounding the enemy's rearguard. If the enemy leaves behind any rearguard, continue the encirclement." Zhang Xiaobao knew that his wife's 20,000 main force was still in Mount Huangshan, responsible for building the fortifications and restricting Zhang Shougue's movements. Even if he didn't pursue, it didn't matter. But if he could do something, then he could. Disgust others was also good. "Little young master, why are we surrounding them and not destroying them? Are you afraid of increasing casualties?" an inner courtyard member asked. Before Zhang Xiaobao could answer, another inner courtyard member spoke first. "I say you're Urbio, and you really are one. What's the point of killing 500 people? The troops left behind to cover the retreat are only for the sake of dying. All the food on them has definitely been given to others. Little young master wants to keep them and let them starve. Starvation is boring, so they'll naturally find a chance to fight for their lives. If we open the path and let them join up with the main force, will Zhang Shougue give them food to eat? If we give them too little, they won't be able to recover. If we give them too much, they'll have even less food left. You're the one who's Urbio. If you keep talking about me, I'll get angry with you. Do you think the little young master's schemes are as simple as you think? In truth, the little young master has another plan. It's to confuse Zhang Shougue. The weather is getting colder, the autumn leaves are yellow, and the autumn rain is continuous. We'll use the environment to deal with Zhang Shougue. When he hunts, he consumes bullets and only eats wild vegetables, making it difficult to replenish his strength. Isn't that right, little young master? The inner courtyard member called Urbio turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. The two of you are too formidable. Even I didn't think of it. In truth, my plan is very simple. I just want a few of them to run out and send a message to their main force. Cuckoo and I have always hoped that their radios would be unblocked, but we don't think that's possible. Wang Yi's sniper battalion is still working. If they don't send a message, they still have 80,000 main force. How much strength do we have to use to fight them? We'll draw the enemy's main force over, and then we'll think of a way to delay the rest of the army in Hangzhou. Once we finish off their main force, what will they fight for? Zhang Xiaobao smiled as he spoke to the two, and then he gave a long sigh. War was far too difficult to fight. Strategically, one could look down on the enemy, and tactically, one could consider and scheme against the enemy, but how could the gap in weapons be so easily made up for? God damn it, no matter what, I can't let others learn my weapon techniques. Although in the end, the ones fighting in war are people, the quality of weapons can't be denied. Once I make the tractors, I'll have them research the tanks. It doesn't need to be able to withstand a lot of armor-piercing bullets, as long as it can withstand bows and large sabers. The tanks also don't need to be equipped with long-range cannons. I just need to leave some firing ports and place a few machine guns. Right, that's actually called an armored vehicle. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled, but his voice wasn't soft. Everyone in the inner courtyard heard him, and they were all very excited, anticipating the birth of a good weapon. Zhang Shougue was also excited. To be more precise, he was excited. When a person was forced to a certain extent, they would often become even more spirited. He was currently in such a situation. After dispatching 1,500 people to cover the rear 3 times, he finally led the exhausted troops to a hillside where water flowed through. For the time being, they could be considered to have settled down. Zhang Xiaobao, I'll remember you. In the future, even if you invite me to a meal, I won't go. We're comrades, so why are you forcing me? Unless you're cooking your own seafood, the abalones have to be 4 heads long, the sea jellyfish have to be next year, and the oysters have to be wild. I really won't eat. I won't give you face, but I'll do as I say. Zhang Shougue was also given a piece of corn. It was roasted, and he plucked the kernels one by one, tossed them into his mouth, and chewed with all his might, not even stopping him from speaking. The other generals in the room also became dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaobao. Look at you, Zhang Xiaobao, you're tormenting our General Zhang to the point of insanity. In the end, the great Tang General Yang Xixuan was able to determine the situation of the vanguard. When a portion of the Central Army was still in Hangzhou and had not come ashore, they received a report. The contents of the report showed that a radio relay station had lost contact with all the other troops. The main vanguard force had rushed to the front line of Mount Huangshan. The last news the other portion received was that a brigade had been crippled by the enemy and was surrounded. Emergency, outside my relay station, more than 100 enemy troops have appeared and are searching for us. My station will fight with our lives on the line. This was the last news they received. When they sent a message to the relay station, there was no reply. After Yang Xixuan received this news, he closed his eyes and thought for a full hour. Just when everyone thought he had fallen asleep, he opened his eyes and sent a report to the other generals, calling for an impromptu meeting. All the generals, except for the vanguard general, left the room together after half a day of meeting and gathered outside the door of the central sand table. Li Longji had just woken up, taken a bath, and gotten a massage. He was in the middle of burning incense in a corner of the central sand table when he saw a group of people appear at the door. He stood up in surprise and asked, "Esteemed guests, this is..." Yang Xishuan took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, we were not prepared enough and hastily accepted the challenge. We request a ceasefire and seal the sand table. Once we have thought things through, we will begin again. I hope that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will agree." Seal the sand table. Then Cuckoo's military examination. This was the first question that came to Li Longji's mind. Just like Vanguard Zhang Shougue admits that he is in a difficult situation, we also admit that Cuckoo is fully deserving of being the champion of the military examination. Yang Xishuan did not ask for the specifics, but the meaning of his words was clear. Even if the sand table was sealed, his group of generals would not discuss the battle on the sand table. Oh. That's fine too. Call Zhang Shougue over and ask him, When Li Longji thought of Zhang Shougue's current situation, he couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Shougue was called over. After hearing the words of the generals, he lightly nodded his head with an extremely unsightly expression. His voice trembling, he said, "I am the vanguard, the vanguard. I am currently, fine, I agree that Cuckoo is the champion, and Xiao Bao is the champion. Whoever disagrees can take my position and continue the battle." Chapter 1033. There was no need to mention just how sullen Zhang Shougue was. He had a belly full of words, but he couldn't say them. These generals were being too tactful. What certain difficulty? Couldn't they just drop the certain? It was a certain difficulty. Anyone who went up would know that those who entered the Yellow Mountain region were almost tormented to death by Zhang Xiaobao. When they hunted or got food to eat, he would launch sneak attacks. Most hateful of all was that when Zhang Xiaobao caught prey, he would not immediately snatch it away. Instead, he would feed the prey poison, and in the end, the prey caught by his own side would die in droves after eating it. Difficult, truly difficult. Even surviving was difficult. "Li Shi, you come, ha 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 ha." Seeing Zhang Shougue's expression, Li Longji clutched his stomach and hid to the side. Gao Li also knew how the battle was going. He wanted to find a place to laugh, but he had no choice but to accompany Li Longji. When he was called over, he used his hand to twist his leg and limped over. The expression on his face was as rich as one could imagine. "Gentlemen, generals, it has been many days since we last met. It seems that all of you are still as cheerful as ever. Let's cut to the chase. Since all of you want to seal the deal, we should first ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo if we agree." None of them spoke, not because they didn't want to give Gao Lishir face, but because they didn't know what to say. "Since all my colleagues have tacitly agreed, come. Call over Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao was happily playing around in his room. When it came to setting up formations in battle, he wasn't too bad. After spending so many years with Wang Wan, even a fool would have learned a few things by now. But he loved to use them in this situation. Be it the battle of sparrow harassment, the battle of underground tunnels, the battle of throwing poison, the classic battle of using numbers to win, or the battle of bullying the weak, he used them all. He used them all in a nimble and versatile manner, reaching perfection in his execution. Look, the two sides clearly have about the same number of people, but Zhang Shougue doesn't dare to fight a fair battle with me. He always likes to play dirty. Is there anyone who does this? Is there? Zhang Xiaobao personally went to the front line and ordered his men to place the wild animals on a tree. They picked up the dry branches and skewered the wild animals for barbecue. The smoke and smell obviously drifted downwards, but the other party did not react at all. The several inner court students in the room were speechless. Did you see it this morning? I had 200 men annihilate 10 of their men who went to fetch water from the river. This is called a textbook battle of using superior numbers to attack the enemy's weak point. In the future, we will have to vigorously publicize this. Everyone should learn from this. Zhang Xiaobao continued to speak. In the inner courtyard, his face was already red. This was because 200 people had fought against 10 people, and 15 people had died. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack. When the last 2 people died, they had pressed the grenades under their bodies. That was how the referees judged. If one were to really talk about being in a textbook, it would be the 10 of them. Seeing that no one had any reaction, Zhang Xiaobao blushed and said, "Well, the annihilation battle in the morning wasn't good enough. Can you blame me? Give me a set of hunting tools and enough throwing knives, and I alone can take care of 10 of them. I can't personally command 200 people. If I were to be stunned by a single shot, your logistics commander would be gone. The referees will judge, and we have to hold on. We can't even protest. If we argue with the referees during a competition, wouldn't that be courting death? Little young master, I don't think you're to blame. That person was hit by 4 arrows, so why didn't he die? He could even pull the grenades, right?" A person supported Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't appreciate this at all. What right? What do you know? If a team holds up the death flag and needs to blow up the enemy's trench, there will be a situation where a person's lower body is blown up, but he can still climb over and throw the grenade into the trench. Zhang Xiaobao remembered that Wang Wan had told him some things that she didn't want to disclose to the public. Many years ago, there was a death troop in the Chuan division of the National Army. The people in that troop were like their own men of sacrifice. They would twist their weapons to their necks and stick their spears to their chests. Just like the judgment of the military sand table, they wouldn't retreat even if they knew death. That was why he didn't say anything when he killed 15 people with a sneak attack. "Little young master, I can also climb over." The person who spoke earlier said loudly, and the others echoed in succession. I know. You're all from the inner courtyard. Now I'm not asking you to climb. Think of a way. How to scheme against people. We can't let them have an easy time." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to talk about this topic. He waved his hand and signaled the people in the room to play along with him. "Report, little young master, the emperor wants you to go to the central sand table." A messenger ran in. "What's wrong?" "I'm going over. You guys continue to think. If you come up with a good idea, I'll treat him to a big meal later." Zhang Xiaobao dropped this sentence and left gloomily. He was having a good time. When he came to the entrance of the central sand table, he met Wang Wan. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. When they reached the entrance and saw a group of generals, the two were shocked. Looking at the expressions of the generals, Zhang Xiaobao stepped over the door and asked carefully, "What's wrong? Foreign enemies invade? Which side? I lend them 100 guts. The birthday girl hangs herself. Are they tired of living?" Wang Wan was also very surprised. She thought that the great Tang had encountered a military problem. Otherwise, why would all the generals gather here and call her and Xiao Bao to the central sand table? Gao Lisher coughed softly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, don't worry. It's not a big deal. The situation is like this. The generals feel that you guys have too many trivial things to do. The military election has been going on for too long, and you guys are too tired. Therefore, they allow you to close the sand table. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao responded softly. He looked at his godfather, Li Longji, and the others, and then at the generals and smiled. He asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, are you tired?" "I'm not tired. It's quite relaxing." I'll treat it as a holiday. It's not easy to find such an opportunity normally. Wang Wan understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. General Gao, look, Cuckoo and I aren't tired. It's fine. Let's continue. The other things are simple. Why waste the general's time? The two of us can't bear it. Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest, showing his determination to persevere to the end. Yang Xishuan couldn't help but say to Zhang Xiaobao, but we're tired. From the start of the military election until now, we haven't had a good night's sleep. If we continue, we'll probably die from exhaustion before we die. Let's close the sand table. After we rest, we'll think about it carefully before continuing. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Pei Guangting added, there's no need to worry about the military election. We all agree that Cuckoo can be the leader, and you'll be the second and third. What do you think? We won't discuss the results of the military election in private. The other generals stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, waiting for them to nod. They realized that they had underestimated their opponents. If they continued, their losses would be even greater, and the loss of face would not be small. It was better to stop and give themselves some time to think. Zhang Xiaobao's lips twitched, and he hesitantly said, this isn't good, right? If we directly give the champion to the top scorer, we'll feel ashamed. Since everyone is tired, why don't we rest for a few days and then continue? It's not bad. We've already agreed. Moreover, Vanguard Zhang also said that he had a certain amount of difficulty. You used cold weapons, which means that you're very capable, making Vanguard Zhang feel some difficulty. Isn't that right, General Zhang? Yang Xishuan asked Zhang Shougue for confirmation. Zhang Shougue just stared at the ground, probably looking for a crack, a bigger one. He didn't say anything, only nodded. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter, looked at Zhang Shougue, and asked Wang Wan, Madam, is General Zhang having trouble? I think he's pretty tenacious. Zhang Shougue lowered his head even more, his face flushed red. Wang Wan could not bear to watch this any longer. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said, I guess so. Since the generals have brought it up, then. Your Majesty, Li Longji hastily said, I agree. It's spring, and summer will be coming soon. I'd like to check on the progress of the railroad at Lu Zhou's place. Everyone is busy, so let's seal it first. Cuckoo is the top scorer in the military election. Your Majesty, isn't that a little inappropriate? Zhang Xiaobao still insisted. The people are waiting for spring to come to the hibiscus garden to see the flowers. Xiaobao, you can't be too selfish and make the people sad just for your own enjoyment, understand? Li Longji said with a hidden meaning. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji was telling him that he could not go on and on just because he was having fun bullying Zhang Shougue. He glanced at Zhang Shougue and nodded. All right, the flowers in the hibiscus garden are blooming. If you don't mind the cold, we can hold a feast. Cuckoo and I aren't bullying anyone, right, General Zhang? Zhang Shougue grunted and said, that's right. Don't treat me to a meal in the future unless you cook it yourself. No problem. I know you like to eat things from the sea. Four-headed abalone, seasoned sea cucumber, cold cucumber, wild oysters, steamed hairtail. I'll cook it myself. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with a smile. How did you know? Zhang Shougue was taken aback. If I didn't have this ability, would Cuckoo and I have the confidence to stand in the military election? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Gathering information before a battle is very important. You ate so much seafood from my Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. What did I say? Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke the truth. Zhang Shougue and the other generals were stunned. They were not fools. They began to recall how much they had eaten for free. So, this was the cause and effect of everything. You. Zhang Xiaobao, you're not being honest, Zhang Shougui managed to squeeze out a sentence. It's fine as long as the food and wine are authentic. Later, I'll treat you to Savant's restaurant. Congratulations to my wife for being the top scorer. It's not easy. We'll open the restaurant when you're ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled. They did not argue. After all, the winner had to be magnanimous. Li Longji seized the opportunity. So, Xiaobao, you've agreed. I've agreed, Zhang Xiaobao replied happily. Good. Make the arrangements. I'll personally go to Luzhou to eat seafood. I heard it's warm there, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at Li Longji. Agreed, to what? You agreed to let me go to Luzhou to check on the progress of the railroad. I'll have to trouble you along the way, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao seemed troubled. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan shrugged. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to settle this himself. Your Majesty, most people are gathering in Jiang province now. The gunships. Your Majesty, that's fine. I agree to let you go to Luzhou. If the others agree, we'll go. We'll take the water route first before we switch to the land route. What do you think? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Li Longji's request. The generals, as well as the civil officials, looked at each other, but no one made a sound. The generals supported the idea of the emperor going out for a walk. They were also in charge of protecting him, so they were not opposed to it. Moreover, with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, if something really happened, then it would be unsafe no matter where he was. For example, the hibiscus garden, there were 3 layers of protective intelligence. The court had one, the emperor had one, and the Zhang family and the Wang family had one. The civil officials had no reason to object. In the past, they were worried that the emperor would spend too much money on traveling and that the national treasury would be tight. Now, the emperor had his own money and the funds provided by Zhang Xiaobao. When Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao agreeing, he was delighted. He said, "Let me think about it." You want to follow Xiaobei and the others to Jiang province? Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes. I'll make a stop in Hangzhou and visit my mother, Cuckoo's mother, and my relatives. Relatives? That's good as well. I'll go and visit them as well. Some of them I haven't seen in a long time. Back then, they helped me a lot. Otherwise, how could your father have a chance? He's been tossing and turning for a few years now. Time has never stopped. He's always thinking about his mother and putting in a lot of effort. Sometimes, he doesn't even care about his family. Li Longji looked up at the ceiling and reminisced. His words were filled with emotions. Then, he changed the topic and laughed. If it weren't for him, how could there be the Tang Empire that I have now? Not to mention the cute Xiaobei and the others. Just like the story that Cuckoo told Xiaobei and the others, everything is predetermined. Okay, go. I'll also prepare a gift. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know how to respond. They could only smile at each other. Li Longji's words had also evoked memories of the two of them. Along the way, they still looked back. Seal the sand table. Li Longji gave the order. The sand table used for the competition was sealed and specially assigned people to guard it. Tourists were not allowed to go near it. The hibiscus garden was so big that it didn't lack this place to play. When the order to seal the sand table was given, the more than 3,000 people in the competition, the people in charge of logistics, and the people in the judging panel relaxed. Of course, from today until the sand table was reopened, they were not allowed to talk about the situation of the sand table. Otherwise, if they were found out, they would be severely punished. In reality, even if the participants were asked, they wouldn't say anything. Those who were chosen all had their own dignity. Many of the people of the Great Tang now had this spirit. They disdained to play tricks in a fair competition in the country. Everyone left one after another. Some went home to meet with their families and then sleep. Some went to find food, some went to bathe, and some went on dates. More and more people were leaving. The commoners who occasionally passed by outside saw this. When they saw a large group of people leaving, the first thing they thought was that the martial arts examination had ended. Immediately, the commoners were divided into two groups, those who reported and those who waited. Those who waited immediately ran over and asked those who came out, "How was it? How was it? Who won?" That was the case. Those who were asked didn't dare to put on airs and deliberately kept it a mystery. This was because they understood that even if the emperor was asked, he would also tell the commoners. Thus, they all smiled and nodded, giving the commoners the most satisfactory answer. The generals proposed to seal the sand table and admit that Wang won first place in the martial arts examination and Zhang Xiaobao won second. The people who asked were indeed satisfied. They cheered and squeezed out, as if they wanted to tell this news to the entire world. "Xiaobao, look, the commoners support you," Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao as he listened to the sound of firecrackers. "They don't just support Cuckoo. They want to further solidify the image of the war god in their hearts. As long as the image of the war god Cuckoo doesn't collapse and they don't lose, the commoners of the Great Tang will feel that their lives are very stable." Today, when they hear that Wang Wan has failed and can't become the top scorer, their first thought is that the person who answered is lying. They don't want to admit that the protector in their hearts has disappeared. Thus, Cuckoo is under a lot of pressure. After defeating Duosher, she shouldn't personally lead the army. Defeating Duosher is to solidify her image. In the future, even if the other generals of the Great Tang are at a disadvantage, the commoners of the Great Tang won't worry. If Cuckoo doesn't lose, the Great Tang won't lose. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the thoughts of the commoners. Li Longji understood immediately. The symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. According to this, you have to make perfect preparations before going to war. You can't lose. If you really can't, you have to first gain a little advantage and then stop to defend. In the Great Tang, you have to announce that you won and Cuckoo's image must be maintained. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Li Longji knew quite a lot and knew how to lie. However, Wang Wan frowned and said, "Don't build me up. What should be built is the army of the Great Tang. After a few victories, we have to give the commoners the impression that as long as the Great Tang army is mobilized, there will be no defeat and no defeat." The crowd walked out. Those who wanted to enter the hibiscus garden after the military selection were not in a hurry. They all stood by the roadside and watched. There were also those who had just received the news and rushed over. There were even some who ran over to send the news. Most of them were businessmen. They had business partners in various places and were promptly notified. The news was spread to all parts of the Great Tang at the fastest speed. It was much more important than Zhang Xiaobao being the top scorer. Survival instincts and safety were the first priority. After that, it was the pursuit of other aspects, such as prices, product types, and so on. There were many people, but they were orderly. They all stood by the sides of the road and no one stepped forward. If anyone wanted to, the people beside them would not allow it. They were afraid that there would be spies who would harm Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Thus, rather than trusting themselves, they even looked at their neighbors with suspicion. The weather today was not bad. There was no wind and there was plenty of sunlight. After the spring rain, it was getting warmer day by day. Wearing 2 layers of clothes, it was not cold to stand outside. Seeing that the road was narrow, Li Longji did not take a carriage. Instead, he called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and slowly walked in the direction of the royal palace. At this speed, it would take at least 2 hours. As they walked, they could hear the sounds of firecrackers and cheers. Occasionally, they could hear the shop assistants shouting, "What's free today?" This can be considered a kind of glory, right? It feels like there are singers, movie stars, and even sports stars. It's very lively. Cuckoo, don't you feel proud to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those stars? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the lively scene and said. You can't speak blindly. How can I compare to them? Others have fainted while surrounding them, but I'm far from it. Everyone is standing properly, and no one is trying to get close to them. That's not enthusiastic enough. Wang Wan was in a good mood, so she also teased along with Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji did not care about this. He nudged Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, when are we leaving? The construction of the railway can't be delayed. How about tomorrow? Let me prepare for a day, Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1034. Li Longji hurried back to the palace to prepare for the trip under the pretext of going on an inspection trip. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also returned home and began to work on the trip, such as safety, intelligence, supplies, the route, where to stop, whether to speak in the local area, and so on. Li Longji is lucky to have met us. He decided to stay today and leave tomorrow. He wants to test our efficiency. He just came back from Jili province and has to leave again before he even warms his seat. Zhang Xiaobao pulled over the map and looked at it while complaining to Wang Wan. He seemed very dissatisfied. Wang Wan sat beside him and looked at the intelligence sent today. She skimmed through it one by one. Occasionally, she would stop and carefully think about the things mentioned in the intelligence reports to decide if she should respond. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's muttering, she tilted her head and looked at him. Xiaobao, why do I feel like you're praising yourself? You're so capable that you can prepare for the emperor's trip in less than a day. You even let the emperor travel. You should leave a deep mark in history, right? It doesn't need to be deep. It just needs to be carved on a stone. Then, it will be passed down from generation to generation. It will be passed down from generation to generation. It will leave my mark in the blue sky, my voice in the tide, my whisper in the valley, my legend in the wind, the mountains, the trees, the rolling yellow sand, the snowfield, and in the textbooks of the medical school. If anyone has a similar illness in the future, they will all be classified as Zhang Xiaobao's symptoms. It will be passed down to every family. What's there to say? Later, I'll get someone to spread the news. Xiao Bei and the others can stay in Hangzhou for a few more days. When we arrive, we'll go to Jiangzhou together. Do you think we should let your father go? Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao daydream. When it was about time, she took over and talked about serious matters. Logically speaking, my father should go and visit his father-in-law. However, he didn't invite him. If he goes there alone, it will seem like he's lowering his status. It's better to wait a little longer. I think the other party is also worried that my father won't go. It was said that one shouldn't bully a young man for being poor. Everyone knew this principle. The problem was that there were many young men, but there weren't many who were successful. If one didn't bully them, one should just let the young men bully them. Only successful people were qualified to turn around and say this. As a young person, you shouldn't always mention it. For example, I've never mentioned it since I was young. Your family didn't bully me either. It must be my handsome appearance, pure eyes, and kind heart that moved your family. Zhang Xiaobao was happy again. Anyway, there was no one else in the house. Wang Wan gently bit her lips as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out and pushed Zhang Xiaobao away. Get away from me. Disgusting. If your family didn't have the same zhuangzi as mine, if your mother didn't have a different background, and if your father didn't study hard for the imperial examinations, why would my family like you? I'm the only one who can treat you better. Seeing that you're pitiful, I'll give you a bowl of porridge and a piece of candy. I'll also give you a set of clothes that my family has worn before. You can go back and change them. It'll be enough for you to be happy for a year. I don't need a set of clothes. If that's the case, even if you give me a few bundles of straw, I'll be grateful to your family for the rest of my life. If there's a chance to make a fortune in the future, I'll take the initiative to bring you to your family. I'm a person who knows how to repay kindness. Unfortunately, I thought you would run away with Liang Shanbo like the Zhu Yingtai in the story. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he picked up the pen and drew the route on the map. It was done. Wang Wan closed the letter, blinked her eyes, and smiled. She said, I believe you. Oh right, you're different from others. You're not afraid of being an orphan. It seems that my choice was right. I didn't agree to be with you at that time. If I didn't watch you, who knows what would happen to the Tang Empire when you went crazy. Well, I'll allow you to shout, don't bully a poor young man. Even if you're Liang Shanbo, you're much better than the one in the story. Well, look at this Ilua. Rest early today. After giving the information on Ilua to Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan took a spool beside her and began to embroider. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan began to embroider. He opened the letter helplessly. What do you think is there to see? Our intelligence personnel have already dealt with it. Just turn a page and we don't need to do anything. For example, on this page, it says, Allah. What a familiar name. Who is he? Do you have any impression of him? Allah, the Allah of the sect of Islam. Wang Wan said without raising her head. Yes, he's the leader of the sect of Islam. But why is he in Jiangzhou? Cuckoo, stop embroidering. They are preaching there. We haven't fought yet. They came here first. I was wondering why there was something strange there. Zhang Xiaobao shook the information in his hand. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. Wang Wan was also stunned. She stopped what she was doing and thought carefully. Then she said, in fact, it has been there for a long time. I've read the introduction before. Didn't they start preaching in Guangzhou? Did they enter the Yangtze River along the sea? You mean, they want to do something bad? Take the initiative to attack. Zhang Xiaobao held his chin in his hand and frowned. He thought hard and muttered, is there a direct connection? I hate religion the most. Many wars have the shadow of religion behind them. Did the officials of the Jiangnan West Road believe in religion? And then they want the Tang Empire to play around? In theory, it's impossible. What can the sect of Islam provide to the local officials? Faith. The Tang Empire has its own faith. We don't believe in Taoism, we don't believe in the suppressed Buddhism. Why do we have to believe in the sect of Islam? I'm not used to the sudden change. Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought and didn't say anything. He was thinking about how to connect the sect of Islam with the unusual things that happened in the Jiangnan West Road, but he couldn't find the link. Wang Wan stopped embroidering. She took the information and read it carefully. The information was very simple. Recently, there has been a word of Allah quietly spreading in the market. It hasn't become a big harm. Many people don't believe it. Occasionally, there will be officials. Ask them to do idle things. Give them as gifts. Increase money. Don't wait. It didn't seem to be a big deal. The propagation of the doctrine was not so smooth. It was too high to attribute the abnormal development of the Jiangnan West Road to the sect of Islam. Turning another page, Wang Wan continued to read. This page wrote the situation of the goods. Along the south bank of the river, after the spring, there are more cheap seafood, or dried sea shrimps, or salted fish, which has a slight impact on the local river's aquatic products. Zhang Wang's trading group has already taken action to balance the situation. They are buying at a fair price down to the Wanshui River and stored in Suzhou. They are collecting the aquatic products of Lake Tai in Suzhou and sending them to the Debi Mountains in the northwest of Suzhou. In addition, the cheap seafood sold by the Jiangnan West Road has been investigated. They are from Japanese cargo ships. My Japanese branch has sent the news that there are many fish in the Japanese archipelago and the price is cheap. They also learn the method of drying salt. Therefore, they made dry products and didn't hesitate to waste people's strength on long-distance transportation. They sold them to the Jiangnan West Road to obtain the Tang Empire's money. They bought the Tang Empire's local goods and returned to Japan. Each trip, the profit is 10 times. Seeing this, Wang Wan laughed. The Japanese are really smart. They know the trade gap. The Tang Empire doesn't impose tariffs on seafood and knows how to make long-distance transportation. Xiao Bao, it seems that your strategy needs to be improved. There are loopholes in your trade offensive. What loopholes? Zhang Xiaobao put down his arms and asked. It can actually let the Japanese come over to make a lot of money. If it's not a loophole, what is it? It has a big impact on the Jiangzhou fishery industry. The information is simple, but if the impact is not big, why did my trading group take action to balance the situation? Wang Wan handed the information over. Zhang Xiaobao picked it up and looked at it. He smacked his lips and said, "It's very normal. Why should I limit the price of seafood? Seafood is rich in nutrients. The people in the interior of the Tang Empire can't eat it. Since the Tang Empire needs it, we don't impose additional tariffs. Yes, the real mistake is the people in the Jiangzhou fishery industry. They are waiting for my family to take action to balance the situation. Can't they think of a way to further improve the situation? Don't they know how to build a brand? Don't they organize the sales department to open new markets? Oh, according to you, pitiful people must have something hateful. Do you think it's all because of you? They have just been hit and haven't had time to react. What I'm asking is why you don't collect export taxes from the Japanese." Wang Wan was not in the mood to embroider anymore. She put the brackets back. Zhang Xiaobao understood what Wang Wan meant. If the Tang Empire's merchants did not collect export taxes from the Japanese, they would have to sell their products at a lower price than the Japanese. Otherwise, it would encourage more Japanese to buy their products and sell them back. At that time, they would still have to collect export taxes. Although it would affect a large number of Japanese merchants, it would also form the psychological habit of the Japanese of fixing the price of certain products. It would be difficult for the Tang Empire's merchants to sell their products at a higher price. The main reason was that they could not afford to wait so long to slowly wear down the Japanese. But Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged. How can I not collect them? I have collected all the key products. In order to show fairness, I even collected export taxes from the Tang Empire's merchants. But I have an export tax rebate for the Tang Empire's merchants. Of course, the Japanese need our products urgently. If they can buy it with their money, they will be very happy. It's impossible for them to collect tariffs from us. Otherwise, I would have to consider whether to give them subsidies. So, I feel that the products that the Japanese bought are not within the scope of the products that I set. In that case, the Japanese are very smart. They can find new things and make money. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao patted his forehead. It was really impossible to guard against. Wang Wan laughed again. The Japanese are smart to begin with, and they're extraordinarily smart. It's impossible for the intelligence agency at home to report in too much detail. Why didn't they say what the Japanese bought and let someone investigate it alone? After the investigation, you can think of a way to deal with it. Investigate. Zhang Xiaobao spat out a word. The information was quickly reported back. There was no need to report to the Jiangnan West Road. The information that was handed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been screened by the intelligence personnel in Beijing and could be sent back immediately. Wow, this works. Zhang Xiaobao saw the information about the products that the Japanese bought and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. We have to deal with the Japanese as soon as possible. If we let them slow down, they might not be easy to deal with. Let me see. What did they buy? Wang Wan snatched the information. When she saw it, she was stunned at first, and then nodded in admiration. They are so smart. They bought chicken chicks and cheap feed. They are 1-month-old chicks. Then they put them in bamboo cages and take the boat back. They are raised on the way back. When they arrive in Japan, they are more than 2 months old, 3 months old. If the weather is bad, they will be 4 months old. They are sold as soon as they get off the boat. This is a new breed of chicken promoted in the Tang Empire. The meat is tender and the price in the Tang Empire is average. Some businessmen send them to other countries to sell them at a very high price. Why didn't they think of raising them on the way back? Yes. I hope that all the chickens on their boat will die of the chicken plague in the future. Otherwise, they will fall into the sea. It is not good to be too smart. Oh, no. We have to tell the customs not to let the Japanese ship carrying chickens into the Yangtze River. What if they come back with some sick chickens? What if they pass the disease to our chickens? We have to strictly control the hygiene of livestock, poultry, and fresh goods. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of this very important matter. Which family raised these things? If they all died one day, the whole family would feel like hanging themselves. Wang Wan also reacted. Just like the locust trap you used on Tubo. Xiaobao, you said that even if the Japanese did not deliberately spread the disease, our Tang Empire would not have diseases of its own. The medical school can't keep up with the speed. You have to think of a solution. Me? What solution do I have? I don't know how to treat diseases. I can only advocate the general idea of raising animals. For example, disinfection. If they really fall ill, they can only bear with it. If they can't even treat humans, how can they spare the effort to treat animals? It can't be that the Tang Empire's imperial court or Li Longji's money is used to see whose livestock and poultry die and then compensate them, right? If it is a natural disaster, it can be done. If the disease is found in a certain area, it can be compensated by killing all the livestock and poultry in the area. Zhang Xiaobao started to have a headache. This development was too fast, and the various industries couldn't keep up. If a single industry stood out, it would be like the wooden bucket principle, leaking everywhere. But if he waited for the other industries to develop together, how long would he have to wait? 10,000 years was too long, and he could only seize every moment. Wang Wan also temporarily put aside the various problems of the Jiangnan West Circuit. She picked up a piece of beef jerky and put it in her mouth. She also worried about it. After a while, Wang Wan swallowed the last bit of beef jerky and nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, let's set up an insurance company. You're in charge of the Great Tang Bank, so it's more convenient for you to compensate. We can't always rely on the imperial court's finances, your family's money, and Li Longji's money. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. Don't you know how many insurance scams there are? If the mechanism is not perfect, or the technology is not up to par. If a family raised 100 chickens and found that they couldn't sell them, they would all die. They would say that the chickens died of illness, and they would have to compensate. Would you pay? Do you know whether the chickens died of illness or not? You have to know how simple the people of Great Tang are, and there's also your economic appeal. Insurance is actually a profitable industry. Who would cause problems for no reason? Gather the wealth of the masses to save the masses from their troubles. Give it a try. Try it among the merchants first, and if it's successful, we can promote it to the common people. Wang Wan continued to urge Zhang Xiaobao. She considered that there would be insurance scammers, but there wouldn't be many of them. Furthermore, one couldn't always scam others. As the people in charge of verification grew more and more experienced, this industry would become more and more perfect. No one could say that once a system appeared, there wouldn't be any loopholes. It could be gradually improved. If one didn't do it, it would forever be a dream. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, then stood up and walked to the door. He pushed open the door and looked at the sky. The sky was clear, and there weren't many clouds. Only a few cotton-like white clouds floated in the windless sky, looking very leisurely. Occasionally, a bird would fly by, and the sunlight would shine down, adding a hint of warmth to it. Sometimes, I don't even want to think about the purpose of life. I'm afraid that if I think about the development and ending of everything, I won't even be able to find the meaning of life. That's why I walk with my head down. With every step I take, I can feel the strength returning to me. That's why I have a sense of existence. Since you said that you want to set up an insurance company, then we'll set up one. It's not for the sake of the common people, nor is it for vanity. It's just because you said that we should find more things that can make us more fulfilled. Without goals and challenges, that's the tragedy of life. I like peace and calmness, but it's not the calmness at the beginning. It's the calmness of Dugu Qiubai holding a hoe and listening to a group of people who can't even hold a sword properly discuss sword techniques. When he looks back, there's a trace of a peaceful smile on his face. Tomorrow, we'll set off with Li Longji. When we're on the boat, we'll have a good talk with him. Ask him if he wants a share. Just one share, no more than that. Absolutely not. After looking at the sky for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said these words. He turned around and sat down, looking very energetic. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and revealed a sweet smile. Hurry up and finish what you're doing. Sleep early tonight. I haven't been able to sleep well recently. You have to eat a tortoise pot for dinner, the kind with ginseng. The next day, Li Longji woke up with dark circles under his eyes. He had been dreaming the previous night and couldn't sleep well at all. He tossed and turned, and occasionally felt thirsty. When he woke up, he even wanted to drink tea. In the end, he couldn't sleep at all. Since he was young, he had never been to the sea in the south. He had only heard about it from others, looked at the models in the palace, and ate the local specialties there. He had always yearned for the sun, the beach, and the coconut forest. Now, he finally had the chance to experience it for himself. It wasn't easy. In his dream, he even grew wings and flew with the seagulls. With a flap of his wings, he flew a few li away. With another flap of his wings, he woke up. The thin blanket covering him had fallen to the ground. It was cold. Xiao Bao is such a scammer. When he went to Jilin province, he had to choose winter. I didn't even get to bathe in the sea once. It's on purpose. I guarantee it's on purpose. I'll get to bathe in this time, right? Didn't they say that it's always warm there? Take it away, I don't eat breakfast. When we get to the boat, I'll have Xiao Bao make it. I'll eat more on an empty stomach. Li Longji was helped by a palace maid to put a hot towel on his eyes. While he was trying to get rid of the dark circles under his eyes, he didn't stop talking. As he spoke, he waved his hand and had someone take the porridge away. When the sun rose high in the sky, Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that he hadn't slept well, he said, "Your Majesty, in the future, when you have insomnia at night, when you wake up early in the morning and don't eat anything, you can drink some warm wine to help your complexion become more rosy." What did you dream about? I dreamed that you made 200 different dishes for me. We'll eat at noon. Why aren't you going to prepare them? Li Longji said angrily. Oh, I thought you were dreaming about the important matter I wanted to discuss with you today. The important matter of making money. Since that's the case, I'll go prepare the dishes. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and left. Chapter 1035. Xiaobao, hold on. There's no hurry to cook. It's good for the body to be hungry once in a while. Come closer to me. Xiaobao, I'm not praising you on purpose, but you're really efficient. I thought it would be good enough if we could get on the boat in the afternoon, but who would have thought that you were already prepared? When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao say that there was money to be made, his interest was piqued. He called out to Zhang Xiaobao and waved his hand. Money was a good thing, but it could not be casually printed and distributed. He could only follow the rules of the game to earn money. What do you mean I'm ready? We'll make do and gather in Luoyang. You should get on the boat first and take a nap to recover your energy. When you wake up, we can talk about making money while having lunch. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and said before he continued to lead the way. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to lift the carriage. He walked to the carriage by himself. The distance of more than 1,000 steps was considered as a workout. When he got on the carriage, Wang Wan was already waiting. She brewed a pot of tea, some melon seeds, and grapes. She held a cup of coffee and took small sips. When he saw the coffee, Li Longji could not help but shudder. He hated the taste. He thought that only Wang Wan would treat this black stuff as a treasure. She had the merchants from the west find it and plant it in Luzhou, waiting for it to grow. Every time a merchant brought it to trade, she was reluctant to sell it. He could not see how it was precious. There was a musty smell. When he drank it, it tasted like coptis. It was far better than tea leaves. When Wang Wan saw Li Longji looking at her, she quickly protected the cup of coffee as though she was afraid that someone would snatch it away. In her opinion, coffee and tea were no different. They were both bitter and aftertaste. Your Majesty, why don't you take a nap? Zhang Xiaobao picked up a boiled broad bean and suggested to Li Longji. When he saw his godfather looking over, he pushed the plate of broad beans to him. His godfather liked to eat broad beans. Let's talk about something else. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Li Longji yawned. He picked up the teacup and smelled the tea. He felt much more energetic. Wu Huifei, who was sitting on the side, stopped talking to Empress Wang in a low voice and began to listen attentively. Zhang Xiaobao didn't touch the teacup. He reached out and opened the small cabinet next to him. He took out a thermos bottle and a bowl and poured himself a bowl of warm yellow wine. He pulled out the drawer on the side of the small table and took out a plate. There were also broad beans inside, but they had been boiled with fennel. She picked one up and ate it. She took a sip of wine and enjoyed it with her eyes closed for a moment. Then, she said, it's actually very simple. For example, Xiaobei's baby candy house pays money to a new company according to different agreements. One day, when the road is difficult to travel and the weather is hot, the candy they were transporting melted. They tell the new company and the new company compensates them according to the agreement. Cuckoo, do you want to try it too? Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Wang Wan to eat the beans in front of him. Xiaobao, what's wrong with you? You want to eat fennel beans when drinking yellow wine. You look so poor. Do you eat fennel beans when drinking coffee? Wang Wan opened the small sunroof of the car. The smell of yellow wine was much stronger than coffee and tea. I want to drink red wine and smoke cigars. Wouldn't the smell in the car be even stronger? Why open the sunroof and turn on the fan? Being poor is also a kind of personality. Zhang Xiaobao ate another broad bean and stopped. He opened another drawer and took out a small plate of fried potato sticks. He put it in front of Wang Wan and said, "Make do with it. I don't have time to make dessert. Do you want jam? I want honey. I'm sick of it. Seeing the two of you together every day, my teeth are about to fall down. I really admire the two of you. Aren't you sick of it? Xiao Bao, talk about business." Cuckoo can find something to eat by herself. Li Longji couldn't stand it anymore. He heard that the two of them were together every day when they were less than a month old. In another 2 or 3 years, it would be 20 years. Weren't they sick of it? They could still stick together. He admired them. If he didn't say this, Wang Wan really didn't want to eat. As soon as he said this, Wang Wan smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Husband, I want to eat with salt. You see, there's nothing in the coffee. Then eat with salt." Zhang Xiaobao took out another plate and brought it over. Then he said to Li Longji, "This is called different professions, different personalities, complementary thinking, unified ideals, yin and yang in harmony, rootless and limitless. It's called Tai Chi. I know. Don't tell me things from stories. I want to hear about the compensation and profitability of the new company after the signing of the agreement with Baby Candy House." Li Longji drank all the tea in the teacup in one gulp and sat on the small table. He looked very anxious. Zhang Xiaobao refilled Li Longji's tea. It was 70% full. He said, "In fact, it's very simple. Set up a new company and let others pay a small part of the money. When others suffer a disaster or have problems, they can get a part of the compensation from the company, or even all of the compensation. Collecting the wealth of the world and soothing the pain of the people is similar to taxation. It's taken from the people and used by the people. It's a supplement and perfection to taxation. For example, the Tang Empire's tax provides medical treatment. If an artisan accidentally broke his arm, he has to go to the medical center to reattach it and recover. With the support of the Tang Empire's tax and your money, it's free. The artisan doesn't have to pay a single cent. But if the artisan can't work, he has to make a living even if he doesn't work. He has 2 ways. One is to apply for unemployment benefits. You should also urge the matter we talked about last time to be carried out quickly. But this unemployment benefit can only ensure that he and his family can live and not die of hunger or cold. It's far from making up for the loss caused by him not being able to work. If he pays the money to the new company and signs an agreement, the company will compensate him. If he earns the same amount of money in the past day, according to the agreement, the company will compensate him with 600 copper coins or the same amount of money. Every day, there's a time limit. It's also included in the agreement. After explaining, Zhang Xiaobao continued to eat the fennel beans and drink the yellow wine. The only thing missing was the coins. Li Longji and the other 3 were digesting Zhang Xiaobao's words. The carriage was quiet for a moment. After a while, Empress Wang spoke first. "Soldiers who go to war can also apply. Soldiers have the country's pension. It's not that they can't, but they can't apply for it themselves. Wouldn't that make the soldiers feel bitterly disappointed?" Wang Wan answered this question. "What if someone cheats the company?" Wu Huifei asked. "This is a small problem in the implementation of the agreement. It can't be stopped and can only be improved gradually." Zhang Xiaobao answered. Li Longji also asked, "For example, Tubos suffered a disaster in the spring and signed an agreement with the company. Does it conflict with the imperial court's tax reduction? Or like your example just now, an artisan injured his arm. After the company pays, he can still apply for unemployment compensation. The two are not related. The imperial court treats everyone equally. The company's compensation will be treated according to the agreement. It's like one is commercial and the other is non-commercial. The company collects money and uses it to invest. Although it can indirectly accelerate the depreciation of the country's currency, it will inevitably increase the imperial court's tax revenue. The imperial court's tax revenue increases and can be used to subsidize the people. In theory, the purchasing power of the currency unit will decrease. In reality, the people's wealth will not evaporate. Zhang Xiaobao explained, separating the public and private matters. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, I understand. After you and Cuckoo told me that time, I thought about it carefully. Indeed, whether the currency depreciates or not mainly depends on the amount of currency issued and the country's productivity. It's the way to balance. When the amount of currency issued decreases and the productivity increases, the depreciation will be the direct product of the increase in productivity and the indirect product that uses the product as raw material. On the other hand, the depreciation will be the currency. The depreciation of the product will be the improvement of the people's living standards. The depreciation of the currency will be a disaster for the country. Li Longji seemed to have thought about it a lot. He spoke of his own theory, but that was all he knew. He knew that the knowledge behind it was very profound. It was so profound that Xiao Bao could use it as a weapon sharper than a cannon to attack other countries. Moreover, it was the kind that was impossible to guard against. Every step was a trap. When it was gentle, it was like a trickling stream. When it was strong, it was like a surging tide. Very good, very good. Li Longji, who knew that Xiao Bao had many tricks up his sleeve, was very satisfied. Then, he looked at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir hastily said, It's another kind of bank, right? It's just that the operation is not managed by the great Tang's imperial court. What if it goes bankrupt? Other people's money will be gone, right? Wang Wan finally finished her coffee. She rubbed her stomach and said, It's delicious. Whether it's hot or cold, the taste is the same. When Lu Zhou's coffee tree grows and bears fruit, it'll be considered cheap if it's 50 copper coins a cup. When the time comes, we can cooperate with Little Bei's precious candy house. The adults can drink coffee and eat snacks while the children can continue to drink milk and juice. We'll definitely make a lot of money. After praising Lu Zhou, Wang Wan continued Gao Lishir's words, it can also be managed by the imperial court. It depends on how it's defined. In theory, there's a possibility of bankruptcy. After all, the money raised has to be used for other investments. If the currency doesn't circulate, it'll depreciate. However, the losses and profits of investments are purely cash operations that don't involve the industry. That's a zero-sum game. There's a balance of probability and a limit of loss. This new industry that's about to appear can't be completely out of the imperial court's control. Xiao Bao and I will add on the content. As for the system, I'll leave it to Xiao Bao to manage. I believe there won't be a problem. There's no need to worry about bankruptcy. In that case, I agree. I'm willing to fully invest. Li Longji nodded. I'll follow and assist. Wu Huifei wanted to participate. I don't agree. Your Majesty, you can only take 10%. Otherwise, it'll be easy for you to transfer a large amount of money when you need to do other things. I won't do it. Concubine, we can participate. Zhang Xiaobao objected. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a while, he said, Let's discuss it again. Let's keep it open first. We can discuss the investment later. We're at the river. Xiao Bao, why do you think there are fewer boats? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked out of the window. There were still 2 miles to go. Now, he could only see the boats in the river. Seeing that Li Longji changed the topic and used a delaying tactic, he didn't pursue the matter just now. He said, because a part of it went to help transport supplies and cooperate with the disaster relief in Tibet. The other part was given to Little Bei and the rest. Only when we reach Luoyang can we gather a large enough team. I wonder if Little Bay and the rest had a good time along the way. Let's send a report. I say one, and you say one. What's a flower blooming in the water? Little Yuan, it's your turn. What are you looking at? It's just a city wall. What's there to look at? It's only Shuzhou. It's a place that military strategists will fight for. Little Bay and Company's boat went with the flow. They opened the sails and sped all the way. They had already reached Shuzhou. If they continued south, they would reach Chuzhou, which was also the area around Suzhou. Little Bay was singing a duet with Little Yuan. When he saw Little Yuan looking elsewhere with his binoculars, he was very displeased. However, Xiao Yuan did not put down his binoculars and continued to watch. He looked at the washing stones that were used to wash clothes and fetch water. When Xiao Bei touched him, he said, "Xiao Bei, which place's custom do you think it is? They like to put children in a wooden basin and then let them float down the river to play by themselves." Xiao Yuan did not put down his binoculars and continued to watch. Ah! As Little Bei took Little Yuan's binoculars, he said, "In a story." Then, a monk scooped it up. "Let me see. Where is it? Ah, that woman really put it in the river. Quick, save the child. Those on the shore, capture that woman. She dares to harm people." Little Bei immediately turned nervous. At the washing stones downstream, there really was a woman who had placed the wooden basin containing the child into the water. In such a large river, the wooden basin was like a leaf that could be overturned at any time. As he shouted, Little Bei took off his outer clothes and drew an arc. With a plop, he jumped down. Despite knowing that it was very far away, he still swam over with all his might. Little Yuan paused for a moment before shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get the people there to save and capture her. My brother and sister, I hope the water isn't cold." After shouting, he jumped down as well. He didn't dare to jump into the yellow river back then because the water was cold. The guards on the boat didn't dare delay. Like dumplings, they jumped down one after another. Similarly, there were people on the shore who ran over to capture the child. Those who were watching the commotion also gathered. When Little Bei swam to the washing stones, the wooden basin had already overturned. However, the child inside had magically floated down the river for a distance and was scooped up by a small fishing boat. "Bring the child over to me. Let me take a look. I've got her. Little Yuan, hurry up. I'm waiting for you." Little Bei stopped on the water and pointed at the fisherman to get him to bring the child over. He then turned his head to call Little Yuan. Little Yuan's performance today was pretty good. He flopped to Little Bei's position and wiped the water off his face. When he looked at the shore, he saw that the woman had already been restrained. Her eyes were swollen from crying like peaches. There were also tear stains on her face. The fisherman didn't know Little Bei's identity, but seeing his ostentation, he didn't dare delay. He rowed the boat and came over. He reached out to grab Little Bei and said, "How pitiful. The girl doesn't have ears. No wonder she was thrown into the river. Sigh, this is a heaven-sent disaster." Little Bei didn't reach out. When he heard the fisherman's words, he thought for a moment before saying angrily, "What heaven-sent disaster? Give me the child. Can't you let me live without ears? I want to ask, what's going on?" The fisherman hesitated for a moment. When he saw that Little Bei's chest was sticking out of the water, he handed the child over. Little Bei stretched out his hands. Little Yuan also came over to help. The two of them carried the child and steadily stepped on the water toward the washing stones. When they stepped on the stones, before Little Bei could ask, the woman wailed, "My child, it's not that I'm heartless. You were born in the wrong place. My child, why are you crying? You know how to feel heartache, but you still threw him into the water. Shut up. Tell me, how is he born in the wrong place? How can he be born in the wrong place in my Tang dynasty? I want to see who doesn't want their child to live. Where's the doctor? Come here. Little Bei shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. Chapter 1036. Xiao Bei had no intention of returning the child to the woman at all. Soon, a group of doctors and maids came over and carried the child over. They used a stethoscope to listen to the child's cries while taking his pulse. They were also in charge of changing the child's package. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were also surrounded by curtains and waited for the curtains to be removed. Other than the fact that their hair was still a little wet, the rest of their bodies had already become dry. Xiao Bei glared at the woman who had stopped crying but was still sobbing and did not dare to resist. He turned his head and remembered the fisherman who had helped to save the child. He looked very old and had always made a living in the river. The wind was strong and his skin was not good, so he looked older than he was. Besides this person, there were 4 more people on the boat. To be precise, there were 5 people. There was a woman who also looked old, a young man, a young woman, and a little boy who looked similar to Xiao Bei. The young woman had a baby in her arms and was breastfeeding the child. She turned her body slightly and did not avoid others. I haven't thanked this old man for his help. Someone, give 100 strings of money to this old man. When Xiao Bei spoke, he tiptoed and wanted to see what the child looked like. However, he could not see because the child was breastfeeding. The fisherman who saved the child was very nervous at first, but when he heard Xiao Bei's words, his expression suddenly changed and sank. He turned his face and spat out 2 words, no. The other 3 adults also looked unhappy. Even the boy who was about the same age as Xiao Bei snorted, indicating that he was angry. Don't. You saved my child, so I will help your child. The money is not much, so give the child some clothes to wear. Xiao Bei was very good at talking and pointed at the child who was being breastfed. Immediately, a maid and a male servant from the inner courtyard went to do the public relations so that the fisherman could accept the money. The woman who had put the child in the water could not accept it. My child. Not now, it's mine. Your child has drowned. From now on, her surname is Zhang. She is my sister, Zhang Xiaobei. The patrol inspector of Tang dynasty will become 10 people and patrol the Tang dynasty together. Xiao Bei did not have a good attitude towards this woman and pointed at the child who was being saved. That's right. In the future, there will be 10 people. Heaven's destruction will shake the evil spirits, and they will have no ears to listen to all directions. Xiao Yuan also supported. The fisherman who saved the child was in the middle of refusing to accept the money when he heard Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's words. He grabbed the 100 strings of cash and was about to put it into his pocket when he thought about it, but he was still worried. He turned his head and handed it to the woman, whose face was also full of hardships, and said, "Keep it well. Don't lose it. Xiao Bei gave it to you. Make it into a pouch and wear it close to the child." The woman nodded repeatedly. She carefully took it and put it in her bosom. She covered it with her hands and stopped moving. Xiao Bei was stunned. The money is for buying clothes for the child. I have clothes at home. The fisherman did not change his mind. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan helplessly. Xiao Yuan felt around his body. His clothes were changed, but he had no money. He tiptoed and reached for it. He took out a handful of coins from the manservant's pocket and handed them over. Here, put the coins in the pouch. The function of the coins I gave you is the same as Xiao Bei's. Paper money can only be stored for a short time. It's a pity if it spoils. Spend it. Use the money Xiao Bei gave you to buy things. It's comfortable to wear, healthy to eat, and convenient to use. The fisherman did not stand on ceremony and really took the coins from Xiao Yuan's hand. It looked like he did not intend to return the 100 strings of cash. The woman who put the child into the water also became obedient when she heard Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's words. She stared blankly at her daughter, who was wrapped in a velvet cloth again. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. Xiao Bei jumped in fright. Are you crazy? Don't scare me. I won't take the blame even if you were crazy. You were the one who threw the child away first, and then I came. Sue, let me tell you, even if you take the case to Hanyuan Palace Hall, I'm not afraid of you. From the Supreme Court to the Censorate, no one will speak up for you. Xiao Yuan nudged Xiao Bei. Why are you telling her this? Doctor, go take a look. Can it be treated? I'm not crazy, the woman quickly said. I know. You're a normal person. Don't move. Doctor, go quickly, Xiao Yuan said. I'm really not crazy. I'm happy. I can live again. My child can live too. They said that I gave birth to an evil ghost reincarnated. They said that I couldn't pass the water tribulation. They said that I'm a witch. I originally thought that if my child couldn't pass the water tribulation, she would die. When I go back, I'll jump into the well and become a ghost. I'll be haunted by them. The woman seemed to be muttering to herself, but she also seemed to be explaining to Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. With just a few words, everyone understood. The woman laughed out loud again. Ha, ha ha ha, but my child has passed this tribulation. Yes, she has passed this tribulation. In the future, she will be a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. That's right. From the Supreme Court to the Censorate, no one will dare to touch her. Ha, they will come and go in groups. Xiao Bei, I can work. I was originally a maidservant in their family. I can do any kind of work. Let me be your maidservant. I can sleep for 4 hours a day. I can eat all the leftovers. I can wear rough hemp clothes and sleep in the woodshed. I can do anything. As she spoke, the woman wanted to kneel down and kowtow. However, she was held back by someone and could not move. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan did not say anything. A servant girl was unwilling and said to the woman, "How can the master treat her like this? If you don't curse people, who knows if you're speaking the truth?" Xiao Bei nodded. He did not believe what the woman said. At the same time, he thought that this woman was stupid. If she slept for 4 hours, would she still have the energy to work when she was not sleeping? My father is here. Just as the situation was in a deadlock, a man rushed over from outside the crowd. He shouted as he ran, hot tears streaming down his face. Before he could get close, he was stopped by someone. "Stop, who are you?" My Hong is inside. The one with no ears. I'm her father. My poor child, let me see if you're hurt. The man was still going to enter. She's not your child. She's the reincarnation of an evil spirit. Xiao Bei, it's him. His family said that my daughter and I are inauspicious, the woman shouted at the man. I didn't say that. It's you, you crazy woman. I didn't keep an eye on you today. You actually wanted to drown my Hong. You have such a vicious heart, the man retorted. You're the crazy one. As the registrar of the Shuzhou provincial government, you bought me as a servant girl. Then, you took my body. You didn't even give me a status. When the child was born, you wanted to kill her. You still dare to make up stories. The woman shouted at the top of her voice, causing the people around her to frown. Xiao Bei looked at this and then looked at that. He couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. Seeing that the two of them were still arguing, he stopped them. Stop. Sue. Show. Registrar. 6th. Rank. Official. Official. What the official says should be true, right? Come, registrar official, come closer. Yes, come closer. Brother, you ask. Xiao Bei was naturally calling his brother Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai and the other 7 people didn't jump down. Instead, Li Jun and Pan Er walked over. Xiao Hai appeared to be a steady person. Usually, when he had time, he would do calculations. However, among the 9 children, his words would always be supported. Therefore, whenever he encountered trouble, Xiao Bei would always think of his brother. Xiao Hai looked at the registrar official who was being stared at. He didn't say anything and just sized him up, from top to bottom, from bottom to top. Only when the registrar official's legs were trembling did he ask, "For your daughter, Hong Er, you hurriedly came from your home, right?" "Yes." "When I returned home, I suddenly found that Hong Er was gone. I heard from the servants that the crazy woman carried Hong Er to the river. I ran without a care for my life. Unfortunately, I still came too late. Thank you for your help. This official is very grateful." "This official, what time is it now?" Xiao Hai didn't wait for the registrar official to continue and asked again. "It's 9:15. "About time," the registrar official replied. Xiao Hai nodded and asked again, "Running all the way here must be very tiring, right?" "Tiring? Ah, no. Actually, this official is only thinking about Hong Er. I forgot whether I was tired or not. Why would I care about these things? Only now do I feel tired and weak." The registrar official panted. "Do you know why we came here so coincidentally today?" Xiao Hai asked again. The registrar official shook his head and then nodded. "It must be because my Hong Er is very lucky and has met a benefactor." "Wrong. It's the 9 of us. Last night, we suddenly had the same dream. Guess who we dreamed of? Yan Zheng. When Hong Nong was sick, he was caught and placed in the Vermilion Bird Street. Yan Zheng, the county magistrate who is still alive, dreamt of him lying." Why is it so familiar? Do you know?" Xiao Hai said to the registrar official. His tone was very calm. "This official is not lying. Every word is true." The registrar official obviously couldn't stand it anymore. "No one is saying that you are lying. There is something I don't understand. It's 9:15. Why didn't you stay in the yamen? Why did you come home?" Xiao Hai's voice was very soft at the beginning, but he suddenly raised his voice towards the end. The registrar official was so scared that he fell to the ground and stammered, I was in the yamen, dealing with the books, went back home, to get the materials, yes, the materials, at home." "You put the materials from the yamen in your home? You went back to get them? Then you found out about it and came here? Is your home near the yamen?" Xiao Hai continued to ask. Yes, near, ran. The registrar official replied. Xiao Hai no longer spoke to the registrar official. He turned around and said to his sister, "Xiao Bei, let's go back, this is too bloody. We can use torture." "Why?" Xiao Bei looked at the registrar official whose face had suddenly turned pale. "Because he lied. There is still a lot of vegetable juice on his boots. There is also a green mark on the corner of his mouth. What is the purpose of us stopping the ship this time?" Xiao Hai pointed out the problem with the registrar and then asked. "Purpose? The purpose is to take the cherries ointment distributed by the capital to Shuzhou to deal with it. Here in Shuzhou, we can replenish the vegetables, especially the cabbages stored in the winter, and make them into pickles. When we reach Hangzhou, we can sell them. Mother wants to eat cucumbers. The cucumbers on the boat have been left out for a long time, so they are not fresh enough. Here, because the winter is not too cold, we can make a simple shed to produce cucumbers. Also, let the kitchen cook the pork and chicken on the boat. Our family's craftsmanship is good, so we can sell them in Shuzhou and buy fresh ones to store on the boat. Xiao Bei counted with his fingers to calculate the purpose of stopping. After this trade, not only would he not lose money, but he would also make up for all the expenses on the way. At first, he had planned to do business along the way. When the onlookers heard the conversation between Xiao Bei and the registrar official, many of them sighed. They were indeed Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister. Even when they went out, they still had to make money along the way. Even if they left the family in the future, they would not have to worry about starving to death. The registrar official was dumbfounded. He looked at his boots and wiped his mouth. His hands began to tremble. Xiao Hai took over the conversation and said, yes, so he, the registrar official, did not stay in the yamen at all. He ran to the dock and hid there. He did not forget to eat the cucumbers that were sent by the people. Either he wanted to spy on us, or he was worried about our purpose. Or he wanted to find a chance to meet us. But no matter what, it proved that he was lying. Also, when he was talking, he and the woman were not looking at the same place. He was looking at us, but the woman was looking at the child. Are we that attractive? That's scary. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Why is General Hu not afraid of us? If something happens to us, when our father looks at us, Uncle Emperor stops him. How will our father react? He will be very anxious. Even if he can't come over, he will keep looking around. If it were brother or sister, he would kill someone who dared to stop him. Ah, I know. There is going to be another person on the Vermilion Bird Street. Do it. Let's leave. Xiao Bei pointed at the registrar official and said angrily. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I plead guilty. I just want to find a chance to get close to you and get some benefits. The child's matter is my family matter. You can't treat me like this. The registrar official had completely given up on the idea of leaving things to chance. He did not expect that Xiao Hai could be so powerful. He did not need to use any extra means. He just looked at the person and asked a few questions. Xiao Bei sneered and waved his hand. The people who were about to execute him stopped. Xiao Bei circled the registrar official twice and said, I'm not interested in knowing your surname. I don't care whether it's your family matter or not. We are inspectors of the Tang Empire. We patrol the place on behalf of His Majesty. You lied, which is the crime of deceiving His Majesty. If we catch you, your crime will be increased by 5 levels. I don't care whether you live or die. I won't convict you here. You go back and let the officers of the state escort you to the capital. You can deal with the Ministry of Personnel, Supreme Court, and censorate yourself. After saying this, Xiao Bei turned and walked back to the boat. Xiao Yuan signaled the maid to take the woman and followed him back. No one dared to touch the registrar official again. He was free for the time being. Xiao Bei did not care whether he ran or not. What he meant was to let him go to the government office to accept his crime and then be escorted away. If he had the guts, he could run away. After that, he would be issued an arrest warrant. After a moment of silence, there were continuous cheers. The people really felt the power of Xiao Bei and the others. They also sighed that the girl who was born without ears had a good life. He's the head of the family. This money. The old woman on the fishing boat still had her hand on her chest. She held the 100 strings of coins and asked the old man. The old man thought for a while and said, Spend, we have to spend the money. We have to buy a big boat, make some clothes, and prepare the furniture. When the time comes, we have to give the money together. The 100 strings of coins can't be divided. If it is divided, the money we get back will not be from Xiaobei. It won't work. The coin will be passed down in the family. His son and daughter-in-law who were nursing the child nodded at the same time. After returning to the boat, Xiaobei drank a bowl of ginger sugar water and ran to see the earless child. The child was lying in his mother's arms and drinking milk. The woman's mood was much more stable and her eyes were bright. While feeding the child, she asked the maid to help her put a hot towel on her face. She also told the maid that she wanted to eat boiled eggs and pig's knuckle soup. The maid agreed. The kitchen made 4 dishes and a soup. The soup was black chicken soup. The vegetables were grilled mutton, sweet and sour cabbage, cucumber golden mushroom, tomato scrambled eggs, and a plate of seasonal fruit. However, the amount was not much. I want to drink pig's knuckle soup without salt. The woman looked at the child in her arms and mustered up her courage. She stubbornly suggested what she wanted to eat. Drinking pig's knuckle soup is not popular now. What you are eating now is the same as what my mother and the little girl eat. They are pregnant now. When the news spread, my brother and sister specially asked the medical school to have a meeting with my family's chefs to discuss the food ration. Let me see my sister, okay? Xiaobei's voice appeared at the door. He also walked in, wanting to see the child who had been rescued. When the woman heard that it was something specially made for first-rank noble madams, she was relieved. She turned sideways and said, "Let's see." Xiaobei saw that the woman did not hold the child to show him, but he continued to feed her. He did not force her. The baby was eating. Later, I will ask my brother and sister if it will affect the baby without 2 ears. I will ask them to think of a way. You can live in my house. When the time comes, I will arrange things for you. We will take care of the baby. You can find another person. Don't think about him. I have already shown mercy. He won't die. What crime of deceiving the emperor? Uncle Emperor doesn't care. But he can forget about continuing to be an official. An official who dislikes his own child, how can he be good to the people? Seeing that the child only had a hole in her ear, Xiaobei's heart ached. Hearing Xiaobei's words, the woman could only nod. She stared at Xiaobei. After a while, she lowered her head to look at her daughter. She felt that the child was also cute. At this time, her daughter had already fallen asleep. She did not even burp. When the maid took the child, the woman realized that she was hungry. She looked at Xiaobei and said, "I want to eat. I can't help you do things now. I didn't ask you to do things now. What you need to do now is to take care of yourself and feed my sister. Eat. There will be fish, beef bones, yak bones, and mine. Tomorrow, there will be venison. Anyway, we will eat for a month. Every day is different." Xiaobei also sat at the table and asked someone to bring a cup of fruit juice. He sucked with a bamboo straw and watched the woman eat. The woman knew that although her heartless husband was a registrar and had a good family life, he could not compare with Xiaobei and the others. She had never seen 2 kinds of dishes in front of her before. After taking a bite of each dish, the woman asked Xiaobei, "What is this? And this?" "This is a tomato. My brother likes to call it tomato, and my sister likes to call it tomato. The agriculture temple is making use of the time to cultivate seeds. In a few years, all the people in the Tang Empire will be able to plant them. They can be used to cook and eat as fruits. That is a golden needle mushroom. The production is very small. Usually, only officials above the 5th rank in the capital can eat it. My brother and sister said that in terms of nutrition, it is similar to other mushrooms and can be replaced. But the taste is different. Mother must like to eat it first. There is also chili. It is very spicy. My brother actually asked the people in the agriculture temple to mix chili and tomatoes together. He said that chili will grow. Don't you think it is fun? Xiao Bei introduced the dishes as if he was familiar with them. He gestured the shape of a persimmon with his small hand. The woman nodded. It is fun and delicious, but many people can't eat it. Sigh, the rich have their rich lives, and the poor have their poor lives. That's not true. My brother said that if you feel that your life is not easy to change, then let's change the world. In the past, in the north, it was cold and we couldn't eat cucumbers. Now, we can eat cucumbers. Those who believe in fate are vermin. They enjoy the food made by those who don't believe in fate. The education that Xiao Bei received made it impossible for him to accept his fate. He said that he would fight against the heavens. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, the woman could not say anything else. She lowered her head and ate fiercely. Xiao Bei held the cup and thought about something. Perhaps the woman was really hungry, or perhaps she was afraid that her child would be hungry. Or perhaps the dishes were really delicious. She swept up all the dishes like a whirlwind. There were also 2 bowls of rice. When it was time to eat the fruits, Xiao Bei's eyes widened in shock. You didn't make it. Eat some yamcha pills and slowly walk around the deck. Then take a bath and rest. My sister has someone to take care of her. I suddenly thought of something very important. I will discuss it with them. Xiao Bei looked at the woman worriedly, shook his head, got up, and left. The woman watched Xiao Bei leave and touched her stomach. It's really delicious. The chef on the ship should be better than Between the Clouds and the Water and Blue Sea Silver Sand, right? When Xiao Bei came to another room, Xiao Yuan and the other 10 children were all studying. To be precise, Xiao Yuan was revising. He was telling Li Jun and Pan Er a story. Let's stop for a moment. I want to discuss something with everyone. I was thinking, is it because there are many children in Tang who are born with poor health and are abandoned? There are also girls. We should stop this, right? Xiao Yuan. Yes, stop. Where should we start? Tell the people that what they are doing is wrong. I'm afraid that they won't listen. Should we use our family's intelligence organization to investigate door to door? Xiao Yuan stopped talking first. He had no choice but to stop. When Li Jun and Pan Er saw Xiao Bei, they left Xiao Yuan and ran to Xiao Bei's side. They looked up and listened to Xiao Bei. The others also stopped what they were doing. Let's discuss it together. We will come up with a solution. I'll talk first. Let's make up ghost stories to scare them and say that we should abandon the children. Xiao Bei started the conversation and came up with a solution. The others began to think of ideas. When it was time for dinner, the 9 older children and 2 younger children finally came up with a plan and arranged for people to implement it. It's another sunny day. The birds are chirping, the swallows are flying low, the water is flowing to the east. When will you return? Come, cheers. In the morning, Zhang Xiaobao stood outside the cabin and brushed his teeth. He spat out the water in his cup into the river. It mixed with the river water and flowed to the east. Wang Wan had already packed up and looked around for Zhang Xiaobao to eat. When she turned to the left side of the deck, she saw him. She was listening to his poetic speech. She looked up at the sky. It was dark clouds. No wonder the swallows were flying low. Xiaobao, hurry up. We are waiting for you to eat. Sunny day, is this the legendary infinite stretching of imagery? It has the effect of changing space. Which part of the sky did you change? Don't dawdle. Look at the sky. It's probably going to rain heavily for a few days. Who knows if there will be a disaster somewhere? We will be busy. It will come, it will come. It's normal for there to be a disaster. As long as the area is small, it will be fine. I will be surprised if there is a year when the weather is good everywhere in Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao spat out the last mouthful of water and followed Wang Wan into the cabin. The sails of the ship were lowered, ready to welcome the storm. When they arrived at the dining hall, Li Longji and the others were also there. They had not touched their chopsticks. It seemed that they were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao. Good morning. Zhang Xiaobao greeted and sat down at his seat. Li Longji picked up his chopsticks. Xiaobao, you made me wait for you to eat. Tell me, how should you thank me? I'll wait for you during lunch. If worse comes to worst, I'll prepare the dishes. Zhang Xiaobao regretted composing a poem while brushing his teeth. There's no need for that. Help me think of a good idea. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Li Longji chatted as he ate. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the fried egg and asked, which industry's idea is it? Think about it yourself, Li Longji said. Alright, industry. How about it? Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Li Longji nodded his head as he ate. There are many technologies in the industry. Considering the confidentiality of the raw materials and technologies, there aren't many that can be used in the industry. How about this? I'll get them to design a few skinning machines that can be powered by human power, animal power, water, or wind. The technical requirements are low. In terms of materials, we can use wood for the frames and steel for the crucial parts. At worst, we can just replace the parts and increase production efficiency. The time saved can be used to do other things, even learning how to read and write would be good. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and thought of an idea. While Li Longji was thinking, he quickly ate again. He didn't want to wait for others to finish eating while he was still hungry. Li Longji thought about what Zhang Xiaobao said, but his mouth didn't stop eating. After a while, he nodded his head in agreement. If that's the case, it's settled. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaobao, don't eat too much. There's still something to eat later, Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao. Alright, I'll just drink a bowl of soy milk and eat 2 fried eggs. Zhang Xiaobao reluctantly agreed and finally finished his meal. Just as he was about to drink some tea and take a break, the heavy rain outside fell and hit the deck loudly. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao out again. A large umbrella was set up on the deck. Under the umbrella was a barbecue rack, and beside it was a water basin filled with prawns. There were also 2 bottles of wine. When Zhang Xiaobao sat opposite him, Li Longji poured wine for Zhang Xiaobao and said with emotion, "The rain is misty, and the waves are surging. It's a good time to chat and drink. However, I have many worries in my heart. How many people are dripping water? Which bridge is difficult to cross? Xiaobao, what do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaobao slapped his forehead in distress. If he knew this would happen, he would have let Li Longji go out to play by himself. The house leaks, the road is muddy, so he can just fix it. Does he have to take care of everything? Just as he was thinking about how to answer, someone came from the inner courtyard and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little Gongzi, there's news from the Great Tang Bank." Xiaobei and the others used their precious candy house, their toy house, and other jewelry as collateral to get a loan from the Great Tang Bank. The Great Tang Bank returned the loan and said that they were too young to go through the formalities. What do you think? Chapter 1037. The words of the inner courtyard made Li Longji temporarily give up on asking Zhang Xiaobao to come up with ideas to help others repair houses and roads. He stopped the inner courtyard, who was about to return. "How much money do they need?" "Your Majesty, we don't know how much money they need. The young master and his wife want to borrow 3 million strings of coins. All of their things together are normally valued at 6 million strings of coins. Due to the added value of the jewelry processing and the uncertainty of the brand of baby candy house, they can only borrow half of the total value, 3 million strings of coins. The inner courtyard replied. When mentioning Xiao Bei and the others, a doting smile appeared on the inner courtyard's face. Li Longji waved his hand, and the inner courtyard retreated. Xiao Bao, send a report to Xiao Bei and see what they want to do. Li Longji's interest was piqued and he urged. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Don't ask. Since they don't want money from their families, it means that they want to do things with their own abilities. It's normal for the Great Tang Bank to reject their loan application. Let's see what other ideas they can come up with. If possible, I want to give them 3 million strings of coins. It's just a small amount of money. Look at Xiao Bei and the others, they have to use their own things as collateral. Li Longji had a distressed expression. The words 3 million strings of coins came out of his mouth so casually. If it were 10 years ago, he definitely wouldn't have been so confident. Xiao Bei and the others can't take our money. It's not easy for them to go out and be free. If they want to do something, let them try. At worst, they'll lose some money. For them, it's most important to gain something from this. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already put red charcoal on the grill. The rain outside was still drizzling, and the contrast between the two made it seem very comfortable under the umbrella. Li Longji smiled and shook his head. He used a bamboo stick to cut open the stomach of a fresh prawn, took out the innards, and put them on the grill. He then put the innards on the grill and said, in recent years, I've lived a relatively happy life. In the past, I always had to scheme against the officials, and the palace wasn't stable either. There are also the neighboring countries and the foreign tribes in northern Hebei province. The only thing that can be said to be better is the national treasury, which appears to be abundant. If I didn't know about the lives of the common people and the future situation you and Cuckoo described to me, I would have thought that the common people of the Great Tang were already doing very well. It's all thanks to you and Cuckoo. With your influence, I don't have to worry about my subjects harboring ill intentions. I doubt they'll be able to overturn the heavens. That's why life is about enjoyment, not worry. From the commoners to me, the emperor, who doesn't have some worries. Thinking about it all day long, I don't want to live anymore. Zhang Xiaobao held a brush in his hand and brushed the salt water on the prawns. This was how fresh prawns should be eaten. If it wasn't for Li Longji's heavy appetite, he wouldn't even have to brush the salt water on the prawns. Hearing Li Longji's sigh, his hands didn't stop moving as he continued, there's no one in power who can solve all the problems of the people under their rule, but at the very least, they have to make sure that the people don't have to worry about their survival. If they can do that, they can be considered to have succeeded. Anyway, it's very difficult. Yes, it's difficult. No matter how difficult it is, it has to be done. Xiao Bao, where was I just now? Li Longji lightly nodded as he flipped the bamboo stick in his hand. You said that you're living a good life. That's not it. It's in front. Give Xiao Bei money. Even further. Let me eat. Even further. Give Xiao Bei and the others money. Eat the prawns. We've personally roasted them for you. When you eat them, you should show some appreciation, right? Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. This subject is eternally grateful. Show your loyalty. This subject's loyalty to the Great Tang can be seen by the sun and the moon. I'm even more willing to protect Your Majesty's stability. Next time, when you put me in front of you, can't you say something like, I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire? If I said that, I would have to build a house for someone else. Alright, let's drink. Truly, outside the umbrella, the rain gurgles, the prawns on the grill, the wine in the cup drains. Bridges, carriages, and the affairs of the world, the people's hearts are like a furnace. Li Longji raised his cup. Cheers! Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and downed the wine. He grabbed the bottle and poured another cup for Li Longji and himself. He raised his cup again. Cheers. The wild geese flew to the south and returned. Let's drink another cup. The common people have their own way of doing things. A leader should do what a leader should do. Who should repair bridges and mend roads? Ha! You're still preaching to us. You're a leader, and you're not willing to do small things. Then who should you tell us to lean on? Tell us, who should you tell us to do it? Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and took the prawn that Zhang Xiaobao passed to him. He took a bite and nodded, indicating that it tasted good. He drank another cup of wine and said, "Let's change to yellow wine. I see that you and Cuckoo don't drink wine one cup at a time. Right now, it's awkward to keep drinking." Zhang Xiaobao turned to the inner courtyard a dozen steps away and shouted, "Boil the wine." He then picked up a prawn and took a small bite. He slowly chewed it and said to Li Longji, "Earlier, we discussed this matter. We wanted to give the local wealthy families and gentry the opportunity to participate in the local administration. After that, we'll select them through layers of selections. In the end, we'll send them to the capital. Why don't we let them do it?" "Right, we almost forgot. Once we're done eating, we'll immediately issue an edict. It's already difficult for your family's business to reach the county, so how can you pay attention to the matters of the villagers? Local matters should be handled by the local authorities. After that, we'll report it to the county yamen. Only then will your family be able to secretly verify it." Li Longji clapped his hands happily. He scooped up a live prawn and continued processing it. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. He picked up the charcoal tongs and scraped the white ashes off the charcoal. He knew that if he didn't come up with a solution, Li Longji wouldn't stop harassing him. Was it easy to eat with an emperor who was always looking for trouble? "Xiaobao, tell me, do you think it's easy for me to have a meal with you? I'm risking catching a cold and working for you. I just want you to be happy so that you can accompany me. When we return, we'll take the land route. What do you think?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could complain, Li Longji had already started complaining. Zhang Xiaobao was so frightened by Li Longji's words that his hands froze. When he felt the warmth of the charcoal, he quickly withdrew his hands. After mulling over it for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, if you dare to go, I'll go with you. We'll take the land route from Jiangnan to Luzhou. You'll know what's going on after that." "Let's give it a try," Li Longji said weakly. At this moment, the inner courtyard had brought out a red clay stove. There were also wine jars sealed with clay seals. Naturally, the wine in the jars was Shaoxing's yellow wine. It was not bought. It was given to them by the merchants who cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao preferred wine more than yellow wine. He drank it occasionally, but most of the time, he used it to cook. He poured spoonful after spoonful into the pot. Wine was wine, pure wine. Even when it was boiled, nothing was added. It was like tea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not used to drinking wine that had ginger, sugar, and salt added to it. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao as he fiddled with the small stove and wine. He suddenly said, "If I knew we were going to eat prawns, I would have asked you to make the drunk prawns. Now, it's too late." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He boiled the wine and said, "Get someone to catch 2 fish. When the boats are ready in the afternoon, we'll set off quickly." In the cabin, Wang Wan accompanied Wu Huifei and Empress Wang to talk. Wu Huifei mostly asked Wang Wan where the family's business was, how they arranged the staff, and what had happened in the process of perfecting the system. She planned to develop in this direction. Empress Wang talked about the children. She asked where Xiaobei and the others had been recently and whether they had sent any news about their son and daughter. Wang Wan responded easily. She said that when she was doing business, she could bring up the children's matter. The 3 of them chatted happily. At the same time, Wang Wan also received news from her family that Xiao Bei and the others had gone to get a loan and were rejected. The manager of the Great Tang Bank is too hateful. How can Xiao Bei go back on his word? Let Xiao Bao deal with them. Xiao Bei and the others' things are worth 3 million string of cash. Even if the price is 30 million, many people will rush to buy them. Empress Wang was not satisfied when she heard the news and complained about the injustice for Xiao Bei and the others. Wu Huifei, however, agreed with the way the bank did things. She said, "Sister, don't blame the manager of the bank. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Today, we agreed to let Xiao Bei and the others get a loan. Tomorrow, other children steal things from home and exchange them for money. Will we give them money? Xiao Bei and the others are different from other children. Cuckoo, why do you think Xiao Bei and the others want money?" Empress Wang suddenly thought of this question. 3 million strings of cash was not a small amount. Wang Wan shook her head. "I don't know. Since the younger brother and sister don't want money from the family, they naturally have their own plans. Let them be. When the family trains the children, they should let go when it's time. If they do it right, the credit will go to the children. If they do it wrong, it will be the family's training fee. This is the difference between the children of aristocratic families and the children of ordinary families. The children of aristocratic families have enough resources for them to try. As long as they are not too stupid, they will often be far behind the children of ordinary families." Empress Wang and Wu Huifei nodded and immediately shook their heads at the same time. Wu Huifei said, "That depends on who they are compared to. Compared to you and Xiao Bao, the children of aristocratic families will be overshadowed. You have learned too much. This is the power of education. The purpose is to let a small number of children of ordinary families close the gap between them and the children of aristocratic families through hard work. Since they don't have enough resources to gain experience through practical actions like the children of aristocratic families, they can learn indirectly from books." Wang Wan mentioned the importance of education. "Isn't that so? We should educate the children well. The children of the Tang Empire are better than the children of other places. With a few more children like Xiao Bei and the others, who will dare to disobey us in the future?" Empress Wang's words were still so aggressive. "Young lady." The maid opened the cabin door a little from the outside, poked her head out and whispered. "What's wrong?" Wang Wan asked. "There's news from Xiao Bei and the others. They didn't get the loan, so they immediately contacted the people of the branches of the other big trading companies in Xuzhou. Up to now, the intelligence shows that they have reached an agreement with 3 big trading companies. For the time being, the 3 big trading companies have agreed to provide 5 million strings of cash. The other 4 branches of the other trading companies are asking for instructions by telegram." The maid answered. Wang Wan was stunned. After a few breaths, she laughed again. 5 million strings of cash. Or temporarily. You are indeed the younger brother and sister of Xiao Bao and I. It seems that you have done a lot of preparations. You have the demeanor of Xiao Bao and have not lost your reputation.